Cough. Cough. The grey dry bone-chilling wind seeped into the carriage through the gaps in the broken window. Yuan rubbed his numb frozen hands, his eyes fixed on the fuel gauge which had already dropped entirely to the red line at the bottom. Fuel 0. The old engine let out a labored gasp like an asthma patient, followed by a violent shudder of the car body. The dusty Wuling Hongguang completely stalled like a cold iron coffin lying dead in the middle of the desolate asphalt road. Still couldn't make it. Yuan sighed, leaned back against the seat smelling of cheap faux leather, and looked up out the window. The sky was overcast, no sun, only an endless road stretching beyond sight and bare black Gobi Desert on both sides. This was not Earth but a cruel game called Endless Highway. 2 days ago a blinding white light flashed and billions of people worldwide were forcibly pulled into this world. No tutorial, no laws or morals, each person started with only a randomly assigned initial vehicle from the system and extremely meager survival supplies. The lucky ones got off-road vehicles, pickup trucks, or even heavy armored car chassis with bulletproof glass. Yuan's luck was the worst. He got a beat-up multi-hand-down Wuling Hongguang with a leaky exhaust pipe. But that was not the deadliest. The deadliest was the first iron law of the road survival game: death mist. The mist always advances from the rear of the road at a constant speed of 20 km/h. Those engulfed by the mist face certain death. This meant everyone had to keep driving forward. And to drive you needed gasoline. In this world gasoline was more precious than human life. To survive, Yuan had exerted himself to the fullest over these 2 days. With the ruthlessness and keen observation skills he had honed at the bottom of society, he joined a temporary convoy of 4 SUVs. He was responsible for driving the beat-up Wuling in the lead, scouting and acting as cannon fodder in exchange for a liter of low-quality gasoline and half a bottle of muddy drinking water provided daily by the convoy leader Wang Chang. But 5 minutes ago his car ran out of fuel. SSS. Crackle. The car's radio emitted a cold voice mixed with static. It was Wang Chang, the convoy leader. Yuan, why did your car stop? Brother Wang, am out of gas. Yuan's voice was eerily calm. As agreed, I scout the abandoned gas station ahead and you give me 5 liters of gas. There was a 2-second silence on the radio, then a mocking laugh. Brother, don't blame us for being heartless. That gas station was empty, we got nothing. Gas is more precious than blood now. Your car has a low chassis and small cargo capacity. Even if we gave you gas it would be wasted. The monsters in the mist behind are catching up soon. Do us a favor and park your car across the road as an obstacle to buy us a few minutes. Pray the system gives you a better car in your next life. Click. The radio was cut off unilaterally. A few hundred meters ahead, the taillights of 4 SUVs lit up on the grey road. They floored the accelerator and sped away, leaving Yuan alone on the dead highway. Yuan did not curse into the microphone or beg with tears. He was just an ordinary man. But years of hardship in society had taught him one truth in this dog-eat-dog hell: tears and begging were the cheapest trash. If they wanted him dead, he could only find a way to make them die first. A suffocating cold crept up from behind the car. Yuan looked up into the rearview mirror. It was a wall of grey fog connecting heaven and earth, solid and tangible. Less than 100 meters from his car. The fog wall churned and inside could be heard the spine-chilling sound of chewing and the sharp scraping of claws on asphalt. Several grey-black, extremely distorted long-limbed figures quickly tore through the fog like hyenas catching a whiff of blood, madly rushing towards the stalled Wuling. Mist hunters. Is this really it? Yuan's eyes turned fierce and he reached for a rusty crowbar under the passenger seat. Even if he died, he would break the monster's teeth. Bang! A hunter leaped high and crashed heavily onto the hood. A foul-smelling grey-white maw slammed against the windshield. A barbed tongue licked the glass and a web of cracks exploded in front of Yuan. Just as the glass was about to shatter, the monster's slime-covered claws about to pierce Yuan's throat, a cold mechanical voice with a strange living pulse exploded in his mind. Ding! Detected host facing life and death crisis, current vehicle on verge of destruction. Binding condition met. The only hidden cheat, flesh and machinery fusion system, is now activated. Taking over current vehicle, initial Wuling Hongguang damaged state. Takeover complete. System manifesting initial organ primary flesh furnace. What the hell? Before Yuan could react, a strange change occurred. The cheap plastic steering wheel he was gripping suddenly split, revealing dark red warm bio-leather with a palpable pulse instantly adhering to his palm as if connected to his nerves. Then the entire Wuling seemed to come alive. Under the hood, the rusty locked engine block emitted a grating metal twisting sound. Countless dark red thick flesh veins extended from the chassis like blood vessels, roughly wrapping and biting into the rusty gears and drive shafts. A flesh furnace emitting a faint red light like a giant heart forcibly replaced the original engine, taking shape in the front of the car with a rumble. Vehicle modification complete. Current vehicle abyssal Wuling first order initial state energy mode forcibly modified from gasoline drive to biomass and organic matter devouring drive. Current fuel tank furnace status hunger 100 extremely hungry warning your war chariot is very hungry. Please provide flesh or scrap metal as fuel immediately. Flesh fuel. Yuan froze for half a second, his mind racing. He jerked his head up, eyes locked onto the mist hunter still clinging to the windshield with its jaws wide open. This car didn't need to find any damn gasoline anymore. It ate meat. Roar. The hunter shattered the windshield with a claw blast of stench rushing in. Roar your mother. Yuan's eyes blazed with extreme madness, and without flinching he stomped the accelerator to the floor. Rumble. This was not the weak whine of a gasoline engine but the terrifying roar of an ancient beast awakening from the abyss. The dark red flesh furnace spun wildly, a surging tide of immense power instantly permeating the entire car. The front grille of the Wuling bent outward, the metal parts inside twisting under the pull of flesh, forming two rows of steel fangs like an industrial crusher. Bang, squelch. A sickening dull thud followed. The hunter on the hood didn't even have time to scream. It was caught by the terrifying suction and steel fangs and directly pulled into the flesh furnace inside the front. Crunch. Crack. Gulp. The sound of bones breaking and chewing echoed from the front. Ding. Devoured low-level mist hunter X1. Flesh furnace running. Converting biomass into kinetic energy and upgrade materials. War chariot hunger decreased. Current kinetic energy reserve abundant. Obtained basic material low-grade biomass X2 can be used for subsequent car armor evolution. As the monster's remains were chewed and digested, the exhaust pipe of the Wuling spat out a cloud of dark red scalding air. V-room. The dry tires left black scorched marks on the road as the entire vehicle shot forward like a dark red arrow, smashing through two more monsters trying to block it charging out from the edge of the devouring mist. Current speed 100 km/h. Ignoring terrain resistance, Yuan held the warm pulsing steering wheel tightly, listening to the wind howling past and reading the system panel prompts. The cracked corner of his mouth slowly curled into a very cold smile. No gas. No repairs. As long as there were monsters or scrap metal, this car could run forever without tiring, even grow armor and turrets. On this hopeless highway where people would stab each other for half a liter of yellow gasoline, Yuan knew better than anyone what this meant. He lifted his head, his dim gaze piercing the darkness, looking at the end of the road ahead. Their faint points of red taillights were barely visible. That was the direction Wang Chang's convoy had fled. Using me as an obstacle. Yuan stomped the accelerator even deeper. The dark red war chariot let out a bloodthirsty growl and surged forward again. Those 4 SUVs of yours should provide a lot of refined steel for my furnace. Boom, vroom, vroom, vroom. The engine's roar rumbled like heavy thunder across the gray, lifeless, endless highway. Yuan gripped the steering wheel wrapped in dark red bioleather with one hand, his body pressed tightly against the driver's seat. He could clearly feel several extremely fine nerve tendrils extending from inside the seat, adhering to his back through his clothes. This was not parasitism but a kind of synchronized resonance similar to neural interfacing. Through this connection, the entire Yuan Wuling had become an extension of his limbs. He could see the flesh furnace inside the engine compartment beating like a giant heart, greedily grinding up the mist slayer it had just devoured. The monster's bones were ground into powder, its stinking blood and muscle fibers instantly drained and refined by the furnace, transforming into surging heat that poured wildly into the drive shafts of the 4 tires through thick dark red flesh tendons beneath the chassis. With this terrifying power boost, the speed needle on the dashboard was jumping wildly. 80 km/h. 100 km/h. 120 km/h. On the treacherous endless highway survival game, the road surface often had cracks, gravel, and even abandoned vehicle wrecks. Ordinary survivors, even driving off-road vehicles, would never dare to exceed 60 km/h, not only because fuel consumption would double but also because a blowout or loss of control in this world without rescue meant a death sentence. But Yuan didn't need to worry about any of that. Bam! The right front wheel of the Wuling Hongguang violently rolled over a half-meter-high protruding sharp rock. The imagined violent bump and blowout did not occur. At the moment of impact, the black rubber on the inside of the tire wriggled like a living creature, and the flesh fascia wrapped around the chassis instantly absorbed all the impact like the best hydraulic shock absorbers. The body didn't even sway, like a heavily armored wild boar flying close to the ground, rampaging along the wilderness road. Through the cracked windshield covered in cobweb-like lines at the end of the line of sight ahead, 4 red taillights were faintly flickering in the darkness. Found you. Yuan's chapped lips slightly parted, his deep pupils devoid of anger, only the extreme coldness of a predator eyeing its prey. He didn't even step on the brake to slow down but instead stomped heavily on the accelerator again with his right foot in its hard-soled combat boot. Roar. The flesh furnace let out an almost excited roar, and the dark red exhaust jet from the tailpipe left a glaring trail in the night sky. Meanwhile, 5 kilometers ahead. For SUVs with crash bars were driving steadily on the road at a constant 40 km/h. In the lead, Black Great Wall Havel team leader Wang Chang was reclining comfortably in the driver's seat, holding the steering wheel with one hand and carefully taking a small sip from a half bottle of turbid yellowish drinking water with the other. "Brother Chang, we just left that Lu guy behind like that. Won't he curse us from behind?" The skinny monkey-like young man in the passenger seat rubbed his hands and chuckled. "Curse us? Who's he going to curse to? The monsters in the mist." Wang Chang sneered, screwed the cap back on and tucked the bottle into his chest like a treasure. "These days the saints are all dead. That kid's Wuling Hongguang was scrap metal from the start. Its chassis was so low it couldn't even cross a dirt pit. He's only alive this long because he rode on our team's coattails. Exactly, his gas tank was empty. He must have been swallowed up by the mist by now," Skinny Monkey chimed in. "At that abandoned gas station earlier we barely managed to suck out half a barrel of diesel from the underground tank. How could we possibly share it with him? Does he deserve it? Alright, enough about that dead man. Bad luck." Wang Chang waved his hand, impatiently glanced at the dashboard, tell the cars behind to maintain formation and watch their fuel consumption. "When dawn comes, we'll find a safe zone to stop and open that wooden supply crate we got earlier. Hope we get some compressed biscuits or weapon blueprints." Boom, rumble. Before Wang Chang's words had even faded, an extremely strange dull engine roar mixed with a beast-like growl suddenly exploded from the darkness behind. The sound was so loud it drowned out the engine noise of their 4 SUVs, and even the entire road was trembling slightly. "What's that noise?" Wang Chang jolted upright and immediately looked up at the rearview mirror inside the car. Skinny Monkey in the passenger seat also pressed against the window to look back. Then, as if he saw something extremely terrifying, his pupils instantly shrank to pinpricks and his voice twisted with extreme fear. "Bro. Brother Chang. There's a car behind. So fast. Too fast. Bullshit. Who would dare to drive that fast on this cursed road? Don't they want to leave?" Wang Chang cursed while looking at the rearview mirror, but the next second the rest of his words got stuck in his throat and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. In the limited view of the rearview mirror, 2 scarlet headlights like demons' eyes were madly tearing through the darkness at an incomprehensible, terrifying speed, heading straight for the rear of their convoy. By the faint moonlight, Wang Chang finally made out the outline of that monster. It was a car. A car with its body covered in dark red slime and shredded flesh, its front grille completely twisted and deformed as if it had grown a row of steel fangs, a Wuling Hongguang. "Lu Yuan. That's impossible." Wang Chang's eyes were about to pop out of his head like he'd seen a ghost. Didn't his car run out of gas? How can that piece of junk run at this speed? What kind of monster is this? Brother Chang. He's heading for Lao San's car. He's not slowing down. He's crazy. He's going to ram us. Skinny Monkey screamed. A desperate roar came from the walkie-talkie. "Brother Chang, help. That Wuling Hongguang is ramming me. My car can't dodge." Bam. The piercing static and a deafening metal explosion instantly tore apart the silence on the road. The Xinyuan Wuling, traveling at over 130 km/h like a heavy depleted uranium armor-piercing shell fired from a cannon without any slowdown or fancy drift, rammed straight into the tail of the last SUV in a brutally savage manner. Boom. Upon impact, the SUV's supposedly sturdy crash bar was instantly torn apart like a fragile wafer. The immense kinetic energy directly lifted the 2-ton SUV's rear wheels off the ground, and the rear compartment caved in severely like a crushed soda can, shattering. Window glass exploded into a crystalline rain, scattering in all directions. But the more horrifying scene was yet to come. The Xinyuan Wuling did not stop or roll over due to the massive recoil. At the moment of collision, the 2 rows of steel fangs twisted from the bumper and metal frame at the front of the Wuling Hongguang suddenly opened wide. Hidden behind the grille, dark red flesh tendrils like countless greedy vipers instantly shot out and tightly entangled the deformed frame of the SUV ahead. Creak. Creak. The excruciating sound of metal tearing echoed through the night. Under the terrified gaze of Wang Chang and Skinny Monkey through the rearview mirror, the Wuling Hongguang was like a primeval beast feeding. The flesh furnace inside the front hood was spinning wildly, unleashing a terrifying crushing force. Those dark red flesh tendons forcibly dragged the half-destroyed SUV backwards, slowly stuffing it into the crusher-like structure at the front. "Oh! Save me! Brother Wang, save me! My leg is broken!" The shrill cry of Lao San came from the walkie-talkie. But the screams lasted less than 5 seconds. With a violent clench of the 2 rows of steel fangs on the Xinyuan Wuling, a loud crunch sounded, and the entire rear half of the SUV along with its driver was crushed and swallowed. Ding! Devoured scrapped human vehicle containing trace biomass X1. Flesh furnaces refining and separating. Obtained refined steel X15. Obtained waste rubber X5. Obtained low-grade biological flesh X1. Vehicle kinetic energy reserve reached maximum. Excess energy converted to system upgrade points. Inside the cabin, Lu Yuan looked expressionlessly at the green prompt box on the system panel, not an ounce of pity in his eyes. This was his first time truly eating a person. But there was no nausea or moral burden in his heart. In this cruel world ruled by the system rules, when you treat others as bait to be discarded at any time, you must be prepared to become someone else's upgrade material. Tastes terrible. Lu Yuan spat out the words coldly, even with a hint of disgust. The biomass provided by this SUV was pitifully little. Instead, the scrap metal was perfectly refined by the system into refined steel. This was a good thing. Upgrading the vehicle's external armor or even adding weapons in the future would all depend on these metal materials. Bam! The Wuling Hongguang violently shook its front, spitting out the remaining front half of the SUV like a bone onto the side of the road. Then the engine once again erupted with a deafening roar, like a ghost closing in on the other 3 cars ahead. By now, Wang Chang ahead was completely terrified. Madman. This guy's a fucking madman. Open fire. Kill him. Wang Chang grabbed the walkie-talkie and roared, at the same time yanking the steering wheel to drive in spattern to avoid being locked on. The windows of the second and third SUVs rolled down and several desperados leaned out holding shoddy composite crossbows and even a crude homemade shotgun, firing wildly at the Wuling Hongguang behind. Bang. Whoosh. Steel pellets and crossbow bolts smashed into the windshield and hood of the Wuling Hongguang with a piercing sound. But what followed was a scene of utter despair. Those steel pellets and fine steel bolts that could penetrate ordinary car bodies the moment they touched the front of the Wuling Hongguang instead of a crisp metallic collision made a dulpht. The originally rusted body surface was now covered with a highly resilient dark red biological keratin layer. The bolts and pellets were embedded less than half an inch before being firmly stuck by the wriggling keratin layer, and under the squeezing of the flesh they were even swallowed into the car body and turned into nourishment for the vehicle. Immune to small caliber physical attacks. This flesh armor is interesting. Lu Yuan watched a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Although the Xinyuan Wuling was only in its initial first-tier state without external armor or heavy firepower, this biokeratin layer with shock absorption and bulletproof effects was already an absolute dimension-reducing strike at this stage. Since you like shooting so much, go have a proper chat with my furnace. Lu Yuan's eyes blazed with cold fury and his right foot floored the accelerator. The roaring Xinyuan Wuling left a strange dark red afterimage on the road. Relying on the extremely strong grip and steering system of the flesh fascia, Lu Yuan executed a snake-like maneuver precise to the millimeter, instantly dodging the blocking of the 2 SUVs ahead and cutting directly into the rear side of Wang Chang's lead car. He's here. Brother Chang. He's right beside us. The skinny monkey in the passenger seat was so scared he wet his pants, pressing himself toward the other side of the cabin. Wang Chang turned his head and met Lu Yuan's eyes as cold as death itself from the driver's seat of the Wuling Hongguang. Lu Yuan. Brother. Let's talk. I have supplies. I have water. Don't. Wang Chang screamed in terror, trying to beg for mercy. But all he got was Lu Yuan's action of suddenly cranking the steering wheel to the left. Boom, bam. The heavy front of the Xinyuan Wuling covered in biokeratin slammed into the right side door of Wang Chang's Havel SUV at a terrifying relative speed of over 100 km/h. Under the dual crushing force of physical kinetic energy and the savage power of the Flesh Chariot, Wang Chang's SUV didn't even last a second. The entire car, like a kick soda can, rolled 360 degrees in midair, then crashed heavily onto the wasteland at the edge of the road. It rolled over a dozen times before smashing against a boulder and finally stopping. The cabin was severely deformed, thick smoke billowing. The other 2 surviving SUVs, seeing this, were scared out of their wits. Without even the courage to stop and rescue, they floored the accelerator and fled forward like mad. Lu Yuan did not pursue. Dealing with such small fry wasn't worth wasting the furnace's kinetic energy, and besides, the mist would catch up to them sooner or later. HSS. Lu Yuan hit the brakes and the Xinyuan Wuling came to a steady stop next to the overturned smoking wreckage of Wang Chang's car. He pushed open the door, which had disconnected from the neural link, and returned to normal touch, grabbed the rusty crowbar and walked out expressionlessly. In the wreckage, Wang Chang, covered in blood, was trapped in the deformed driver's seat. His lower body had been crushed to pulp, yet he still reached out a blood-covered hand toward the car window out of survival instinct. Save. Save me. Oil. I'll give you all the oil. Lu Yuan walked up to the car, looking down at this team leader who had been so arrogant just 5 minutes ago. He did not taunt, nor did he waste words. He simply raised the crowbar in his hand. I told you my car doesn't need oil. Put. The crowbar pierced precisely through Wang Chang's forehead, ending his suffering. Ding. Detectable high-value vehicle wreckage available for devouring. Command Xinyuan Wuling to feed. Eat it clean. Don't leave a single piece of metal. Lu Yuan gave the order in his mind. The Wuling Hongguang behind let out a low roar like a living beast gliding over slowly. The front of the car split open into a terrifying metal mouth, countless flesh tendrils reaching out to drag Wang Chang's car along with the corpse bit by bit into the bottomless flesh furnace. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan turned his gaze to a rectangular wooden crate that had been thrown out of the SUV's trunk during the rollover. The surface of the box emitted a faint white light. This was the thing all survivors on the endless highway dreamed of, a supply blind box. Lu Yuan stepped forward and used the crowbar to pry open the simple lock on the box. System notification: you have opened an ordinary wooden supply crate. Obtained 1 liter purified water X2, obtained military compressed biscuits X3, obtained regular gasoline 92 octane X 10 liters, obtained basic vehicle blueprint, vehicle mounted cold weapon rough steel spike ram X1. Looking at the 10-liter gasoline barrel on the ground emitting a pungent smell, Lu Yuan suddenly smiled. A smile full of irony mixed with a touch of arrogance. Wang Chang's group, for even a single liter of gasoline, could abandon their companions without hesitation, could butcher each other. In their eyes, gasoline was life, the only ticket to the next safe zone. But in Lu Yuan's eyes, this barrel of gasoline wasn't even worthy of being a dessert for his Xinyuan Wuling. The furnace simply disdained to eat this low-grade chemical fuel. I don't need gasoline. Lu Yuan kicked the gasoline barrel, making it spin, his dark gaze falling on the faintly glowing World Chat Trade Channel icon at the bottom right of his vision. But others do. In this first disaster week, when everyone was still struggling for a few drops of gasoline and half a moldy piece of bread, what did a full 10 liters of gasoline mean? It meant absolute monopoly, meant being able to harvest like cutting chives, ruthlessly draining top-tier blueprints and core resources from those big-shot players who would do anything to survive. The primitive accumulation of capital begins with this utterly useless barrel of gasoline. Lu Yuan brought the supplies back into the car and sat back in the driver's seat. Put. On the silent, desolate highway, a Wuling Hongguang, its exterior caked in dark red viscous fluid, emitted an eerie human-like belch. Then with a sharp puff, its exhaust pipe expelled a thick plume of black smoke laced with the metallic tang of rust, reducing the SUV's already fragmented rear wreckage into a fine lifeless iron powder that scattered into the wind. Lu Yuan, seated in the driver's seat, gave the softly undulating bioleather steering wheel an approving pat, a gesture as instinctive and natural as scratching a large dog's head after a walk. Ding. Consumption complete. Abyssal Wuling's current hunger level resolved status energized. Gained refined steel 35, scrap rubber 12, trace biomass 3. System alert: your war vehicle found the taste of that tin shell deeply unpalatable. It craves high-energy mutant beast flesh instead. Picky eating is hardly a virtue, Lu Yuan murmured with a faint smile rolling out the window. Out here in the wilderness, consider it coarse grain for grinding your teeth. The cabin was no longer the drafty mold-scented shambles it had once been. With the blood-flesh forge now replacing the decrepit engine, a faint dark red biological membrane shimmered across the front interior walls. This membrane sealed every gap with perfect hermetic precision, and as the forge pulsed, it radiated a gentle body temperature warmth into the cabin. This was the wild highway, beneath a sunless overcast sky where temperatures hovered perennially near 10 degrees Celsius. Prolonged travel in a metal vehicle would freeze one's joints stiff. Yet Lu Yuan sat so comfortably he'd unzipped his tactical jacket halfway. He tore open a pack of military-grade compressed biscuits from a mystery box and took a hearty bite. Dry crumbs crumbled across his tongue. Instantly he uncapped a precious bottle of purified water and drained half of it. Blissful. In this apocalypse, the sheer transcendent joy of eating dry rations and drinking clean water inside an utterly secure cabin was something peacetime humanity could never fathom. Sated, Lu Yuan's gaze settled on the conspicuously out-of-place plastic canister on the passenger seat, a 10-liter container of 92-octane gasoline. Within this post-apocalyptic highway game, its pungent odor was more intoxicating to countless survivors than the rarest Chanel perfume. For behind them, the death mist advanced relentlessly at 20 kilometers per hour. Gasoline was their sole lifeline. When the fuel gauge hit zero, so did their sentence of death. System, can this be burned as fuel? Lu Yuan queried mentally. Warning detected: low-grade, highly toxic chemical fuel. Injecting it into the blood-flesh forge will trigger systemic gastrointestinal distress and induce propulsion diarrhea. Cease this hazardous intention immediately. Propulsion diarrhea. Lu Yuan nearly burst into laughter. Excellent. Since his own abyssal behemoth scorned such industrial swill, the gasoline had but one remaining purpose: to serve as the first scythe in harvesting humanity's collective desperation. At Lu Yuan's mental command, a holographic interface shimmering with ethereal blue light materialized in the lower right corner of his vision. He smoothly navigated to the global chat trading channel. The moment he entered, cascading torrents of scrolling messages nearly blinded him. The upper right corner displayed a staggering figure: 4. 5 billion, 7 billion online. In just 3 days, this endless highway, governed by the icy logic of the mist and haunted by unpredictable monsters, had mercilessly culled 2,500 million souls. Those who survived clung to existence at the razor's edge of life and death. Across the chat channel, humanity's raw, unfiltered spectrum unfolded like a hellish scroll painting. Region: Li Dazhuang water. Who has water? I'll trade half a loaf for one sip. I've drunk car antifreeze for 3 days, I'm urinating blood. Please, for mercy's sake. Region: Wang Yanyan, I'm a beauty streamer with 3 million followers. Who'll give me 1 liter of gasoline? Come to my coordinates, I'll do anything you ask. The mist is only 5 kilometers away. Region: Zhao Hai, get lost you stinking hussy. The mist advances at 20 kilometers per hour. By the time your so-called big brother arrives in his gas-guzzling junker, you two won't even have time to drop your trousers before being swallowed whole. I'll trade a Rolex Submariner Green Ghost and my property deed detention epine for 2 liters of gasoline. Region: Zheng Ergu Green Ghost. Wake up, brother. That trinket couldn't even chip a mutant dog's tooth. Right now only blueprints, food and water hold value, everything else is trash. Lu Yuan watched these desperate frenzied pleas with cold detached eyes. Under the law of the jungle, tears are useless. Those billionaires and influencers who once stood atop society, unable to shed their old mindsets, were now worth less than stray dogs on this perfectly impartial highway. He ignored their wails entirely and instead opened the trading hall panel, placing the 10-liter gasoline canister onto the virtual scanning platform. He had no desire to play savior, he intended to be a ruthless capitalist. Ding. Item listed and ready. Please set trading conditions. Lu Yuan's fingers flew across the virtual keyboard, typing swiftly. Seller anonymous, ID coordinates hidden. Listed item 10L 92 octane gasoline pure, sealed in original can. Required items: Tier 1 Mutant Beast Core, any attribute blue rarity or higher, war vehicle blueprint, special system artifact. Notes: any single item satisfying the above qualifies for private negotiation. No credit. No barter with moldy bread, broken watches or celebrity flesh. Broke. Don't bother. Not serious. Don't waste my time. Listing confirmed. Boom. If the global channel was a boiling cauldron, Lu Yuan's listing was a nuclear detonation dropped straight into its heart. After a brief stunned silence, the channel erupted in terrifying, overwhelming frenzy. The message feed scrolled so fast it left after images. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. 10 liters. Entirely 10 liters. Are you insane? Did you raid the system's gas station? Hail the divine magnate. This must be a heaven-chosen prodigy who rolled a top-tier heavy truck at launch. Brother. I don't have a core, but I do have a white blueprint vehicle-mounted toilet. Can I trade for a few 100 milliliters? You absolute monster, but seriously bro, that's absurd. A blue blueprint. A Tier 1 core. Who can solo a Tier 1 mutant beast right now? You're robbing us blind. Watching the torrent of worship and outrage flood the public screen, Lu Yuan's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Too expensive. In this nascent, wildly imbalanced market, monopoly conferred absolute pricing power. He wasn't selling gasoline, he was selling extra days of life to these self-proclaimed elites. 10 liters would propel an ordinary sedan over 100 kilometers, granting a full 5-hour safety buffer to scavenge resources far beyond what others possessed. Predictably, private message alerts began pinging like machine gun fire. Within 30 seconds his inbox overflowed with 999 unread messages. Lu Yuan coldly activated the system's keyword filter, deleting in one sweep all spam. Please accept me as your junior brother, suggestive selfies and moral blackmail. The screen cleared instantly, leaving only 3 genuine offers from capable buyers. Buyer: Dragon Ascension Guild Aotion. Brother, I'm the heir to a Fortune 500 enterprise. I now command a convoy of over 100 vehicles. Buy this 10-liter supply from me, I'll offer a green blueprint reinforced bulletproof plating. Let's be allies, I'll guarantee your survival on the highway. Guarantee my survival. With your fleet of gasoline-burning scrap metal. Lu Yuan scoffed and blacklisted him instantly. Those who peddle empty promises die fastest. He turned to the second offer. Buyer: Lei Jun, not the namesake magnate friend, I'll take all 10 liters. I'll pay with a blue rarity blueprint pneumatic armor-piercing ram. Its value is substantial, it should cover your fuel cost. Deal. Lu Yuan's eyes flickered with interest. A blue rarity blueprint specifically for a devastating close combat weapon. His current Wuling's twisted bumper fangs were adequate against low-tier monsters, but against heavily armored mutants they'd fail utterly. This RAM blueprint arrived precisely when needed, like a pillow offered just as one fell asleep. Yet Lu Yuan didn't accept immediately. Instead he replied coolly. Seller: all 10 liters. How naive. Your blueprint is worth 5 liters only. I'll sell you 5, keeping the rest for other buyers. Final offer. 10 seconds to respond, accept or vanish. 10. 9. 8. Brutal. Unscrupulous. Utterly devoid of commercial etiquette. But that was the confidence granted by his zero-fuel war vehicle. Others couldn't afford time or fuel, but he could. As long as his prow chewed scrap iron, his vehicle would run forever. Hundreds of kilometers away inside a heavy-duty off-roader, Lei Jun stared at the despairing red glow of his fuel gauge and at the death mist closing rapidly in his rearview mirror. Jaw clenched, eyes burning with humiliation and fury. Damn black market bastard. Yet he had no choice. 5 liters meant nearly 3 more hours of survival, time enough perhaps to scavenge sufficient supplies. The mist pressed closer with every second. There was no time to seek another seller. He slammed his fist onto the steering wheel. Fine, you win. I'll remember this debt. Ding. Buyer has accepted the transaction. Transaction successful. You have lost 5L of 92-octane gasoline. You have acquired Blue Rarity Blueprint Pneumatic Armor-Piercing Ram 1. A flash of white light and the 5 liters vanished from the cabin. In their place rested a scroll of parchment glowing with soft cerulean light, exuding a stark futuristic industrial aesthetic, resting quietly upon Lu Yuan's lap. So grandson, now you understand what it means to be thoroughly fleeced. A cold, cruel arc lifted the corners of Lu Yuan's mouth. With a single barrel of worthless scrap utterly useless to him, he had forcibly seized from this boastful magnate a peerless blueprint capable of widening the gulf in combat capability. And the buyer genuinely believed he'd profited, because mere survival was already the greatest gain imaginable. The visceral thrill of treating elite survivors like ATMs extracting wealth relentlessly felt profoundly, irrefutably real. Lu Yuan glanced at the remaining 5 liters still sitting on the passenger seat. 1 more barrel, we continue fishing. He turned to the 3rd private message. It came from a buyer named Dawnbreaker. Buyer Dawnbreaker, sir, how much for the remaining 5 liters? I hold a blue blueprint reinforced suspension system. Is it worth the price? Lu Yuan's smirk deepened. This man had clearly witnessed Lei Jun's transaction and sought to strike while the iron was hot. What he didn't realize was that he'd just observed a masterclass in systematic extraction. Lu Yuan typed swiftly. Seller 5 liters for your blueprint plus a white or green rarity blueprint. Do you have one? If not, I'd suggest offering it to the friend behind you. I saw him shouting in the channel for 3 minutes straight. Pure psychological domination. By referencing the friend behind you, a deliberately vague phrase, Lu Yuan implied a swarm of unseen competitors igniting intense urgency in Dawnbreaker hesitate and the oil would vanish into someone else's hands. True to form, Dawnbreaker replied within 3 seconds. Buyer Dawnbreaker, damn it, fine. I've got a green blueprint treaded tire reinforcement, adding it now. Deal. Ding. Buyer has accepted the transaction. Transaction successful. You have lost 5L of 92-octane gasoline. You have acquired Blue Blueprint Reinforced Suspension System 1 Green Blueprint Treaded Tire Reinforcement 1. Another flash of white light. 2 new blueprints settled onto Lu Yuan's lap. With virtually zero cost, just a barrel of fuel that held no intrinsic value to him, he had ruthlessly harvested 3 premium war vehicle modification blueprints. These were treasures other survivors might spend days or longer hunting mutants or cracking treasure chests to obtain. He'd acquired them merely by speaking a few words. This is the power of information asymmetry and monopoly, Lu Yuan murmured softly, arranging the 3 blueprints neatly on the passenger seat. He turned toward the bio-leather steering wheel, now pulsing gently with quiet contentment. System, I now possess sufficient modification materials. Detail each blueprint's effects one by one. I require an optimal integration plan. Ding. Blueprint analysis initiated. Blueprint 1 Blue Rarity Blueprint Pneumatic Armor-Piercing Ram. Description: a close combat armor-piercing weapon merging biomuscular tissue with ultra-high-strength refined steel. Compresses and explosively releases pneumatic muscle groups, delivering 300 enhanced penetration force. Upon impact, barbed hooks automatically expand, inflicting secondary trauma and assisting the blood-flesh forge in reeling prey inward. Integration: suggestion mount as primary offensive weapon at the vehicle's prow. Requires refined steel 30 trace biomass 3. Blueprint 2 Blue Blueprint Reinforced Suspension System. Description: a hybrid suspension architecture combining hydraulic systems and biomuscle actuators. Enhances obstacle negotiation stability and short-distance acceleration. Reduces rollover risk during high-speed turns. Integration: suggestion install between all 4 wheels and chassis. Requires refined steel 20 scrap rubber 8. Blueprint 3 Green Blueprint Treaded Tire Reinforcement. Description: a high adaptability drive system merging track and tire design. Ensures high-speed mobility across any terrain while drastically reducing entrapment risks in mud or sand. Exceptionally durable with minimal maintenance cost. Integration suggestion: replace original 4-wheel system. Requires scrap rubber 12, refined steel 15. Lu Yuan's eyes grew brighter with each line. System: if I integrate all 3 blueprints simultaneously, do my current materials suffice? Calculating. Total integration cost. Refined steel 30 20 15 65. Scrap rubber 8 12 20. Trace biomass 3. Current inventory. Refined steel 35. Scrap rubber 12. Trace biomass 3. Warning. Critical shortage of refined steel 65, required only 35 available, deficit 30. Warning. Scrap rubber insufficient 20, required only 12 available, deficit 8. Lu Yuan frowned, then relaxed. Shortage. Then we hunt. This Wuling is no longer a wreck, it's a living engine. Every mutant we encounter replenishes our stock. He turned toward the window, gazing into the somber barren wasteland beyond. From the distance rose a piercing guttural shriek, the unmistakable cry of a mutant beast. On this hellish highway that sound signified both opportunity and peril. To Lu Yuan, however, it meant only one thing: dinner has arrived. His gaze hardened. His hand settled upon the steering wheel, and the bio-leather surface trembled faintly, eagerly, as if sensing the call to hunt. Let's go meet this ill-fated creature. He engaged the ignition. Not the familiar mechanical hum, but a chilling organic awakening growl, ha-hoo-hoo, the sound of the blood-flesh forge stirring to life. Beneath the dim light, the Wuling's newly fitted barg armor-piercing ram gleamed with cold, lethal radiance. Far behind, the death mist continued its inexorable advance. But Lu Yuan was no longer prey fleeing blindly. He had become a predator, dangerous, deliberate sovereign, on this unforgiving highway. Tires carved deep grooves into the desolate asphalt as the Wuling Hongguang roared forward. The third night on the wasteland descended like a colossal black shroud, heavy and suffocating, blanketing the endless highway. Temperatures plummeted at a terrifying rate, from double-digit warmth in daylight to a bone-chilling 0 degrees, hovering just above freezing. For survivors whose vehicles lacked even windshields, whose windows gaped open like raw wounds, this icy, venomous wind cut through flesh like a scalpel forged of frozen steel, methodically stripping away both heat and strength. Yet within that suffocating darkness, 2 searing yellow headlights slashed forward with brazen, unyielding arrogance, ripping a violent gash through the night. Vroom, WRRRRAAAA, and that was the abyssal Wuling roaring. And Lu Yuan reclined lazily upon the warm, dark red fleshy seat, its surface pulsing faintly with residual heat. He felt almost too warm, and casually lowered the window a narrow slit. A frigid gust laced with the metallic tang of decayed earth rushed in, only to be instantly neutralized by the radiant warmth emanating from the cabin's inner walls, a living membrane of deep crimson. At the far edge of his vision stood a barricade, a grotesque monolith sculpted from the rusted carcasses of over a dozen abandoned automobiles, crouching like a steel leviathan astride the highway. Perched atop it, a monstrous aberration rose slowly, its bulk rivaling that of a full-grown water buffalo, its hide armored in jagged obsidian-black scales resembling volcanic rock. Its limbs were grotesquely thickened, its claws shrieked sparks across corroded metal roofs. Twin crimson slitted pupils locked unblinkingly onto the Wuling Hongguang, hurtling toward it at breakneck speed. An elite-tier mutated beast, the black-scaled rending claw beast. On the endless highway, even seasoned survivors piloting heavy-duty off-roaders would instinctively slam the brakes and reverse course at the first sight of such a creature. For its armor-like black scales deflected even crude muzzle-loading shotguns, and any ordinary vehicle striking it would shatter like an egg against granite, leaving only twisted metal and broken bodies. But breaking no longer existed in Lu Yuan's lexicon. And a water buffalo-sized frame. How much high-grade biomass must that contain? He moistened his dry lips with his tongue, eyes gleaming, not with fear but with the ravenous hunger of a connoisseur beholding a slab of premium Wagyu beef. Not only did he refuse to slow, he jammed his right foot hard onto the accelerator. And Ruawar and the black-scaled rending claw beast bellowed a deafening roar that shook the still air. Provoked by the derisive advance of this battered minivan, it coiled its massive hind legs upon the rusted roof and launched itself downward like a black cannonball fired from a height, hurtling headlong into the Wuling's path. The beast chose brute collision. Excellent, and Lu Yuan's gaze flared with glacial intensity. His hands clamped down upon the warm, pulsating biological steering wheel as he issued a merciless command to the fleshforge in his mind: pneumatic muscles, charge. Shatter it, NKRRR. KRRR KRRR KRRR. Beneath the Wuling's front end, beyond human perception, a thick pneumatic muscle fused to the 1-meter-long bone crusher ram contracted with terrifying speed and force. The entire chassis dipped slightly under the strain like a bull lowering its horns before the charge. In the next instant, the abyssal Wuling, blazing past 120 km per hour, collided head-on with the airborne monstrosity on the silent, desolate highway. 2. Na muffled thunderous impact reverberated outward, rippling the very air into visible concentric waves. Under the cataclysmic kinetic fury of the crash, the black-scaled rending claw beast's impenetrable hide, proof against light firearms, shattered like cheap plastic before the bone crusher ram a fusion of 30 units of refined steel and living tissue. Schlorp, and with no resistance whatsoever, the ram's frost-sheathed metal tip plunged savagely into the beast's chest cavity. Violent momentum tore through its viscera. Thick jets of steaming tar-black blood, reeking of iron and rot, erupted like geysers along the ram's blood grooves, splattering across the windshield and hood. Oh. And the beast unleashed a shriek of unimaginable agony. Its 1-ton body hung suspended midair, pinned, impaled to the front of the Wuling, limbs thrashing wildly. Scree. Crunched. Its claws raked furiously at the Wuling's hood, desperate to rend the tinplate shell apart. Screeching metal echoed across the night. The dark red biocorneal layer coating the front end split open in deep gory furrows, revealing writhing sinews and patches of exposed undercoat beneath. Yuan narrowed his eyes, but showed no alarm. And as expected, first-tier bioarmor remains too thin. Against an elite's death throes, defensive resilience is strained. Though the hull sustained damage, the beast had no chance to inflict critical harm, because the abyssal Wuling's counterattack had only just begun. System activate ram's secondary function, bleed it. Devour it. Yuan grinned savagely and pressed a fleshy nodule protruding from the steering wheel. And crck, and the bone crusher ram embedded deep within the beast's chest emitted a horrifying mechanical whine of transformation. Countless razor-sharp barbs concealed along its flanks erupted inward, blooming like a metallic carnivorous flower, tearing through organs with brutal expansion. Cack. And amidst the beast's final despairing wail, its internal organs were shredded into pulp. Simultaneously, the flesh forge, hidden behind the intake grill, surged with a terrifying suction force. Thick dark red tendrils coiled around the ram's base, serpentine and ravenous, slithering directly into the wound, diving deep into the beast's ravaged flesh. Glurk. Glurk, nauseating wet slurping echoed across the quiet highway. This was no duel, it was a one-sided grotesque feast. The black-scaled rending claw beast's massive frame visibly withered, shrinking before the eye. Its high-energy blood-dense musculature, even fragmented bones, all were siphoned relentlessly by the tendrils forcibly channeled into the furnace housed within the hood, a pulsating heart-like core. Within 10 seconds, the once mighty elite monster had been reduced to nothing more than a desiccated scale-studded husk draped over the ram and a few brittle shards of bone. Ding, and tier transcendent consumption successful. Target Tier 1 Elite Mutant Black-Scaled Rending Claw Beast in the Flesh Forge is in extreme euphoria, initiating deep purification. Congratulations, host. You have acquired high-grade biomass 15. And acquired frost-resistant Black Scale Special Material 8. Acquired Tier 1 Strength-Type Mutation Core 1. And damaged bioarmor is consuming standard biomass for self-repair. Repair complete. Ha, and Yuan exhaled deeply as the shriveled husk was callously flicked aside by the tendrils onto the roadside. His eyes gleamed with unadulterated satisfaction. Exhilarating. And no flashy supernatural arts. No desperate hand-to-hand combat with cold steel outside the vehicle. Just pure unrefined mechanical violence, steel fused with flesh crushing all opposition beneath its weight. On this perilous highway, so long as his war chariot grew stronger, he could remain seated comfortably in the driver's seat, treating every obstacle in his path as a self-service banquet. VROM, and the Wuling roared back to life. Its next target, the barricade of rusted automotive wreckage ahead. Now that the main course is finished, time for dessert to sharpen the teeth, and the Wuling's front end split open like an industrial shredder, plunging headfirst into the pile of scrap. A grating metallic crunch echoed across the night sky, grinding teeth made of iron. Decaying sheet metal rusted engines, crushed to powder under the Fleshforge's monstrous bite, were refined into copious quantities of refined steel and scrap rubber. Within 5 minutes, the massive obstruction, once capable of sealing the entire highway, had been devoured whole, leaving behind a wide clear passage. And precisely at the barricade's center, where the elite beast had stood moments before, lay a gleaming silver metal chest radiating soft luminescence. Silver blind box, and Yuan's eyes lit up, and he vaulted out of the vehicle without hesitation. At this stage, most survivors had never even glimpsed a tattered wooden blind box. Landing a single bronze blind box, glowing faintly white, was enough to dominate global chat for an entire day. But a silver blind box, guaranteed drop from elite kills, contained strategic-grade treasures capable of creating irreversible gaps between survivors. Yuan strode forward, slid a crowbar effortlessly into the chest seam, and pried. And click, now blinding silver radiance burst forth. System alert, you have opened a rare silver tier supply crate. Acquired self-heating spicy hot pot extreme heat 2 unacquired purified water 5-liter canister 1 unacquired premium vehicle blueprint all-terrain living adhesive tires 1 unacquired special authority item absolute master servant or crew soul covenant parchment scroll 1 and Lu Yuan merely nodded faintly at the first 3 items. 2 servings of fiery hot pot capable of inducing sweat even at sub-zero temperatures plus 5 liters of purified water would elevate his sustenance to near luxury levels for days. The tire blueprint was a godsend, dramatically enhancing the abyssal Wuling's off-road mobility across treacherous terrain. But when his gaze fell upon the final item, the parchment scroll glowing with a faint ominous crimson hue, Lu Yuan's breath caught for half a second. He reached out and lifted the scroll, its texture eerily smooth like human skin, and immediately a long cascade of scarlet text materialized in his mind. An item name absolute master servant or crew soul covenant indestructible, and item rank gold tier special drop and function in this apocalyptic wasteland. The most dangerous thing to behold is the human heart. Using this covenant, the host may bind a human survivor as an exclusive crew member or servant for their war chariot. Covenant law: life and death. It will upon dripping blood onto the scroll the bound individual's soul and vital signs become irrevocably tethered to the host's will. Now single thought from the host can inflict excruciating agony as if pierced by 1,000 arrows or erase their life entirely with zero possibility of resistance. Covenant law 2 damage transfer: as the exalted master of the war chariot, up to 80% of any fatal injury you sustain may be transferred to the bound individual, who shall bear it in your stead. Covenant law 3 loyalty brand: the bound individual will develop subconscious absolute obedience and dependence upon you and may never disclose any secret concerning your war chariot to any third party. Note: when you possess a mobile fortress of war, what you require is neither an equal teammate nor a sanctimonious traitor waiting to stab you in the back, but a loyal hound, one who fires your weapons, washes your clothes, and never bites its master. Silence. And staring at the demonic inscription, Lu Yuan stood motionless in the biting wind, then began to chuckle low and unervingly sharp. His laughter swelled, growing louder, wilder, until it echoed across the empty highway, harsh and triumphant. And ha 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 ha. What an absolute covenant! What absolute dominion over life and death! Lu Yuan knew precisely what this fragile parchment-thin contract meant in the lawless, amoral expanse of the endless highway. Incalculable, terrifying power. Humans are social creatures, and prolonged solitude, scavenging alone, guarding against monsters, navigating ruins, would inevitably fracture the mind. In this world of betrayal, forming teams invited death, yet traveling solo ensured slow extinction. Especially as the abyssal Wuling evolved into a medium-armored vehicle or even a heavy siege fortress, manual operation of auxiliary weaponry and life support systems would exceed the capacity of a single person. He needed assistance. But he would never indulge in childish charades of brotherhood or tedious, nauseating loyalty tests. Having clawed his way up from the gutter, he trusted no one, not even himself. And this covenant solved every lingering concern. No testing. No emotional investment. And want to board my war chariot. Want to sip hot tea while eating spicy hot pot in heated comfort amid this frozen hellscape. Then sign this indenture. Surrender your life to me. Harbor even a whisper of defiance, and I'll obliterate you utterly and without mercy. Lu Yuan carefully stowed the priceless scroll against his chest. He knew with certainty that soon it would secure him an exceptional top-tier laborer, a prodigy bound not by trust but by irrevocable fate. Just as he finished loading all supplies back aboard and reached for the door handle, the system interface abruptly flashed into view at the lower right corner of his vision. A voice, cold, resonant, and omnipresent, thundered not only in Lu Yuan's ears but directly into the minds of every surviving human across the globe. In global region synchronized broadcast. Congratulations to anonymous player ID hidden who has successfully slain a Tier 1 elite mutant during the newcomer phase, achieving the first kill in this global region. First kill reward: world rank reputation 100 random attribute point 2 automatically deposited into the player's account. System notice: elite mutants have fully awakened. They shall become your nightmares, yet also hold boundless treasure. And survivors, hunt or be hunted. The game has only just begun. This sudden global announcement detonated like a depth charge in a still pond. The world chat channel, previously muted by the plummeting temperatures, erupted violently, igniting like gunpowder. What the hell? Did I just hear that? Tier transcendent elite kill. Insane. I barely escaped a common mist jackal, its claw nearly ripped my door clean off. And someone solo killed an elite. Anonymous player. It's gotta be that gasoline dealer god tier magnate. It has to be him. Is this even human? We dare not switch on headlights at night, fearing monsters drawn by the glow, yet this genius hunted an elite in total darkness. Is he driving a tank? Master. Magnate. Please reveal yourself. I'd bear your children, or serve as your floor mat. Anything. Wealthy elites, guild masters, men who once dictated survival economies, trembled in the frigid wind, humbled by a single crimson notification. In that moment they grasped the truth. While they schemed over moldy bread and precious fuel, a godlike entity operating on a plane beyond comprehension had already left them so far behind that not even its silhouette remained visible. And the architect of this global frenzy, Yuan, sat perfectly relaxed inside the abyssal Wuling's cockpit, not even glancing at the cascading torrent of worshipful messages. He casually muted the world channel, tore open a packet of extreme heat hotpot and poured in the precious purified water. Listening to the rich bubbling simmer and inhaling the pungent aromatic heat filling the cabin, Yuan gazed through the windshield into the deeper endless blackness of the highway ahead. This wretched road isn't quite as difficult as it seemed. And the abyssal Wuling growled low, a deep resonant purr, and vanished once more into the eternal night, trailing a faint hellish crimson glow. Yuan closed the car door, completely shutting out the suffocating cold wind from outside. He did not rush to drive the Abyss Wuling forward. Instead he parked the blood-soaked war chariot in the center of the recently cleared roadblock. At the tip of the living pneumatic bone-shattering horn, remnants of the dark red flesh fibers and a few hard black scales from the black-scaled claw beast still lingered. The dark red biological keratin layer on the surface of the car's front had left several deep claw marks visible down to the bone during the earlier crash. Yet at this moment those wounds were visibly writhing and growing swiftly, being filled by fresh biological tissue. The Abyss Wuling resembled a living giant beast with self-repair capabilities, rapidly licking its own wounds while digesting its prey. What a great companion, Yuan said with satisfaction as he gently patted the inner wall wrapped in a soft biological membrane. A faint pulse echoed from within the vehicle as if responding to his praise. He ignored the overwhelming gasps and speculations from the world channel outside and casually closed the pop-up system panel. At this moment he just wanted to enjoy a top-tier feast since the beginning of the apocalypse. Yuan reached under the passenger seat and pulled out the high-calorie self-heating hot pot, extremely spicy, from the silver blind box. He tore open the packaging, pouring the powder vegetable and seasoning packs into the aluminum box, and finally added the precious bottled purified water, 5 liters. With a soft hissing sound, the self-heating pack at the bottom was activated. Within seconds steam began to rise from the aluminum box and a rich and enticing spicy aroma instantly filled the entire cabin of the Abyss Wuling. In this night where the temperature was close to zero, outside the vehicle was a biting cold wind and monsters that could pounce at any moment, yet inside it was as warm as spring, filled with delightful fragrance. This extreme contrast made Yuan feel an unprecedented comfort and relaxation. He picked up a pair of chopsticks made from twigs and picked up a slice of luncheon meat soaked in the broth, slowly chewing it. Spicy. Very spicy. It was the kind of extreme heat that hit straight to the brain. But this sensation of stimulation made him feel more alive than ever. He looked through the windshield, still smeared with some blood, at the pitch-black wilderness outside. At this moment countless survivors were likely still shivering in the cold wind, scheming over a few drops of gasoline and half a moldy piece of bread, possibly even choosing to end their own lives in despair. Yet he could comfortably sit in the warm war chariot, enjoying hot pot and savoring the tranquility of surviving a catastrophe. This extreme experience further solidified his determination to become the top predator on this bloody road. Yuan enjoyed his hot pot, sweating profusely and feeling exhilarated. After finishing, he wiped his mouth and redirected his attention to all the gains from today. First was the enhancement of the war chariot itself. Ding! Abyss Wuling initial stage, first level, hunger level, resolved status, energetic armor thickness 2, regular Wuling armor, biological keratin, kinetic energy reserve abundant. Equipped weapon, living pneumatic bone shattering horn, deep blue level, special characteristics, self-healing armor, first level, devour and digest, first level, super grip, first level, constant temperature, internal circulation, first level, available materials, high level biomass, X15 anti-cold, black scale, special material, X8 refined steel, X37 worn rubber, X17 trace biomass, X6 available cores, first level, power type mutated core, X1 available blueprints, all-terrain living adhesive tires. Fine level, X1 available special items, absolute master servant, soul contract, golden level, X1. Yuan had a clear plan in his heart after looking at this series of data. All-terrain living adhesive tires, this is the most urgently needed installation right now. In the area where the black-scaled claw beast had taken up residence, he had already seen some sections of the road beginning to show fragments of gravel and even 1 or 2 bottomless crevices. Regular tires would easily burst or skid under such conditions, and the Abyss Wuling Super Grip was only effective on flat surfaces. It was evidently inadequate for more complex off-road environments. System install the blueprint for the all-terrain living adhesive tires. Ding! Installing blueprint. Required refined steel, X10 worn rubber, X5. Confirm installation. Confirm. Yuan said without hesitation. Vroom vroom. A deep rumbling sound came from beneath the Abyss Wuling, as if a giant biological printer was operating. Yuan could clearly feel the tires underneath the vehicle undergoing drastic changes. The once slightly deflated black tires began to swell and change color rapidly. Their outer rubber, wrapped in flesh and muscle membrane, astonishingly split into countless fine suction cup-like soft tissues as if they were alive. These suction cups could instantly change shape upon contact with the ground, adapting to various terrains. The inner walls of the tires were replaced by resilient dark red muscle fibers full of elasticity, no longer afraid of punctures. Ding! Installation successful. Your war chariot has acquired new tires, all-terrain living adhesive tires, fine level. Tire characteristic 1, terrain adaptation. The tire surface can change according to the terrain, splitting into different adhesive tissues, perfectly adapting to complex conditions like gravel, mud, mountains, and ice, providing exceptional grip. Tire characteristic 2, self-repair, can automatically consume worn rubber for repairs when damaged. Tire characteristic 3, off-road acceleration, provides an additional 15 acceleration effect when driving on complex terrains. Good stuff. Yuan looked at the updated characteristics on the system panel, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. With these tires, the off-road capabilities of the Abyss Wuling would achieve a qualitative leap. In subsequent explorations, he would no longer be limited to flat roads but could venture into some more remote areas that might be richer in resources. Next, he turned his attention to the remaining materials: high-level biomass X15, anti-cold black scale special materials X8, first-level power type mutated core X1. System, what can these materials be used for? Yuan asked. Ding. High-level biomass can be used for war chariot core evolution, enhancing the war chariot's tier or strengthening existing characteristics. Anti-cold black scale special material can be used for war chariot armor upgrades or fused into special armor. First-level power-type mutated core is essential for upgrading power-type weapons or offensive organs. Core evolution is not urgent for now. The current first-level Abyss Wuling is strong enough to crush everything. Yuan pondered for a moment. Armor upgrade using these black scales to enhance the defense of the horn area would be perfect. Ding. Detecting available materials: anti-cold black scales X8, refined steel X10. Would you like to consume the above materials to perform core defense enhancement on living pneumatic bone-shattering horn? Upon successful enhancement, it is expected to significantly improve the physical defense of the horn's front and may add a slight ice resistance. Enhance. Enhance immediately. Yuan said without hesitation. Vroom, the front of the Abyss Wuling emitted a mechanical biological roar again. The hard black scales peeled off from the black-scaled claw beast under the pull of the flesh and muscle membrane quickly melted and fused with the refined steel, adhering visibly to the front of the bone-shattering horn. The originally cold metal tip of the horn was now covered in a layer of subdued black luster, with a fine hexagonal scale pattern emerging on the surface, exuding an undeniable sense of impenetrable weight. Ding! Enhancement successful. Living pneumatic bone-shattering horn has been upgraded to living pneumatic black scale bone-shattering horn, deep blue level. New characteristic: scale armor defense. The front defense of the horn is increased by 30, able to withstand heavy hits from elite monsters of the same tier. New characteristic: slight ice resistance. The surface of the horn possesses slight ice energy resistance. Goodness, now it's truly unstoppable. Yuan gently tapped the horn, feeling its icy hardness. He sensed that this thing could even confront armored vehicles. Hedon. Finally, only the absolute master servant soul contract golden level remained. Yuan took it out, examining it carefully once more. The blood-red parchment seemed alive with distorted runes emanating an indescribable eerie aura. This contract is worth a fortune. But now is not the time. Yuan carefully returned the contract to his close pocket. His current focus was still on enhancing the war chariot itself and further accumulating resources. Until he possessed overwhelming strength, hastily introducing a crew member would only add uncertainty. What he needed was a valuable and capable servant, not a burden that he had to protect. He would wait for someone truly worthy of this contract to appear. Before dawn, we must continue to push forward. Yuan patted the steering wheel and the Abyss Wuling started up again. The all-terrain living adhesive tires showcased their exceptional performance the moment they were activated. The vehicle, which would have been bumpy on the gravel road, became exceptionally smooth, as if cruising on a flat asphalt road. The suction cup-like structures on the tire surface tightly adhered to the ground, providing unparalleled grip. The Abyss Wuling let out a low roar, charging forward with the darkly gleaming black scale bone-shattering horn once again melding into the vast night. Meanwhile, in a corner of the world chat, Lei Jun remarked that anonymous big shot is ruthless, a blue blueprint directly exchanged for 10 liters of gasoline. Now the price of oil has skyrocketed thanks to him. Zhao Hai, replied Sai, who told us we couldn't kill elite monsters. I traded my property deed and Rolex for 2 liters of oil, which probably won't last until the next gas station. Our only hope now is to wait for the system to refresh better resources. The dense fog swirled like a slumbering giant beast, slowly roiling as if ready to devour all life at any moment. Outside the vehicle, the biting cold wind carried fine ice crystals that scraped against the metallic shell of the Abyss Wuling, emitting a low rustling sound reminiscent of ancient whispers heralding the omnipresent threat of death in this land. The Abyss Wuling stood silently at the center of the freshly cleared roadblock, yet within the vehicle Yuan showed no signs of relaxation. Although the soft green light emitted by the biological reading lamp enveloped the cabin, warming it like a spring paradise, his taut nerves never eased even for a moment. He understood well that this brief moment of comfort was not a gift from the apocalypse but rather a hard-earned opportunity to breathe achieved through his foresight and the Abyss Wuling. Any indulgence would mark the beginning of an irretrievable downfall. Leaning against the fleshy biological seat, the soft warm sensation was indeed pleasant, but his mind remained focused on the calculations for the next steps. Every upgrade to the battle vehicle, every resource acquired meant one more chip for survival in this cruel world. He had no time to indulge in a moment of ease, for even the slightest lapse could lead to fatal consequences. Still somewhat useful. Yuan let out a light hum, casually swaying the modified steering wheel. Its jade-like touch was irresistible, as if vibrant life flowed within, starkly contrasting with the cold mechanical feel. This marvelous experience of transforming steel into an organic lifeform was something he had never imagined before his journey here. He could even sense a faint pulse emanating from deep within the steering wheel, like the heartbeat of the battle vehicle resonating with him. He clicked open the trading hall once again. In this desolate land, only here could he find information and resources truly a lifeline. The channel was still as noisy as ever, a chaotic mix of desperate pleas for help and false promises like a pot of boiling porridge. Region Leader Yuan, what the hell? Who just took down the elite monster? I just heard a tremendous explosion, and then all the creatures in the nearby fog went silent for a moment. So awesome. Region 1 Yen, big shot. Please, I just need to get on the vehicle safely. I'm willing to do anything. Really? Anything. You can hear my voice, I'm definitely young and beautiful. Yuan looked at Wang Yanyan's message, internally sneering, young and beautiful. In the apocalypse, this once was the greatest temptation, but now it is the heaviest burden. My battle vehicle can only carry a stronger ability to survive, not any potential liability. Furthermore, this vehicle is clad in the shell of a Wuling Hongguang. Are you sure that squeezing in won't jeopardize even the most basic safety? Region Zhao Hai, here comes another one. Big shot. I'm Zhao Hai. The one who was willing to trade a Rolex for fuel. I take back everything I said before. You're not just robbing, you're a god. The monsters in the fog are now over twice as active as usual. I feel like I can't hold on much longer. Big shot, do you have any gasoline left? I'll pay more. 5 liters of fuel. I'll trade with the land I have in Tangcheng Pin. Yuan curled his lip in disdain. The land in Tangcheng Pin was once a symbol of wealth, now it's just a pile of useless rubble. Zhao Hai's thinking has yet to detach from the old world, and his value judgment has already become completely out of touch. Gasoline in the apocalypse is not only fuel but also a manifestation of power in life. But what he holds is barely enough to even crack the skull of a common mutated beast. Region Zhang Ergo, come on Zhao, who still believes in your worthless land now? Big shot. I know you sold 10 liters of fuel, please sell just a little more. Even 1 liter will do. I can trade you this, a glowing green blueprint vehicle mounted radio. A flash of brilliance crossed Yuan's eyes. This Zhang Ergo has some insight. The vehicle-mounted radio, although I can link to the world channel through the system, a local encrypted radio might access some more secretive information or provide communication assurance in specific areas. Information is a scarce resource at any time, and it is worth investing in. Yuan sifted through the information leisurely. He was not a madman who ravaged indiscriminately out of hatred, nor a philanthropist who squandered resources. He was a clear-headed survivor who placed his own interests as the highest principle. He knew that the remaining gasoline in his possession was the hard currency of the apocalypse. He had to leverage it to obtain more crucial tools that would ensure his survival. Soon he locked onto a glowing green blueprint, basic antifreeze formula. This item was of no use to him. The Abyss Wuling came with a constant temperature system, but in frigid conditions it was a treasure for other fuel vehicles to survive. He could harvest it at a low price and sell it at a high price, earning a massive profit margin. Yuan trade basic antifreeze formula for 2 liters of purified water. Let's trade directly. Moments later the system signaled a successful transaction. Another reserve added, Yuan murmured softly, a barely perceptible smile tugging at his lips. This transaction was sure to yield profit. Then he opened the dialogue box with Lone Ranger Old Wang. Trade damaged map fragment north area for 2 bottles of purified water and 1 can of compressed biscuits. Less talk, send the trade. The transaction was completed again. In the apocalypse, efficiency equals life. Finally there was Engineer Xiao Zhou. Your vehicle-mounted simple air purification system blueprint in exchange for 5 units of refined steel and 2 units of ordinary biomass. Xiao Zhou sent a private message, almost in tears. Big shot. Can you add a bit more? My wife is very ill and needs more. Yuan's gaze was cold, his heart devoid of emotion. A sick wife is a common tragedy in the apocalypse, but it is not a reason for me to compromise. Her life is irrelevant to me, but your blueprint can genuinely enhance my vehicle's survival capacity. This is your only value and the only exchange I can offer. Cruel, but it is the iron law of the apocalypse. He did not reply to Xiao Zhou's voice request but directly sent a trade request accompanied by a short yet psychologically shattering statement: either trade or wait to die. Don't waste my time. A minute later Xiao Zhou chose to accept. System notification: trade successful. This is the rule of the apocalypse. Lu Yuan lightly clicked his tongue, his eyes showing no signs of turbulence. In the face of absolute survival pressure, all warmth and morality would become pathetically fragile. He just happened to stand in a position where he could formulate and execute these cruel rules. He stored the newly obtained blueprint. Now his customized battle vehicle could undergo a new round of upgrades. Lu Yuan silently thought install, and the system information appeared in his mind. Detected new blueprint: vehicle-mounted simple air purification system, blueprint green quality. Should it be installed immediately? Installation requirements: refined steel X15, used rubber X5, trace biomass X10. Lu Yuan decisively replied: install. Within the abyss Wuling, a peculiar gurgling sound echoed again, as if countless tiny organisms were happily writhing within. The biological membrane atop the cockpit began to become more transparent, visibly splitting into numerous intricate structures resembling plant pores. To Lu Yuan, these pores seemed as if the battle vehicle was undergoing some advanced breathing exercise, gradually improving the internal environment. Soon he felt a fresh, pure breath flowing within the cabin. The Abyss Wuling has acquired a new module: vehicle-mounted simple air purification system, green quality. Effect 1: efficient purification, capable of effectively filtering 99 of dust, harmful gases and fog particles from the air, providing a fresh and clean breathing environment. Effect 2: silent operation, the system employs biological filtration, virtually noiseless. Effect 3: self-sustaining, the system can independently extract trace biomass from the external air for operation, requiring no additional energy supply. Lu Yuan took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. The air has indeed become much fresher. He leaned back comfortably in his seat, feeling an unprecedented relaxation in his lungs. In the apocalypse, every detail that could enhance the quality of survival was invaluable, undeniably strengthening his ability to withstand the external cruelty. In addition to improving the air, Lu Yuan had a deeper enjoyment plan which was also out of consideration for enhancing survival efficiency. In his past life he was a seasoned night owl, fully aware of the importance of a quality sleeping environment for maintaining a clear mind under prolonged pressure. System: I need a more advanced internal lighting and ambience setup that can provide absolute relaxation, preferably with some hypnotic effect. Lu Yuan calmly proposed his request in his mind. He needed high-quality rest to keep his mind alert, which was not about enjoyment but about survival. The system immediately presented two options in Lu Yuan's mind. Option 1: consumes high-level biomass X3, refined steel X5, used rubber X2, can deeply optimize the existing biological photosynthesis lighting system, integrating it into the BioWave sleep module. Option 2: consumes refined steel X10, used rubber X5, trace biomass X20, can independently construct a brand new biological photosynthesis lighting system, providing a soft and sustainable internal light source. Notice Option 1 will upgrade the existing system and integrate sleep assistance functionality, offering better cost effectiveness, but will consume a small amount of high-level biomass. This suggestion is quite reasonable. Lu Yuan stroked his chin. After a brief contemplation he decisively chose Option 1. Although high-level biomass was precious, now he already possessed an active anti-corrosion fuel tank to store it. Exchanging a bit of high-level biomass for quality sleep was undoubtedly a worthy investment. Choose Option 1: integrate the BioWave sleep module. Buzz, the roof of the Abyss Wuling emitted a slight vibration again. The biological membranes, originally emitting a soft green light, seemed to be infused with new life. The light began to pulse at an extremely slow, almost imperceptible frequency, while Lu Yuan could sense a faint lavender-like fragrance wafting through the air, accompanied by a subtle low-frequency vibration that seemed to affect his brainwaves. Moments later the system resonated in Lu Yuan's mind. The Abyss Wuling's biological photosynthesis lighting system has been upgraded and integrated with the BioWave sleep module. Effect 1: soft light source, provides stable soft internal lighting, can automatically adjust brightness and can adjust light pulse according to the host's heart rate, promoting relaxation. Effect 2: biological energy supply, generates energy through light photosynthesis requiring no external power supply. Effect 3: deep sleep assistance, light and low-frequency biowaves can effectively alleviate fatigue, adjust brainwaves, induce deep sleep and reduce external noise interference. Deep sleep assistance. Before Lu Yuan could finish his sentence, a yawn he could not suppress surged and an unprecedented drowsiness struck him. The effect came faster and stronger than he had imagined. He felt utterly limp, as if melting under warm sunlight, yearning to lie down immediately and fall into a deep sleep. Cough, this effect is a bit overwhelming. Lu Yuan jolted himself awake, forcing his spirits up. Now was not the time to sleep, he had more important things to do. Before completely resting he had to consolidate his advantages as much as possible to ensure he could face everything in the best condition tomorrow. He rubbed his brow, focused his mind, and the sleep module in the cabin immediately lowered its power, slightly alleviating the intense drowsiness. System, continue to transform the cockpit. This time I want an adjustable workstation and a holographic projection that can display more information. He needed a more efficient command and information processing center, not just a driving seat. The system responded promptly. Detected host demands adjustable workstation holographic projection. Recommended option consumes refined steel X12, used rubber X8, trace biomass X25. Can conduct multifunctional integrated transformation of the cockpit, achieving retractable workstation and thought-controlled holographic projection functionality. Transform. The interior of the Abyss Wuling's cockpit once again resonated with a strange biological writhing sound. Before the driver's seat, the originally bare dashboard began to slowly extend outward, revealing a smooth biological surface that perfectly matched the height and angle for Lu Yuan's hand placement while seated. At the same time, a semi-transparent biological membrane began to appear on the inner side of the windshield, data streams flickering on it. The transformation completed. Lu Yuan's eyes brightened. The cockpit of the Abyss Wuling has undergone multifunctional integrated transformation. Function 1, adaptive workstation, can automatically extend, adjust angles based on host needs, providing a comfortable working platform. Function 2, holographic information projection, can project battle vehicle status map information, world communication channels, and other content onto the inner side of the windshield's biological membrane through thought-enabling multitasking. He tried silently commanding world communication, and instantly a dense array of text information appeared on the semi-transparent biological membrane inside the windshield, clearly visible without affecting his observation of the road ahead. This is efficiency, Lu Yuan whispered in admiration. The multitasking capability meant he could grasp external information more comprehensively while driving and make timely judgments. This ultimate experience of technology fused with biology made him feel a stronger sense of control over the Abyss Wuling. He retracted the trading panel and shifted his attention to the damaged map fragment north area in his hand. He took out another piece of fog detector fragment he had obtained earlier, and when the two fragments touched, they faintly emitted a weak glow. The night was as dark as ink. The Abyss Wuling sped through the dim wilderness, the low rumble of the engine resembling the wail of some ancient creature. Lu Yuan's hand rested steadily on the steering wheel, his gaze sweeping over the holographic display of the vehicle's status before returning to the cracked asphalt shrouded in mist. It's even more thrilling than my first time driving on the highway alone. He smiled silently. The road, corroded by the fog, was riddled with holes, the wreckage of abandoned vehicles and the decaying bodies of mutated creatures serving as eerie markers indicating the danger of the path. If it weren't for the Abyss Wuling's all-terrain living tires, he would have long since flipped over in some ditch. In the distance, lightning tore through the sky, illuminating the silhouettes of withered trees and twisted buildings. The ruins loomed in and out of visibility within the mist, resembling countless gaping maws. Lu Yuan lowered the power of the sleep module. Sleeping too deeply in a place like this was akin to suicide. He glanced at the information on the world channel, an apocalyptic version of a late-night emotional radio with each message dripping with despair. Little sweet, oh my god. Something is dragging my car, help. Blacksmith, cut the crap, the things in the mist aren't just targeting you. I haven't found decent iron in 3 days, the car is about to give up. Fat bro, big brother, do you have iron? I'll trade 3 packs of instant noodles for it. Blacksmith, get lost, can instant noodles fix a car? A trace of indifference crept across Lu Yuan's lips. While others were crying for help, complaining and scrambling for the meager resources, he was focused on how to make the Abyss Wuling stronger and how to harvest more chives in this apocalypse. It wasn't cold-heartedness. It was simply that the rules of this world were all too clear, the weak had no right to even complain. Ding, 300 meters ahead, detecting trace biological fluctuations. Ding, 250 meters ahead, detecting the remains of building, signs of low-level mutated creatures active. Lu Yuan's gaze instantly sharpened. He slowly released the accelerator, steering the Abyss Wuling off the main road and towards the abandoned factory area on the left. Each time such an abnormal signal appeared, it either signified gain or trouble. He never minded taking a gamble. The factory, with its broken walls and ruins in the mist, resembled a monster that had been dismembered. The Abyss Wuling navigated carefully among them, its living tires crunching over gravel and steel beams, producing a faint creaking sound. Ding, 3 lifeforms detected, strength weak. Can devour metal, remains abundant. A few weaklings, perfect for a late dinner. He drove the vehicle into the relatively open interior of the factory, the biological light from the roof spreading out to illuminate the surroundings. 3 mutated creatures resembling large dogs huddled in a corner, rotting fur covering their bodies, slender and powerful limbs, drool flowing with a foul stench. They noticed the Abyss Wuling. A shrill howl echoed within the factory as the 3 mutated dogs leaped forward, adopting an aggressive stance. Lu Yuan made no unnecessary movements. He merely focused his thoughts. The bone-shattering horn flickered with a green light at the front of the vehicle, radiating a cold glimmer. Go! The Abyss Wuling instantly accelerated its roar, reverberating throughout the factory. The first mutated dog couldn't react in time, its head precisely shattered by the hornet's massive body flipping in the air before crashing down. The other two, hindered by the biological magnetic field, moved sluggishly. Seizing that fleeting moment, Lu Yuan turned the vehicle's front. Boom! At the second one. The last mutated dog was utterly terrified, turning to flee deep into the factory. Thinking of escaping. A cold smile appeared on Lu Yuan's lips. He maneuvered the Abyss Wuling like a nimble predator, accelerating, turning and closing in within the narrow factory space. The mutated dog was cornered in its desperate howling. One last acceleration. Boom! Everything came to an end. Ding devoured 3 low-level mutated creatures, gained 9 units of biological matter. Lu Yuan stabilized the vehicle, allowing the living tires to automatically clean the remains and convert them into nutrients for the Abyss Wuling. He then took out his simple scavenger tool set, switched on the flashlight, and began searching the factory. Rusty machinery, twisted steel frames, scattered iron pieces, these scraps from before the apocalypse had now become highly sought after. He skillfully disassembled a giant generator, the crowbar and wrench clinking crisply in his hands. In less than an hour, a sufficient amount of refined steel and rubber piled before him. Ding recycled 20 units of refined steel, 10 units of used rubber. Returning to the vehicle, Lu Yuan tossed these materials into the flesh-melting furnace. A low hum emanated from within the vehicle. He glanced at the reserve panel. Refined steel 45 units. Used rubber 25 units. Biological matter 120 units. Not bad. But what truly mattered to him was that last piece of fog detector fragment. Lu Yuan took out the 2 fragments he already had from his backpack, which emitted a faint resonance under the biological light, a frequency that instilled an indescribable restlessness. The fog was the greatest variable. If he could avoid it in advance, the survival rate would significantly increase. Unfortunately, there were no task prompts or map markers. The apocalypse was far crueler than a game. Everything had to be explored on one's own. Lu Yuan restarted the engine of the Abyss Wuling, turned the vehicle around and slowly drove out of the factory area, disappearing into the dim road and mist. The howling wind cut like a knife on the chitinous layer of the abyssal Wuling, emitted a rustling sound. Lu Yuan rested one hand on the steering wheel, maintaining a steady speed of 60 km per hour. In the palm of his other hand, 2 fragments flickered in the darkness, their rhythm growing more frantic, like 2 hearts beating wildly. His gaze sharpened. This was no coincidence. The most basic common sense of item tracking logic: when key items are close to each other, their resonance intensifies. The near painful tremor in his palm could only mean one thing: the third fragment was close at hand. Lu Yuan straightened his posture, his fingertips gliding across the biological membrane touchscreen. The scanning range of the holographic radar instantly reached its limit as those silver eyes gleamed with a dangerous light in the dimness. Severe fault detected ahead on the road. Anomalous signal source detected in the right wilderness. He ignored the prompts. His gaze darted directly to the right window. There was no road, only dense fog twice as thick as the asphalt. The pitch-black desert covered in gravel had a visibility of no more than 5 meters. The headlights tore through the mist, creating 2 pale beams of light, but that was all. Any normal survivor would not leave the road on a night like this. The strangeness of this fog was well known. Lu Yuan licked the corner of his mouth, his tone chillingly cold. "Shall we prove the quality of those new shoes of yours?" V-room. The low growl of the biological engine responded like a beast. The steering wheel was jerked and the abyssal Wuling broke free as it turned. The entire vehicle charged recklessly off the asphalt. Gravel scattered everywhere. The all-terrain living tires, upon contact with the desert, cracked open their black rubber surface, exposing countless fleshy suckers that latched onto every loose rock. With the biological hydraulic suspension of the chassis, the abyssal Wuling actually accelerated through the rocky wilderness. The speed increased. The mist thickened. In the end, even the 5 meters in front of the car became a swirling grayish-white blur. Lu Yuan gently placed his hand on the steering wheel, yet his eyes closed. He was listening, using the slightest tremor returned by the tire sensors to replace his vision. This was the tacit understanding he had reached with Xiao Wu. Warning. The system prompt did not break his concentration. The fragments in his palm trembled increasingly violently, almost jumping out from between his fingers. The corners of his mouth widened. Closer. Very close. The signal source on the holographic projection flickered once before stabilizing. Distance 50 meters. Lu Yuan pressed the brake. The abyssal Wuling came to a steady stop in the thick fog. Through the glow of the headlights, a huge black silhouette hazily emerged, a toppled heavy armored personnel carrier lying in a crater-like depression. The vehicle was riddled with damage, the thick bulletproof armor torn apart, exposing the distorted alloy skeleton within. The double helix gene chain insignia on the paint was already damaged beyond recognition. This was not something a survivor could possess. Lu Yuan did not rush to exit the vehicle. The first rule of the apocalypse: do not die of curiosity. He activated the black scale bone piercer, keeping the biological engine in a state of roaring idle, ready to explode. Then he raised his hand. Searchlight. Maximum power. Two blinding beams of light instantly tore through the fog, piercing unceremoniously into the interior of the personnel carrier. In the next moment, Lu Yuan's pupils contracted. There were no corpses inside the compartment. Nor were there any zombies. Only a large mass of translucent grayish-white slime. It looked like remnants of some giant spider web. And in the very center of the slime, a metallic sphere emitting a silver glow pulsed gently. Fragment of the fog detector 33. In the moment his gaze locked onto it, the slime began to writhe. Violently writhing. A nauseating grinding sound emanated from the darkness. A figure covered in translucent grayish-white chitinous armor crawled out from the shadows. It had no eyes, only a terrifying maw with a gaping opening and four sharp limbs that struck sparks against the steel. Second-tier mutated creature, Mist Stalker. Traits: optical invisibility, high-frequency cutting blades. Lu Yuan did not flinch. He licked his lips, his eyes bursting with a greedy light. A food source higher than the black scale claw beast. A gift from heaven. Hiss. The monster emitted a sharp hiss and its form vanished the moment it touched the surrounding mist. Perfect invisibility. Interesting. Lu Yuan scoffed coldly, closing his eyes. To deal with an invisible enemy, tricks would only hasten death. All of his focus was on the steering wheel, achieving a resonant frequency with the abyssal Wuling through neural connections. At this moment the perception of the war vehicle was his perception. Creak. Creak. An extremely subtle sound of claws treading on gravel came from the left. It was like the sound of war drums echoing in his eardrums. Lu Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. He cranked the steering wheel hard to the left and floored the accelerator. Rumble. The abyssal Wuling transformed into a giant beast with blood-red eyes. With no defense, it launched the most violent tailspin charge right on the spot. Bang. A burst of thick green foul-smelling blood exploded in the air. The Mist Stalker's invisible disguise was instantly shattered, its elongated body flung into the air by centrifugal force. The high-frequency limb that was about to strike had not yet drawn its arc when the black scale bone piercer had already accurately pierced its soft abdomen. Devour it whole. Lu Yuan's tone was calm. The front of the vehicle cracked open, dark red blood and flesh tendrils surged out like a dance of demons, instantly wrapping around the second-tier monster and forcibly dragging it into the feeding mouth. The scream of crushed bones echoed in the night. Everything ended quickly. Lu Yuan opened the car door and walked towards the armored vehicle with a crowbar. His movements were clean and decisive. He pried open the enveloping slime and grasped the metallic sphere radiating silver light in his palm. In the next second, the other two fragments in his backpack flew out automatically. The three fragmented pieces intertwined and fused in midair, erupting in a dazzling yet not blinding golden glow. A new object took shape in the light. Lu Yuan reached out to catch it. It was a radar filled with precision mechanics and a sci-fi texture. Golden-grade item, mist detection radar. Without any hesitation, he placed it directly on the biological workstation of the abyssal Wuling. System: connect to the war vehicle's neural hub. Countless dark red biological neural endings emerged from the surface of the workstation, wrapping around the radar like blood vessels. Connection successful. Lu Yuan raised his head, looking at the translucent biological membrane on the inside of the windshield. The detection range, originally only a few hundred meters, suddenly expanded. All the terrain contours within a 50-kilometer radius, the distribution of supply boxes, and the densely packed red dots representing mutated creatures appeared clearly before him, as if he had gained a god's perspective. A brand new world opened up before him. But when his gaze tried to pierce through this 50-kilometer range, looking further into the depths of the death fog that advanced at a constant speed of 20 kilometers per hour, the radar screen was instantly covered by a thick gray interference wave. A blur. No recognizable images. Unknown energy field interference exists in the depths of the fog, unable to conduct further distance detection. Lu Yuan leaned back against the biological seat. He remained silent for several seconds. He had initially thought this golden-grade item could directly reveal the full scope of the world. But evidently the secrets of this fog were far deeper than he had imagined. It was not created by some monster, but rather carried a powerful interference force of its own. As expected, it's not that simple. He murmured softly. Although he could not unravel the ultimate secret of the fog, a 50-kilometer field of vision was already sufficient. At least he knew that the fog was fraught with danger, and these dangers were constantly surging from afar. He extended his hand, patting the steering wheel that had a warm pulse. His fingertips gently tapped a few times on the biological membrane, his eyes flashing with calculating light. Xiaowu, the itinerary for the next 4 days needs to be adjusted. Since the depths of the fog were an unknown that could not be discerned, the wisest choice was to clean out all high-value resource points in this clear area before him. Madly upgrade the vehicle's armor and firepower. Build up enough strength, speed, and armor. As for the truth at the end of the fog. A sharp light flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. Then we will see it when we are capable of uncovering it. Rumble. The abyssal Wuling let out a deafening roar, carrying that invaluable golden-grade map, charging back to the main road like a dark red lightning bolt brazenly. Behind, the unfathomable grayish-white fog continued to swallow everything at a constant speed. And in Lu Yuan's eyes, a new target had already ignited. The Abyss Wuling carved a dark red afterimage across the rugged wasteland before surging back onto the crumbling asphalt main road. Lu Yuan gripped the steering wheel with one hand, his gaze unwavering from the holographic radar. That vast crimson shadow, labeled Death Mist, still loomed ominously on the distant horizon, blurred and unsettling. A warning echoed in his mind, the system's voice calm and precise caution. Though the Abyss Wuling possesses infinite evolutionary potential, it is by no means an invincible vessel immune to physical or biological laws. The absolute consumption ceiling of the Fleshforge furnace must never exceed the vehicle's current tier. Lu Yuan frowned. Put that in plain terms. In essence, a Tier 1 war vehicle may only consume Tier 2 mutated beings at maximum. Forcing ingestion of a Tier 3 lifeform would flood the furnace with its volatile bioenergy and ultradense corporeal mass, rupturing the inner walls instantly. The vehicle would disintegrate and the host would perish alongside it. Lu Yuan said nothing, only nodded. He had long anticipated this limitation. Then he adjusted the holographic radar's focal depth. 15 kilometers ahead along the main road, a piercing blue light pulsed steadily, surrounded by 4 undulating crimson dots. The largest bore the radar designation Tier 2 Magma Raging Bear. Yet Lu Yuan held his gaze on that red dot for a long while. His eyes narrowed. Normally a peak Tier 2 creature would emit a vivid pulsating crimson radiance, a sign of robust vitality. But this bear's signature was dull, flickering unsteadily. What did that imply? Injury. Severe injury. His visor autofocused, revealing unmistakable wounds, shredded fur on its left flank exposing raw muscle, a fissured tumor on its back, its inner glow sputtering erratically. This was no pristine apex predator, it was a battle-worn monster freshly scarred. Did it fight another creature recently? Lu Yuan mentally reconstructed the sequence. Judging by the trauma, the clash was ferocious. Its effective combat capacity has likely dropped to mid-tier 2. That changed everything. A Tier 1 war vehicle against a mid-tier 2 adversary remained perilous, but no longer a death sentence. With sound tactics and optimal exploitation of speed advantage, victory was attainable. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened, clear, resolute, alight with calculation. 80 units of high-grade biomass, a chance for total rebirth lies right before me. His fingers tapped lightly on the wheel, but only if I survive. He began plotting the hunt. First, though wounded, the bear retained savage instinct. A frontal assault would shatter the Tier 1 armor beneath its massive claws within seconds. So, he would use fire. His eyes swept over the heap of wrecked automobiles and natural fuel depot. Second, even monsters succumb to primal fear and fury when engulfed in flame, disrupting rational response and slowing reaction time. Third, blinding it with high-beam headlights, then striking at maximum velocity, should drive the ram spike deep into its chest cavity before full awareness could return. This isn't gambling. He affirmed inwardly, it's a reasoned decision grounded in precise assessment of the enemy's weakened state. His hand settled firmly upon the ignition switch. 10 minutes later, Lu Yuan halted the vehicle 500 meters away, cloaked in darkness. Through radar and visor, he reconfirmed the bear's condition: no deterioration, no recovery. This was its current combat state. It crouched beside a metallic crate, its forelimbs twitching intermittently, a clear sign of acute pain. Confirmed the beast was no longer at its peak. Lu Yuan opened the door and melted into the night like a shadow carrying a canister of gasoline, silent, deliberate, unseen as he slipped behind a crash barrier of reinforced concrete. He unscrewed the canister and poured the pungent fuel down the gentle incline, letting gravity draw it beneath the tangled wreckage. The entire operation was utterly soundless. 3 mutated hyenas lifted their heads, sniffing irritably, turning restlessly yet not moving. The bear remained hunched, oblivious to the encroaching danger. Lu Yuan withdrew a rusted spark plug. His breathing remained steady, measured. In that instant his mindset had fully shifted into the hunter's frequency, cold-focused, every motion calibrated for lethal precision. Shoo! Sparks erupted against concrete. Boom! Instantly gasoline ignited into a ravenous roaring dragon of flame. The 3 hyenas vanished beneath shrieks of agony, the tollbooth passage transformed into a searing inferno. The crouching bear surged upright, unleashing a deafening earth-shaking roar, but already its reflexes lagged. It was surrounded, overwhelmed by fire terror and blind rage. Now! Yuan sprinted back to the driver's seat, igniting the engine and flooding the road with blinding high beams. Roar! The Abyss Wuling surged forward like a predator emerging from darkness, velocity spiking to 140 km/h, hurtling toward the bear whose senses were shattered by flame and light. The ram's shriek tore through air, crack. A strike of unnerving perfection. The spike pierced the bear's chest cavity in an instant. It had no time even to utter a final cry. Yuan immediately activated the ram's secondary function. Barbed hooks exploded outward and the fleshforge furnace's feeding aperture yawned open, countless dark red tendrils lunging into the wound. The entire process lasted less than 2 seconds. In desperate fury and despair, the bear tried twisting to strike the hull, but its strength had bled away in prior combat, exhausted beyond recovery. Its massive paw slammed onto the hood with a muffled thud, inflicting far less damage than Yuan had feared. Warning: target's energy level has reached 93 of the furnace's current absorption threshold. Fleshforge furnace operating at maximum capacity. Yuan clenched his teeth. Heat surged inside the cabin, steering wheel scalding to the touch, but he refused to let go. 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes and it would all be over. Maximum absorption successful. Target Tier 2 mutated beast, magma raging bear acquired high-grade biomass 80 acquired magma fire sac rare mutated organ 1 acquired Tier 2 frenzy core 1. Yuan slumped against the seat, drenched in sweat, breathing heavily. White steam curled from the hood, the air hung thick with the acrid stench of charred flesh and scorched meat. He raised his hand, examining the palm blistered by searing heat. It burned, but he paid it no mind. This is it. His eyes gleamed with fierce exhilaration, assessing the target, devising the plan, executing without flaw, surviving to claim the reward. This is true hunting. He stepped out, crowbar in hand, striding toward the alloy crate glowing with eerie cerulean light, and struck the lock once hard. The lid swung open slowly, bathing Yuan's face in that cool, otherworldly blue radiance. Crossing from the first stage to the second is not merely an accumulation of biomass, it is a qualitative leap, much like how refueling a car only allows it to run further without ever changing the number of cylinders in the engine. Yuan's gaze fell upon the blue alloy box before him. This object, emanating a ghostly blue glow along with the remains of the peak second stage lava violent bear, was the final 2 pieces of the puzzle for him to break through his shackles. Click, the heavy blue alloy lock issued a crisp sound under the pry bar. At the moment the lid popped open, a wave of icy blue soft light spilled out, revealing 3 items exuding terrifying energy fluctuations, quietly lying within shock-absorbing gel. Ding! Blue quality material box opened. Acquired liquid memory alloy X20. Acquired second stage vehicle upgrade source material X1. Acquired structural blueprint biological chamber high pressure injection sac X1. Yuan's cracked lips finally curved into an unrestrained arc. He finally understood. He clenched the massive liquid alloy, writhing like a living creature, and murmured to himself, no matter how much meat I eat, I cannot break through this wall. A first stage chassis cannot withstand the violent output of the second stage. The only result of forced upgrades is destruction, total annihilation. He needed second stage source material to reshape his genetic chain, a second stage mutated core as a new heart, and liquid memory alloy to strengthen the mechanical skeleton. Everything was in place. System: with these materials initiate my second stage evolution. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuan threw the materials into the steaming Abyss Wuling. Ding! Evolution materials gathered. The Abyss Wuling is about to enter second stage reorganization slumber state. Warning: this evolution will involve extremely violent physical restructuring and high temperatures. Please evacuate immediately. Yuan felt the terrifying heat wave that could almost roast a person alive. He pulled out the car key, pushed the door open, and dashed toward the concrete barricade a dozen meters away. Behind him, everything about the Abyss Wuling was changing. The cold wind of the wilderness cut like a knife, and the flames of the abandoned toll station were still burning fiercely. Yuan stood in the shadows, his gaze calmly fixed ahead. He knew very well that the only thing he could rely on now was this war machine before him. As long as it was powerful enough, nothing could truly kill him. Boom! The muffled explosion shattered the silence. The Abyss Wuling ahead transformed completely into a massive dark red flesh cocoon. Countless thick fleshly tendrils extended wildly from the chassis, tightly enveloping the entire vehicle. Inside the flesh cocoon, glaring blue light intertwined chaotically with the dark red glow of magma. It was the shriek of metal tearing, the roar of the second stage violent core replacing the old heart, and the ripping sound of the new high-pressure injection sac merging with the violent bear's fire sac. This brutal yet aesthetically mechanical metamorphosis lasted a full half hour. When the last blood vessel withered and fell away, a terrifying biological magnetic field surged forth like a tangible shockwave, sweeping across the entire abandoned toll station. Bang! The flesh cocoon exploded violently into a cloud of ashes. And in its place a brand new steel giant exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression slowly opened its eyes, two scarlet headlights like ghostly flames. Lu Yuan's breath caught in his throat. There was hardly a trace of the Wuling Hongguan left. Its chassis had been entirely widened and lowered with 4 all-terrain living tires as large as those on heavy trucks, the surface covered in dragon scale-like hard-textured suction cups. The originally rectangular and inexpensive iron shell had been completely covered by a layer of black-red heavy armor. This was the perfect fusion of liquid memory alloy and advanced biomass. The armor was streamlined to perfection with edges sharp as knives, the surface pulsating with the cold light of metal and the heartbeat of life. But the most terrifying aspect was its front end. The originally rough black-scaled bone spike had fused entirely with the front end, transforming into a massive battering ram resembling a war axe. And at the very center of the battering ram, where the front air grill is, there opened an alloy gate resembling a gaping abyss. Deep within that dark door one could vaguely see dark red magma slowly flowing. Ding! Evolution complete. Congratulations host, you have acquired a second stage terrestrial fortress, Abyss Tyrant. Tier second stage initial level can suppress most second stage mutated entities impervious to small caliber thermal weapon bombardments. New main cannon level armament, lava high pressure injection poured deep blue grade, effective range 50 meters, can spray 800 degree ultra high pressure corrosive magma melting all low tier armor. Lu Yuan stepped forward, lovingly caressing the cold hard yet warmly pulsing black red heavy armor. His fingers struck its surface, producing a deep resonant metallic echo. This was undoubtedly the ultimate romance for a man. Click. He opened the heavy scissor-style armored door and sat down in the newly refreshed cockpit. The originally crude interior had been completely replaced, now enveloped in dark red biological membranes and metallic frameworks forming a fully enclosed space capsule. The biological leather seat intelligently adjusted the moment he sat down, countless delicate neural tendrils climbing up along his spine. Deep synchronization completed. Boom, vroom vroom. The second stage flesh furnace emitted a deafening roar. It was no longer the sound of an ordinary engine but the true roar of a giant beast shaking the surrounding ruins. Lu Yuan grasped the biological steering wheel, glancing at the holographic map on the inside of the windshield. On the radar behind, the eerie mist continued to advance slowly like a living monster. The distance was steadily shrinking. Time was fleeting. Lu Yuan's gaze was cold and resolute. He had no idea what that thing was, but now he had the capital to confront it. With one foot pressing the accelerator to the floor, the Abyss Tyrant shot forward like a heavy cannonball, crashing through the toll station's barrier and speeding toward the next high-risk resource point. Hunt. Upgrade. Devour everything. Boom, whum. The Abyssal Tyrant roared across the wasteland highway like a primordial beast clad in black and crimson exoskeletal armor, hurtling forward at a terrifying speed exceeding 150 km/h. After ascending to Tier 2, the furnace's roar had transformed, not into a gut-wrenching shriek but into a profoundly subsonic thrum, a deep oppressive vibration resonating within the chest cavity itself. Lu Yuan sank comfortably into the deeply contoured bio-leather seat, his left hand hovering lightly over the steering wheel as his gaze settled upon the golden tier mist detection radar resting on the console. On the holographic display, terrain features, abandoned vehicles and crimson blips marking mutated lifeforms, all within a 50-kilometer radius ahead of the Abyssal Tyrant, were rendered with crystalline clarity as if etched onto the palm of one's hand. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened imperceptibly. Ending. Massive thermal signatures detected 10 kilometers ahead. N-scan result: human survivor convoy, approximately 15 vehicles forming an extensive artificial roadblock. An artificial roadblock. Lu Yuan arched a faint eyebrow, watching as dense clusters of green blips sealed the highway ahead with absolute unyielding density. In the dead of night on day 3 of the apocalypse, anyone bold enough to halt their vehicle mid-highway and erect a barricade was certainly no ordinary survivor. Judging by the scale, this was either a major guild or a tightly knit band of desperados setting up a toll checkpoint. Meanwhile, 10 kilometers ahead, a narrow stretch of road known as the One-Thread Sky, flanked on both sides by sheer jagged cliffs. 15 off-road vehicles and pickup trucks, each modified to varying degrees, lay haphazardly stacked across the asphalt, sealing the passage completely. Rudimentary jury-rigged heavy machine guns bristled atop the vehicle roofs, searchlights bathed the road ahead in blinding clinical white. Behind the barricade, dozens of men swathed in thick tactical jackets stood around a roaring bonfire, gripping compound crossbows and crude shotguns as they warmed themselves. Brother Tao, it's the dead of night, no one's shown up yet. Did we set up this checkpoint too early? A bald burly man tossed a scrap of charred wood into the flames, rubbing his frost-nipped hands as thick plumes of white vapor billowed from his mouth. The man called Brother Tao was a cold, scarred figure, his face bisected by a brutal gash. He idly spun a white rarity, fine-quality mountain-splitting cleaver, dropped by the system, in his fingers and sneered, "You understand nothing." During the first 3 days, the tutorial phase, everyone's scrambling blindly for supplies. But starting today, most solo players' vehicles will begin failing. They'll stampede toward main arteries like panicked cattle. Brother Tao rose and strode to a pickup truck, slapping the welded steel bull bar bolted to its hood. "We hold this choke point, the one-thread sky. Anyone desperate enough to pass through must surrender half their cargo and all their fuel. Refuse. We'll turn them and their vehicle into Swiss cheese. Every last scrap becomes property of the starving wolf convoy, and still the sharpest mind among us, Brother Tao." His underlings chorused, voices thick with sycophantic fervor. These men had been societal outcasts in the old world, brutal, reckless, and lawless. In this boundless, lawless highway they'd found their true element, launching a bloodless, high-yield highway robbery enterprise. WHUM. At that moment a profoundly muffled, earth-trembling engine growl seeped from the distant darkness. The sound surged closer, growing ever more oppressive, quickening heartbeats with primal dread. And a fat lamb approaches, and Scarface Tao whirled sharply, eyes blazing with avarice and exhilaration. "Everyone, mount up. Gunners, ready your weapons. Sweep those searchlights down the road, now," and swish, swish, swish. And 3 blinding beams of light tore through the night, converging precisely on the far end of the highway. At the incandescent epicenter of that glare, a colossal black and crimson shadow hurtled forward with impossible, monstrous velocity. 100 km/h. 120 km/h. 150 km/h. And not a single deceleration, its speed held absolute, unwavering. As distance collapsed, Scarface Tao and his men finally beheld the full horror before them, a war machine almost entirely sheathed in sleek black and crimson armored plating, streamlined, massive, and utterly inhuman. Its colossal all-terrain tires resembled grinding millstones poised to pulverize all resistance. The front-mounted battering ram, shaped like a colossal battle-axe, reflected a sinister obsidian gleam beneath the searchlights. Most chilling of all, from the metal gate splitting open at the vehicle's prow, a searing magma-bright crimson glow pulsed with volcanic intensity. "What the hell is that?" A military assault vehicle. The bald thug dropped his weapon with a clatter, knees trembling violently. "Don't panic. It's still just one vehicle." Scarface Tao choked down his own terror and bellowed, 15 cars are blocking this pass, our wall weighs dozens of tons. If he dares charge, he'll be crushed along with his ride. Fire warning shots, force him to slow and bang. Bang bang. And crude homemade rounds struck the pavement ahead of the Abyssal Tyrant, spitting sparks like angry fireflies. Inside the cabin, Yuan observed the holographic blips, frantic, absurd, clownish, on the display. His eyes remained still, depthless pools of utter stillness betraying no flicker of emotion. "Toll collection, directed at me," and Yuan slowly raised his right hand, letting his index finger hover over the crimson bioluminescent activation button embedded at the wheel's center, the master trigger for the primary armament. The Abyssal Tyrant's current Tier 2 memory-reinforced armor could, if needed, simply barrel through, reducing those 15 rust buckets to crumpled scrap metal like kicking aside aluminum cans. But he refused to waste even a single micron of paint on such vermin, and would not permit the recoil from a catastrophic impact to disrupt his momentum. "Since you enjoy blocking roads." A cold, predatory smile curled Yuan's lips, and his thumb descended, decisive and merciless. "Then let me show you what absolute firepower annihilation truly means. System activate magma high-pressure nozzle. Full 100 charge. Clear the field. Ruawar." At Yuan's command, the Abyssal Tyrant's central alloy gate burst fully open, revealing a yawning, light-devouring maw. The magma sac, assimilated from the Tier 2 Savage Bear, roared to life inside the flesh furnace, its hyper-pressurized pumps igniting a detonative pre-eruptive thunder, a volcano's final furious breath before cataclysm. In the next instant, reflected in the wide petrified pupils of Scarface Tao and his dozens of stunned bandits, a half-meter thick dark red plasma lance, core temperature soaring to 800 C, erupted with apocalyptic fury. Bearing the annihilating aura of total combustion, it cleaved the air like a colossal flamesword thrust forth from the abyss itself, spanning 50 meters of lethal range to strike their vaunted steel barrier with devastating absolute force. With a sharp hiss, a surge of dark crimson superheated lava leapt 50 meters in an instant like a blazing divine sword drawn from its sheath. The lead pickup and the scar-faced man beside it had no time to cry out. Under the crushing pressure and core temperatures climbing to 800 degrees, they were melted and set aflame by the unbearable heat. A thunderous roar followed as a pillar of lava swept mercilessly across the line of off-road vehicles. Those so-called bulletproof steel plates crumpled like paper before Yuan's second-tier firepower iron liquefied into blinding molten metal that splattered tires, burst, and fuel tanks detonated one after another. Monster. It's a monster. Run. The bandits who had barely escaped rolled in the shockwave, writhing on the ground and emitting despairing howls. A single charged jet rent a 7 to 8 meter wide breach through the defensive line of a dozen vehicles. The ground was strewn with flowing magma and burning wreckage. Yuan sat in the comfortable cockpit, expressionless as he watched the infernal scene outside the window. "Clean it up," he said calmly. Yuan Baojun emitted a low guttural roar. The massive chassis rolled slowly over a road running with molten iron beneath the prow, a furnace of flesh thrust forth dark red tendrils that deftly curled around half-melted frames, heavy gun barrels and assorted scraps swallowing them whole. Ding! Absorbed 12 wrecked vehicle remains and obtained 105 refined steel and 30 discarded rubber. Looting successful, acquired 120 liters of common gasoline, 15 liters of purified water and 3 assorted schematics. Yuan tapped the steering wheel. That haul pushed his fuel reserves up to 150 liters. On this frigid night that would carry him a long way. A low hum thrummed through the vehicle. After cleaning the battlefield, the Yuan Baojun drove out of the canyon flanked by sheer rock walls. As it passed the exit, the vista suddenly opened up. The highway ahead widened without warning. What had been a two-lane road abruptly became a super thoroughfare wide enough to accommodate 8 heavy trucks abreast. The windshield reflected the jet-black roadway stretching to the horizon. Yuan's gaze fell upon the radar on the workbench. With the terrain opening, the radar sweep was no longer obstructed by the canyon and unfurled across the horizons on both sides. On the screen, slender tributary routes appeared along the left and right edges, 7 or 8 lines extending from various valleys and wastelands before converging into the 8-lane artery beneath them. Suddenly he understood. The endless highway had never been a mere one-way road. It was a vast network. The system had isolated billions across countless branches with convoluted terrain, and now as survival progressed, those branches were finally converging here. That scar-faced man had been clever. He knew this choke point where a side route fed into the main artery and lay in ambush. Unluckily for him, he had met Yuan. Yuan broadened the radar's detection range and scanned the main artery ahead. There were no bizarre ruins nor mountains teeming with monsters. Only a straight, interminably long road stretched before him. Occasionally faint supply crates flickered at the edges and tiny green blips crawled slowly along. Other survivors. He held the Yuan Baojun's speed steady at 80 km/h. In a world where most dared not press the accelerator for fear of wasting a single drop of fuel, his second-tier behemoth, requiring no gasoline and capable of automatically regulating its interior temperature, was a mobile fortress. After a night of combat, he needed to rest. Yuan pressed the adaptive workbench and a storage compartment eased open. He produced a vacuum-packed strip of jerky and a can of ice-cold cola, an extravagant luxury in this era. He pulled the tab, bubbles surged. The icy sweet carbonation slid down his throat, and in this near-freezing apocalypse relaxed his entire body. Munching the jerky, he opened the trading channel. 150 liters of gasoline, the number churned in his mind for a moment. Gasoline was precious but not unheard of. Powerful players and guild lords maintained reserves. The problem was that their vehicles, mostly converted into heavy off-road rigs or armored pickups, consumed fuel prodigiously. Their fuel was never enough. They constantly exchanged advanced schematics and rare materials for more. Low-tier players, by contrast, would risk their lives for half a liter. Yuan's advantage lay in the fact that the Yuan Baojun burned no gasoline. That meant every liter could serve as bargaining chips to trade for the most valuable items. But he could not dump it all at once. He tapped the virtual keyboard and, avoiding any ostentatious post, listed a trade link in a merchant's measured tone. Listing common gasoline 1 liter x2. Wanted high-grade biomass, special mutated or functional schematics of green quality or higher. Note: mutually beneficial trades, price negotiable. As soon as the post went live, private message alerts began flickering. Requests streamed in without end. Yuan leaned back, a faint indifferent curve lifting one corner of his mouth. In this world, true power was often conveyed in the simplest terms. The crimson Abyss Tyrant glided steadily along the desolate 8-lane arterial road at a constant speed of 80 km/h, like a silent colossal beast patrolling its domain in the dead of night. Inside the cabin, Yuan resealed the half-empty packet of beef jerky and tossed it casually into the passenger-side storage compartment. With one hand resting lightly on the bioluminescent steering wheel, its faint pulsing rhythm mimicking a living heartbeat, he idly twirled a frost-chilled can of cola in the other, his gaze drifting serenely toward the holographic display embedded within the windshield. 10 minutes had passed since he'd posted the trade listing 2 liters of standard gasoline in 2 portions. In the ever-shifting expanse of the endless highway, 10 minutes were more than enough for fate to pivot. Indeed, the public chat feed of the regional trading hall had already descended into frenzied chaos over those mere 2 liters of fuel. Region Zhaodaqiang, am I blind? 1 liter of gasoline for high-tier biomass or a green schematic. That's rarer than loot dropped only by tier 2 monsters. This anonymous merchant must be destitute or insane. Region Li Shui Wawawa. Senior brother, I only have 3 moldy loaves and half a bottle of muddy yellow water. I beg you, give me some fuel. My vehicle speed has plummeted to 20. The fog behind me is terrifying. Region Sun, ergo, stop begging him. Vampires like him are just exploiting our desperation. Let's unite and boycott him. No one buys, let the fuel rot in his hands. Region Wang Meng, Ironblood Brotherhood, anonymous friend, leave room for future encounters. Everyone knows the current drop rates. Your price is pure extortion. I'll offer double the refined steel for your 2 liters, call it goodwill. Lu Yuan tilted his head back and swallowed a long icy gulp of carbonated fizz, then let out a deeply satisfying resonant belch. Boycott. Against absolute survival necessity, collective resistance is frilier than discarded parchment. Lu Yuan paid no heed to the public channel's clamor. He understood human nature all too well. Those who raged loudest on screen were invariably the weakest players, devoid of leverage, masking terror with impotent fury. True buyers, the elite who held rare resources and wielded real power, would never waste breath on public theatrics. Instead, they were silently weighing their options: surrender a legendary schematic, or perish on the highway as their fuel ran dry, a tormenting soul-rending calculus. Lu Yuan dismissed the cacophonous public feed with a flick of his finger and opened his private inbox, already overflowing with 99 unread messages. Automated keyword filtering had purged all sob stories, hollow promises, and low-tier barter attempts, leaving only 5 messages glowing with the soft emerald light of high-value item verification. They've bitten. A cold razor-thin smile curled Lu Yuan's lips as he tapped open the first message. Buyer War God Temple, Guangshao brother, let's dispense with pretense. I drive a heavily armored bulletproof Humvee, an insatiable gas guzzler. My fuel gauge is on empty. In exchange for 1 liter I offered the green schematic vehicle-mounted heavy ram. Lu Yuan scanned it and laughed a sharp dismissive sound. A vehicle-mounted heavy ram. His own prow currently bore a fusion of liquid alloy and Tier 2 Storm Bear carapace, the magma high-pressure nozzle fused with living memory armor. To him, ordinary steel rams were little more than plastic toys. Lu Yuan replies, I have no use for scrap metal. This schematic fails to meet requirements. Next. He sent it and immediately opened the second message. Buyer Wild Hunter Elder, young man, your appetite is vast. Yet I truly need fuel to widen the gap between myself and the fog closing in behind me. I hold no green schematics, but I do possess Tier 3 biomass 3. 1 liter for 1 liter. Not if agreed, walk away if not. Lu Yuan's fingers paused mid-tap upon the steering wheel. 3 units of Tier 3 biomass, exactly matching his preset psychological floor. This resource was the essential catalyst for his war vehicle's evolution, never excessive, always vital. Yet he withheld agreement, letting the sender wait a full minute, a calculated silence, before replying, measured and unhurried, agreed. Ding. Transaction successful. You have lost 1 liter of standard gasoline. Congratulations. You have acquired Tier 3 biomass 3. A crisp system chime echoed through the cabin. 3 warm dark red biomass clumps materialized inside the cockpit. Lu Yuan casually shoved them into the biomatter storage sack beneath his feet and felt his mood lift markedly. 1 liter remains. His gaze settled on the final 3 unread messages. After rejecting 2 more offers, one proposing a miniature submachine gun schematic, the other a rare mutated wolf fawn, the attachment in the last message made Lu Yuan's eyes gleam with sudden intensity. Buyer gratitude in a drop, female senior brother. I'm not sure if this is what you seek. At the start luck favored me, I opened a silver blind box. But my vehicle is merely an ordinary minicar, its chassis dangerously low. Earlier I swerved to avoid a monster and tore open the undercarriage. My fuel tank now leaks heavily, I have less than 5 kilometers of range left. I possess the green rare schematic vehicle-mounted water purification recycling system. If that falls short, I'll add the 10 liters of turbid mudwater I gathered moments ago. Please exchange 1 liter of fuel for my life. Vehicle-mounted water purification recycling system. For half a second Lu Yuan's breath quickened. In the apocalypse, what posed the gravest threat beyond monsters was water. Survivors fought daily for half a bottle of yellow toxin-laced sludge, each sip a gamble with death. Dehydration eroded reflexes, sapped strength, and delivered slow, inevitable demise. Though Lu Yuan had recently seized 15 liters of purified water, such reserves were finite, every drop consumed was gone forever. But with this system, even filthy puddle water, or mutated beast blood, could be transmuted into life-sustaining purity. It was nothing less than the cornerstone module for constructing a fully self-sufficient mobile sanctuary. Lu Yuan drew a slow, steadying breath, suppressing the surge of elation, then typed swiftly across the holographic keyboard. Lu Yuan replies, the schematic is passable. Submit both the schematic and your 10 liters of contaminated water for 1 liter of fuel. Immediate exchange. He deliberately infused his reply with reluctant tolerance, no hint of eagerness. She replied instantly, her desperation palpable, her situation dire. Gratitude in a drop, thank you, senior brother. Thank you for saving my life. Ding. Transaction successful. You have lost 1 liter of standard gasoline. Congratulations. You have acquired green rare schematic vehicle-mounted water purification recycling system 1. Congratulations! You have acquired turbid mudwater 10 liters. A flash of white light, and there it lay, a delicately intricate schematic radiating soft emerald luminescence alongside a plastic drum brimming with murky ochre-brown sludge, both resting perfectly atop the passenger seat. Pleasure doing business. Satisfied, Lu Yuan closed the trading hall interface and permanently withdrew the 2-liter gasoline listing. 2 liters of industrial fuel, useless to any Tier 2 war vehicle, had leveraged Tier 3 evolutionary sustenance and an unparalleled survival infrastructure artifact. That was information asymmetry monopolized. System immediately analyze installation prerequisites for the vehicle-mounted water purification recycling system. Ding. Detected green rare schematic vehicle-mounted water purification recycling system. Installation requires refined steel 30 scrap rubber 10 low-grade fiberglass 5 trace biomass 20. All required resources are fully available courtesy of the convoy assets seized in the previous chapter. Proceed with live integration on the Crimson Abyss Tyrant. Integrate immediately. Embed it within the armored interlayer behind the driver's seat and route the output nozzle directly into the central armrest console beside my right hand. Lu Yuan issued the command without hesitation. VVVVRRR, gurgle gurgle. At once a strange organic undulation resonated through the spacious cabin. The dark red biological membrane behind him rippled and split open. The refined steel and fiberglass salvaged from the looted convoy melted rapidly within grasping tendrils of living flesh, fusing seamlessly with the Crimson Abyss Tyrant's neural core. Within the vehicle's armored cavity, a miniature biofiltration chamber rapidly coalesced, crafted from precision alloy tubing and micropore filters, even replicating the kidney-like purification function of living organs. Then a sleek silver water outlet, sleek, futuristic, and impossibly elegant, extended along the interior wall, embedding itself flawlessly into the central armrest console beside Lu Yuan's right hand. Ding! Live integration complete. Your war vehicle has successfully installed life support module, vehicle-mounted water purification recycling system, green rare. Module trait 1. Deep purification aggressively absorbs and filters all impurities, toxins, and even trace radiation from any aqueous medium, yielding 100 potable water. Module trait 2. Biothermal regulation. Output water temperature may be adjusted freely between 0°C and 100°C via user intent, operating at ultra-low energy cost. Module trait 3. Autonomous intake. External water sources may be poured directly into the intake port. The system automatically stores and recycles them. Perfect. Lu Yuan stared at the exquisitely crafted silver faucet embedded in his armrest, then unscrewed the plastic drum of turbid mudwater on the passenger seat and poured its entire contents into the intake port mounted beneath the chassis. VVVVRRR. The purification system activated, quiet, efficient, profound. Within 30 seconds, Lu Yuan held an empty mineral water bottle beneath the outlet and wooled softly warm water. 45 degrees. SHHHLLLL, a stream of crystal clear, gently steaming water flowed smoothly into the bottle. He raised the bottle and drank deeply, no grit, no metallic tang, only warm, sweet, life-giving purity soothing his parched throat. In that frigid, unending apocalyptic night, that single sip of warmth was more intoxicating than any celestial nectar. Exquisite. Leaning back into the thermally regulated biassy, Lu Yuan sighed, a deep, luxurious release of warmth spreading from his stomach outward. Just then, thud. A muffled, heavy impact reverberated outside the window. The Crimson Abyss Tyrant's massive tires had rolled over something, but inside the ride remained utterly smooth. Lu Yuan turned his gaze to the left side window. By the eerie, ghostly crimson glow of the vehicle's taillights, he glimpsed a crumpled sedan beside the roadside, its hood grotesquely deformed, windows shattered, half buried in snow and jagged gravel. Beside it knelt a survivor, skin bluish-purple with cold clothes tattered and thin, clutching an empty plastic water bottle in trembling hands. He strained upward, desperately trying to catch freezing raindrops laced with dust, his fingers shaking violently, his breath ragged and shallow. As the Crimson Abyss Tyrant roared past its cabin glowing with serene green light, the man's clouded eyes flared with raw, desperate longing, then before a single plea could escape his lips, he collapsed face-first onto the frozen asphalt, motionless. Life and death on the endless highway often hung suspended by nothing more than a single sheet of glass. Lu Yuan slowly turned away and placed the bottle of 45°C water within easy reach on the cup holder. His expression held no pity, only a sharpening, unyielding coldness. Might makes right. That is the sole immutable truth. The Crimson Abyss Tyrant rumbled low, a mobile fortress of steel and sinew, sealing off the world's cold and despair and pressing onward unwavering into the infinite black night. The warm, pure water gently swayed in the cup. The Abyss Tyrant cruised steadily at 80 km/h on the vast 8-lane highway while the outside world was engulfed in impenetrable darkness, the interior bathed in a soothing green light. Lu Yuan placed the cup into the temperature-controlled cup holder in the center console, his gaze falling upon the holographic workstation where a blueprint glimmered with green light. Green rare blueprint, vehicle-mounted bionic scavenging mechanical arm. It's time to install this gadget, Lu Yuan said, a hint of anticipation gracing his lips. In the apocalypse, getting out of the vehicle to scavenge materials is always the most dangerous act. Mist stalkers, mutant wild dogs, and even other survivors lurking in the shadows can blast your head off the moment you bend down to pick up a wooden box. With this mechanical arm, he could truly achieve the ultimate sense of security sitting in the car while materials fall from the sky. System: retrieve the inventory materials and start the installation immediately. Ding. Deducting refined steel X40, scrap rubber X15, high-grade biomass X1, trace biomass X30. Live modification commencing. Virum, clank clank clank. Along with the system's prompt sound, the black and red memory armor on the left side of the Abyss Tyrant emitted a violent metallic distortion. Yuan was well aware of the underlying logic of vehicle modification. To install a heavy mechanical arm that could extend 3 meters outside the vehicle and lift hundreds of pounds on such a load-bearing chassis, ordinary weld points simply could not withstand the immense metal fatigue caused by leverage. If it were just casually glued to the car door's metal sheet, the moment the mechanical arm extended, the entire car door would be violently torn off by gravity. However, the evolution of the Abyss Tyrant was far more savage and precise than human automotive craftsmanship. Through the holographic projection's cross-section view, Yuan clearly saw the 40 units of refined steel melting instantly under the enveloping flesh-like tendrils. They were not merely adhered to the surface of the car door, but instead, like plant roots, they brutally pierced through the chassis, deeply intertwining with the Abyss Tyrant's most solid longitudinal beams in a profound bone and flesh interlock. The dark red biological muscle fibers coiled around the metal skeleton of the mechanical arm like top-tier shock-absorbing hydraulic rods. Even more astonishingly, on the armored surface of the left side of the vehicle, the originally flat metal plates automatically shifted and folded like scales, seamlessly forming a hidden storage compartment. Not only did it not disrupt the vehicle's original aerodynamic profile, but it also left no unnecessary gaps in the metalwork. Ding. Live modification completed. Your war vehicle has successfully installed the external functional module vehicle-mounted bionic scavenging mechanical arm. Green rare. Module feature 1 neural direct connection, no joystick required, connects through the driver's seat, nerves functioning like the host's third hand with precision up to the millimeter. Module feature 2 hydraulic giant force, can grasp objects weighing up to 200 kilograms or instantly crush the skulls of ordinary beasts. Module feature 3 concealed storage, perfectly hidden in the armored layers when not in use, with a working radius of 3.5 meters. Perfect. Yuan's eyes brightened as he eagerly wanted to test the power of this third hand. He focused on the left side of the vehicle, his mind merely flashing the thought of extend. Swish. The heavy armor on the left side of the Abyss Tyrant suddenly split open, revealing a thick mechanical arm woven from dark steel and crimson muscle, silently extending like a snake out of its hole. There was no harsh noise of motors running, only the extremely faint sound of muscle fibers stretching. Grab. Yuan looked approximately 2 meters outside the car window at a discarded concrete block weighing dozens of pounds. The 3 sharp alloy mechanical claws at the front of the arm suddenly opened, fiercely grasping down like an eagle swooping in for prey. Crunch. With the contraction of the hydraulic muscles, the hard concrete block was crushed under the mechanical claws like a fragile cookie, debris falling everywhere. With a thought, the mechanical arm retracted back into the armored compartment like a ghost, the exterior returning to its flat appearance as if nothing had happened. Ding. Scanning ahead at a distance of 300 meters, ordinary wooden material box X1 detected. Better early than late, just in time for a blessing. Yuan's lips curled slightly, not slowing down but nudging the Abyss Tyrant a bit closer to the left shoulder of the road. When he was 10 meters away from the wooden box, swish. The ghost-like mechanical arm instantly shot out, smoothly scooping along the ground. As the Abyss Tyrant roared past at 80 km/h, the wooden box was securely grasped in the mechanical claws and directly handed in through the passenger window. Thud. The wooden box, carrying the biting cold from outside, landed on the leather seat of the passenger side. Meanwhile, Yuan had not even touched the car door throughout. Refreshing. This ultimate experience of being able to steal roadside supplies without getting out of the car and feeling the cold made Yuan truly understand what it meant to be treated like a capitalist in the apocalypse. He picked up a crowbar and casually pried open the wooden box. Acquired moldy black bread X2. Acquired inferior windproof matches X1 box. Acquired basic material low-grade plastic X5. Just more of this junk. Yuan wrinkled his nose in disdain. If it were 3 days ago, even moldy bread would have caused a scramble, but in his second-tier fortress equipped with pure water and vacuum-sealed beef jerky, these items were barely worth using as fuel for the flesh-melting furnace. He casually swept the junk into the storage compartment, planning to save it for trading in the market later for more valuable second-hand items. Yuan refocused his thoughts and reopened the World Chat Trading Hall. After that previous haul, he still had a gasoline reserve of up to 148 liters. With the purification system in place, the next target was to improve his diet and living conditions. Eating beef jerky and compressed biscuits every day was too much for even the toughest stomach. He skillfully typed on the keyboard, preparing to list another liter of gasoline to trade for some households with cooking blueprints or high-grade ingredients. However, just as he finished editing the trading information, beep beep beep. 3 extremely sharp, even tinged with a hint of crimson light, ultra-high-level warning sounds suddenly erupted simultaneously in the minds of all survivors around the globe and on the system panels. The originally frantically scrolling chat channel was forcibly cleared, replaced by a cold, glaring, unskippable blood-red pinned announcement: Global Region Survival Warning Broadcast. Detected that the first survival phase beginner period has entered the latter half and the difficulty of survival trials is about to escalate. System calendar updated. Current time is the 4th night of the apocalypse. Disaster forecast on the settlement day of the beginner period at 0000 on the 7th day. Area 10086 will face the first round of periodic climate disaster, extreme cold blizzard. Disaster intensity forecast at that time: the temperature in the entire region will plummet to 50 C in a short period, accompanied by a super strong blizzard. All carbon-based life forms and ordinary mechanical vehicles without warming measures will face irreversible freezing destruction. Countdown: 96 hours 00 minutes 0 seconds. Wishing all survivors to prepare early. Silence. After the warning was issued, the entire world channel seemed to freeze completely for 3 seconds. Then erupted an anguished wail of despair, a million times worse than before, and complete panic. Minus 50 degrees. What a joke. My broken van doesn't even have air conditioning. Are they going to freeze me into a popsicle in 4 days? Crazy. Totally insane. The threat of monsters is still unresolved, and now a natural disaster is coming. This game really doesn't want anyone to survive. Heavy clothes. Who has a military coat? Charcoal. Antifreeze. I'll pay anything to buy everything that can keep me warm. Help me, big shots. I'll trade 3 blueprints for a down jacket. Help. Looking at the prices in trading market that had completely collapsed due to extreme panic, Yuan leaned against the warm biological leather seat, showing no signs of panic. On the contrary, his eyes shone with a frightening brightness at this moment. 96 hours later, minus 50 degrees. Yuan glanced at the inner walls of the Abyss Tyrant, which emitted a constant heat. This second-tier war vehicle did not even require traditional antifreeze. Its engine was a flesh-melting furnace capable of burning anything, and its outer armor fused with the cold-resistant properties of second-tier ice bears. What others saw as a deadlock in the apocalypse, he saw as a rare golden opportunity. Not to mention the 8 cold-resistant black scales special material he obtained from killing the black-scaled cracked claw beast, whose value would rocket at this moment. Let alone the 100 liters of gasoline in his hands, which was no longer just fuel for escape but also a lifeline for warmth. I originally planned to casually trade for some pots and pans. Now it seems that the pricing for these 3 days will be set by me. On the 5th day of the apocalypse at 3 in the afternoon, the sky above the endless highway was heavily pressed down by thick dark clouds, while the pale sun struggled to emit a cold light. Since the system issued a warning for an extreme cold blizzard last night, the temperature began to plummet drastically this morning. The Abyss Tyrant cruised steadily at 80 km/h along the main road. Outside the car window, the howling wind whipped sharp snowflakes against the black and red armor. The wilderness on both sides of the highway was covered with a layer of silent white frost, while several dead mutated trees swayed desperately in the cold wind. Current external temperature 15 C. In 48 hours, the extreme cold blizzard will make landfall and the temperature will drop below 50 C. Yuan glanced at the temperature monitor on the workbench and stretched lazily. It had been 2 whole days. Ever since he dealt with that convoy, he had steadily advanced using the mist detection radar to avoid 2 medium-sized mutant beast packs, and he had conveniently collected all the resource boxes that refreshed by the roadside. The bone-chilling cold outside, which could freeze blood solid, had transformed into a comfortable 24 C inside the cockpit of the Abyss Tyrant. Yuan picked up a cup of steaming pure water from the cup holder, took a sip, and then opened the trading channel. With only 2 days left until the disaster strikes, the entire trading market had descended into madness. The prices of wood, coal, and shredded blankets had skyrocketed, while weapon schematics and acceleration modules, which were usually considered treasures by the big shots, were now facing a brutal sell-off. The reason was simple: in the face of absolute low temperatures of minus 50 degrees, no matter how sharp a knife or how powerful a vehicle, they were all just scrap metal. The timing is almost right. A faint smile of cold amusement appeared at the corner of Yuan's mouth. He had been waiting for this moment, the moment when the psychological defenses of the big shots in the entire district completely crumbled. He tapped on the virtual keyboard and posted the trading message he had prepared earlier. Seller anonymous: items for sale: 5 liters of regular gasoline, split sale, 2 anti-cold black scales, wanted premium green or blue grade in-car living infrastructure blueprints, heating, bathing, cooking, etc. Note: no weapons or modification blueprints, only for living essentials. DM for images. The moment the post was up, the trading channel exploded. Anti-cold black scales. Items dropped by premium mutant beasts. It's that anonymous profiteer again. How much gasoline has he stockpiled? Even at a time like this, he's still concerned about living quality. The public screen was filled with sarcasm, but Lu Yuan's private message box was flashing wildly. He patiently filtered through the messages until a name caught his attention. Thunder Guild Zhao Lei. No need to beat around the bush. I have a blueprint for the green rare in-car constant temperature shower which I obtained from a silver treasure chest at the beginning. I originally intended to keep it for myself, but the guild's main battle vehicle urgently needs anti-cold materials for the winter. How about trading this blueprint for 2 black scales and 2 liters of gasoline? In-car constant temperature shower. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. 5 days. For 5 days he had been dealing with the blood and flesh of mutant beasts' oil and rust. Although the cabin had air purification, the smell of sweat and blood on him had long made him feel uncomfortable. In the apocalypse, being able to take a hot shower was an imperial-level luxury. Even better, he had just installed a water purification circulation system the day before. This blueprint was simply a timely blessing. However, his instinct as a businessman held him back from agreeing immediately. Lu Yuan replied, I do need the shower room. But your asking price is too outrageous. The anti-cold black scales are the only ones in the entire region. They are life-saving items. They'll trade 1 liter of gasoline and 1 black scale, no more. After 5 minutes of extreme negotiation, the other party ultimately conceded under the pressure of survival. Ding! Trade successful. A sheet of blueprint emitting a soft green glow fell into his hands. Lu Yuan placed it directly on the workbench. System initiate transformation. Ding! Detected green rare blueprint in-car constant temperature shower. Deducting refined steel X30, low-grade plastic X20, glass fiber X10 and trace biomass X40. Living modification begins. Buzz, a marvelous sound of biological recombination came from the spacious rear compartment of the Abyss Tyrant. In the space originally cluttered with junk, a dark red biological membrane began to squirm and expand, forcibly pushing out an independent compartment. Translucent glass fibers wove into a frosted sliding door, refined steel reshaped into a showerhead in non-slit base with the bottom pipes precisely connecting to the water purification circulation system. Ding! New living module in-car constant temperature shower added. Water resource 100 recycled and circulated, rapid heating with built-in self-cleaning and drying. Looking at this suddenly appearing modern frosted glass shower, Lu Yuan felt as if he had returned to his upscale apartment before the crossing. He switched to automatic cruise mode, took off the jacket soaked with dust and sweat, pulled open the sliding door and walked inside. Splash! Warm water flowed out from the showerhead, drenching his strong back. The water washed away the fatigue accumulated over the past 5 days, and after flowing into the drain it was instantly sucked away, repurified through biological filtration and sprayed out as pure heated water. Steam enveloped the space. Lu Yuan closed his eyes, rubbing his hair while glancing through the glass gap at the golden radar on the holographic workbench. The scene on the screen was chilling. The green dots that had been crawling slowly on the main road were dimming and disappearing one by one as the temperature continued to drop. Each point of light extinguishing signified that a battle vehicle had completely broken down and the severe cold and a life had been silently erased. Outside the car, the howling wind whipped ice shards scraping fiercely against the armor of the Abyss Tyrant, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. Yet inside the car the water temperature remained a perfect 42 degrees. Lu Yuan closed his eyes, allowing the warm water to pour down from his head. The system's countdown continued and the real hellish reckoning awaited at minus 50 degrees in 48 hours. But for now he was seated in a warm mobile fortress. He wiped his face dry, releasing a long breath of warm air. A truly deluxe apartment must have a fully automated kitchen and a sumptuous dinner. When the prompt sound in the shower room rang out, the showerhead stopped flowing. A warm breeze blew from the hidden vents in the walls, drying the droplets on Lu Yuan's body within mere seconds. He pulled open the frosted glass door, and as he pushed it open the warm steam spread soothingly throughout the cabin. Approaching the storage cabinet, Lu Yuan casually grabbed a towel to dry his hair. The metallic reflective surface of the cabin walls mirrored his current appearance. A youthful yet composed face, not over 20 years of age. His facial features were deep and sharp, lacking any softness, only the calmness and sharpness in his deep black eyes beneath his sword-like eyebrows remained. Stray damp hair fell casually across his forehead, adding an air of nonchalance. His physique was not that of an exaggerated muscle-bound figure from the gym, but rather a highly functional lean build, approximately 140 pounds, broad shoulders and narrow waist with smooth and tight muscle lines. The muscles of his abdomen were clearly defined, each line showcasing powerful core control with every breath akin to a cheetah poised to pounce. His bony hands bore thin calluses from years of handling machinery. This was a body devoid of any excess flesh, fully adapted for survival in a high-intensity post-apocalyptic world. 5 days had passed. Finally washing away the mixed smell of oil and mutated beast stench, Lu Yuan felt his tense brain clear considerably. He donned a clean black hoodie and tactical pants, returning to the driver's seat with a refreshed spirit. The backrest adjusted automatically, perfectly fitting his spine. Outside the car window, the sky had completely darkened. There was no heavy snowfall, but the wind howled unnaturally, mixed with gravel and dried grass scraping against the armor like coarse sandpaper, producing a grating sound that made one's teeth ache. Current temperature outside the vehicle 15. Although there were still 2 full days until the extreme cold storm, the temperature had already irreversibly dropped below freezing. A layer of gray-white frost had begun to form along the edge of the windshield. It was a dry cold accompanied by an extreme dryness and biting chill. Yuan casually opened the World Channel. The screen was filled with desperate typing. The dry cold without snow was even harder to endure, and panic was spreading like a plague. I feel like the cold wind is drilling into my bones even with 2 layers of blankets. The glass is already frosted. How are we supposed to survive the day after tomorrow? Buying antifreeze at a high price. The engine is even giving warnings. Yuan stroked his chin. Faced with the certain countdown to death and the increasingly cold reality, people were willing to exchange any so-called priceless treasures for a slim chance of survival. He had 147 liters of gasoline and 7 pieces of antifreeze black scales left. It was time to address the matter of food. He opened the private message list, modified the trading post, and reposted it. Seller anonymous. Listed antifreeze black scale X1, regular gasoline X 2 liters, wanted blue and green quality cooking equipment blueprints or high quality non-mutated ingredients. Don't try to fool me with compressed biscuits, I want something good. This statement was extremely insulting at this critical moment. The channel erupted with a wave of sour comments, but the real traders were not slow to act. Within 5 minutes, a buyer named Wang Fatty sent a verification. Wang Fatty brother. I'm impressed. I smashed open a luxury RV supply box at the start, but this beast that gulps oil is now leaking air and is shaking from the cold and definitely dead the day after tomorrow. I have a blue quality modular smart kitchen blueprint and 2 kilograms of non-mutated M9 grade Wagyu steak in the fridge. All for you in exchange for black scales and 2 liters of oil. How about it? Seeing blue quality and M9 Wagyu, Yuan couldn't help but swallow. Having gnawed on dry beef jerky every day, my mouth had long since gone bland. The temptation of enjoying top-tier Wagyu in the apocalypse was irresistible. Fatty, you are quite sincere. Yuan lightly tapped the virtual keyboard, but no matter how good the Wagyu is, it's still consumable. The black scales will be a life-saving token the day after tomorrow. If I only exchange for these 2 items, I still need to think it over. Wang Fatty replied instantly, bro. I'll also add a stainless steel cutlery set and 2 bottles of black pepper sea salt. This is all I have left. If I don't trade, I won't survive the day after tomorrow. Deal. Ding. Transaction successful. Lost regular gasoline X 2 liters antifreeze black scale X1. Gained blue quality blueprint modular smart kitchen M9 grade Wagyu steak X 2 kilograms stainless steel cutlery set X1 black pepper sea salt X 2 bottles white light flashed. Looking at the 2 pieces of Wagyu steak perfectly marbled like marble on the passenger seat, Yuan snapped his fingers. System install kitchen. Ding. Detected blue quality blueprint modular smart kitchen. Deducting refined steel X50 low-level glass fiber X15 high-grade biomass X2. Living modification starting. The internal space of the Abyss Tyrant was being reorganized once again. At the rear of the passenger seat next to the shower, the dark red armor slightly bulged outward, expanding a section of space. The steel was rapidly shaped into a brushed metallic cooking station seamlessly embedded into the cabin walls. On the countertop were a flame-free induction cooker, an automatic exhaust system, and even a small storage cabinet for keeping food fresh at a constant temperature. The range hood duct cleverly integrated with the vehicle's exhaust system, eliminating any worries about odors inside the car. New living module modular smart kitchen. Now the home has truly moved onto the road. Yuan patted the cooking station. He pulled out a chef's knife from the cutlery set and cut off a large piece of snowflake Wagyu. He turned on the induction cooker and placed a frying pan on it. No need to add oil. The rich fat of the Wagyu immediately produced a delightful sizzling sound upon contact with the high heat. An incredibly rich aroma of beef fat instantly filled the cabin. While the howling cold wind outside continued to rage, Yuan leisurely sprinkled sea salt and freshly ground black pepper on the golden brown steaks frying in the pan. With a series of light crackling sounds, the steaming steaks were taken out of the pan. He cut a piece and sent it to his mouth. It melted in his mouth with the rich juices exploding with the spiciness of black pepper, creating an ultimate sense of satisfaction brought by the top-tier fat that made his taste buds rejoice. In this apocalypse where people could stab each other over a bite of spoiled food, he was living better than before his transmigration. Delicious. Yuan cut the steak while indulging. Paired with a sip of ice-cold cola, he wouldn't trade this life for anything, not even for a deity. However, just as he swallowed the last piece of beef and prepared to lean back and digest, a sound broke the tranquility. Beep beep, the golden grade fog detection radar emitted two extremely rare non-system conventional warning beeps. Lu Yuan abruptly sat up straight, his gaze sweeping toward the radar screen. About 5 kilometers away, deep within the wilderness, an extremely peculiar light point appeared. It was neither a red dot representing a mutated beast nor a green dot indicating a survivor. Instead, it was a special mark shimmering with icy blue light. Ding! Radar detecting rare fluctuations. Scan result induced by the sharp drop in temperature. A type of calamity companion creature that only appears during the prelude to extreme cold is wandering in this area. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes, downing the remaining cola in one gulp. Calamity companion creature. These things that refresh only before a major disaster usually have a ridiculously high drop rate. He glanced at the frost-covered frozen earth wilderness outside. Others wouldn't dare step off the main road in such dreadful weather, but the Abyss Tyrant, equipped with all-terrain living tires and Tier 2 heavy armor, was unafraid of harsh terrains. Having eaten and drunk enough, it's just right to take a stroll in the wilderness. Time to digest. Lu Yuan pushed down the accelerator. Boom! The Abyss Tyrant let out a deep roar. The massive black-red vehicle suddenly swerved violently, breaking away from the flat main road like a reed-eyed nocturnal beast plunging into the endless wilderness where the cold wind howled. Boom! The Abyss Tyrant brutally crushed several withered trees in its path, then surged back onto the broad 8-lane arterial road, its hull sheathed in jagged shards of ice. The all-terrain tires glided over asphalt, the faint vibration vanished instantly. Lu Yuan steered with one hand while tossing the insulated case containing the frost-resistant marrow in the other. Even through the engineering-grade plastic casing, he could feel its bone-piercing cold. 2 kilograms of uneaten M9 grade Wagyu steak rested on the passenger seat. The cabin maintained a steady 24°C, but left overnight even premium beef would spoil. In this apocalypse, wasting top-tier Wagyu was tantamount to courting divine retribution. Lu Yuan opened the trade hall and typed cold storage into the search bar. Less than 46 hours remained before the polar frost tempest. Temperatures had already plummeted to -10 degrees Celsius. Anyone still seeking refrigeration equipment now was clearly snowmad. The search results overflowed with desperate souls staging fire sale auctions. Li Tieju blueprint for vehicle-mounted mini-fridge. Will trade for 2 logs or even a single lighter. Please, I'm freezing solid. Windwalker blueprint for 2 cubic meter thermostatic preservation cold storage. Antifreeze or gasoline, any will do. I'll throw in compressed biscuits as a bonus. A subtle curve lifted the corner of Lu Yuan's lips. Primitive capital accumulation often flourished precisely in such moments of extreme asymmetric panic. What others dismissed as scrap paper was in his second-tier battle vehicle, equipped with an independent internal circulation, the final irreplaceable piece completing his mobile, fully outfitted living module. He tapped directly into Windwalker's private message thread. Lu Yuan, I'll take your 2 cubic meter cold storage blueprint. Half a liter of gasoline. Non-negotiable. The reply came without a heartbeat's hesitation. Ding. Transaction completed. Acquired rare green blueprint, vehicle-mounted thermostatic preservation cold storage. Lu Yuan snapped his fingers and slapped both the blueprint and the frost-resistant marrow onto the workbench. System initiate modification. Ding. Detected rare green blueprint, vehicle-mounted thermostatic preservation cold storage and apex core frost-resistant marrow. Transcendent fusion initiated. Consumed refined steel 40, low-grade plastic 20, scrap rubber 10. Living modification commencing. The Abyss Tyrant's internal armor began reconfiguring once more. Lu Yuan reclined in his seat, eyes scanning the shifting armor layers with the precision of a caliper. A man who once knew automotive sheet metal architecture down to its rivets understood one immutable truth: cooling was easy, insulation was everything. Poor insulation meant cold leakage from the chamber, forcing the climate system into overdrive to counteract it, not only creating crippling energy inefficiency but also causing condensation on the hull due to thermal cycling, accelerating metal fatigue and risking structural fracture. But living modification shattered conventional engineering. The dark crimson armor beneath the worktop caved inward, smoothly reshaping refined steel into a seamless 2 cubic meter inner liner. Scrap rubber and plastic were devoured by fleshy tendril-like appendages and reconstituted into an ultra-dense biological honeycomb insulating layer tightly enshrouding the exterior. Most ingenious of all, the frost-resistant marrow was embedded deep within the heart of the cold chamber. Countless capillarothin bioconduits branched from its surface, drawing no power from the vehicle whatsoever, yet harnessing the marrow's innate absolute cold to sustain the entire thermal cycle autonomously. Ding. Modification complete. New living module unlocked: biological cryopreservation bay, perpetual zero-energy cooling powered by frost-resistant marrow. Upper tier thermostatic preservation 04C, lower tier ultra-rapid freezing 20C. perfectly insulated, zero thermal leakage. Lu Yuan ran a satisfied hand over the cold chamber's door, its brushed metal surface gleaming with flawless millimeter-perfect seamlessness. He slid open the upper preservation compartment and placed the 2 kilograms of M9 Wagyu inside with meticulous care, then tucked a half-liter bottle of purified water and several cans of cola into the adjacent beverage chiller. Click. The cold chamber sealed shut. Inside the cabin, warmth lingered undisturbed at a perfect 24°C, no trace of the sub-zero abyss beneath. Lu Yuan tallied his current reserves. Standard gasoline 144. 5 liters. Cold-resistant black scales 6 plates. Refined steel, plastic, rubber, moderate stockpiles. High-grade biomass 15 units. All preparations complete. Only the chill remains to descend. He glanced out the windshield. It was the dead of night, the 5th day of the apocalypse. Along both sides of the arterial road, low-tier vehicles huddled like dying embers, burning scraps of wood to survive. Their faint lights blinked out across the radar in widening silent clusters. Temperatures had officially plunged below 12°C. Outside the windshield, arid gales howled like vengeful spirits, but within the Abyss Tyrant's cabin only the gentle, soothing white noise of the engine hummed. Lu Yuan adjusted his seat upright and set the autonomous driving system to cruise at 60 km/h along main artery, automatic obstacle avoidance within 100 meters. Xiao Wu, monitor the road. Crush anything that blocks our path. Scoop up any unclaimed supplies with the manipulator arm. I'm catching some sleep. VVVVRRR. The Abyss Tyrant responded with a deep resonant thrum. Lu Yuan pulled a soft woolen blanket from the storage compartment, draped it over himself and closed his eyes. While tens of thousands across the region shivered through another sleepless, frostbitten night, this black market monopolist, ensconced within his impregnable mobile fortress, drifted peacefully into slumber. 13 hours later, a sharp staccato system alarm jolted him awake. It was afternoon of day 6. Lu Yuan flung off the blanket, his gaze snapping into razor-sharp clarity. What's wrong? He turned to the holographic workbench. No attack had occurred, but the radar display froze his breath. The arterial road ahead was no longer clear. From the sky, eerie grayish-white snowflakes, large as goose feathers, had begun to fall. And 5 kilometers ahead, the radar revealed a horrifying tangled, dense clusters of red and green blips interwoven like blood and bile, completely sealing the 8-lane artery. You have entered the zone mass multi-vehicle breakdown belt. Current temperature 28°C. Minus 28 degrees. Lu Yuan stared past the windshield, at the blinding horizon, swallowing blizzard, and beyond it the frozen serpent of abandoned vehicles stretching endlessly into the gloom. A slow, chilling smile spread across his face. At last, the slaughterhouse had arrived. On the afternoon of the 6th day of the apocalypse, the leaden sky seemed about to crush the earth, while the feather-like snow was swept by the raging winds running rampant. The current temperature outside the vehicle 28°C. Lu Yuan rubbed his drowsy face and took out a bottle of purified water from the storage compartment, gulping down half of it. With sufficient sleep and a constant temperature of 24 degrees, his physical condition had returned to its peak. Yet outside the windshield lay a suffocating, hellish scene. The road ahead for 5 kilometers had turned into a steel graveyard. Hundreds of various vehicles lay abandoned on the pavement, some crashed into one another while others slid off the shoulder. Thick snow covered these vehicles, transforming them into white, cold coffins. The antifreeze has failed and the engine oil has solidified. The engine has stalled. Lu Yuan glanced at the dark ice chunks leaking from the chassis of those vehicles and quickly reached the most professional conclusion about the car repairs. Losing the protection of a vehicle in minus 28 degrees meant that for survivors at this stage there was only a dead end. On the holographic radar, the green dots representing surviving players had dwindled to less than 1/10, all flickering weakly. The rest were lifeless gray markers. People die for wealth, birds die for food. Lu Yuan shifted to low gear. The Abyss Tyrant emitted a deep rumble as it slowly entered this graveyard of death. Crack! Crack! The all-terrain tires ruthlessly crushed the hard ice and scattered car parts on the ground. When passing a family sedan with its windows thickly covered in ice, Lu Yuan came to a halt. Through the semi-transparent ice layer he could vaguely see a figure slumped in the driver's seat, frozen in a curled posture, having lost its body heat in sleep. On the passenger seat lay a supply box emitting a faint white glow. Get to work, Xiao Wu. Whoosh, the armor seams instantly sprang open. The robust ghost mechanical arm extended with a slicing wind. The 3 razor-sharp claws at the end of the mechanical arm latched onto the frozen door handle and the hydraulic muscles suddenly contracted. Bang! The ear-piercing sound of metal tearing. The entire door along with the frozen hinges was violently ripped off and casually tossed aside. Next, the mechanical claw skillfully probed into the cabin, grasping the supply box and smoothly retracting. The entire process took 5 seconds. Lu Yuan sat comfortably in the warm seat, not lifting a finger. Acquired inferior wood X10 moldy compressed biscuit X3 basic blueprint fragment X2. So poor. Yuan pursed his lips, tossing the wood into the flesh melting furnace as fuel and continued to advance. For the next whole hour the Abyss Tyrant moved through this graveyard, stopping and starting. The ghost mechanical arm became the coldest scavenger, violently dismantling vehicle after vehicle that had frozen players. Most of the poor soul's vehicles contained only broken wooden boards or empty water bottles, but due to the sheer number, Yuan's stockpile of basic materials began to surge. Just as the mechanical arm crushed the glass of a pickup truck, a weak voice suddenly came from a nearby van buried under thick snow. "Help! Help me!" A man with a pale face and frost-laden eyelashes desperately rolled down half of his window, extending a purple-tinged hand gripping the metal shell of the ghost mechanical arm tightly. He looked at the Abyss Tyrant's front, emanating dark red heat waves, and his eyes erupted with extreme madness and longing. "Big shot! Let me in. I'll give you all my supplies. Please take me with you. I don't want to freeze to death here." The man wailed, even attempting to climb up the mechanical arm towards the window of the Abyss Tyrant. Yuan sat in the vehicle, watching the man's nearly frantic face, his expression unchanged. He was not some great benefactor. In this weather, where even breathing consumed energy, letting in a stranger with an unknown background on the brink of collapse not only would contaminate the controlled environment but also lay a time bomb for himself. "Let go." The loudspeaker emitted the cold two words. "No. If you don't save me, I'm doomed." The man shouted in despair, even drawing a rusty screwdriver from his waist and frantically striking at the mechanical arm shell. "We are all human." Yuan's eyes turned cold, and with a slight thought, zzz. The dark red muscle fibers on the surface of the ghost mechanical arm instantly tensed up, and a strong bioelectric discharge accompanied by searing heat erupted. "Ah!" The man screamed, his hands recoiling, the skin on his palm burned away. Losing his balance, he fell heavily beside the van, covered in snow, unable to muster the strength to get up again. The Abyss Tyrant did not pause for even a second. The engine roared and the wide tires rolled over the snow beside the man, continuing deeper into the graveyard. Such scenes played out on this road every day. Yuan had no interest in watching. System, tally up the spoils from just now. He turned his gaze to the silver-grade blind box he had extracted from a high-end off-road vehicle. Opening silver-grade supply box. Acquired advanced biomass X2 blue rare life blueprint immersive holographic sleep waterbed. Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Immersive holographic sleep waterbed can replace the rear seats. The mattress is filled with temperature-controlled biological gel perfectly conforming to the human body curve. The surrounding area has a built-in holographic projection curtain capable of simulating natural sleep environments like starry skies and beaches. Looking at the description, Yuan almost wanted to light an incense stick for the frozen off-road vehicle brother. This was not survival, it was directly moving a 5-star hotel presidential suite into the vehicle. Sleeping on the leather driver's seat every day may be true leather, but how could it compare to lying on a temperature-controlled waterbed while watching the holographic starry sky to sleep? He was just about to issue a modification command. Boom! The body of the Abyss Tyrant suddenly vibrated with an extremely dull thud. It was not crushed by gravel, but rather some large and hard object was blocking the way. Yuan raised his head and looked ahead through the swirling snow. The scene before him instantly furrowed his brow. At the end of the vehicle breakdown chain, the road was not clear again. Instead, dozens of completely frozen heavy trucks and off-road vehicles had been artificially piled up and then doused with water to freeze into ice blocks, forming an ice iron wall over 10 meters high, completely blocking the entire 8-lane main road. On top of the wall, he could vaguely see several mounted machine guns and a few figures in heavy cold-resistant clothing looking down at the Abyss Tyrant. A large-scale man-made blockade detected ahead. The road is completely cut off. Yuan squinted his eyes, staring at the ice iron wall reflecting a faint cold light. At a time when everyone in the area was waiting for death and the cooling temperatures, such a large-scale organization dared to build a dam on the main road. They were clearly not just here to collect tolls. Yuan reached for the red launch button in the center of the steering wheel. It seems that if I want to sleep comfortably on a waterbed, I first have to do some pioneering cleanup work. Fierce gales whipped blizzards against the ice iron wall, a brutal man-made fortress erected from dozens of heavy trucks stacked and frozen solid with water. Yuan sat calmly in the warm cockpit, one hand resting lightly on the steering wheel, surveying the crude, imposing structure through the windshield. Atop the wall stood a man wrapped in a military greatcoat, his eyebrows crusted with ice, brandishing a high-power loudspeaker as he bellowed down imperiously. "That Redan black vehicle below, shut off your engine immediately. Everyone disembark now." His voice, distorted by static, carried an unmistakable arrogance. "Surrender all gasoline, cold weather supplies and food, and join our Winter Frost Alliance. Refuse and we'll turn you into Swiss cheese." Yuan let out a faint sardonic chuckle, his fingers tapping idly on the control console. He paid no heed to the blaring demands. Ice, though deceptively rigid, fractures catastrophically under extreme thermal stress. Rapid shifts between freezing and searing heat unleash violent internal metal fatigue. A sudden intense burst of heat would flash vaporize the ice, generating explosive steam pressure that would rupture load-bearing frames from within like armor-piercing ordnance tearing apart its own housing. That was physics. Since you so dearly love the cold, I'll raise the temperature for you. With that, Lu Yuan's thumb pressed firmly upon the crimson button embedded at the center of the steering wheel. Boom wee year. The alloy blast shield at the prow of the Abyss Tyrant snapped open. The Tier 2 flesh furnace roared, a deep guttural thunder from the abyss. The greatcoat man atop the wall reacted instantly, shrieking in panic, opened fire. Heavy machine guns spat torrents of fire. Bullets slammed against the dark red memory armor, but left not even a scratch, ricocheting helplessly with feeble sparks. In the next heartbeat, a searing obsidian red beam erupted from the cannon's maw, crack, striking the ice-encased chassis of the lowest support truck with surgical precision. Tons of glacial ice vaporized in an instant. Monstrous steam pressure surged violently through steel fissures. Bang! Kaboom! The frozen truck girders groaned, a grating, teeth-rattling screech, before collapsing inward like brittle toy blocks. With the base gone, the entire 15-meter-high ice iron wall lost all structural integrity. Amidst a storm of shattering ice and molten iron, dozens of heavy trucks crashed down onto the highway, triggering a miniature avalanche of snow and debris. Those who had moments earlier shouted threats from the ramparts never even uttered a cry, buried alive beneath tons of twisted steel and scalding steam. Mission accomplished. Lu Yuan gazed ahead at the colossal breach, melted, shattered, and utterly ruined, his expression as placid as if watching fireworks. He depressed the accelerator. The Abyss Tyrant advanced, steadily crushing smoldering wreckage beneath its treads. Xiao Wu, scavenge. Make it swift. From concealed apertures along both flanks, spectral mechanical arms and dark red feeding tendrils extended simultaneously, clearing the obstacle and harvesting rich salvage in one seamless motion. Dozens of truck carcasses were devoured by the furnace. Meanwhile, the mechanical arms excavated intact supply crates from the ruins with uncanny precision. Acquired refined steel 350, scrap rubber 80, trace biomass 120, standard gasoline 40 liters. Lu Yuan nodded, satisfied. This toll was collected with remarkable comfort. Beyond the chain reaction pileup, the main highway stretched once more, empty, silent, and unbroken. Only snow filled the horizon, no sign of life remained. Environment secure. Time to upgrade the sleeping quarters. Lu Yuan stabilized the vehicle at a steady 60 km/h cruise and retrieved the newly acquired blueprint schematic immersive holographic sleep hydrobed. System: initiate rear compartment spatial expansion. Rare tier schematic immersive holographic sleep hydrobed detected. Deducting refined steel 80, advanced rubber 20, biogel 50. Living retrofit sequence initiated. The Abyss Tyrant's inner armor rippled again, expanding outward with organic muscular force. If the prior installations of kitchen and shower had been mere fine-tuning, this transformation redefined the vehicle's very internal axle length. The rear half of the cabin stretched backward nearly a full meter, its crimson fleshy walls thickening and elongating. The cramped rear compartment vanished entirely, longitudinal chassis beams automatically extended and reinforced themselves. A seismic metal anti-vibration bed frame 1.8 meters wide rose smoothly from the floor. Advanced rubber was woven by fleshy tendrils into a resilient elastic mattress casing within. Temperature-regulating biogel, soft as human skin, self-adjusting to optimal warmth, was injected seamlessly. Several micro-holographic projectors embedded silently into the ceiling and sidewalls activated. Retrofit complete. New living module installed, holographic sleep hydrobed. Built-in sleep modes: Radiant, Starfield, Tranquil, Abyss, Aurora, Tundra. One-touch external noise isolation. All done. Lu Yuan walked to the rear cabin and stared at the opulent bed occupying a full third of the interior space, his eyes alight with quiet excitement. He slipped off his shoes and dropped onto it with a soft thud. A long deep sigh escaped him. The biogel's tactile perfection was unparalleled. Unlike conventional waterbeds, jittery and unstable, it felt like sinking into ascension cloud, gentle, enveloping, perfectly conforming to every curve of his lumbar spine and cervical vertebrae. All road vibration, every tremor across the snow, was filtered away completely. He tapped the bedside control panel. Activate Starfield mode. Engage noise isolation. Swoosh, the windows sealed behind deep crimson light dampening membranes. The howling gale vanished. Absolute silence descended. A soft cerulean glow bloomed around the cabin. A vast immersive starfield unfurled across ceiling and walls, nebulae swirling in slow majestic spirals. Outside, a frozen hellscape at minus 28 degrees Celsius, cold enough to shatter steel. Inside, Lu Yuan reclined on a plush 24-cheated hydrobe, gazing up at holographic constellations of frost-chilled cola resting beside him. He closed his eyes, surrendering to comfort, yet vigilance remained unwavering. Radar alerts pulsed directly into his neural interface. Less than 36 hours remained before the absolute frost tempest fully descended. Temperatures continued to plummet. The last surviving guilds and lone wanderers would soon face total psychological collapse. By tomorrow's dawn, my gasoline and black scale stock should fetch astronomical prices. With the gleeful anticipation of a seasoned merchant, Yuan drifted into profound slumber beneath the simulated cosmos. The Abyss Tyrant rolled onward, relentless spectral, through the endless blizzard, vanishing steadily into the white oblivion of the highway's distant heart. On the 7th day of the apocalypse at 9 in the morning. There are only 15 hours left before the system announces the full arrival of the extreme cold ice storm. Ding! The chirping sound from the temperature-controlled waterbed rang on time inside the cabin. Yuan opened his eyes from the soft biological gel and stretched comfortably. The holographic starry sky faded away automatically as he awakened, and the cabin lights lit up one by one. He had slept soundly, free from the anxiety of night watch and the torment of biting cold winds. Every inch of his spine relaxed. He pulled back a corner of the blackout curtain to look outside. 2 centimeters of hard ice had formed on the windshield, with the wipers and rearview mirror covered in sharp ice shards. The sky was a suffocating lead gray, and the snow poured down like torn cotton, with visibility reduced to less than 50 meters. The red numbers on the holographic screen were painfully glaring. Current outside temperature 36. At minus 36 degrees, it was steadily sliding towards minus 50 degrees in 15 hours. Yuan put on his slippers and shuffled into the kitchen. He rummaged through the cold storage to find toast, 2 eggs, and butter. A small piece of butter sizzled in the pan, and the rich milky aroma instantly dispelled the last remnants of morning laziness. He quickly fried 2 soft-boiled eggs, placed them between the slightly burnt toast, and brewed a cup of hot black coffee. This meal would be considered merely adequate in his previous life, but in the apocalypse it was enough to drive 90% of survivors crazy. Returning to the driver's seat, the Abyssal Tyrant continued to cruise smoothly at 60 km/h. He took a big bite of the sandwich, the egg yolk bursting in his mouth, while he opened the World Chat Trade Hall. As the screen refreshed, the public chat had completely turned into a graveyard of last words. My hands and feet have turned black and numb. My lighter is broken. The car door is frozen shut. I can't push it open. If there is a next life, I never want to touch the steering wheel again. Is there anyone who can lend me a fire? Any fire will do. I'm willing to give anything. Those who were cursing each other over a few pieces of wood just days ago were now nearly out of strength to type. Yuan took a sip of hot coffee and swallowed his food. He knew the rules of this road well. Here compassion was meaningless. The only thing he could do was to squeeze something out of the last resources of the large guild. He tapped on the virtual keyboard, putting his stash of hard currency on the shelf. Seller anonymous items listed: regular gasoline X 10 liters, packaged cold resistant black scales X2, requested items only exchange for purple or premium blue pure enjoyment entertainment vehicle blueprints. Additional condition: buyers must bring at least 3 units of high-grade biomass. Transaction note: countdown has 15 hours left. You know how long your vehicle can last. Private message with pictures and prices. The moment the post was made, the previously lifeless trading hall erupted. 10 liters of gasoline. 2 pieces of black scales. Is this guy the system's favorite son? We are all waiting to die, and he is still looking for entertainment. What a hell of a joke. Yuan ignored the wailing in the public chat, his eyes fixed on the private message section. Within a minute, a message with a golden border appeared. War God Guild Lin John President Brother, let's not beat around the bush. Our command vehicle's water tank is about to fail. We urgently need those 2 pieces of black scales and fuel to survive. I have a blue premium immersive holographic audiovisual entertainment cabin blueprint plus a set of high-end smart massage seat modification parts. I can provide the 3 units of biomass. This is most of our guild's assets, so please give me a straightforward answer. Are we trading or not? Yuan looked at the item list, raised an eyebrow, and couldn't help but smile. The audiovisual cabin and massage seat modification parts. The ability of large guilds to scavenge resources is indeed terrifying, hoarding all the good stuff. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute low temperatures, blueprints won't keep one from starving. He quickly typed a few words. Yuan, President Lin, that sounds good. I want the blueprint, the seat parts, and the biomass. Deal. Ding. Transaction successful. Lost regular gasoline X 10 liters cold resistant black scales X2, gained blue premium blueprint immersive holographic audiovisual entertainment cabin X1, gained special component high-end smart massage seat module X1, gained high-grade biomass X3. Several items radiating a charming glow landed on the passenger seat. Yuan quickly swallowed the remaining sandwich and placed the blueprint and components on the workbench. System: install everything. Replace the driver's seat with a massage seat and create a private cinema in the back seat. Ding. Detected blue premium blueprint and special module. Deducting refined steel X100 high-grade fiberglass X40 rare conductive gel X10 living modification activated, Virum, clang clang clang. The armor of the Abyssal Tyrant's entire cabin shifted and surged. The shell of the driver's seat peeled away while a series of precise biological air sacs silently embedded deep into the backrest. Surrounding the rear seat's holographic waterbed arc-shaped ultra-high-definition flexible screens unfolded along the cabin walls, creating nearly 270 degrees of immersive viewing. 8 biological resonance speakers quietly formed. Driver's seat upgraded zero-gravity neural massage seat new module holographic audiovisual entertainment cabin. Yuan eagerly sat back in the driver's seat and pressed the start button. Swoosh, the seat back slowly reclined. Professional kneading sensations traveled through his back and waist as if several top-notch masseurs were releasing his bones. He focused his mind and activated the rear audiovisual cabin. The prelude of Hotel California flowed out with top-notch sound reverberating through the cabin. Outside was a frozen hell at -36 degrees. Inside the car, Yuan lay on the massage chair listening to music as the sense of luxury in the apocalypse reached its peak. He planned to lie there quietly waiting for the disaster to arrive in 15 hours. But just then, beep. Beep. On the holographic radar 3 kilometers ahead amidst the swirling snowstorm, an enormous gray metallic silhouette appeared. It was neither a player's vehicle nor a mutated beast. As the distance closed, the beams of the searchlight cut through the white snow and revealed the true form of the object. An old-era heavy military transport vehicle nearly blocking the broken bridge. The vehicle was covered with thick composite armor, still exuding an oppressive aesthetic of industrial violence even though buried under snow. Ding. Neutral resource point discovered. Old-era military logistics vehicle scanning prompt. The vehicle body is scrapped, but high-energy thermal sources have been detected inside the high-strength alloy seal chamber. Suspected to contain unexpired military-grade survival supplies or mechanical cores. Warning: the alloy chamber is designed to be explosion-proof. Forced demolition has a 90% chance of destroying internal supplies. Yuan turned off the music and sat up straight. A glimmer of intense focus flashed in his eyes. The explosion-proof alloy chamber. It cannot be blown open. Main cannon and brute force are ineffective. But this was precisely to his liking. As someone with a natural obsession for mechanical structures, Yuan knew that this type of military-grade item could not be approached with brute force. He must find the stress points and mechanical locks using a non-destructive physical dismantling approach to open it. He glanced at the countdown. There were nearly 15 hours left. Plenty of time. Yuan pressed the brakes. The Abyssal Tyrant steadily stopped beside the massive military vehicle. This must be the last blind box game before the disaster. He stretched his fingers and subtly moved his thoughts. The armor on the side of the Abyssal Tyrant silently split open and a cold, powerful phantom mechanical arm reached out like an extremely precise surgical knife. It pressed against the frosted alloy chamber door. The sensors of the mechanical arm began to scan. 15 hours. That's enough. Amidst the blizzard, the Abyss Tyrant stood motionless beside the ice-encased military personnel carrier from a bygone era, like a colossal silent beast cloaked in deep crimson. Explosion-proof alloy cabin with an integrated multi-point mechanical locking system. Forcible breach would only jam the steel struts into their hinges, sealing everything inside forever. He murmured softly to himself, his fingertips tapping rhythmically against the armrest. Yuan possessed an uncanny intuition and mastery of machinery, far beyond that of any ordinary man. Brute force would only destroy what lay within such a high-grade sealed compartment. What was needed was something far more precise, a surgical anatomy of mechanics. Xiao Wu reduced the manipulator arm's power to 30%. Engage fine operation mode. With a subtle shift of will, the ghost manipulator arm extended beyond the vehicle. Its 3 thick steel-clawed fingers retracted smoothly, leaving only the sharpest needle-fine tip exposed. The mechanical claw did not wrench at the seam, instead it traced the edge of the heavy alloy door with deliberate grace. Clack, clack. A crisp, delicate chime of metal striking metal pierced through the howling wind and snow. Yuan closed his eyes, listening intently to the subtle variations in resonance, until within moments he had pinpointed 2 critical stress concentration points, one at the upper right corner of the doorframe, the other at the lower left. This era's sheet metal craftsmanship, designed for smooth operation, always allowed for a few millimeters of tolerance, intentional breathing room. Found it. His finger twitched lightly. The mechanical claw slipped with surgical precision into the minuscule fissure hidden beneath frost and ice. It applied no brute pull but rather a cunning inch-perfect torque generated by hydraulic musculature exerting pressure at the most exacting angle imaginable. Click. A sharp metallic snap rang out, crystal clear even in the hushed fury of the blizzard. Then came a second and a third. The internal latches of the multi-point locking mechanism were disengaged in one elegant stroke. The 1-ton explosion-proof alloy door lost all structural grip and crashed outward with a thunderous boom, plunging into the deep snow and erupting in a brilliant white wave. Flawless. Bloodless. Unscathed. As the hatch swung wide, a wave of frigid stagnant air older than memory surged forth, colder even than the world outside. Yuan guided the manipulator arm into the darkness of the sealed cabin. After a moment's careful probing, it retrieved from the deepest recess of the fixed rack a heavy metallic briefcase radiating a dazzling golden light. Ding! Military-grade supply vault unlocked. N discovered gold-tier military cipher case. N congratulations. Acquired purple rarity blueprint dual-mount heavy revolver machine gun module for vehicle integration. Acquired 10 vials of unmutated military-grade hyper-concentrated nutrient paste. Extremely long shelf life, delivers an immediate potent surge of carbohydrates and proteins. A purple tire heavy firepower blueprint. Yuan's eyes flashed with sudden brilliance. At this stage, most survivors still wielded crude shotguns and composite crossbows. Even those capable of handcrafting standard rifle blueprints were rare as phoenix feathers. Once mounted on his vehicle and paired with the Bloodflesh Furnace's limitless supply of organic ammunition, this dual revolver machine gun would unleash nothing less than a true storm of metal. It was the perfect apex weapon for this era. He dragged the briefcase into the front passenger seat and glanced at the chronometer. 14 hours remained until the full onset of the polar frost tempest. No rush. Yuan reclined comfortably, increased the massage chair's intensity, lifted his steaming mug of coffee and closed his eyes to rest. Outside, the blizzard deepened. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away along another major arterial road, a heavily modified command vehicle armored with thick ballistic plating lurched forward like a gasping Wiriox, its tires half buried in snowdrifts. Inside the cabin there was no heating. The temperature had plummeted near -20 degrees Celsius. Ice blossoms bloomed across every window pane, blurring the world beyond into spectral abstraction. Chief, the radiator temperature's stabilized. Those 2 frost-resistant black scales are miraculous. Thrown straight into the coolant, they not only prevented freezing, they made the engine run smoother than ever. A mechanic, lips blue with cold and hands encased in grease-stained gloves, shivered violently as he reported to the rear seat. Seated there, wrapped in 2 layers of heavy military greycoats yet still chattering uncontrollably, was Lin Zhan, Guild Master of the War God Temple. Once the undisputed sovereign of this region, Lin Zhan had ruled these highways with effortless authority. Dozens of loyal brothers served under him. This command vehicle itself was a war machine, crafted at immense cost from the guild's collective resources. Yet before the cataclysm, steel and numbers alike proved pitifully frail. Stabilized, good. That's all that matters. Lin Zhan exhaled slowly, pulling a thermos from his coat. Inside floated lukewarm water, melted by body heat, tasting faintly of rust. He sipped it reverently just once, and felt his cracked throat ease ever so slightly. Guild Master, we really handed over that top-tier audio-visual cabin blueprint and those premium massage seats to that man. His deputy rubbed his numb hands together, voice edged with resentment. We still have 2 blue-tier light machine gun blueprints in our trade vault. Why not barter those for fuel instead? You understand nothing. Lin Zhan shot his deputy a fierce warning glare, then his gaze flickered with unmistakable dread as he pulled up the trade interface. Look at the current trade hall. Are there only 1 or 2 sellers offering gasoline? The Wolfpack, the Black Skull Alliance, they're all stockpiling surplus fuel. But look at their prices. 1 blue-tier defense blueprint for a single liter, they're looting the last lifelines of lone survivors. Lin Zhan jabbed a trembling finger toward the highest-ranked transaction record, labeled simply anonymous, his voice tight, whether from cold or fear impossible to tell. But look at this merchant. He offers 10 liters of fuel, plus premium antifreeze compounds, in 1 single package. Yet he demands neither weapons nor armor, not even basic supplies. He insists exclusively on luxury entertainment systems. A deathly silence fell over the cabin. The deputy blinked, then paled abruptly, comprehension dawning like lightning. Understood. Lin Zhan swallowed hard, staring out at the snowstorm that could freeze a man solid in seconds, and gave a hollow, bitter laugh. What drives us to the brink of extinction is to him utterly meaningless. Those fuel dealers hoard resources just to scrape through winter. But this anonymous trader exchanges strategic essentials for toys. Lin Zhan sank deeper into the icy seat, his final words dropping low and resonant, because his most fundamental needs for survival have already been completely fulfilled. He closed his eyes and saw vividly the anonymous figure seated in warmth, immersed in music and film. Compared to such unfathomable depth of preparation, that audiovisual cabin blueprint isn't worth spit, and meanwhile far beyond on a third divergent highway. Through the blizzard streaked a compact rally car, fitted with full terrain treads, darting across the frozen plain with astonishing agility, a crimson lightning bolt cleaving the endless white void. At the wheel sat a woman with winered ear-length hair and a sleek black combat suit. Her codename Night Rose, a top-tier solo survivor ranked among the top 10 of the survival ledger. Warning. Cabin temperature has fallen below -25 degrees Celsius. Critical heat loss detected. The vehicle's AI issued its cold emotionless alert. Night Rose clenched her jaw and fed the last piece of low-grade timber into the makeshift stove mounted beside her. Firelight danced across her dust-streaked face, striking austere, breathtakingly beautiful. This countdown won't last until dawn. She opened the trade interface. Several major vendors were listing gasoline, but each demanded without exception her most prized possession, the sniper rifle blueprint. For a lone wolf, surrendering one's weapon was tantamount to suicide. Her gaze inevitably returned to the shadow of that anonymous trader. Blueprints for fuel, not extortion for arms but demand for idle luxuries. Night Rose rubbed her nearly frozen hands together, her eyes gleaming with the fierce feral curiosity of a predator. If I live to see tomorrow, I will find out what kind of vehicle dares to run a cinema at -40 degrees. She slammed the accelerator and the rally car vanished once more into the infinite storm. End perspective shifts back to the Abyss Tyrant's cockpit. Current external temperature -40 degrees Celsius. With 14 hours remaining until the polar frost tempest's full arrival, the mercury had officially plunged past the -40 threshold. The entire world seemed muted, as if sound itself had been muffled. Even the wind's roar grew dull and distant. Deep Lu Yuan's massage chair completed its full-body therapeutic cycle. He stretched languidly, then let his gaze settle upon the metallic case beside him, the one holding the purple tire blueprint. The night is long. Time to equip my tyrant with some persuasive physics. He sat upright. A chill of lethal intent, cold, precise, and utterly serene, began to seep through the warm, quiet cabin. Time dragged agonizingly slow through the blizzard, yet utterly irreversible. With unwavering focus, Lu Yuan surgically integrated the purple rare dual-mount heavy revolver machine gun module into the armored cavity atop the vehicle's front roof. Only with this metal tempest, capable of unleashing thousands of bio-piercing rounds per minute, did he finally possess the raw power to plow and scour even the most impregnable fortifications in utter desperation. Beep, tick. The holographic workstation's countdown settled calmly, inexorably upon 000000. The howling gale moments before a maelstrom of fury froze, uncannily still, for a full second, as though an invisible titan had seized the throat of the entire world. Then, clack clack clack. Boom. Outside the armored windshield of the Abyss Tyrant, the delicate 2-centimeter ice blooms erupted and thickened in a single second, crystalline growths exploding like living glass. The last vestiges of moisture in the air outside the cabin vanished instantly, condensing into visible ghostly white frost. All around, abandoned vehicles, long since stalled and stranded, simultaneously emitted sharp brittle pops from their tires, rubber shattered by extreme cold crumbling into fine powder. The crimson digits on the holographic display plummeted past their lower limit like falling stones. External temperature 50 C. Local wind channel temperature 58 C. Lu Yuan sat motionless in the zero-gravity massage chair, watching the blinding white squall beyond the window, so fierce that even light seemed frozen, and instinctively pulled his hoodie tighter. Though the cabin remained a steady 24 C, a bone-deep, soul-piercing chill lingered just beyond the glass, as if legions of death itself were harvesting lives across the frozen earth. "It's over," Lu Yuan murmured softly. He knew that survivors whose radiators lacked antifreeze or who had failed to kindle fire pits would not even register pain. Within 10 seconds of temperatures plunging below 50 C, they would freeze, solid blood and flesh alike turned to rigid ice statues. At that very moment, a colossal resonant bell toll echoed, not through the air but deep within the soul of every surviving human across the globe. Global Region Announcement. Phase 1 7-day novice protection period has officially ended. Congratulations, you fragile survivors, you have earned the right to participate in this grand trial. Global Rule Synchronization in progress. Rule 1 Ascendant Sequence unlocked. Mechanisms endure, flesh remains frail. To confront higher-tier calamities, this world now formally opens the human genetic evolution pathway. Defeating mutated beasts yields a chance to obtain genetic serums and ascendant artifacts. Ascendant artifacts are ranked by rarity: common, rare, perfect, epic, legendary, mythic. Upon use, they shatter genetic locks across the body, granting transcendent physiques or supernatural abilities. Note: Tier 1 monsters drop ascendant artifacts extremely rarely and never yield genetic serums. Tier 2 monsters may drop basic genetic serums. Tier 3 lords and above may drop advanced genetic serums and rare ascendant fruits. Rule 2 Global Leaderboard System activated. The system has compiled comprehensive data from all survivors worldwide to launch 3 leaderboards: survival rank, vehicle rank, and attribute rank. Leaderboards will finalize after 120 days. The top 100, top 10, and top 3 will receive progressively richer system rewards. The 1 position grants an exclusive mythic tier limited edition blind box. As the cascade of cold, seductive system announcements faded, Lu Yuan's breath grew audibly heavier. Human evolution. Ascendant artifacts. He sat bolt upright, eyes blazing with razor-sharp intensity. This was the true core gameplay of the Endless Highway. His Abyss Tyrant was undeniably monstrous. Tier 2 heavy armor coupled with dual revolver machine guns delivered nothing short of dimensional annihilation at this stage. But what of his own body? Still merely an ordinary carbon-based lifeform, no more than a seasoned mechanic physically sturdier than the average homebound recluse yet otherwise unremarkable. Should he face a creature capable of sonic resonance or neurotoxic gas emission, even the thickest armor would offer no sanctuary. Seated inside, he'd bleed from every orifice and perish. I dominate the vehicle rank without peer, but the attribute rank, I can't even reach its threshold yet. Lu Yuan immediately summoned the newly activated vehicle rank screen. As expected, the top slot glowed with dark gold radiance. 1 Abyss Tyrant Tier 2 Flesh Fusion Entity. Owner Anonymous. In second place stood a heavy tracked armored personnel carrier engineered by a North American conglomerate, its composite score lagging behind the Tyrant's by a factor of 3. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan concealed his identity. Silence bred fortune, he refused to become a global target for envy and coordinated assault by major guilds at this critical juncture. Since my vehicle already leads by an immense margin, I must now fortify this weakest link, the flesh itself. Lu Yuan moistened his lips, gaze locking onto the lethal 50C blizzard beyond the windshield. The end of the novice phase signaled a complete upheaval among monsters. To acquire basic genetic serums, he needed to hunt Tier 2 or higher mutated beasts. Yet in this ice storm, cold enough to unbrittle steel, ordinary mutated beasts had long since perished. Only the most terrifying native denizens of the deep cold could survive and move. Beep, static, beep. As if confirming his suspicion, the golden rank mist detection radar on the holographic workstation erupted in urgent rapid-fire alerts. Lu Yuan glanced down, and his pupils contracted sharply. On the upper right quadrant of the radar display 5 kilometers distant across the snow-choked wasteland, a dense cluster of crimson dots had just materialized. Not one or two, but a full swarm, 20 to 30 crimson markers, all pulsing with identical Tier 2 energy signatures. Alert! Radar warning. Detected large-scale cryogenic mutant pack, bloodthirsty snow wolf pack, all Tier 2. Attributes native predators symbiotic with cryogenic blizzards, immune to 60°C cold. Extremely ravenous, tracking residual heat from human fatalities, conducting mass hunts among stalled vehicle convoys. A Tier 2 pack. And heading straight toward the stalled convoy on the main highway. Lu Yuan glanced back at his luxurious holographic waterbed and shook his head with quiet regret. Moments earlier he'd been fretting over where to find Tier 2 monsters to farm genetic serums. Now the bloodthirsty snow wolves arrived like delivery couriers, lining up to hand him warmth. One Tier 2 beast offered low odds, but 30. With sufficient volume, ascendant artifacts would inevitably accumulate. Looks like sleep is off the table. A cold predatory smile curled Lu Yuan's lips as his thumb decisively shoved the Abyss Tyrant's gear lever forward. Xiao Wu, preheat the dual revolver machine gun. Load full bio-piercing ammunition. Roar. Into the absolute 50°C silence, the crimson-black Abyss Tyrant surged forth like an enraged demon from hell, shattering the ice-glazed windshield in its wake. Its massive all-terrain tires gouged twin bottomless furrows into the snow as it charged headlong into the lethal white squall toward that crimson swarm, symbolizing the dawn of the ascendant pathway. Flesh remains frail. Then let overwhelming firepower blast open the gates of genetic evolution. The Abyss Tyrant surged forward like a dark red demonic whale, cleaving through white waves, racing at full throttle across absolute ice, frozen at -50°C. Inside the cabin, Lu Yuan gripped the steering wheel with one hand while deftly swiping open the War Vehicle Rankings interface on the holographic workstation with the other. He had skimmed it earlier, but now he needed to examine it closely. Among the billions of survivors across the globe, how many true elites were truly hiding in plain sight? Unsurprisingly, he was not the only master who had survived the 7-day beginner's trial. Global War Vehicle Comprehensive Combat Power Ranking Live. No. 1 Abyss Tyrant Peak 2nd Tier Living Fusion, Owner Anonymous. Comprehensive score 12500 points. No. 2 Land Heavy Fortress 2nd Tier Tracked Armor Modification, Owner Adam, North American Region. Comprehensive score 4100 points. No. 3 Polar Command Vehicle 2nd Tier Reinforced Blastproof Modification, Owner Lin Zhan, Huaxia Region. Comprehensive score 3950 points. So even the top-tier conglomerates and major guilds hadn't stood idle, they'd mortgaged everything just to upgrade their vehicles to the 2nd tier. Lu Yuan gazed at the rankings and sipped steaming hot coffee with serene satisfaction. Though all had crossed into the 2nd tier, the scores revealed a terrifying chasm. Other 2nd tier was brute force engineering, layer upon layer of steel plates, welded treads, bolted sheer physical augmentation. His own, however, was a flawless fusion of flesh and machine, armed with purple tire weaponry. 12,200 points versus 4,000, that was the unassailable confidence born of monopolizing core resources. Just as Lu Yuan prepared to close the ranking interface, the system's cold resonant voice erupted once more across the global channel. Ding! Hidden global mechanism activated. Extreme polar blizzard has fully descended. The gene locks of the first survivors who endured its crushing environmental pressure have begun to loosen. The talent awakening system is now officially active. Approximately 0. One of the exceptionally fortunate will naturally awaken an initial talent today, such as elemental affinity, mechanical obsession, or absolute focus. Those who do not awaken naturally need not despair. Latent talent slots may be unlocked later via consumption of high-tier extraordinary items or specialized blueprints. The moment this announcement appeared, the previously lifeless global chat channel flared back to feverish intensity. Holy hell, I've awakened. Just as hypothermia nearly claimed my consciousness, a sharp ding echoed in my mind. I've awakened the drank talent cold-resistant skin. I barely feel the chill of -50 anymore. Help! A man in the car beside me just shot flames from his palms. This is supposed to be a post-apocalyptic highway, not a fantasy realm. Lu Yuan scanned the ecstatic messages in rapid succession. A glint of shrewd calculation flickered deep within his dark, penetrating eyes. Though he himself had yet to awaken a talent, he felt no urgency whatsoever. As the undisputed top-ranked survivor, commanding boundless resources, he possessed more than enough capital to acquire extraordinary items later. What mattered far more to him was another question. AO 9000 awakening probability. Lu Yuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. If he could precisely locate those rare individuals who awaken logistical talents such as mechanical mastery, floret acceleration, or advanced forging, and bind them instantly using an absolute soul covenant, then the days when he reclined leisurely inside his vehicle while servants frantically assembled missiles at the control console would be imminent. A boss hires no idle hands, talent is the finest. Resume. Boom. The violent lurch of the war vehicle shattered Lu Yuan's reverie. The Abyss Tyrant crested a snow dune. Under the ghastly white glare of its searchlights, the scene ahead froze Lu Yuan's gaze, now edged with glacial lethality. 800 meters ahead along the main thoroughfare, dozens of ordinary vehicles lay scattered and crippled, a small survivor convoy evidently formed for mutual aid. But now it had become a grotesque slaughterhouse. Over 30 bloodthirsty snow wolves, each the size of a calf, their bodies bristling with snow-white steel fur, were savagely tearing at the frozen metal hulls of the immobilized cars. The claws and fangs of these second-tier beasts were monstrous. Ordinary car doors crumpled like paper beneath them, ripped apart in mere seconds. Piercing screams swallowed by howling blizzards were drowned utterly by the sickening crunch of snow wolves gnawing flesh and bone. At -50 degrees, blood sprayed midair and instantly solidified into crimson ice beads, shattering silently upon impact with the snow. Exactly 31 specimens. A perfect primary gene serum ATM. Lu Yuan uttered not a single word, not even a sanctimonious cry for help. He simply shifted the Abyss Tyrant into combat mode, his eyes locking unblinkingly onto the Wolf King, still feasting. Bru-uaor. The pack sensed the dark red war vehicle instantly, the searing heat, the oppressive aura. The Wolf King halted its feeding, turned its head, crusted with shards of ice and gore, and unleashed a savage guttural roar. In that instant, all 32nd-tier wolves abandoned their carrion and exploded forward, not as beasts but as 30 blinding white lightning bolts fanning out across the blizzard toward the Abyss Tyrant. Their speed was staggering, their agility over snow surpassed even elite off-road vehicles. You think numbers alone can shoot me down? Lu Yuan sneered, and slammed his thumb hard onto the violet button marked with a skull mounted on the left side of the steering wheel. Xiao Wu, show these provincials what true firepower means, the terror born of relentless technological brutality. VVVRRCLSK. The armored roof of the Abyss Tyrant slid smoothly apart. With hydraulic precision and biomechanical grace, a twin-barreled heavy rotary cannon, its frame grotesquely ornated surface shimmering with eerie violet light, rose majestically onto the vehicle's crown. 6 thick black gun barrels began spinning rapidly, driven simultaneously by electric motors and living muscle tissue, warming up with a low predatory whine. At the exact moment the lead wolf launched itself skyward, its razor-sharp claws mere inches from the windshield. Open fire. SSSSSSSSHHHHHH. This was no ordinary gunfire, it was a metallic tempest, dense and grating as a chainsaw rending ancient oak. Empowered by violet gold schematics, this weapon discharged 6,000 bio-penetrating rounds per minute. In the pitch-black blizzard night, 2 searing crimson tongues, each stretching over 10 meters, blazed forth, illuminating the world in hellish light. The first 7 or 8 wolves charging headlong never even screamed, they collided midair with an impenetrable wall of death shredded before they touched ground. It was absolute firepower domination. Even their second-tier frost-resistant pelts, capable of shrugging off pistol rounds, shattered like tofu under the violet barrage. Brutal kinetic force tore their bodies apart, limbs, entrails and viscera rained down like a crimson hailstorm, caught in the stark beam of the searchlights. Aowo. The surviving wolves recoiled in primal terror, their instincts screaming to flee. Yet this cannon possessed an unervingly advanced biological heat source lock-on function. Its turret base pivoted like a sentient radar, tracking fleeing targets with ruthless precision, striking exactly where it aimed. 30 seconds later, the barrels ceased spinning. Steam billowed thick and white from the red-hot muzzles, instantly vaporized by the freezing wind and snow. Before the Abyss Tyrant, no living thing remained. 31 second-tier native predators of the polar wastes now lay strewn across the snowfield, reduced to frozen fragments, not a single intact corpse among them. Ah! This kind of unrestrained ammunition-ignorant overwhelming dominance, that is the true romance of heavy firepower. Yuan released the firing button. Slowly, deliberately, the Abyss Tyrant rolled forward toward the gory battlefield. Xiao Wu, secure the battlefield. Prioritize scanning for extraordinary items emitting anomalous resonance. Tonight, it's time for my evolution. Beneath the vehicle's proud dark red tendrils, like sharks scenting blood, surged outward, voraciously devouring the high-tier biomass scattered across the snow. And on the holographic radar display, as the absorption continued, a cascade of euphoric notifications flooded Yuan's mind. Ding! Defeated 31 second-tier mutants, bloodthirsty snow wolves. Critical drop detection in progress. Congratulations, host. You have acquired basic gene serum physical enhancement type 1. Congratulations, host. You have acquired basic gene serum neural reaction type 1. The Abyssal Tyrant's dark red tentacles thrashed wildly across the snowfield like dozens of tireless precision-engineered harvesters. Acquired 800 units of grade 2 snow wolf meat, coarse texture, trace amounts of agitoxin, unsuitable for direct consumption, ideal as high-grade fuel or trade commodity. Acquired 45 units of advanced biomass. Acquired 12 intact grade 2 frost beast cores. As the system's crisp settlement chime faded, those 31 once undefeated native frost dwellers were utterly consumed, transformed into nourishment for the Abyssal Tyrant's evolution. Yuan reclined in his zero-gravity massage chair, his gaze lingering nowhere near the mountainous piles of beast flesh. In his palm rested two slender test-tube-sized spiral glass vials, each radiating an almost hypnotic luminous glow. The left vial held a viscous magma-like dark red liquid, its searing vitality palpable even through the glass. The right shimmered with a deep silver-blue luminescence within which countless microscopic bioelectric currents flickered and darted ceaselessly. Basic Gene Serum Physical Enhancement Variant unlocks the first genetic lock of carbon-based lifeforms. Dramatically enhances bone density, muscular fiber resilience, and cellular self-repair capacity. Basic Gene Serum Neural Response Variant restructures central neurons. Sharply elevates dynamic visual acuity, neuromuscular reflex speed, and sensory sensitivity across all 5 senses. To draw 2 vials in one go, despite the abysmally low drop rate, means those 30 grade 2 snow wolves truly emptied their entire hoard for me. Yuan licked his lips with quiet satisfaction. He lifted his eyes toward the windshield. Beyond it, a blizzard at -50 degrees had sealed the world in absolute white silence. All was blindingly white, horizon, sky, earth indistinguishable. In such extremity, every living thing instinctively sought shelter. The wilderness offered only wind, no other sound. Environment is absolutely secure. Xiao will find a leeward snow slope to park, activate blast-resistant standby mode, and max out radar output. If any heat source above Tier 3 approaches, jolt me awake with electricity. A low hum resonated. The Abyssal Tyrant obediently veered toward a colossal rock face beside the highway. Its 4 all-terrain tires sank deep into the permafrost, the chassis lowered, merging seamlessly with the howling storm. Yuan shed his outer coat and strode to the rear compartment, sinking comfortably onto the expansive holographic sleep waterbed. An ordinary survivor, even if they'd slain Tier 2 monsters and secured gene serums, would never dare ingest them under such conditions. Genetic recombination demanded immense energy and inflicted excruciating pain. To succumb to agony inside a drafty Sub-Zero vehicle meant certain death, frozen solid before help could arrive. But Yuan was different. His sanctuary maintained a perfect 24 degrees Celsius. Beneath him lay a biogel waterbed engineered to absorb violent muscular spasms. Above, a holographic starfield projected gentle neural harmonization. Let's see just how extraordinary this ascendant sequence truly is. Yuan uncorked both vials and without hesitation tipped them back in one swift motion. The moment the serums touched his tongue, they dissolved, not into bitterness but into a raging torrent of fire and a razor-sharp current of ice, plunging straight down his esophagus and detonating deep within his stomach. Boom! Yuan's eyes snapped wide open. His heart hammered like a V8 engine violently revved beyond redline, each beat thunderous, deafening. His blood boiled instantly. A guttural hiss escaped his throat, a searing, marrow-deep tearing sensation as genetic locks shattered and cells rewrote themselves in violent, unrelenting waves. His body locked rigid, taut as a drawn longbow. Beads of sweat broke across his skin, then grayish-black impurities, faintly fetid, were violently expelled through his pores by a hyper-accelerated metabolism. Amid this excruciating metamorphosis, the holographic sleep waterbed revealed its worth as a peerless blueprint. Its supple biogel contoured flawlessly to every spasm, cradling his spine with unwavering support, preventing injury even during convulsive thrashing, while a steady stream of warm purified oxygen ensured his brain remained oxygenated and razor-sharp. This crucible of ice and fire lasted over 2 hours. When the final tremor faded from his fingertips, Lu Yuan gasped, raggedly drenched and spent, collapsed limply upon the waterbed. Yet his obsidian eyes blazed with an unprecedented incisive light. He exhaled slowly, then sat upright and clenched his fist. A rapid dense cascade of bone-cracking snaps echoed through the cabin. A terrifying surge of raw power, capable of crushing steel barehanded, roared through his limbs and core. He glanced toward the interior wall, where a mutated insect no larger than a grain of rice darted erratically toward him. Yet to Lu Yuan's newly heightened perception, its flight slowed to cinematic slowness. He could trace each precise vibration of its wings. His index and middle fingers flicked outward, effortless, precise. Plop. The insect was crushed midair. Dynamic vision improved at least threefold, neural reflexes fully synchronized. As for strength, Lu Yuan strode to the workbench and plucked up a remnant slab of refined steel, a solid 2-finger-thick ingot left over from prior modifications. He drew a deep breath and squeezed with 5 fingers. A grating, teeth-rattling shriek of tortured metal tore through the air. The unyielding steel slab warped visibly, 5 deep, unmistakable finger impressions pressed into its surface, followed by a subtle, undeniable curve. Confirmed. Lu Yuan tossed the bent ingot into the waste bin and snapped his fingers with quiet satisfaction. With this new physical foundation, even against grotesque monsters capable of shredding armor, he now possessed overwhelming offensive and even instant-killing capability. The final weakness of mortal flesh, the last fragment of human frailty, had been irrevocably eradicated. He stepped into the thermostatic shower chamber and rinsed away every trace of expelled genetic residue with scalding water. Dressed in fresh tactical gear, Lu Yuan returned to the driver's seat refreshed and clear-headed, and tapped open the holographic screen's global attribute rankings. As expected, his name, once absent entirely from the list, now rocketed upward with dizzying velocity, surging past rank 100,000, vaulting into the top 1,000, then the top 100, until unstoppable it claimed the summit. Global Comprehensive Combat Power Ranking, Real-Time and No. 1 Anonymous Life Transcendence Stage, Tier 1 Initial Phase, Comprehensive Combat Power 1850. No. 2 Oleg North American Region Life Transcendence Awakened, Comprehensive Combat Power 620. And no. 3 Night Rose Chinese Region Life Transcendence Awakened, Comprehensive Combat Power 580. N. Staring at the staggering gap in scores, Lu Yuan couldn't suppress a chuckle. So the elite masters and so-called chosen ones either awakened innate talents naturally, or bled profusely, slaying 1 or 2 Tier 2 beasts just to scrape their attributes upward. Whereas he had bypassed conventional attribute grinding entirely, achieving true life transcendence via 2 vials of basic gene serum. First place undisputed. Yet to avoid being reported as a cheat system-wide or targeted for assassination by extremists, he retained his anonymous alias with deliberate discretion. Physical evolution complete. Next, time to address the battle vehicle ecosystem. Lu Yuan glanced at the battered environmental simulator he'd acquired from Night Rose, now resting on the passenger seat. Cultivating crops or sustaining a microecosystem inside the vehicle demanded expertise far beyond his own skills, honed not in autobody repair but in specialized biosciences and engineering. He opened the World Channel. Across the public feed, survivors who'd endured the polar freeze and recently awakened talents still clamored, boasting, begging, or pleading for aid. I've awakened E-rank talent botanical affinity. Feed me once, I'll germinate desiccated seeds instantly. I've awakened drank talent novice forging. Any master willing to take me in? I can repair your armor. I'm freezing, I can barely grip my hammer. Watching these desperate promising laborers, Lu Yuan's capitalist instincts flared fiercely. It was time to assemble his logistical command. Yet as an employer his standards were uncompromising. With unhurried precision he typed across the virtual keyboard and posted at the very top of the World Trade Recruitment Channel an unprecedented recruitment notice. Posted by anonymous rank 1 vehicle owner, server's largest fuel supplier, and seeking exceptionally rare logistics production class awakened talents e.g. high-grade plant acceleration, mechanical mastery, precision fabrication. Combat class talents not accepted, you're outmatched by my vehicle alone. Compensation, full room and board. Includes guaranteed access to a 24/7 thermostatic sanctuary, daily rations of purified water and hot non-mutated meals, including, but not limited to, pan-seared meat and steaming broth. Requirements: absolute loyalty enforced via binding slave tier covenant, life and death subject to my sole authority. No partner assignment provided, residual utility may be extracted at any time. Applicants must submit verified talent screenshots via private message. Serious inquiries only. Opportunists seeking free sustenance will serve as live targets for my dual-barreled rotary cannon. The moment this audacious, ruthlessly capitalistic, yet offering the highest survival guarantees in the apocalypse, recruitment notice went live. Every survivor along the endless highway, those who'd just begun gloating over their newly awakened talents while shivering, starving and exposed to the blizzard, stood utterly dumbfounded. Global Survival Quality Ranking, a bizarre leaderboard that disregards firepower and armor, evaluating players solely on caloric intake, core body temperature, sleep quality and psychological stress index. Yuan reclined in the zero-gravity massage chair of the main cockpit and opened this newly refreshed third ranking list. When he saw the utterly absurd, unprecedented gap in the data, even this normally unflappable merchant raised an eyebrow. Global Survival Quality Ranking Live. No. 1 Anonymous. Composite Survival Index 9999, reaching the system's current evaluation ceiling. System assessment: this player resides in a perfectly stable 24C thermally regulated environment equipped with premium sleep-enhancing facilities and a full-spectrum holographic entertainment system. Recently consumed exceptionally high-quality non-mutated calorie-dense protein, such as top-tier Wagyu beef. Psychological Stress Index 0. No. 2 Atom North America region. Composite Survival Index 450. System assessment: this player is sheltered inside a vehicle-based air raid bunker at 5C, wrapped in 3 layers of military-grade wool blankets, having just consumed a heated can of pre-collapse soybean stew. Psychological stress: moderate anxiety. No. 3 Linzhan China region. Composite Survival Index 390. System assessment: this player is inside an armored vehicle at 10C, having drunk warm water and consumed compressed rations. Psychological stress: extreme tension. 9,999 versus 450. This isn't a gap, it's dimensional annihilation. Yuan stroked his chin. The system's 9,999 ceiling clearly exists because its current scoring dimensions are utterly incapable of quantifying a being who, amid a post-apocalyptic world frozen at 50C, lies on a waterbed watching films and enjoys a thermostatically controlled hot shower. Vehicle ranking: no. 1. Attribute ranking: no. 1. Survival ranking: no. 1. The first ever Triple Crown sovereign has emerged. And all 3 titles belong to the same enigmatic figure operating under the alias Anonymous. Instantly the entire world chat channel erupted. The formerly lifeless public chat screen, stagnant under the weight of the polar ice storm, was violently reignited by these staggering triple ranking figures and Yuan's recently posted malevolent capitalist recruitment notice. No way. Am I hallucinating? A survival index of 9,999. The system says he ate top-tier Wagyu. I'm licking frost off my steering wheel while he's savoring Wagyu. Case solved. That monopolist who cornered the global gasoline supply and traded strategic reserves for massage chairs is undoubtedly this Triple Crown Anonymous overlord. Have you seen the overlord's recruitment notice? Full board and lodging. A 24C thermostatically regulated shelter. Hot soup and freshly pan-seared meat. Heavens above, I wouldn't have dared dream of such conditions before the collapse. And he's offering them in the apocalypse. Despite the notice's extreme stipulations, including explicit terms of a slave contract designed to extract every last drop of residual value, survivors showed not the slightest resistance. Instead, they unleashed a frenzy of desperate applications. Overlord. Though I haven't awakened any talent, I was a spa therapist before the collapse. I possess exceptional skill. Let me aboard. I'll sign the slave contract without hesitation. Get lost upstairs. If the Overlord can install a holographic theater, does he need a mere therapist? Overlord, look at me. I've just awakened an erranked talent, muscular augmentation. I'll carry your gear and serve as your living shield. I've awakened a drank talent, extreme cryo resistance. I won't shiver bare-chested even at 20C. Hire me, boss. Yuan sipped freshly brewed hot coffee and methodically opened his private message inbox, now overflowing, displaying 9,999, and began the most surreal job interviews ever conducted in the apocalypse. Before these fervent applicants, Yuan revealed the chilling pragmatism of capital incarnate. Yuan replies to the muscular candidate: I can bend solid steel ingots barehanded. My vehicle's roof mounts a twin-barrel rotary cannon spinning at 6,000 rounds per minute. With your rank muscular augmentation, you couldn't even push open my vehicle's door. How could I possibly use you as a shield? You're too narrow to stop bullets. Rejected. Yuan replies to the cryo-resistant candidate: my interior maintains a constant 24C. Garbage retrieval is handled by intelligent robotic arms. I never step outside to endure the cold. Your talent holds zero potential for generating surplus value. Rejected. Yuan replies to the singing streamer: my onboard audio system employs bioresonant surround sound, housing a lossless human music archive. I require no noise pollution from your vocalizations. Rejected. He scrolled through hundreds of messages in succession. Those self-satisfied low-tier combat or entertainment talents were rendered utterly worthless against Lu Yuan's fortress of ultimate firepower and absolute comfort. The boss kept no idle hands. Anyone unable to cultivate land for the vehicle repair equipment or deliver long-term logistical value, no matter how handsome or powerful, was unworthy of a single drop of purified water within his armored sanctuary. Just as Lu Yuan began losing patience and contemplated closing the inbox to catch some extra sleep, a chime rang out. Ding! A special private message edged faintly in gold suddenly surfaced from the torrent of notifications. This golden border appeared exclusively on messages sent by high-ranked talent awakeners. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened. He tapped open the message. Applicant Suli information partially concealed. Attached talent screenshot. A-rank rare talent mechanical resonance. Effect perceives internal structures of all machinery and metallic objects, reduces material consumption in blueprint-based manufacturing by 30 and carries a chance to induce transcendent mutation beyond blueprint specifications during repairs. The moment Lu Yuan read the talent description, his grip tightened around the coffee cup and a searing flash of brilliance ignited deep in his eyes. Reduced material consumption. Induced transcendent mutation in ordinary machines. This wasn't just an employee, this was a walking self-contained overpowered repair facility. If she maintained and upgraded Abyss Tyrant's overpowered modules, how much high-tier biomass could he save? Lu Yuan immediately turned to her accompanying text. Suli, I know your vehicle lacks for nothing, and ordinary people hold no interest for you. But I reviewed your transaction log. You acquired a purple tire environmental simulator damaged component from Night Rose, correct? Its internal logic board is irreparably burnt. Without my ranked talent to forcibly reconstruct its energy circuitry, even possessing raw materials won't restore it. Though her words feigned composure, an unmistakable tremor of frailty and despair leaked through every syllable. I'm trapped inside an abandoned arms factory 30 kilometers off the main highway. My vehicle is completely destroyed. Ambient temperature here stands at 52 C. With only residual body heat and a few splintered wooden planks, I can survive no longer than 3 hours. Bring the contract and come for me. In exchange for a seat in your vehicle and one bowl of hot soup, I pledge my life and every moment of my talent and labor henceforth. Lu Yuan smiled. A serene, satisfied smile, the kind only the most consummate exploiter wears, spread across his handsome face. He replied with no superfluous words, only 3 decisive characters. Lu Yuan, wait for me. Closing the chat interface, he placed the coffee cup onto its thermostatic cradle. Xiao Wu exit standby mode. Coordinates abandoned arms factory 30 kilometers away. Roar. Abyss Tyrant roared, not as machine but as a crimson dark dragon awakening from eons of slumber, its thunderous bellow shattering wind and snow alike. Its massive all-terrain tires instantly shattered the glacial crust beneath, launching forward with unstoppable savage momentum, plunging headlong into the absolute zero blizzard, a maelstrom so dense it devoured sight itself. To retrieve his peerless, irreplaceable top-tier employee. 30 kilometers would normally be a mere flick of the accelerator on a smooth paved highway. But across the death wasteland, where temperatures plummeted to minus 52 degrees Celsius and snowdrifts towered 2 meters high, that same distance became a spectral gateway claiming 99% of those who dared attempt it. Boom, crack. Like a rampaging icebreaker forged in hellfire, the crimson Abyss Tyrant smashed headlong through a wall of snow over 2 meters tall, carving a jagged passage through the frozen wasteland. Each rotation of its massive all-terrain tires pulverized subterranean blackrock reefs, frozen solid for centuries, into fine dust. Outside, a blizzard of white frost wind howled cold enough to shatter human eyeballs on contact. Inside, Lu Yuan reclined luxuriously in his zero-gravity massage seat, lulled by soothing ambient music from the holographic sound system, and even had the leisure to brew himself a steaming cup of latte using the onboard espresso machine. This suspension system truly has no equal. Lu Yuan took a slow sip of coffee and glanced at the holographic radar. A faint golden dot, representing Suli, now hovered just 1 kilometer away. Ahead, half buried in the storm, loomed the colossal skeletal remains of an ancient industrial ruin. Shattered smokestacks lay, collapsed rust-eaten factory frames groaned under gale-force winds like the death rattle of a fallen leviathan. This was the abandoned arms factory marked on the coordinates. The crimson Abyss Tyrant rolled straight over snow-covered barbed wire and advanced unimpeded. Deep within the derelict factory, in the wind-scoured corner of a rusted decommissioned shipping container, Lu Yuan finally spotted his applicant, a heavy-duty all-terrain vehicle, its original form nearly unrecognizable. Its silhouette was obscured not by damage but by an astonishingly intricate and exaggerated exoskeletal reinforcement grafted onto both chassis and hull. Even Lu Yuan, a veteran automechanic, had to concede the craftsmanship was nothing short of artistry, far beyond the reach of amateur modifiers. Yet even such masterful engineering crumbled before absolute cold. The vehicle's hood had fractured outright, revealing a cylinder block shattered beyond repair. Inside the cabin, Suli huddled in the passenger seat, swaddled in two thick oil-stained winter suits, clutching a dead portable flamethrower to her chest with desperate strength. Half her face, exposed to the elements, bore bone-deep elegance and icy refinement, yet her lips had turned deep violet black and thick frost clung to her dense dark lashes. Had the Crimson Abyss Tyrant arrived 10 minutes later, this exceptional worker, possessing the rare Class A mechanical resonance talent, would have frozen into a flawless lifeless sculpture of ice. VVVVRRRMM. With a low thunderous growl, the immense crimson war machine halted beside the wrecked vehicle, not like a rescuer but like a deity descending upon mortal soil. The searing heat radiating from its tear-eye flesh furnace instantly vaporized the snow within several meters, transforming it into roiling boiling steam. With excruciating effort, Suli pried open eyes sealed shut by ice. Through glass veiled in delicate frost flowers she beheld a biomechanical god of steel, brutal, elegant and terrifyingly alive. Its crimson main cannon glowed with quiet menace atop its turret, a twin-barreled rotary cannon gleamed with chilling lethality, silent testaments to the terrifying authority of its master. Help! A ragged whisper escaped her cracked lips as she summoned every last ounce of strength to tap feebly on the windowpane. Yuan sat motionless in the warm, silent cabin, observing coldly. He had no intention of stepping out to stage some cliched hero's rescue. Outside, the mercury stood at -52 degrees. He saw no reason to coat himself in frost. Shall we get to work? He tapped once on the steering wheel. Shoo! Armored plating along the Tyrant's flank split open and a thick sinuous phantom mechanical arm shot forth, its three tempered steel claws locking with surgical precision onto the frozen seams of the wrecked vehicle's door. Bang! With brutal efficiency the entire door tore free and vanished into the blizzard. Piercing cold flooded the cabin instantly. Suli choked out a stifled cry and convulsed violently, her body betraying her will. Then the arm extended forward again, its tip holding a parchment scroll glowing with soft golden light presented precisely before Suli's frost-blurred gaze. Through the external loudspeakers came Yuan's voice, calm, emotionless and utterly devoid of mercy. This is the golden rank consumable absolute soul covenant. Sign it and your flesh, soul and every future value you may ever generate shall belong to me, unconditionally. You will not even be capable of conceiving betrayal. In return I guarantee your survival through every coming cataclysm, better than 99% of all others in this region. You have 10 seconds to decide. If you do not affix your seal by then I will retrieve the scroll and leave. No sentiment. No negotiation. In this apocalypse Yuan would never permit an unvetted high-tier talent to remain near him unless she wore the strongest collar imaginable. Suli stared at the golden contract, her mind frozen yet razor-sharp. She was above all a profoundly rational mechanic. She understood perfectly in this infernal weather dignity and freedom were worth less than a single matchstick. And if he could arrive here in a war machine of this caliber, his resources were unquestionably absolute. I sign. Without hesitation she bit deep into her numb fingertip and pressed the blood, streaked with ice crystals, firmly onto the bottom of the parchment. VVVV. The covenant dissolved into golden light surging directly into Suli's forehead. Instantly Yuan's mind resonated with the system's crystalline chime. Ding! Golden rank consumable absolute soul covenant activated. Congratulations, Master, you have acquired a subordinate Suli absolute loyalty status. Subordinate talent Class A mechanical resonance. Current status severe hypothermia bordering clinical death. Contract ratified. Welcome aboard. Press the co-pilot door, release now. Soak my cabin's heating system with grime and your wages are docked. Suli tumbled headfirst from the ruined vehicle, dragging herself with her final breaths into the Crimson Abyss Tyrant's cavernous co-pilot seat. Clang. The heavy door sealed with perfect airtight precision, shutting out the frozen hellscape beyond. Suli collapsed into the supple contour-hugging leather seat, her mind overwhelmed, momentarily flatlined. Whoosh. A wave of rich steady warmth, maintained at precisely 24 degrees, enveloped her, laced with the comforting aromatic scent of freshly brewed latte. She blinked open her eyes, and the sight before her shattered the composure of a genius mechanic famed for unflappable calm. A co-pilot seat that adjusted its air cushioning autonomously. A modular smart kitchen, its brushed metal surfaces seamless down to the last micron. Behind it, even a compact self-regulating shower stall bathed in a gentle emerald glow. And at the rear of the cabin a vast waterbed, padded with biogel, projected a breathtaking slowly rotating starfield across its surface. Is this a shelter? Or a mobile 5-star hotel? Suli stared blankly, then turned slowly toward Yuan, seated calmly in the driver's seat, dressed in immaculate casual wear, not a hair out of place. Contrasted against her own oil-smeared, frost-rimed, beggar-like appearance, she realized, with startling clarity, that signing that slave covenant hadn't cost her anything. It had been the greatest bargain of her life. Stop gawking. Strip off those filthy outer layers, toss them into the rear dryer. Without glancing her way, Yuan casually lifted a steaming bowl from the temperature-controlled rack, containing rich broth simmered from leftover M9 grade beef trimmings, and handed it to her with effortless grace. Drink it. Then repair the purple environmental simulator component I've designated. His tone held no warmth, but the bowl he offered radiated in this -52° apocalypse a heat more precious than gold, rich with savory fat and life-restoring warmth. Trembling, Suli accepted the bowl. Her eyes, whether stung by steam or something deeper, instantly welled with tears. Thank you, boss. 3 scalding mouthfuls of beef broth flooded her system, high-calorie proteins igniting into swift radiant warmth, banishing the lethal chill entrenched in her marrow. Regaining just a sliver of strength, Suli did not immediately reach for the purple component. Instead, she turned, focused, deliberate, and met Yuan's gaze. Boss, I can repair that environmental simulator anytime. But first, I'd like to offer you a welcome gift. She gestured toward the snow-choked ruins of the old arms factory outside the window, her cool mechanical eyes alight with feverish intensity. I was stranded here because my Class A talent sensed something buried beneath this factory, an intact second-tier military-grade armor fabrication assembly line untouched by total destruction. Its security vault door is locked down hard. I tried to melt the external power coupling with my flamethrower, but the temperature dropped too fast. My engine died. Suli drew a slow, steady breath, her voice unwavering. Boss, your war machine's energy reserves are extraordinary. Grant me sufficient bioelectric output and I'll use mechanical resonance to forcibly awaken that assembly line, elevating your vehicle's armor integrity to a level that defies imagination. Yuan paused mid-sip, his hand stilled, his eyes sharpening with sudden electric interest. Not only did she refuse to idle, but she volunteered on her first day to upgrade his war machine's very skeleton. Indeed, specialized competent laborers were the most treasured wealth this apocalypse had to offer. Outside the vehicle, the temperature plummeted to -52°C, cold enough to fracture steel itself. Inside, a serene 24°C haven hung in the air, redolent with the rich aromas of coffee and simmering meat broth. Suli clutched the now empty soup bowl tightly, feeling as though she had just awakened from an impossibly surreal dream. Yet the surging, vibrant vitality pulsing through her body left no doubt she had survived and latched onto a patron of unimaginable power. An industrial-era military-grade armor forging assembly line. Yuan sat in the driver's seat, setting down his coffee cup as a fierce incandescent light flared deep within his dark, penetrating gaze. He fully grasped the weight embedded in those 3 words, military-grade. Even the most basic Tier I military assembly line involved high-pressure stamping presses, alloy infiltration techniques, and non-destructive welding processes, far beyond what ordinary survivors could cobble together with mere blueprints and scrap metal. And this armory likely still held vast reserves of pristine top-tier military raw materials. Lead the way. Get that line running and I'll supply you with as much bioelectric energy as you need. Yuan decisively engaged the transmission. Understood, boss. The entrance lies beneath the derelict exhaust tower on the far left of the factory floor. Suli drew a slow, steadying breath, the sharp clarity and unwavering focus of a master mechanic instantly reasserting itself in her eyes. Having signed the contract, she had to demonstrate irreplaceable value without delay. Such was the unspoken law of survival in any professional arena. With a thunderous roar, the Abyss Tyrant, its massive chassis astonishingly agile, wove deftly through the ruins. Within 2 minutes it halted before a ventilation tower buried beneath thick, wind-scoured snow. Phantom manipulator arms, clear the snow. At Yuan's command, thick mechanical limbs extended from the vehicle, swiftly excavating the snow in 3 precise sweeps to reveal a heavily reinforced, hermetically sealed titanium alloy blast door. Beside the door stood an electronic control console, its surface glazed with frost, long since frozen into total failure by extreme cold and decades of power loss. Boss, the door is solid, high-strength titanium alloy. Forcible breaching risks triggering the old-world self-destruct protocol, and the entire assembly line would be lost forever. Suli fixed her gaze intently on the console. I need to connect to its external power interface. I'll require your war vehicle to force-feed electricity into it. Then I'll bypass the encryption system using my innate talent. Agreed. Yuan willed it, and it was done. From beneath the Abyss Tyrant's prow, 2 thick crimson-hued biocables surged forth, like living tendrils, slamming brutally into the console's casing and clamping down hard on its internal copper power core. A low resonant hum emanated from the vehicle's Tier I flesh-and-blood furnace as an immense surge of bioelectric energy instantly transformed into high-voltage current flooding violently through the cables. The console, dormant for decades, flickered miraculously to life, its screen pulsed once, emitting a faint trembling crimson glow. Now. Suli's eyes sharpened. She remained seated in the co-pilot's chair, pressing her palm firmly against the Abyss Tyrant's neural control panel and activating her Tiara talent mechanical resonance. Instantly, an invisible resonant waveform radiated outward from Suli, traveling along the vehicle's neural conduits and penetrating directly into the external console. Within Su Li's perception, the impregnable alloy gate and its intricate lock mechanism dissolved into a crystal-clear three-dimensional structural schematic. Main control chip fused, backup circuit severed. I must construct a temporary bypass. Request immediate voltage surge to override the locking pin. A fine sheen of sweat glistened on Su Li's brow. Xiao Wu, maximize output, Lu Yuan commanded calmly beside her, pouring even more power into the system without hesitation. A violent cascade of electric sparks erupted across the console, blinding, searing, deafening. Guided by Su Li's preternatural mechanical resonance, the torrent of raw current did not scorch or shatter, but instead coalesced with surgical precision into an electromagnetic key, forcibly prying open the deepest mechanical lock within. Click, crumble. A deep earth-shaking groan of grinding metal echoed through the frozen silence. At last, the long-sealed subterranean titanium alloy gate slowly retracted, revealing a yawning pitch-black tunnel wide enough for two heavy-duty trucks to pass side by side. Lu Yuan activated the Abyss Tyrant's searchlight's twin beams of ghastly white light sliced through the subterranean darkness as the war vehicle descended steadily along the broad sloping ramp into the underground shelter. As depth increased, the onboard radar registered temperatures plunging below -60°C, an astonishing bone-deep cold. When the vehicle entered the lowest cavernous chamber, even Lu Yuan, whose eyes had witnessed countless wonders, raised a faint, intrigued eyebrow. Stretching across a subterranean expanse the size of 3 football fields stood a perfectly aligned, fully intact heavy industrial forging line, from towering hydraulic presses dozens of meters high to ultra-precise composite machining centers, every component immaculately preserved. Most crucially, at the far end of the assembly line lay a mountainous stockpile of raw material, hundreds of tons of untouched high-purity military-grade tungsten steel ingots, and rare aerospace-grade titanium alloy plates. Boss, this is the Tier II assembly line I mentioned. Su Li's eyes blazed with fervent intensity. With these materials, and this line, if your war vehicle's furnace can sustain sufficient melting temperatures, I can use mechanical resonance to forge every piece of this military-grade alloy into elite composite armor and weld it seamlessly onto your chassis. Physical defense will increase manifold. Listening to his new employee's impassioned upgrade proposal, Lu Yuan sat motionless in the driver's seat, his gaze sweeping over the gleaming titanium mountains, before a subtle knowing smirk curled at the corner of his lips. Forging armor on machine tools. Welding chassis with plasma torches. He scoffed, inwardly disdainful. Only amateurs resorted to such crude methods. His Abyss Tyrant was no mere machine, it was a living fusion of flesh and machinery. To the system, this hoard of titanium and tungsten wasn't raw material. It was a lavish Aleocaniate banquet. The vehicle itself could consume, digest, and flawlessly integrate every gram, rendering machine tools utterly obsolete. Still, Lu Yuan chose not to shatter Su Li's professional pride, not yet. Gazing upon the colossal assembly line, a flawless capitalist exploitation strategy had already crystallized in his mind. The war vehicle would feast on premium materials, while this very line, and this exceptionally gifted mechanic, would mass-produce affordable gear to relentlessly monetize the desperate, freezing survivors outside. No rush. Lu Yuan interrupted Su Li's upgrade reverie with calm finality, his gaze piercing sharply into the deepest recesses of the underground facility. Your expertise will be deployed soon enough for the vehicle's enhancement. But first, something far more critical. Just moments earlier, the golden tier mist detection radar atop the holographic workbench had emitted 2 strange, distinct beeps, beep, beep. Deep within the darkest abandoned wind tunnel at the farthest reaches of the underground armory, a faint yet unmistakably pure violet luminescence had appeared, silent, suspended in the void. Not a monster. A legendary loot crate, lying perfectly still, waiting. The Abyssal Tyrant loomed like a slumbering crimson beast in the darkness, its twin searchlights locking unerringly onto an eerie violet luminescence deep within the derelict wind tunnel. At -60°C beneath the Earth's surface, this inexplicable violet glow radiated an alluring, enigmatic aura. Xiao Wu, bring it here. Lu Yuan sat comfortably in the warm cockpit, fingertips idly tapping the steering wheel. From the Abyssal Tyrant's chassis extended a ghostly mechanical arm, slender, serpentine, and forged of polished metal, sliding soundlessly into the pitch-black depths of the wind tunnel. Seconds later, the arm retracted, its tempered steel claws cradling a clump of strange soil that pulsed with soft violet light as though breathing with sentient rhythm. Ding! Acquired rare violet tier special material, origin living soil, 1 handful. Item trait mutated Shitong soil imbued with immense life energy. With only trace moisture, it defies extreme external climates to perfectly germinate any plant seed and continuously emits high purity oxygen. A spark of sharp insight flickered across Lu Yuan's eyes. This handful of origin living soil precisely completed the final missing component of the vehicle's miniature ecological system. Once Su Li repaired the environmental simulator, fresh vegetables could be cultivated inside the vehicle. Highly satisfied, Lu Yuan stowed the soil into the storage cabinet and slid the half-empty violet supply crate back into the mechanical arm sensor range. Not yet done. His gaze sharpened, focused, and intent. Radar readings revealed that although the crate had just discharged the living soil, its internal energy signature had not fully decayed. Instead, a faint yet extraordinarily dense thermal residue lingered at the base, glowing a heart-racing deep gold. Xiao Wu bottom layer. The mechanical arm plunged back without hesitation, retrieving the crate whole. In the cockpit, soft light had tilted the container sideways, fully exposing the concealed compartment beneath its base. Click. The latch yielded under precise pressure from the arm's manipulator. Inside rested 6 micromissiles, slightly thicker than an adult's thumb, coated in matte deep gold finish. Each warhead bore intricate hexagonal flow channels. Miniature thermal sensing eyes embedded along their midsections glowed with a dangerous dull red light, even in the sub-zero blackness, like 6 predatory beasts lying in wait, silent and coiled. Ding. Acquired Golden Tier Weapon, Micro-Hive Missile 6. Tier Golden. Guidance System, Thermal Tracking, Full Direction Lock and Zero Blind Spots. Core Mechanism, upon launch achieves maximum velocity within 0.3 seconds, autonomously identifies and locks onto the target's most thermally vulnerable zones, wounds, core heat emission points or energy furnace cavities, for precision detonation. Special trait: penetrative detonation missiles may enter pre-existing breaches, armor seams, blood grooves or internal body cavities, before delaying detonation by 0.1 seconds, channeling the full blast force inward. Ammunition consumption: full salvo consumes 6 missiles, cooldown period 48 hours. Platform compatibility requires installation on vehicles equipped with concealed missile bays. Lu Yuan lifted each missile in turn, turning them slowly in his palm. They radiated gentle warmth, almost alive. A subtle knowing curve lifted the corner of his mouth. Concealed missile bay. He glanced at the system interface. The concealed missile bay upgrade had been unlocked during the Abyssal Tyrant's second stage reinforcement, left dormant until now, awaiting the right ordnance. Now the slot was filled. Xiao Wu, assimilate. With a faint organic undulation, a narrow fissure, no wider than a finger, split open along the Abyssal Tyrant's right flank armor. One by one the 6 hive missiles were drawn inward, the bay sealed seamlessly, leaving no trace upon the smooth dark red surface. Lu Yuan settled back into the driver's seat, and in his mind's eye the 6 missiles erupted into lethal motion. Their deployment would be ruthlessly efficient, brutally precise. Consider for instance a high-tier monster armored in thick regenerating flesh, its wounds stitched shut by raw muscle and sinew. Ordinary weapons always falter. Impact against such hide dissipates most kinetic force. These 6 missiles circumvented that flaw entirely. They required no armor penetration whatsoever. So long as the target bore even a single open wound, a shallow gash left by a rotating saw blade, the 6 thermally pulsing golden tier microhive missiles would erupt instantly from their hidden bay. Accelerating from point-blank range, they would follow their thermal guidance algorithms with flawless accuracy, sliding deep into that freshly torn lateral abdominal wound. These missiles were death calculated to the millisecond, granting no escape. Internal detonation. Next time he faced something arrogant enough to believe its thick hide made it invincible, Lu Yuan mused he'd simply leave one opening and let the rest unfold on its own. He tossed the empty supply crate into the storage zone and turned towards Suli in the co-pilot seat. After drinking the high-calorie Kobe beef broth, her body temperature had finally been forcibly restored. Yet she remained wrapped in her oil-stained frozen cold weather suit, reeking of machine oil and sweat, and her hands still trembled faintly. Lu Yuan frowned slightly and issued his first command as employer. The rear compartment has a thermostatically controlled shower complete with drying and sterilization functions. Take a hot shower, fully restore your core temperature. Clean clothes are in the storage cabinet, choose a set. He paused, voice firm and non-negotiable. I hired you to perform intensive cognitive labor immediately, not to convalesce as an invalid. Suli blinked, staring at Lu Yuan's impassive profile. A limitless hot shower underground at -60 degrees. Across the entire endless highway, such privilege would make hundreds of millions envious. Thank you, boss. She bit her lower lip, now flushed with returning color, and rose obediently, walking toward the frosted glass door at the rear of the cabin. 10 minutes later. Shoo! The shower water ceased, gentle warm air followed, humming softly. When the frosted glass door slid open, a mist scented faintly with mint drifted outward, and Suli stepped into view, clad in a black tactical short-sleeve top and multi-pocket work pants from Lu Yuan's cabinet. Finding the top slightly loose, she casually knotted it at her waist, revealing a slender taut strip of pale skin along her midriff. Washed clean of grime and grease, her true visage emerged, a beauty defined by a commanding crystalline technological elegance. Her complexion was cool white, her nose elegantly hybridged, but most arresting were her eyes, deep, still, and obsidian dark. A tiny mole beneath one eye softened the austere intensity of her presence. Her damp hair was pulled into a high ponytail, a few stray strands clung to her long, graceful neck. Feeling Lu Yuan's gaze, Suli straightened her posture. Core temperature normalized, boss. Please issue orders. I can immediately activate the military-grade production line to forge top-tier composite armor from titanium alloy and tungsten steel, then weld it directly onto your battle vehicle. Her eyes gleamed with the fervent passion unique to master engineers. A faint cold smile touched Lu Yuan's lips. Forge. Weld. You've misunderstood something fundamental. Without further explanation, he pushed open the vehicle door and led Suli toward the towering heap of military-grade alloy ingots. Watch closely. Lu Yuan focused his will. Put. Before Suli's stunned eyes, the abyssal tyrant's dark red hull convulsed violently. Thick barbed tendrils of living flesh erupted from every seam along its undercarriage. Hungry and relentless, these tendrils plunged directly into the indestructible military alloys, requiring no furnace, no heat, no external catalyst. Gore. Crunch. Amid teeth-grinding metallic shrieks, aerospace-grade titanium, impervious even to armor-piercing rounds, shattered like brittle biscuits, devoured whole. Across the vehicle's surface, the dark red biological plating spread visibly, gaining a profound matte black gold luster. Lu Yuan stood nearby, hands in his pockets. This battle vehicle was the ultimate fusion furnace, self-sustaining, self-evolving. True trump cards were never revealed. It consumed the titanium. That violates every physical law. Suli stared dumbfounded, the worldview of a peerless engineer collapsing in real time. This vehicle needed no repair from her. Lu Yuan turned, observing Suli's dazed expression, then naturally withdrew a stack of cheaply acquired weapon and armor schematics from the trade channel, as well as the violet-colored environmental simulator damaged obtained from Night Rose. With a crisp slap, he laid them onto the main control console. Your task isn't to repair my vehicle, Lu Yuan stated, calm and direct, but to activate this military production line using your A-rank mechanical resonance talent. He gestured toward the raw materials stacked nearby. I traded scrap timber for hundreds of tons of crude iron ore and scrap steel. I need you to mass-produce the most urgently needed protective gear and weapons using these industrial-grade hydraulic presses and the schematics provided. Use standardized industrial-grade equipment to acquire high-tier biomass and rare resources from outsiders. He pointed to the violet damaged unit. That is your priority tonight. Repair it, and by morning I expect fresh vegetables growing inside this vehicle. Suli looked from the schematics and broken device to the vast industrial assembly line behind her, and at last understood her role in this man's design. She was not his chief engineer. She was his fully automated high-end manufacturing facility, deployed to dominate the post-apocalyptic economy. Understood, boss. As long as the vehicle supplies power to the production line, I'll deliver the first batch before dawn. Suli drew a slow, steady breath, without hesitation. She rolled up her sleeves and placed her long, elegant fingers firmly upon the control console's keyboard. Compared to freezing to death in 50 below snow, working for her boss in a warm underground workshop was already the finest fate the apocalypse could offer. Boom, bang. In the underground bunker at minus 60 degrees, the heavy hydraulic press dormant for decades awakened. The massive industrial production line operated frantically under Suli's A-class mechanical resonance, resembling a ferocious steel beast. The driving force behind everything was the biological electrical energy continuously supplied by the Abyss Tyrant. Suli stood before the control panel, her deep gaze fixed on the parameters displayed on the screen. Her fingers danced rapidly across the keyboard, perfectly importing the several blueprints provided by Lu Yuan: elite heating stove, reinforced bulletproof vest, heavy military crossbow, into this second-tier military industrial system. Boss, with these high-precision machine tools, material waste can be reduced to 10%. Moreover, the stamping process is advanced and the equipment produced will automatically gain the attribute of double durability. While operating swiftly, she reported, very good. Continue. Lu Yuan reclined comfortably in the zero-gravity massage chair, holding a cup of hot tea, his gaze sweeping across the holographic radar. It was late at night and the extreme cold blizzard outside continued to rage, with temperatures firmly below minus 50 degrees. For the vast majority of survivors on the endless highway, this was a long and deadly night. Lu Yuan opened the World Trading Hall, watching the players in the channel wailing. Some were willing to trade all their belongings for a single matchstick, while others even begged for a tattered cotton jacket. He expressionlessly listed the first batch of military products that had just been produced. Seller anonymous, top of the 3 rankings. Item listed: military-grade heating stove X50 units. With a very high heat conversion rate, a small amount of wood can maintain temperatures above zero inside the vehicle. Item listed: military-grade heavy armor X30 sets. Ignoring first-tier mutated beasts bites, significantly increasing survival rates. Requirements only: exchange for high-level biomass, tier 2 or higher beast core, or rare special blueprints. No bargaining, first come first served. Once the post was sent, the world channel on the verge of collapse exploded. 50 heating stoves. 30 sets of heavy armor. Did this guy just move an entire arms factory here? Crazy. Completely insane. While we are still using lighters to warm ourselves, he's already started mass-producing military-grade equipment. Big shot, help. I have a tier 2 snow wolf beast core, can I trade it for a heating stove? My wife is about to freeze to death. The private message box was instantly flooded with messages. This is the absolute suppression of industrialized workshops over casual players. No matter how strong a guild is, they can only gather a few sets of equipment in a day. Yet Lu Yuan with just waste materials can make Suli produce like printing money. Ding. Transaction successful. Obtained high-level biomass X5. Ding. Transaction successful. Obtained tier 2 extreme cold beast core X2. Ding. Transaction successful. Obtained blue blueprint vehicle mounted automatic water purification system. The system's notification sounded like a heavy downpour. A deeper smile spread across Lu Yuan's face. This was the thrill of Monopoly. He did not wield weapons but exploited industrial capacity to effortlessly seize the wealth accumulated by the top players on the entire server at the cost of their lives. Boss, the materials for the first batch of products have been consumed and the second batch is cooling down. Su Li's voice came through. She held a silver-gray metal box the size of a microwave shimmering with purple light. Also, the urgent task you assigned has been completed. The energy circuit of this environmental simulator junk has been reconstructed by me using mechanical resonance. As long as it's connected to the vehicle's power supply, it can operate immediately. Well done. Lu Yuan took the heavy box and placed it beside the waterbed in the back of the vehicle. The blood and flesh tentacles of the Abyss Tyrant intelligently extended, perfectly connecting with the bottom interface. Buzz, with a slight sound of electricity, the glass cover of the simulator slowly opened. Inside was the shriveled ordinary soil. This was why it was referred to as junk. Lu Yuan took out the shimmering purple origin living soil from the storage cabinet, carefully laid it at the bottom, then took out several packs of tomato, lettuce and strawberry seeds, evenly sprinkling them on, and finally poured in half a cup of pure water. Click. The glass cover closed. The purple spectrum lights lit up perfectly, simulating the most suitable conditions for plant growth, constant temperature of 25 degrees and perfect lighting. What happened next made Su Li's eyes widen again. The origin living soil seemed to come to life. It frantically absorbed moisture and immense life energy surged into the shriveled seeds. In less than 3 minutes. Hiss, amidst the faint sounds of soil breaking, tender green shoots burst forth. They grew at a visible speed, shoots extended, branches sprouted and leaves unfolded. The emerald lettuce leaves spread like jade while the tomato vines climbed up the supports, blooming yellow flowers and rapidly producing ruby-like cherry tomatoes. In just 10 minutes a vibrant miniature picking garden appeared unreasonably in the deathly ice cellar at -60 degrees. The fresh scent of plants and the high concentration of pure oxygen filled the vehicle. Su Li's throat moved, staring incredulously at the red tomatoes and emerald lettuce. Since arriving on the endless highway, she had only eaten hard compressed biscuits and melted snow water with a rusty taste. The extreme lack of vitamins made her gums ache subtly. And now a whole miniature farm brimming with life appeared before her. This soil. Can it even ignore the plant growth cycle? Lu Yuan casually opened the glass cover, plucked a dew-laden cherry tomato and tossed it into his mouth. The rich sweet and sour juice burst in his mouth. This was nature's purest gift. Not bad. He nodded in satisfaction, plucking 2 lettuce leaves and several tomatoes, handing them to the female employee whose gaze had gone blank. Here. Get some vitamins. We have heavy work to do later. Su Li trembled as she took the vegetables, her eyes instantly turning red. In this apocalypse where even a sip of hot water could lead to slaughter, being able to eat fresh crisp green leaves was more defensive than any divine weapon. She cautiously took a bite of the tomato. The long-lost sweetness blossomed on her tongue, making her feel that the contract she signed earlier was undoubtedly the wisest decision she had ever made. A warm pastoral atmosphere enveloped the vehicle. The capitalist and the employee were enjoying a bountiful harvest. However, beep, zzz, alarm. Alarm. The golden level fog detection radar emitted a piercing buzz. The red light on the radar screen was so dense it seemed to seep blood. The pleasant expression on Lu Yuan's face vanished in an instant. Su Li was startled, freezing with the tomato halfway to her mouth. On the radar's scanning interface, abnormal reactions appeared on the upper surface of the underground arms factory. A swarm of red dots surged from the blizzard-ravaged wilderness, targeting the arms factory's exhaust tower. System emergency zone warning. Your underground arms factory has been operating beyond capacity for a long time, emitting massive heat and industrial noise. Triggered hidden mechanism, extreme cold beast tide directed aggression. Approximately 500 first-tier extreme cold mutated beasts and 50 second-tier extreme cold mutated beasts are launching a suicidal assault. Please evacuate immediately or build a defense line. Lu Yuan stared at the screen for 2 seconds. The momentary oddity faded. His gaze regained calmness, even a hint of indifference. 500 first tier 50 second tier, he murmured, a smile slowly curling at the corners of his mouth. That'll do. It was as if he were evaluating a routine task. Suli froze entirely. Boss, we need to. Need to what? Lu Yuan turned to her, a hint of nonchalance in his calm gaze. I can handle this. He made no dramatic movements, merely pressing the combat readiness button on the steering wheel. Suli, put down your tomato. Return to the control panel. Activate all high-voltage power grids and industrial cutting machines. He turned to look out the window at the dense wave of beasts approaching. His tone was as flat as if he were discussing daily chores. This arms factory won't be making weapons anymore. Lu Yuan raised his hand, pointing to the oncoming darkness. We're going to grind meat. Beep ZZZT alert. Alert. A holographic workstation's gold-tier mist detection radar flashed violently crimson. Lu Yuan's relaxed expression vanished. His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept across the thermal source analysis data on screen. System recalibrate, monster tier distribution. Radar analysis complete. An Arctic beast tide has formed a full encirclement, drawn by the underground armory's intense heat and hydraulic press noise. Confirmed enemy formation: first tier frostbound revenants approximately 500, mindless cannon fodder; second tier bloodthirsty snow wolves and ice armored giant lizards roughly 50, high energy thermal signatures, elite vanguards. And deep within the radar interface, a colossal luminous point pulsed with dense blinding scarlet light, so overwhelming it seemed to devour every surrounding red dot. With each heavy earth-shaking step, it pressed down upon the entire subterranean stratum. Warning: a third-tier sovereign-class entity, Frostwinter Rampant Bear, is approaching. Its energy signature is extraordinarily potent. Recommend immediate. Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed instantly at the data. Third tier. The strongest creature he had ever encountered on the endless highway had been merely a second-tier apex mutant. Yet this radar reading clearly surpassed that threshold. His fingers tapped twice against the steering wheel, his earlier ease dissolved entirely, replaced by razor-edged focus. 500 first-tier cannon fodder. 50 second-tier elites. And 1 third-tier sovereign. Lu Yuan murmured, his gaze locked unflinchingly onto the blood-red luminescence, drawing ever closer. A system-assigned novice assessment exam. His tone hardened into sober gravity. This was no delivery run, it was an inescapable death trial. After several seconds of silence, Lu Yuan made his decision. Retreat is not an option. He slammed his thumb onto the combat readiness button embedded in the steering wheel's center. His voice remained icy, rational, absolute. This armory possesses only one ventilation tower access shaft leading to its deepest level. Terrain favors me. Suli, set down your tomato. Return to the main control console. Lu Yuan turned toward the co-pilot seat, his gaze had fully shifted into combat mode. Assume full command of all industrial machinery along both sides of the subterranean passage. I need you to buy us time. Tonight this armory ceases manufacturing munitions. We are fortifying it. Suli, now fully recovered from her initial awe at the greenhouse pastoral scene, stood ready. Hearing the distant guttural roars echoing from outside, the elite mechanic's eyes held no trace of fear, only a fierce burning zeal, the thrill of transforming machinery into instruments of slaughter. Understood, boss. With astonishing agility, she vaulted from the co-pilot seat and brought both palms down hard upon the armory's master console. Instantly, cobalt blue waves of mechanical resonance surged through the underground cabling network. Activate high-voltage perimeter grids, force overclock to critical overload. Deploy decommissioned heavy-duty hydraulic presses into hovering position, gravity sensors linked and active. Extend alloy cutting saw discs, set lateral cutting angle to 0.5 meter. As Suli issued these precise commands, the broad-shadowed subterranean passage transformed instantly into a cybernetic hellscape bristling with lethal industrial traps. And anchoring this defense, the most unyielding trump card, stood the Abyss Tyrant, a dark red fortress of armored might brutally wedged across the passage's farthest terminus, sealing off the beast-tide's sole avenue of advance. Boom, crunch. Minutes later, a skull-numbing impact reverberated from the titanium alloy blast door atop the ventilation tower. Then, like a torrent of white water, the first-tier frostbound revenants flooded down the wide ramp, leeches drawn by the scent of blood pouring relentlessly into the subterranean shelter. 500 strong, they surged forward in a churning mass, jostling, shoving their bodies crusted with ice, reeking of nauseating decay, like a gray-white debris flow of flesh and frost. Seated inside the armored vehicle's cockpit, Lu Yuan surveyed the advancing tide with calm detachment and issued his order: Suli, activate the high-voltage grid. The moment the revenants breached the passage's midpoint. ZZZT bang. Suli slammed her palm onto a crimson activation key. Industrial-grade high-voltage grids previously concealed within the walls erupted in searing blue arcs, tens of thousands of volts detonating like furious dragons through the densely packed revenants. Over 100 frontline first-tier revenants never even screamed, they vaporized instantly into blackened fragments scattered across the floor. But revenants feel no fear. The monsters behind trampled over their charred kin and surged onward. Boss, the cannon fodder count is too high. Industrial traps can't cycle fast enough. Su Li shouted. Lu Yuan's gaze stayed cold, unwavering. His thumb decisively depressed the violet skull-shaped button on the left side of the steering wheel. Rotary cannon, open fire. VRRR, clack clack clack. The Abyss Tyrant's roof hatch slid open. Hydraulic actuators lifted a twin-barreled heavy rotary cannon, its surface radiating a chilling violet luminescence. 6 thick barrels spun into a furious blur. SCHHHHHHHH. Within the confined echo-amplified passage, the metal storm, 6,000 rounds per minute, roared like the very howl of death itself. Tracer rounds streaked crimson through the darkness, carving 2 blazing 100-meter-long whips of fire directly into the teeming revenant horde. This was no longer firing, it was plowing. Against such vilethud heavy ordnance, the first-tier beasts' flesh and bone bodies were as fragile as tofu. Brutal kinetic force shredded them in swathes, limbs and torsos exploded skyward in gory arcs, violet tracer paths carved a vacuum-clean blood-soaked corridor dozens of meters long straight through the heart of the tide. In under 2 minutes, the 500-strong first-tier charge collapsed utterly, reduced to a carpet of steaming, foul-smelling viscera beneath the merciless synergy of industrial traps and heavy firepower. Awo Ruwer. Cannon fodder annihilated. Elites advanced. Treading upon mountains of corpses, 50 massive second-tier bloodthirsty snow wolves and ice-armored giant lizards charged into the passage, howling with fury, moving with terrifying speed. Their frost-resistant pelts and ice carapaces deflected peripheral electrical arcs with ease. They pushed forward under rotary cannon fire, closing the distance relentlessly. Hydraulic press, drop. Su Li's eyes hardened, her fingers hammered the keyboard. Crash. Several decommissioned hydraulic presses, each weighing dozens of tons, slammed down from the ceiling, crushing the fastest charging lizards into pulp. Simultaneously, high-frequency industrial saw discs snapped out from both walls, bisecting snow wolves attempting wall-flanking maneuvers. Yet after sacrificing over a dozen second-tier elites, the remaining 30-plus broke through the fire curtain and lunged ferociously at the Abyss Tyrant's hull. Dare to die. A massive second-tier snow wolf alpha launched itself into the air, jaws agape, a fanged maw aimed savagely at the Abyss Tyrant's frontal armor. In its memory, even the hardest steel would buckle beneath its bite. Yet. Crack. A crisp, sickening crack echoed sharply. The wolf alpha's pride, its razor-fanged teeth, shattered into dust the instant they struck the Abyss Tyrant's matte-black gold-flecked armor. This was ultimate biocomposite armor, forged from hundreds of tons of aerospace-grade titanium alloy and ultra-pure tungsten steel fused at the atomic level. Its hardness had long since transcended the cognitive limits of any creature currently existing. Physical defense validation test, complete. Lu Yuan observed the spectacle, his gaze never wavering from the blood-red luminescence deep within the passage. The Abyss Tyrant granted the second-tier monsters no time to react. Dozens of thick dark red tentacles erupted from its undercarriage, spear-like precise, and pierced straight through the creature's skulls, initiating voracious consumption. Ding! Massive kills, first and second-tier Arctic mutants eliminated. High-tier biomass 210. Second-tier beast cores 45. But Lu Yuan barely registered the notification. His hands were already adjusting the rotary cannon's cooling systems, preparing to shift fire points at a moment's notice. Su Li, standing behind the master console, drew a sharp breath, but she noticed immediately her boss's gaze showed not a flicker of relief. Two. A suffocating subterranean tremor accompanied each footfall, so profound it vibrated the entire shelter. From the depths of the passage, a pair of enormous clawed hands roughly shoved aside the towering mound of corpses. A colossal figure emerged into the spotlight's beam, nearly 3 meters tall at the shoulder, armored head, toto and glacial ice thick as plate mail, its eyes blazing like twin crimson lanterns. Third-tier sovereign-class Frostwinter rampant bear. Its oppressive aura dropped the ambient temperature around it to near absolute zero. It fixed its gaze unblinkingly upon the Abyss Tyrant blocking its path and unleashed a deafening, ear-shattering roar. Within that roar, Lu Yuan distinctly sensed the absolute primordial power of a third-tier being. The bear took its first step, the entire underground passage trembled. Lu Yuan's pupils contracted to pinpricks. His hands flew across controls, the rotary cannon pivoted smoothly, locking its aim squarely upon the behemoth. Su Li. Lu Yuan's voice remained eerily calm, yet carried unprecedented gravity. Deactivate all industrial traps. Divert all available power exclusively to weapon systems and energy support for me. I will wage a war of attrition against this giant. He felt no arrogance, none whatsoever. Instead, his entire physiology had surged into peak combat readiness, not a rout but a grueling life-or-death struggle demanding every tactical advantage the armored vehicle afforded. The rampant bear advanced with terrifying purpose. Lu Yuan depressed the acceleration trigger. The battle truly began. A deep guttural roar echoed from the tunnel's depths like the tremor preceding an earthquake. The frost winter bear took its first step forward and the entire underground bunker shuddered beneath its weight. Lu Yuan gripped the steering wheel with both hands, his knuckles bleaching white. Each stride of this Tier 3 sovereign shattered every prior combat instinct he possessed, not a mere accumulation of power but a quantum leap across tiers. Full industrial defense activate now. Contain it in the tunnel's midsection, he bellowed over the combs. Under no circumstances must it breach the open factory zone. Acknowledged. Hydraulic matrix engaging. Su Li's voice crackled under immense pressure, her fingers blurred across the keyboard as she pushed her Class A mechanical resonance to its physiological limit. From the tunnel ceiling, 3 decommissioned industrial gravity hammers, each weighing 50 tons, descended in sequence, driven by hydraulic actuators, their kinetic energy charged with annihilation. These devices could pulp a Tier 2 monster into crimson slurry in an instant. Yet the Tier 3 beast defied all expectation, refusing to collapse into fragmented ruin. With a feral primordial roar, the bear raised its 2 massive forelimbs thick as ancient tree trunks. Using sheer muscular might, it caught the first descending gravity hammer barehanded. Its dense polar ice armor groaned with sharp brittle cracks under the colossal force, yet impossibly it heaved the 50-ton machine upward, then dropped its shoulder with brutal precision, flipping the entire hammer onto the floor and carving a horrifying crater into the alloy plating. Inside the armored cabin, Lu Yuan's pupils contracted instantly. This was no longer mere strength, it was cross-tire physical domination. Don't stop. Target its lower limbs. Lu Yuan roared. From the vehicle's roof, the Vilethid twin-barrel revolving machine gun screamed into life, tearing through the air. 6,000 rounds per minute of bio-piercing ammunition erupted like a molten metal torrent, stitching a blinding arc of sparks across the bear's broad chest and abdomen. Yet for the first time, overwhelming firepower met utter despair. Each round struck the bear's 15-centimeter thick polar ice armor, erupting in searing white sparks. Shards of ice scattered wildly as the armor-piercing slugs struggled to breach the glacial layer, only to dissipate entirely upon contact with the creature's impossibly resilient hide, failing to deliver any fatal wound. Undeterred by the metallic storm, the bear unleashed a howl from the abyss itself. Its colossal frame surged forward with speed utterly incongruous with its mass, charging like a siege tank through the hail of fire, single-mindedly bearing down on the Abyss Tyrant at the tunnel's end. In that instant, Lu Yuan's gaze transformed, not with fear or fury but with the glacial clarity of absolute rationality igniting within his eyes. He slammed the accelerator to the floor and slammed his palm onto the crimson launch switch atop the main console, a button never lightly engaged. Can't pierce the ice. Then let's give you some heat. His voice remained unervingly calm. Boom. The alloy blast door at the Abyss Tyrant's prow retracted with a heavy, soul-chilling mechanical groan. The Tier 2 flesh furnace roared back, deeper, more resonant, more terrifying than the bear's own bellow, the wrath of the industrial age-given voice. In the next heartbeat, a searing dark red lava fire column radiating 800 degrees of infernal heat erupted from the main cannon like a dragon bursting from the sea. This was no projectile, it was liquid hell itself, a trajectory of surgical precision, a flame of unchained fury, a temperature of absolute desolation. The lava fire column struck the bear Hedon as it lunged forward with unstoppable momentum. SSSSS. Extreme heat collided with Tier 3 polar ice at point-blank range, not simple melting but thermal shock. The bear's chestplate, the impregnable ice barrier even armor-piercing rounds could not breach, vaporized violently under the lava's scorching onslaught. The intense heat instantly flash-boiled moisture trapped within the ice, triggering micro-explosions. The laws of thermal expansion and contraction played out with merciless, catastrophic fidelity. Crack. Boom. Boom. Amidst a cascade of crystalline shatters, the bear's vaunted absolute defense fractured under the brutal thermal differential, leaving behind a jagged char-black fissure across its chest where the lava cannon had struck. Beneath the splintered ice lay raw crimson flesh. Ruawar. The searing agony of molten burn sent the beast spiraling into utter raving madness. It unleashed the most desperate, ear-splitting roar of its existence, its massive body surging forward, still wreathed in flickering crimson embers, carrying unimaginable inertia as it crashed headlong into the onrushing Abyss Tyrant in a cataclysmic mutual impact. Crunch. Like Mars colliding with Earth. The entire subterranean tunnel convulsed violently, the overhead lights exploded instantly, plunging the corridor into sudden suffocating darkness. Dust and rubble rained down like apocalyptic sleet. Even seated in zero-gravity dampening chairs, Lu Yuan felt his internal organs lurch violently within his chest. A coppery tang flooded his mouth, he swallowed hard, suppressing the blood. Outside the tunnel, the indomitable Tier 3 bear was forced backward 2 staggering steps, its enormous claws gouging deep furrows into the alloy flooring. Yet it did not fall. Instead, primal unadulterated savagery detonated in its eyes. The bear released a howl capable of rending sky and earth alike, and its twin paws, capable of crushing tanks, slammed down with full Tier 3 sovereign force onto the Abyss Tyrant's reinforced prow. Scree! A sound that scraped teeth and nerves alike, the shriek of tortured metal. The newly fused composite bioarmor, woven from aerospace-grade titanium and tungsten steel, caved inward under the beast's final desperate strike, leaving two grotesque palm-shaped indentations over 15 centimeters deep. Fine spiderweb-like fractures spread rapidly across the armor's surface, 8 radial fissures converging like the deathweave of a monstrous arachnid. Warning: frontal armor integrity reduced to 75. Tier 3 physical breach detected. Initiating slow self-repair via enhanced flesh vitality. Crimson alerts pulsed urgently across the cockpit display like a countdown to oblivion. Yuan clenched his jaw against the churning blood rising in his chest, fully grasping the existential threat posed by a true cross-tire adversary. He didn't pause to sigh or reflect, he simply roared, "Su Li! Its ice armor is breached, deploy the rotary saws. Now! On it!" With a hydraulic hiss, the tunnel walls split open, 4 high-frequency industrial cutting discs, nearly 2 meters in diameter edged with razor-sharp alloy teeth, sprang forth like hunting talons, shrieking with piercing intensity. With mechanical precision they sliced deep into the bear's vulnerable flank, the very spot just stripped bare by the lava cannon. SSSSSS. Flesh and bone flew in crimson arcs. Deprived of its icy shield, the spinning blades carved effortlessly through the Tier 3 beast's hide, ripping 2 horrific bone-deep gashes across its waist, spraying black blood and shredded tissue. The bear thrashed wildly, smashing 2 wall-mounted cutters with savage blows. Shrapnel ricocheted off the war vehicle's hull with sharp metallic pings. But it did not cease. Wounded, bleeding yet undeterred, it opened its maw lined with jagged fangs and unleashed a hellish roar before launching itself once more toward the Abyss Tyrant's windshield. In that moment Yuan saw it, the light in the bear's eyes desperate, unhinged, burning with the final ferocious defiance of a life pushed beyond its breaking point. "It's over, Big Bear." His gaze was colder than vacuum, neither rage nor exhilaration but the absolute dispassionate stillness of one who weighs life and death on a scale beyond emotion. His finger lifted the final safety cover at the center of the steering wheel, the last deadliest reserve of the Abyss Tyrant. Boom, wee. 6 golden tier microhive missiles radiating lethal thermal signatures launched simultaneously from concealed bays. Accelerating at point-blank range, they locked onto heat sources with flawless guidance algorithms, slipping with chilling accuracy into the deep, freshly torn gashes on the bear's flank. Death calculated to the millisecond, no escape, no mercy. Time seemed to dilate. Yuan watched the missiles vanish into the beast's body, watched everything fall into eerie suspended silence. Then silence shattered. Kaboom! Within the confined underground tunnel, 6 golden tier missiles detonated in perfect synchrony, triggering a catastrophic internal explosion inside the Tier 3 monstrosity. This was no external blast, it was total systemic collapse from within. A concussive wave fused with incandescent fire engulfed the entire passage in an orangered inferno. The Abyss Tyrant was hurled backward nearly 8 meters by the unstoppable blast wave, its titanium prow blackened and blistered, its windshield webbed with explosive fractures. Deafening thunder reverberated through the bunker for a full 3 seconds, then gradually faded. It took over half a minute for the ventilation system to laboriously purge the thick, acrid smoke. Vision slowly cleared from the haze, revealing the battlefield's grim truth. Ahead, the tenacious Tier 3 Frostwinter bear no longer existed. In its place lay a grotesque ruin, a mangled, pulpy mass of scorched flesh and shattered bone, its massive skeleton strewn across the floor, those tank-crushing paws now nothing more than twisted, carbonized fragments devoid of any trace of life. All vital signs extinguished. Yuan slumped back into his seat, gasping raggedly. His shirt clung to his back, soaked through with cold sweat, his chest heaved with exhausted rhythm. His hands trembled, not from fear but from the aftershock of extreme physiological strain. He glanced at the holographic radar display. The vehicle's bioelectric reserves had plummeted by 80%, drained by the lava cannon's expenditure and the brutal collision. Warning lights flashed relentlessly across the dashboard, frontal armor integrity at a critical 30%, multiple hydraulic leaks reported, the rooftop weapons bay still emitting faint wisps of heat. The entire war machine shuddered, faintly humming with overloaded resonance, as if whispering the story of its own near demise. "Boss, did we win?" Su Li's voice drifted from the command module, exhausted, trembling, awash with disbelief and residual shock. Yuan steadied his breath several times, then slowly raised his head. His eyes settled on the final gleaming golden notification shimmering across the radar, his lips curled into a smile both wild and weary, not the pride of victory but the quiet bone-deep relief of having crossed the razor's edge of mortality and returned barely with his final gambit intact. "We won." His voice was hoarse. "A very narrow victory. Ding. Defeated Tier 3 Sovereign Frost Winter Bear. Rewards acquired: Intermediate Gene Serum 3. Tier 3 Beast Core 1. Rare Material Polar Frost Crystal 2. Special equipment bears Fong 1. High-grade biomass 800. Lu Yuan studied the reward string, his earlier frenzy receding, replaced by cool analytical thought. High risk truly yielded rewards dazzling enough to drive men mad. Yet this battle had laid bare his current ceiling. Even with every trump card revealed, crossing a full tier to fight such a foe represented the absolute outer limit of his capability. His next evolution would demand more than upgraded gear or weaponry. He needed deeper intrinsic power, the kind forged within. And those 3 vials of intermediate gene serum might just be the key. The thick smoke finally dissipated. Within the underground tunnel hung a nauseating stench of charred flesh, sharp metallic blood, and the acrid odor of molten alloy. Lu Yuan leaned back against his seat, his voice hoarse, as if scraped raw by sandpaper, yet chillingly precise. Shall we secure the battlefield? Prioritize absorption of high-tier biomatter. Repair armor immediately. A deep guttural hum resonated, the Abyssal Tyrant's primal cry of hunger. Dozens of dark red fleshy tendrils erupted from beneath the vehicle, coiling outward with predatory speed, plunging headlong into the scattered remains in pools of black blood. Ding! Absorbing high-tier biomatter. Energy reserves rising. Consumed 300 units of biomatter. Frontal armor's organic vitality fully reactivated. Lu Yuan's gaze locked unblinkingly onto the shattered hood. Their 2 monstrous beer paw impressions, each dented over 10 centimeters deep, began to shift in ways both eerie and unnatural. It was less repair and more rebirth. The composite armor, reinforced with aerospace-grade titanium, did not deform permanently like ordinary metal. Instead, under the surge of organic vitality, it seemed to remember its original form. With a dense chorus of sharp cracks, it slowly pulsed outward, reshaping itself. Within 5 minutes, spiderweb fractures sealed completely. The frontal plating gleamed once more with its haunting obsidian black luster. This was the ultimate power of flesh-mechanical symbiosis. So long as nourishment remained abundant, it was a war machine that never needed factory overhaul. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps echoed erratically from the tunnel's far end. Suli descended from the main control chamber. A top-tier technician accustomed to heavy machinery, she still froze mid-stride, stunned utterly upon seeing the corpse of the 3-tier rampant bear, a mountainous mass of charred ruin. Her eyes swept across the vehicle's now flawless crimson armor, as though the brutal collision had never occurred. Awe shimmered in her gaze, but deeper still burned an obsessive fascination with this unknown biotechnology. The co-pilot door hissed open. Lu Yuan's voice emerged, calm and commanding. The tunnel is secure. Don't stand there, climb in and inventory the spoils. Suli drew a sharp breath and sprang agilely into the co-pilot seat. Outside, ghostly mechanical arms were already expertly excavating the bear's blackened carcass, delicately passing several radiant trophies into the cabin. 3 spiraled glass vials pulsing with deep violet light, 1 fist-sized ice blue crystal core radiating bone-deep cold, 2 pieces of exquisitely pure hexagonal ice crystals, and a single crescent-shaped tusk pale as bleached bone, half a meter long, razor-edged and unnervingly heavy. Lu Yuan's eyes locked instantly on the 3 vials. Intermediate gene serum universal variant unlocks the second genetic lock of carbon-based lifeforms. Triggers transcendent metamorphosis across skeletal structure, internal organs, and the nervous system. Upon ingestion, the body transcends mortality, gaining partial immunity to low-tier toxins, resistance to extreme heat and cold, and extraordinary self-regeneration. Note effects are violently unstable. Ingestion by individuals below Tier 1 peak physical conditioning carries an extremely high risk of catastrophic cellular rupture. Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed into dangerous slits, fixed upon the violet liquid swirling within the vial, storm incarnate in glass. He had already consumed 2 vials of the basic serum. Coupled with days of protein-rich sustenance aboard the vehicle, his physique had stabilized firmly at Tier 1 peak. These 3 intermediate vials were the perfect key, forged precisely for his ascension. Without hesitation, he pulled the stopper from one. Boss, your body just endured maximum stress. Taking intermediate serum now could overload your neural pathways, Suli instinctively warned, only for Lu Yuan to shake his head silently. In this world, stagnation is the gravest danger. His voice cut through her words, calm, chilling, absolute, before he tilted his head back and drank the violet serum in one swift motion. Boom! At the moment the serum touched his throat, not heat, not cold, but explosion. Lu Yuan felt an invisible mallet strike his heart with crushing force. Every bone in his body cracked simultaneously, a grating, teeth-rattling symphony. His skin flushed crimson, thick serpentine veins bulged across his surface, blazing with eerie violet light. Agony. Tenfold more excruciating than his first gene leap, the terrifying process of forcibly unwinding and rewinding the DNA double helix. It was the burning and reforging of life's very essence. Jaw-clenched fingers dug like iron clamps into the armrests, nails embedding deep into reinforced stitching. No scream escaped, only ragged, suppressed breaths reverberating through the cabin. Suli, seated beside him, dared not draw a full breath. She could feel it clearly, a terrifying, suffocating power awakening within the man beside her. The brutal metamorphosis lasted 30 long agonizing minutes. When the last trace of crimson faded from Lu Yuan's skin and the bulging veins receded beneath its surface, he slowly opened his eyes. In that instant, Su Li felt as though a true anthropomorphic tyrannosaur had awakened inside the vehicle. His aura had shifted, subtly, irrevocably. The weariness of ordinary humanity vanished entirely. His gaze grew profoundly deep and piercing, even the most casual glance now carried palpable soul-chilling pressure. Ding! Gene leap complete. Current vital state Tier 2 Initiate Transcendent Physique. Trait Awakened Transcendent Regeneration. Non-fatal injuries heal at dramatically accelerated rates. Extreme cold immunity. Body tolerates temperatures above 40 C without impairment. Lu Yuan exhaled slowly, then casually rotated his neck. He picked up the bear's half-meter long tusk weighing dozens of gene and gripped both ends with one hand, then squeezed. Snap! A hardened osseous tusk, capable of piercing light armor, split cleanly down its center under sheer muscular force. This is real confidence held in the palm of your hand. Satisfied, Lu Yuan tossed the tusk aside. The wild light in his eyes vanished, replaced once more by the icy calculating composure of a consummate capitalist. He glanced at the 2 remaining vials of intermediate gene serum in the storage compartment, then turned toward Su Li, still human, still frail. Drink this. From a corner of the compartment he retrieved a vial of basic gene serum, dropped earlier by a snow wolf, and tossed it into Su Li's lap. Su Li froze. Staring down at the vial glowing faintly red in her hands, disbelief flooded her face. Boss, this is for me. On the trade channel, a single basic serum had already fetched astronomical prices. Many elite guild elders couldn't even acquire one. And yet this notoriously ruthless boss handed it over so casually. Don't flatter yourself. Lu Yuan shattered her fleeting fantasy with merciless clarity, his voice cold as a blade. The armory will run 24 hours straight beginning now. I have no intention of losing my lead production line operator to sudden cardiac arrest at her lathe. Drink it, your physical endurance and neural response speed will double. 4 hours sleep per day will suffice. He paused, then added, final and unyielding. This is capital investment in production assets. Understood. Now get to work. Hearing that frigid, utterly inhuman rationale for the gift, Su Li's lips curved upward, just slightly, in a secret beautiful arc. Understood, boss. I'll extract every last drop of residual value from myself. Without hesitation she swallowed the serum. Gritting her teeth against the searing pain of evolution, she pushed open the door and strode purposefully back toward the main control console in the subterranean workshop. Watching Su Li's resolute silhouette retreat, Lu Yuan lifted the cup of coffee, long since gone cold, and glanced at the holographic radar's timestamp. Day 8 of the apocalypse. 0600 AM. Ding. As the system clock advanced, a vast sovereign voice detonated simultaneously within the minds of every survivor. Global server announcement. The 7-day novice protection period has officially ended. Warning: the glacial tempest cataclysm has entered phase 2, projected duration 60 days. Protective mechanisms deactivated. All feral mutated beasts are now unrestricted by territory, aggression and sensory range increased by 300. Amidst this frost and slaughter, we wish you luck. The moment the announcement blared, the world channel, already gasping under 50 degrees below zero, erupted in waves of deepest, most desolate despair. 60 days. This damned freeze will last 60 more days. And the monsters got stronger. Fuck it, just give us a clean death already. My door's frozen shut, I've got no fire, no food, and I'm dodging monsters. Someone please save me. Masters. That anonymous arms industry mastermind. Please list more frost-resistant furnaces, we'll pay anything, even our entire fortunes. Lu Yuan reclined in his zero-gravity seat, listening to the chorus of desperate cries. To his ears, the renewed thunder of heavy hydraulic presses echoing through the underground workshop sounded like the most exquisite symphony. 60 days of endless winter. No. It wasn't calamity, it was his golden harvest season. The glacial tempest would rage for 60 more days, and his subterranean arms manufacturing sweatshop would formally enter its monopoly phase, dominating the black market printing currency. Major guilds drowning in despair would kneel willingly. They would trade core blueprints, rare resources, even their souls, for the supplies that kept them alive. Warning: the extreme cold ice storm disaster will enter its second phase, expected duration 60 days. Protection mechanisms have been lifted and all wild mutated beasts' aggressiveness and perception range have increased by 300. The moment the blood-red 60 days countdown popped up on the holographic radar, the entire endless highway seemed to fall into a deathly silence. No one spoke. No one screamed. All that remained was an indescribable despair, cold enough to suffocate, a despair that came from the depths of the soul. In the next moment, the world chat channel exploded. 60 days. System, did you forget to add a decimal point? Minus 50 degrees and we have to endure for 2 months. Insane, completely insane. I just saw a ghost. A group of first-level zombies slammed their heads against my car door. They aren't afraid of pain at all. My car window is already cracked if this continues. It's over. All over. I only have enough food for 3 days and the temperature in the car has dropped to minus 10 degrees. 2 months. We're all going to die here. Who will save us? Despair like a tangible black fog firmly gripped the throats of billions of survivors. Everyone had firmly believed that surviving the 7-day beginner period would lead to a spring filled with warmth. Little did they know this was merely the opening of hell's gates and the true purgatory was just beginning. In despair, some began to smash their cars. Some started to cry. Others frantically prayed in the chat channel. However, in this hell on earth filled with lamentations, at the very bottom of the underground factory there was a scene of bustling heavy industrial revelry. Boom. Hiss. The high-pressure stamping machine rose and fell with an extremely regular rhythm, producing a deafening mechanical roar. The entire underground space trembled slightly to this rhythm, with the sounds of metal colliding, hydraulic systems hissing, and precision parts being cut. This was the most primitive coarse symphony of the industrial age. Sully stood before the control panel, her hands leaving trails of afterimages on the virtual keyboard. After drinking the basic gene potion, this top-tier mechanic experienced a terrifying transformation in her physical abilities and neural reaction speed. Her dynamic vision now allowed her to see the trajectory changes of the hydraulic press with each descent. Her brain's computation speed was sufficient to precisely fine-tune 3 different assembly lines simultaneously while monitoring the temperature, precision, and yield of each line. A near-pathological excitement flickered in her eyes. That was the joy that no mechanic could resist, a joy that came from the depths of the soul. To personally control this giant steel beast using her hands to transform endless iron ore into perfect weapons of war, this was the ultimate romance for all mechanics. Boss, the second batch of military-grade cold-resistant furnaces, 100 units along with thick and heavy armor 50 sets, have all been molded and are undergoing final physical cooling. She turned around, beads of sweat shimmering on her forehead under the light. Her voice held no hint of fatigue, instead carrying a tone of exuberant excitement. Yuan leaned comfortably against the door of the Abyss Tyrant. In his hand he held a small ceramic bowl filled with 7 or 8 freshly picked glistening red cherry tomatoes from the environmental simulator. He casually tossed one into his mouth. Crunch, the sweet and sour juice burst in his mouth, perfectly masking the nauseating smell of machine oil inside the underground bunker. At that moment his entire body relaxed. He swallowed the pulp and opened the holographic trading panel. The trading hall at this moment had completely devolved into a survival hell for a large guild. With the aggressive increase of wild monsters, all ordinary vehicle armor felt like paper in front of second-level monsters. This created a deadly cycle. If they didn't go out to find supplies, they would freeze or starve to death in the extreme cold. If they went out, they would be shredded by monsters in public. This was precisely the best opportunity Yuan had been waiting for. The capitalist sickle could finally swing. Seller Anonymous first on the rankings. Item listed: military-grade stamping cold-resistant furnace, bulk sale, limited availability. Item listed: military-grade thickened bulletproof heavy armor, bulk sale, limited availability. Transaction note: everyone, the long and harsh winter of 60 days has only just begun. I don't accept junk, only purple rare level functional blueprints or large-scale high-level biomass. If interested, please message me with a price. My patience is limited. This extremely arrogant and opportunistic post made the guild leaders, who were being tormented by the extreme cold and beast tide, instantly furious. Like drowning men catching sight of a glimmer of life. Hundreds of kilometers away in a frozen canyon somewhere in the Huaxia region, the president of the war god Hall Lin Zhan stared with bloodshot eyes at the snowstorm outside the car window. Dozens of completely frenzied second-level extreme cold snow wolves fiercely attacked several of their guild's outer armored vehicles. With the ear-piercing sound of metal tearing, a modified off-road vehicle's door was forcibly ripped off. Inside, 3 elite guild members barely had time to scream before being dragged into the endless snowstorm by the wolf pack. Blood blossomed in the snow, instantly freezing into deep red ice crystals. President. The brothers can't hold on anymore. The deputy rushed into the command vehicle, bloodied, his voice filled with extreme despair. The monster's claws are too sharp, our homemade armor is like paper. Furthermore, the temperature inside the vehicle is too low, even our hands freeze before we can shoot. At this rate, none of us will survive until tomorrow. Lin Zhan gritted his teeth, the muscles in his jaw trembling with intense anger and helplessness. 60 days. The system wants to wipe us all out. His gaze suddenly fell on the high-profile anonymous post on the trading panel. Military-grade thickened heavy armor. Military-grade cold-resistant furnace. Lin Zhan's breathing became heavy in an instant. He knew all too well, having this batch of military-grade heavy armor would allow his elite subordinates to truly withstand the monster's bites. With the military-grade cold-resistant furnace, the core members of the guild could survive in this hell for 60 days. However, the other party wanted purple blueprints. That was something he originally intended to keep as the guild's ultimate foundation, a priceless treasure that could support them through any crisis. Now he had to use it to save lives. To trade their foundation for life. This feeling was like cutting his own flesh with a knife. Get that anonymous merchant's private message connected. Lin Zhan slammed his fist on the control panel, a flash of painful determination passing through his eyes. If we're dead, what's the use of the foundation? In less than half a minute, Lu Yuan's private message box lit up with that familiar golden bordered notification. War God Hall, Lin Zhan Anonymous, big shot, him here again. I need 50 sets of heavy armor and 20 cold resistant furnaces. I have a purple rare vehicle spacefolding pod blueprint. This thing is extremely rare and can create an independent hidden space of 20 square meters inside the vehicle without changing its external dimensions using spacefolding technology. Food, equipment, fuel, anything can be stored inside. I'll exchange it for your equipment. When Lu Yuan read this, he paused slightly while chewing on the cherry tomato. A piercing light suddenly erupted from his deep eyes. Vehicle spacefolding technology. This was simply a god-level blueprint tailor-made for his mobile luxury house plan. As he stuffed more and more good items into the vehicle, holographic cinema, massage chair, microfarm, temperature-controlled storage room, the interior space of the Abyss Tyrant began to feel somewhat cramped. Before long, he wouldn't even have space to store anything else. But if he could expand an independent space of 20 square meters, he could install a temperature-controlled large bathtub in the vehicle. He could create a mechanical workshop just for Su Li. Even a treasure trove could be opened up to store strategic supplies. These large guilds truly held onto some maddeningly good things. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Lu Yuan's mouth. Lu Yuan replied, the blueprint is good. However, 50 sets of heavy armor and 20 cold-resistant furnaces are too much. In such extreme cold weather, the difficulty of transportation is high and the cost is not worth it. I can only offer you 30 sets of heavy armor and 10 furnaces. Take it or leave it. A typical monopolistic oligarch's price-cutting tactic. In the desperate struggle for life and death, a capitalist will never speak of martial ethics. He only talks about market rules. And the rule of the market is those who hold the lifeline have absolute pricing power. Lin Zhan remained silent for a full 10 seconds. In those 10 seconds he experienced the most intense psychological struggle of his life. What does the purple blueprint represent? It is the confidence that the guild can turn the tide in any crisis. However, the crisis was right in front of him. His brothers were dying in the snowstorm. Life or foundation, how to choose? In the end, he sent one word. A word that was almost gritted out: exchange. Ding. Transaction successful. You have lost military-grade cold-resistant furnace X10, thickened bulletproof heavy armor X30. Congratulations, you have obtained purple rare blueprint vehicle spacefolding pod X1. Looking at the mysterious blueprint radiating a charming purple light that had entered his storage space, Lu Yuan clapped his hands in satisfaction. With a pile of cheap scrap iron and almost zero-cost electricity, he exchanged it for a top-tier space blueprint capable of changing the internal layout of the war vehicle. This transaction was simply an extreme profit. In the next half-hour, Lu Yuan ruthlessly raised his sickle against the top guilds of North America, Northern Europe and Sakura regions, conducting a bloody harvest of wealth. These guilds' underground stockpiles were filled with priceless treasures. Obtained second-level premium defense blueprint electromagnetic deflection shield module. Obtained rare material deep sea blue crystal X5. Obtained high-level biomass X600 units. Obtained rare synthetic material dragon bone steel X20. When the last military-grade product was sold out and the stock completely cleared, Lu Yuan's foundation had swollen to a level that all players on the endless highway could only look upon in envy. This is the power of capital accumulation. Boss, all the scrap iron ore and low-level materials have been completely exhausted. Su Li shut down the overheated machine and walked over to Lu Yuan. Looking at his trading panel filled with rewards, her eyes were filled with pure admiration. Those iron lumps she had personally hammered out, those rough and heavy military products under this man's operation, had been exchanged for top strategic materials that could make any super consortium envious. This was true alchemy. You've worked hard. Go wash your hands, have some fresh tomatoes and take a break. Lu Yuan generously handed over the bowl containing the cherry tomatoes. Su Li did not decline, directly taking it and taking a bite. The sweet and sour juice instantly filled her mouth. This was the most luxurious food she had eaten in the past 2 months. Then Lu Yuan turned around, looking at the Abyss Tyrant with intense fervor. The materials were ready. The blueprints were ready. It was time to use this unprecedented wealth to match this vehicle, which had already acquired a second-level early-stage extraordinary body with an even more perverse, larger and more powerful ultimate mobile fortress. Inside the underground shelter, the thunderous roar of the heavy hydraulic press finally ceased entirely. Lu Yuan approached the holographic workstation and glanced at the black warning line along the radar's edge, labeled Death Mist. At its previous rate of advance, the mist should have long since engulfed him given how much time he'd spent in the armory. Yet the data on screen tugged a knowing curve from Lu Yuan's lips. Current mist advancement speed 1. 2 km per hour. System analysis affected by the 60C ultracold ice storm cataclysm. High-dimensional active particles within the mist have undergone severe condensation. Until the cataclysm subsides, mist expansion will remain drastically decelerated. Even nature's immutable physical laws can freeze the system's own high-dimensional mist. Lu Yuan tapped lightly on the screen. That explained why large guilds stranded with stalled vehicles on the trade channel were still fiercely bidding over a single frost resistance furnace, not frantically drafting last wills as the mist closed in. 60 days of extreme cold were both a reaper's scythe and a sighing wall, slowing the mist's advance by sheer merciless physics. With that threat neutralized, it's time to expand this cramped office. The residual value buried in this derelict factory deserves full extraction. Lu Yuan withdrew his gaze and slapped onto the console the violet glowing spatial folding module blueprint freshly acquired from Lin Zhan in a transaction best described as strategic harvesting. Though Abyss Tyrant's interior had undergone several rounds of biointegration, cramming in a holographic waterbed shower chamber, microfarm and zero-gravity massage chair had left not an inch of spare floor space. As a CEO who held personal comfort to near-sacred standards, he refused to let his war vehicle resemble a sardine can. Xiao Wu load the violet blueprint. Repurpose the reserved tungsten steel and high-tier biomass for spatial folding reconstruction. Ding. Rare violet blueprint detected. Vehicle-mounted spatial folding module. Deduct high-purity tungsten steel 50 units, high-tier biomass 100. Spatial blueprint 1. Initiating living space reshaping, maximum power engaged. VVVVRRR. Abyss Tyrant emitted a profoundly uncanny resonance, not the clang of colliding steel but the low thrum of dimensional warping. Suli, seated in the co-pilot seat, felt her vision blur momentarily. Then something utterly impossible unfolded before her eyes. The dark crimson organic walls and black gold armor of the rear cabin did not expand outward, altering the vehicle's external silhouette, but instead rippled inward like water stretching infinitely into unseen depth. A silvery spatial force field, soft and radiant, unfurled behind the waterbed, carving from thin air and precisely within the original tail section an independent subspace spanning 20 square meters. Modification complete. New module installed. Dimensional folding cabin 20 square meters. Module features autonomous climate control and acoustic isolation, impervious to external physical impact. Perfect. Lu Yuan rose and stepped into the newly opened expanse. Its walls were seamlessly clad in ultra-smooth biosynthetic material, empty yes, yet for a war vehicle barreling across a post-apocalyptic highway those 20 square meters constituted luxury rivaling a downtown penthouse. Lu Yuan turned, meeting Su Li's dazed gaze. These 20 square meters are now your private mechanical workshop and your bedroom. He gestured generously toward the open space, his tone dripping with the unapologetic warmth of a capitalist handing out year-end bonuses. The purple tire environmental simulator you repaired earlier will be relocated to the front compartment. You may use your own blueprints and scrap materials to craft your workbench and bed, by hand if you prefer. I'll even grant you access to the vehicle's secondary power grid. Provided all high-precision fabrication and weapon refurbishment is performed here efficiently and without delay. What I require is an impeccably quiet main cockpit, free of oil fumes, and a logistics workshop capable of generating extraordinary profit 24 hours a day. Suli gazed at the vast pristine space, absorbing Lu Yuan's blunt segregation-style exploitation, yet her cool crystalline eyes flickered with fierce, unmistakable delight. For an A-rank mechanic, what could possibly surpass possessing, amidst the ruins, a temperature-stabilized, perpetually powered, utterly secure private laboratory? Thank you, boss. I swear every piece of equipment forged here will exceed your highest expectations. Suli pledged with unwavering clarity. No need to rush your vows, finish the remaining tasks first. Lu Yuan turned back toward the cockpit, his gaze sweeping across the now vacant underground armory. The mountainous stockpiles of military-grade titanium alloy and tungsten steel had been fully consumed by Abyss Tyrant, transmuted into impenetrable black gold armor, while the towering heaps of ordinary scrap iron had been transformed by Su Li's lathes into bulletproof vests and frost-resistance furnaces, then traded on the exchange channel for stacks of premium blueprints and rare materials, now filling every storage bay. This once glorious relic of the old-world arms industry now stood so barren that even a rat would enter weeping. Boss, this site's resources have been completely exhausted, Su Li observed professionally, following his gaze. Then there's no reason to linger and inhale the stench of dead bears. Lu Yuan settled decisively into the zero-gravity driver's seat and gripped the steering wheel. Roar! Abyss Tyrant's second-stage flesh furnace erupted in an ear-splitting bellow. Its massive chassis surged forward like a slumbering black gold beast awakened, crushing ice shards and gravel beneath its treads with brutal, unstoppable force. Racing up the broad ramp, the war vehicle tore through the titanium alloy blast door of the shelter and erupted once more into the blinding wind-lashed fury of the polar blizzard. Outside, the temperature remained a bone-searing 60°C, capable of flash-freezing marrow. Yet inside, the vehicle bathed in a steady 24°C warmth and cradled within its expanded 20-square-meter sanctuary, Lu Yuan found the howling storm strangely profoundly beautiful. Boom, bang. With a deafening roar, the heavy titanium alloy door was brutally smashed open. The Abyssal Tyrant surged forth like a black gold dragon awakened from the depths, roaring as it burst out of the exhaust tower of the abandoned arms factory, rolling onto the endless road blanketed by thick snow. Outside the vehicle, a bone-chilling wind at -60° could freeze one's blood in an instant. The fierce wind mixed with ice spikes violently battered against the windshield of the war chariot but left not a single mark. The composite bio-armored vehicle, having consumed hundreds of tons of aerospace titanium alloy, emitted an indestructible and profound luster in the extreme cold. The remaining value in this crumbling factory has already been exhausted. Next, we should slowly sell off our stock on the vast road. Lu Yuan held the steering wheel with one hand while the other leisurely lifted a steaming cup of freshly brewed coffee. Sitting in the newly established 20-square-meter spacefolding cabin, Su Li was excitedly planning her personal mechanical workshop. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, she raised her head and looked out the window at the hellish icy landscape. The snow on the road had reached 2 meters deep, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary off-road vehicle to navigate even with snow chains. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but the vast white snowstorm and those scrapped vehicles completely frozen into ice sculptures. Boss, the snow outside is too deep and the Tyrant's tire grip is severely compromised. We can't even reach 40 kilometers per hour right now. Su Li glanced at the data on the dashboard, a hint of worry in her voice. The extreme cold disaster will last for another 2 months, and the mist behind us. The mist is no longer a threat. Nature's absolute zero has also frozen its higher dimensional activity. Lu Yuan calmly interrupted her, pointing at the slowly moving black warning line on the holographic radar. With a progress speed of 1 kilometer per hour, it can't even catch up to a frozen turtle. What we need to do is not to escape but to turn this entire road into our exclusive black market during these long 60 days. Lu Yuan clicked on the World Trading Hall on the holographic workstation. As expected, with the arrival of the second phase of the extreme cold disaster, the aggressiveness of wild monsters has increased exponentially and the survivors in the entire district have fallen into utter despair. Help! My vehicle's chassis has cracked from the freeze. There are 3 second-tier snow wolves gnawing at my vehicle. Someone save me. Fire! Give me fire. I'm willing to trade all my blueprints for that anonymous Big Shot's cold-resistant stove. Big Shot, are you still there? I just killed a second-tier monster and dropped a blue suspension blueprint. Please trade me a set of reinforced heavy armor. I'm about to freeze to death. Watching the desperate cries rolling down the public screen like a waterfall, there was no trace of pity in Lu Yuan's deep gaze, only the extreme calm of a capitalist witnessing huge profits. He opened his storage space. Inside, several hundred military-grade stamped cold-resistant stoves and over 100 sets of military-grade reinforced armor were meticulously arranged. These were the finest products crafted from the last remnants of materials in the arms factory. The first batch of equipment has already given them a taste of the sweet rewards. Now it's time to make them go bankrupt. Lu Yuan lightly tapped, restraining himself to only listing 5 cold-resistant stoves and 10 sets of heavy armor in the trading hall. Hunger marketing. In the desperate cold of 60 days, a bulk sale would only devalue the items by releasing just a little each day. It would drive the dying large guilds into a frenzy of competitive bidding, bringing out all the top blueprints and life-saving supplies they had been hoarding. Su Li, you can arrange the workshop at the back yourself. The subcontracting tasks from the arms factory have ended and your core job now is to digest the new blueprints I just acquired. Lu Yuan tossed a handful of colorful blueprints into the rear space cabin, especially that blue blueprint for the all-terrain track conversion module. The snow is too deep and the tires can't go far. I need you to come up with a hydraulic track solution that can fit the war chariot chassis as quickly as possible. Understood, boss. Leave it to me. Su Li confidently caught the blueprints. Being able to study advanced blueprints in a dedicated temperature-controlled workshop is simply a paradise for a mechanic. Clang, clang, clang. Listening to the highly professional metal calibration sounds coming from the back of the cabin, Lu Yuan comfortably leaned back in the zero-gravity seat, switching the driving mode of the Abyssal Tyrant to radar detection. In these 60 days, while others were struggling for survival, he was surveying his territory. Beep. Less than half an hour later, the holographic radar suddenly emitted a crisp alert tone. In the blizzard about 800 meters ahead of the war chariot, 7 or 8 distinct red high-energy heat sources appeared. Discovered second-tier extreme cold group mutant beast ice armored scorpion. Quantity 8. This second-tier monster, the size of an off-road vehicle and covered in a hard ice shell, would certainly result in a one-sided slaughter if encountered by an ordinary player convoy. Its extremely sharp pincers could easily cut through the pillars of ordinary cars. High-level biomass delivered to our door. Lu Yuan didn't even raise an eyebrow, showing no signs of alarm as he had when dealing with third-tier violent bears. In the 60 days of extreme cold, wild monsters are his moving supply station. Xiao Wu run them over. Boom. The Abyssal Tyrant let out a brutal low growl. The heavy and massive body not only did not slow down but instead surged forward through the snowstorm, maximizing its power. The 8 ice-armored scorpions ahead also noticed this behemoth, waving their massive pincers and charging fiercely towards the war chariot. Bang. Crack. An inevitable physical crush. Before the Abyssal Tyrant's front armor, which fused aerospace titanium alloy, the proud hard ice shells of the second-tier ice-armored scorpions were as fragile as thin potato chips. The foremost ice-armored scorpion was directly sent flying by the violent kinetic energy, exploding into a mass of green goo midair. Immediately afterwards, the Abyssal Tyrant's robust all-terrain tires mercilessly crushed the remaining scorpions. Accompanied by a series of painfully crunchy shell-cracking sounds, all 8 second-tier mutant beasts were crushed into a puddle of shattered ice and flesh without even giving Lu Yuan the chance to use his purple armor machine gun. Ding! Killed second-tier ice-armored scorpion X8. High-level biomass 40. Second-tier beast core 3. The blood and flesh tendrils beneath the vehicle skillfully extended, sweeping away the spoils from the ground. This is the leisurely rhythm that a 60-day extreme cold journey should have. Lu Yuan looked contentedly at the ever-growing supply reserves on the radar. Just then Su Li's voice came from the rear folding cabin. Boss, I have completed the reverse analysis of the theoretical blueprint for the all-terrain track conversion module. But... Su Li poked half her body out of the workshop, a hint of helplessness on her cool face. Manufacturing this heavy-duty track that can carry dozens of tons of weight requires a very special flexible antifreeze material for the track connection axis. We don't have that in our current stock. What material do you need? Lu Yuan tilted his head slightly. The blueprint indicates that we need to hunt a special third-tier group creature that only appears in the extreme cold depths, the snowline venom spider. Only with the high molecular ice silkworm thread they produce can we perfectly integrate the hydraulic joints of the tracks. Lu Yuan gazed at the violently swirling snowstorm outside the window, a glimmer of a hunter's gleam flashing in his deep gaze. Snowline venom spider. Good. During these long 60 days we must find something to do. The blizzard outside the vehicle raged like dull blades scraping against the black gold armor of the Abyss Tyrant. Snow over 2 meters deep had utterly reshaped the terrain of the endless highway. Even with its terrifying torque and raw power, the Abyss Tyrant's wide all-terrain tires strained visibly against the unyielding laws of physics. Speed had dropped to 30 kilometers per hour. A muffled grinding screech occasionally reverberated from the chassis, each time a hidden wreck or frozen boulder buried beneath the snow layer scraping against the undercarriage. Friction loss is severe. Lu Yuan steered with one hand, glancing at the energy consumption metrics on the dashboard. To force forward through the deep snow, the second-stage flesh furnace's bioelectric output had nearly doubled its normal rate. That only reinforced his resolve to replace the chassis with hydraulic treads as soon as possible. The 60-day polar winter had barely begun its first day. If this high-energy expenditure continued, even his considerable reserves would be exhausted by the endless biting cold. Inside the rear folding compartment, Su Li sat cross-legged before a workbench she'd welded together from scrap steel. Warm air from the climate control system stirred her tightly braided ponytail while the bench's soft blue glow illuminated her focused profile. Boss, I've cross-referenced the bestiary. Su Li didn't look up marking virtual schematics as she reported the snowline venom spider is an exceptionally rare gregarious mutated arthropod. They typically nest in glacial fissures or the deepest chasms of frigid zones, not only possessing impenetrable carapaces but also wielding a far more vexing weapon, ice silk spun from silkworm glands. This filament carries extreme adhesiveness and absolute cryogenic potency. Should it entangle a vehicle's drive shaft or weapon barrel, mechanical failure would occur within 3 seconds, frozen solid, irreversibly seized. Attempting to break free would shatter critical components. Listening to his top engineer's briefing, Lu Yuan gave a slight nod. Tier 3 gregarious predators with potent crowd control abilities. At this stage of development, such creatures were nightmares for every convoy. Those who dared provoke them were either madmen or corpses. Understood. Set aside that schematic for the electromagnetic deflection shield for now. Help me fabricate something smaller instead. Lu Yuan activated the internal comlink. I recall yesterday at the armory, you salvaged a few thermal regulation chips from scrap when forging your frost furnace. 3 of them failed catastrophically, correct? 3 units. Their temperature controls are non-functional. Once powered, they heat uncontrollably until their inner linings melt through and detonate. Su Li replied after a moment's recollection. Modify them. Install time detonators. Crank the heating output to maximum, Lu Yuan said, his voice edged with the shrewdness of a seasoned merchant. And pack them with the high-yield thermite we acquired earlier on the trade channel. Fabricate 3 thermal bombs. Suli paused, then instantly a tactical simulation unfolded in her mind. Her eyes brightened. Venom spiders are thermotactic. In a minus 60-degree environment, these incandescent iron spheres would be the deadliest bait imaginable. I'll have them ready immediately. That was the comfort of working alongside brilliance. No superfluous words required, insight ignited with a single spark. The Abyss Tyrant trudged onward through the snow for another 2 hours. Night had fallen completely. The blizzard's howl echoed like wailing specters' headlights pierced only a dozen meters into the darkness. Beep. A sharp fleeting chime emanated from the gold-tier holographic radar atop the workbench. Yuan slammed the brakes. The Abyss Tyrant came to a silent halt behind a towering snow dune. On the radar display, the previously flat highway 500 meters ahead fractured into a colossal tectonic rift, a bottomless frost canyon yawning open before them. Within the canyon's cliffs, over a dozen deep red high-energy signatures pulsed densely. 3 of those signatures burned as fiercely as the frost winter dire bear they'd encountered earlier. 3 Tier 3 alpha specimens. A dozen Tier 2 elites. Yuan studied the radar data, fingertips tapping lightly on the steering wheel. Charging headlong into that gorge in the war vehicle would invite encirclement by dozens of venom spiders. Their ice silk would almost certainly immobilize the tires and machine guns in a relentless, suffocating barrage. Then the Abyss Tyrant would become nothing more than an armored shell, helpless, exposed, and defenseless. A hunter must possess the patience of a hunter. The modifications are complete. Suli entered the cockpit cradling 3 snow-white iron spheres, each roughly the size of a basketball, and slotted them into the side deployment bay. Boss, once activated, surface temperature will surge to 200 degrees Celsius within 30 seconds and reach critical detonation threshold in 3 minutes. The blast radius alone can overturn a heavy-duty freighter. Sufficient. Yuan killed the engine, retaining only minimal life support systems and radar functionality. The Abyss Tyrant's massive hull crouched motionless behind the snow dune, its black armor vanishing seamlessly into the night like a slab of inert ancient stone. Xiao Wu, deploy the phantom manipulator arm. Attach 1 thermal lure and lower it down. A narrow seam silently split open along the vehicle's flank. The thick serpentine phantom manipulator arm did not fully extend, but instead crept forward, tentacle-like, hugging the snow surface with uncanny stealth. Its tip clutched a single white thermal bomb. It advanced 400 meters across the snowfield, halting precisely at the Frost Canyon's precipice. Initiate. Yuan pressed the detonation trigger. A faint, precise click resonated from within the white sphere at the canyon's edge. Then, heat erupted. Snow melted and boiled violently around it, erupting in vast plumes of searing white vapor. In the pitch-black minus 60-degree abyss, that vapor column blazed like a lighthouse in the void. Yuan retracted the manipulator arm and gripped the weapons console's control sticks. Above the turret, twin-barreled rotary machine guns rose silently in suppressor mode, their barrels locking onto the canyon's rim. 1 second. 10 seconds. 30 seconds. Just as the bomb's casing glowed cherry red and began hissing ominously. From the depths below came a chilling, dense scraping, a sound like hundreds of razor-sharp sabers dragging across solid granite. They're coming. Suli unconsciously held her breath. Boom. A monstrous spider, its body the size of a compact freight truck, its semi-translucent carapace shimmering icy blue, launched itself upward from the cliff's shadow. Its 8 spear-like legs drove deep into the frozen earth. 8 compound eyes gleamed with ravenous, ghostly light in the dark, fixed unblinkingly upon the incandescent iron sphere lying on the snow. Then another. And another. And another. 7 Tier 2 elite snowline venom spiders scaled the cliff face in swift synchronized descent. Drawn irresistibly by the sudden thermal anomaly, yet instinctively wary, they circled the bomb at a cautious 3-meter distance, emitting low probing hisses. One especially large specimen, overcome by primal hunger, reared back and unleashed a torrent of white ice silt from its fanged maw, aiming to ensnare and drag the glowing sphere back to its lair. Gluttony exacts its price. Yuan watched the detonation timer on the radar count down its final 3 seconds, and a cold, razor-thin smile curled his lips. Time to send you on your way. 3, 2, 1. At the moment the countdown reached 0, the white silk of the ice silkworm, imbued with absolute low temperatures, just grazed the surface of the dark red iron lump. The extreme temperature difference between hot and cold became the last straw that broke the substandard cold-resistant furnace's inner lining. The high explosive gunpowder inside instantly detonated. Boom. A blinding orange fireball violently expanded at the edge of the Frost Canyon. The deafening sound of the explosion tore through the howling wind and snow as a violent shockwave lifted 2 meters of accumulated snow, mixing it with dirt and shattered ice that swept in all directions. The 3 second-tier venomous spiders at the center of the explosion couldn't even let out a complete scream. Their hard ice-blue exoskeletons were instantly shredded by the heat and shrapnel, turning into a shower of green liquid and severed limbs. A little further away, the 4 venomous spiders, though not killed on the spot, were mostly knocked over by the shockwave, losing several legs and writhing in pain in the snow. Clear the area. Lu Yuan's voice was devoid of any emotion. He gripped the weapon control lever with both hands and pulled the trigger with his index finger. The dual-mounted rotary machine gun on the roof emitted a low puff-puff sound in silenced mode. The dark red tracer rounds accurately swept across the snow, picking off the 4 incapacitated, half-crippled venomous spiders, turning them into puddles of minced meat. In less than 10 seconds since the battle began, the vanguard was completely wiped out. Yet Lu Yuan's gaze did not leave the holographic radar. On the screen, the 3 massive red dots representing the third-tier leaders deep within the canyon had become completely enraged due to the death of their companions and the violent explosion rapidly climbing upwards at an astonishing speed. Ziz! The frozen ground at the cliff's edge was shattered by sharp appendages. 3 third-tier snowline venomous spider leaders comparable in size to heavy trucks suddenly appeared in the wind and snow. Their exoskeletons exhibited an almost transparent deep blue color with natural patterns flowing across their surfaces like glaciers. 12 compound eyes locked onto the massive black gold war vehicle behind the snowslope. There was no mindless charge. These 3 third-tier creatures displayed a remarkably high hunting intelligence. They quickly spread out, forming a pincer formation to surround the Abyss Tyrant. Then all 3 mouths filled with fine fangs simultaneously opened. Swoosh! 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 3 thick white translucent silk threads like venom sprayed from a high-pressure water gun sliced through the night sky, targeting the windshield, the machine gun turret on the roof, and the tires of the Abyss Tyrant. Evasive maneuvers. Lu Yuan violently turned the steering wheel while pressing the accelerator. The massive body of the Abyss Tyrant executed a tailspin in the snow. 2 strands of ice silkworm silk missed their targets, crashing into a snowdrift in the distance. Accompanied by a crack freezing sound, those 2 patches of snow along with the underlying rocks were completely frozen into an indestructible block of white ice within 2 seconds. If the tires of an ordinary vehicle came into contact with this substance, the drive shaft would instantly freeze and shatter. But the 3rd silk thread still precisely stuck to the left front armor of the war vehicle. A bone-chilling cold instantly pierced through the armor. The temperature monitor in the cockpit emitted a soft beep as the temperature on the left side of the armor surface dropped below -90 degrees in just a few seconds. The ice layer rapidly spread, trying to completely seal the left wheel. Boss, the armor joint is frozen. Forcing a breakthrough will tear the drive ball joint. No need to force a breakthrough. Lu Yuan's gaze remained calm as he quickly input several lines of commands on the control panel. Don't forget the Tyrant is alive. V-room. The second-tier flesh melter emitted a low rumble. Beneath the black gold armor on the left side of the Abyss Tyrant, the previously silent dark red biological muscle mass suddenly began to writhe violently. Scalding biological blood surged through the veins like lava, directly delivering core heat exceeding 100 degrees to the frozen surface of the armor. Sizzle. As the ultra-cold ice silkworm silk made contact with the scalding biological armor, dense white steam erupted immediately. Following that, the armor on the left side of the war vehicle expanded and contracted as if breathing, while those frozen ice silkworms, which had lost their low-temperature maintenance and become extremely brittle, shattered into pieces under the dual assault of the armor's physical deformation and high heat, turning into a pile of ice debris. Thermal cycling and muscle deformation breaking the ice. Suli watched the scene, her eyes flashing with amazement. This completely overturned traditional mechanical knowledge of ice removal, yet on this biological war vehicle it appeared so natural and efficient. Stop watching and get to work. Lu Yuan did not give the venomous spiders a second chance to spit silk. Throw the remaining 2 thermal bombs to the left and right. Phantom mechanical arms, full power throw. Understood. The deployment hatches on both sides of the cabin opened simultaneously. 2 thick phantom mechanical arms shot out like bowling balls, being thrown as they smashed the 2 activated iron lumps which had started to turn red on the surface forcefully towards the left and right venomous spider leaders. The venomous spiders' vision was limited in the wind and snow. They relied heavily on thermal sources for perception. Faced with the enormous thermal sources flying towards them, the 2 leaders instinctively opened their mouths again, spraying out large amounts of ice silkworm silk in an attempt to intercept the prey. Ziz, boom. Boom. When the ice silkworm silk made contact with the imminent thermal bombs, the severe temperature difference directly triggered premature detonation. 2 massive fireballs exploded in midair. Although the shockwaves from the explosion could not directly kill the third-tier leaders, the intense heat instantly vaporized the ice silkworm silk they had sprayed while shattering their proud head armor. The 2 leaders let out piercing cries, green bodily fluid gushing from the shattered exoskeletons as they fell back into the snow. What a good opportunity. Suli clenched her fists. Lu Yuan naturally would not let this opening go. The machine gun turret on top of the Abyss Tyrant immediately locked onto the leader on the left that had lost its armor. Puff puff puff. The dense biological armor-piercing rounds pierced through the gap in the exoskeleton unobstructed, drilling into its brain and internal organs. After a barrage lasting over 10 seconds, the leader collapsed on the ground, no longer moving. The leader on the right had just flipped over and hadn't steadied itself yet when the Abyss Tyrant carrying dozens of tons of violent energy crushed the snow and charged straight at it. Bang! With a dull thud, the massive body of the venomous spider leader was sent flying over 10 meters, 3 of its 8 legs broken. Yuan did not give it a chance to catch its breath. The sharp blood and flesh tendrils protruding from the front chassis pierced through its fragile abdominal nerve ganglion like spears. One more third-tier leader down. Now only the largest and most cunning Spider King directly in front remained. Having witnessed the tragic death of its companions, the fury in its eyes was finally replaced by a trace of fear of death. It decisively turned around, using all 8 legs in an attempt to escape back into the bottomless canyon along the cliff's edge. Want to run? Yuan narrowed his eyes, his finger hovering over the main cannon's launch button. Boss, wait. Don't use the lava main cannon. Suli suddenly called out from behind to stop him. The Spider King's abdomen has the most intact high molecular ice silkworm gland. That's the core material for hydraulic joints on tracks. If you use the main cannon to burn it, the gland will be directly cooked and ruined. Yuan halted his finger, retracting the command for the main cannon. Merchants seek profit. For the schematic materials, an intact corpse is worth more than a pile of ashes. Since we can't burn it, let's capture it using physical methods. Yuan pushed open the cockpit door and the biting cold wind rushed in. He supported himself on the edge of the door with one hand and leaped onto the roof like a leopard. The extraordinary body of the second-tier initial stage felt only a slight chill in the -60-degree environment. He drew out the fang of the violent bear that Suli had simply polished, weighing dozens of pounds. At this moment, the Spider King had already crawled to the cliff's edge, half of its body dangling over. Yuan took a deep breath, the bones in his entire body crackling. The terrifying strength of the second-tier body transmitted from the waist to the right arm as he aimed the half-meter-long pale fawn like a javelin at the large gap in the Spider King's back armor. Die! His arm exerted force. Swoosh! The air was ripped apart with a sharp explosion. The fang of the violent bear transformed into a white flash, crossing 100 meters in distance, carrying terrifying kinetic energy and precisely penetrating through the gap in the Spider King's head and chest armor, deeply piercing its central nervous system. The immense piercing force firmly pinned the Spider King to the frozen ground at the cliff's edge. Its 8 legs twitched violently a few times before finally drooping weakly. The wind and snow continued. The edge of the canyon returned to silence. Yuan brushed the ice shards off his hands, jumped back into the warm cockpit and casually closed the door. Xiao Wu, clean up the battlefield. Suli, prepare to receive your core materials. He leaned back in his seat, gazing at the golden settlement prompt popping up on the radar, exhaling deeply. The materials for the tracks are complete. This 60-day snowy journey can finally be run freely. At the edge of the Frost Canyon, the wind and snow quickly buried the traces of battle. The Abyss Tyrant's undercarriage extended a dozen dark red flesh-like tentacles, skillfully dragging the corpses of the 3-headed leaders to the work platform beside the carriage. Suli, wearing frost-proof gloves and holding a high-frequency cutting knife, moved with the deftness of a seasoned butcher. She followed the crack in the shell created by Yuan's tusk strike, avoiding the neurotoxic sac, and carefully peeled away a translucent gel-like substance emitting a chilling blue aura. This is the high molecular ice silkworm gland. Suli placed the gel-like substance into the constant temperature box, letting out a long sigh. Its toughness is 3 times stronger than high-carbon steel wire, and it possesses extreme low-temperature resistance, making it the perfect cushioning agent for hydraulic joints and tracks. Yuan glanced at the loot settlement on the holographic screen. In addition to these 3 critical glands, the 3-headed leaders also contributed over 300 units of high-grade biomass and 3 highly pure third-tier beast cores. The inventory consumed at the arms factory instantly recovered significantly. Materials are ready. How long will it take to produce the tracks? Yuan shifted his gaze back, increasing the carriage's temperature by 2 degrees. Give me 2 hours. Suli, cradling the constant temperature box and holding the blue all-terrain track conversion module blueprint, entered the 20 square meter folding cabin without looking back. The heavy isolation door closed. Through the observation window, Yuan could see the industrial lights inside illuminate instantly. The blue talent glow flickered on the workbench, and the sparks from the welding gun, along with the sounds of metal colliding, were muffled by the soundproof wall, leaving only the faintest dull vibrations. This is true efficient logistics. The boss drives ahead to scout for enemies while the employees work overtime on research and development, perfectly in sync without interference. Yuan reclined the seat and opened the panel for the World Trading Hall. Outside, the sky had completely darkened. On the first night of the second phase of the extreme cold calamity, temperatures plummeted below -65 degrees. The speed of conversations on the public screen was significantly slower than during the day. This was not because everyone had fallen asleep but because many had their fingers frozen stiff, lacking even the strength to strike virtual keys. Brothers. The vehicle next to mine has been silent for half an hour. The windows are all covered in frost. A monster is banging against my bumper. I dare not turn on the heat and the battery is almost dead. Who can lend me some wood? Anonymous big shot, please, can you put out some more heat stoves? I'll trade my life for it. Yuan lightly tapped, listing the 50 sets of cold-resistant leather armor and 20 heat stoves Suli had produced in the trade bar. Seller anonymous items listed heat stove, high heat output, caution advised for fire X20. Items listed cold-resistant leather armor X50. Trading demands various vehicle modification blueprints, high-level plant seeds, basic metal ingots. Large quantities prioritized. These items pieced together from industrial waste and ordinary mutated beast skins were in Yuan's eyes nothing but trash. Yet for those desperate survivors they represented the only hope of enduring the night. In less than 10 seconds of being listed, all items were swept away. Yuan's private messages flashed wildly and the system's payment notifications blended into a cacophony. Basic iron ores, copper ores and lead blocks filled the storage compartments below. He even unexpectedly acquired 2 blue high-power searchlight blueprints and several packets of mutated cedar seeds that could survive in low temperatures. This is the terrifying aspect of monopolizing the black market. With the lowest costs, it ruthlessly drains the basic resources from lower and middle-tier players. 2 hours later. The isolation door of the folding cabin slid open with a ding. Suli emerged, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Her eyes were slightly red, but her spirit was exceptionally high. Behind her floated 4 extremely heavy holographic module boxes. Boss, the hydraulic track module is completed. I merged the ice silkworm glands into the lubrication system of the drive shaft using mechanical resonance. The tracks won't freeze but will in fact increase the metal's flexibility in extreme cold. Yuan stood up, a glint of appreciation in his eyes. Xiao will connect the module. Boom! The Abyss Tyrant let out a deafening roar. The chassis of the battle vehicle suddenly extended, dozens of thick flesh-like tentacles brutally piercing the 4 holographic module boxes. The blue blueprint data and the physical metal tracks began to merge with the battle vehicle's 4-wheel hubs under the pull of the flesh. Click, click, click. The heavy all-terrain tires retracted, replaced by heavy tracks measuring 80 centimeters wide, their surfaces covered in alloy anti-slip spikes. At the junction of the tracks, a faint layer of translucent gel could be seen, providing lubrication and frost resistance. The entire chassis of the Abyss Tyrant was forcibly raised half a meter. The already imposing heavy battle vehicle had now completely transformed into a steel behemoth capable of charging through snow. Ding! Modification complete. Battle vehicle gained new form, half-track snow fortress. Feature significantly reduces ground pressure, ignores snow terrain below 2 meters deep. The maximum speed in the snow increased to 80 km/h. Yuan returned to the driver's seat, grasping the steering wheel and slamming down on the accelerator. Boom, whoosh. The 2-meter deep snow was no longer an obstacle. The wide tracks evenly distributed the battle vehicle's several tons of weight. The Abyss Tyrant not only did not sink but also surged forward like a speedboat, cutting through waves, crushing the snow hills ahead in a wildly aggressive manner. The speedometer climbed straight from 30 kilometers to 80 kilometers. Inside the carriage everything remained so stable that not a single drop of coffee spilled from the cup. This is the true tracked battle vehicle. Yuan looked at the snow scenery rapidly receding outside, feeling the restored mobility, and snapped his fingers in satisfaction. In the following 4 days the wind and snow on the endless road showed no signs of letting up but instead intensified. With the absolute advantage of the tracks, the Abyss Tyrant advanced over 1,000 kilometers in the snow every day. During the day Yuan drove around, crushing the second-tier mutated beasts, freezing in the snow, collecting high-grade biomass. At night he would find a snow slope sheltered from the wind to stop, while Suli carried out research and development behind and Yuan sold off inventory in front. The miniature farm in the vehicle had harvested its second batch of fresh vegetables, and the two even modified a barbecue rack from the remnants of the heat stoves to grill fatty wolf ribs in the freezing wilderness. Until the evening of the 5th day of the second phase of the extreme cold calamity, the Abyss Tyrant, which had been cruising at full speed in the snow, suddenly slowed down. On the holographic radar, a vast area of extremely dense metal reflection signals and dozens of faint human heat sources appeared in the center of the main road 5 kilometers ahead. Yuan picked up the binoculars and peered through the wind and snow. It was a large convoy consisting of a dozen heavy off-road vehicles and a modified bus. The surface of the vehicles was painted with the emblem of a roaring white war bear. This was the top guild in the Nordic region, the Winter Watchers. However, this once invincible heavy armored convoy was now extremely helpless, stranded in a massive snow valley. Their tires were deeply embedded in nearly 3 meters of snow and the drive shafts were completely frozen. The outer armor of the bus was covered in claw marks from monsters and several frozen corpses lay half buried in the snow outside. In the center of the convoy, several heavily fur-clad white men were desperately trying to use a flamethrower to melt the ice from their tires, but the flames of the flamethrower flickered weakly against the howling wind at -60 degrees like a match. They were trapped. In this hell where movement was impossible without tracks, all that awaited them was exhaustion and death. Boss, it's a large guild from the Nordic region. They have a large number of people. Although they are trapped, their heavy firepower is still operational. Suli, standing behind the driver's seat, calmly analyzed. Heavy firepower trapped in the snow is nothing but an immobile iron coffin. Lu Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile as he turned the external searchlight's power to maximum. Xiao Wu, steer closer. Let's say hello. Two blinding beams of white light pierced the despairing scene, directly hitting the center of the stranded convoy. Accompanied by the terrifying roar of tracks crushing the ice, a dark red black gold behemoth came to a slow stop before the Winter Watcher's convoy with an extremely arrogant demeanor. Lu Yuan did not exit the vehicle, he simply pressed the external speaker. The businessman's voice echoed through the wind and snow. Good evening, everyone. It seems you've encountered a little trouble. I have hot soup cold-proof clothing and special steel cables that can tow your bus. Prices are fair and there's no deception. As long as you can offer me a life-saving price that interests me. Blinding searchlight beams tore through the blizzard like a black shroud, casting the stranded convoy in a ghastly pallor. At the heart of the Winter Watcher's convoy, dozens of men wrapped in thick furs squinted against the searing glare. Instinctively they raised their rifles and handcrafted crossbows, aiming the barrels toward the black and gold leviathan barreling out of the storm. But the moment they beheld the Abyssal Tyrant's exaggerated heavy-duty track chassis, and the twin-barreled rotary cannon mounted atop its roof pulsing with eerie violet light, every hand gripping a weapon began to tremble uncontrollably. Not from fear, but from the crushing dual weight of sub-zero cold and utter despair. At -65 degrees Celsius, buried deep in snow, rifle bolts had long since frozen solid. Their weapons were little more than firewood. The modified bus's hatch burst open with a kick. A towering Caucasian man, nearly 2 meters tall, built like a grizzly bear, leapt into waist-deep snow. He wore only a thin tactical vest. His exposed muscles burned a sickly, unnatural crimson as they fiercely resisted the lethal frost. Lu Yuan sat comfortably in the warm cab, eyes scanning the thermal feedback on his radar display, his brows lifting slightly. Target locked. Oleg merged. North American Nordic faction. Life Transcendence stage awakened 1 tier 1 mid-stage. Current status: severe hypothermia, moderate frostbite. So, it's Oleg, ranked second on the attribute leaderboard. Lu Yuan took a sip of warm water. His constitution is indeed formidable, but against nature's absolute zero carbon-based life, clinging on by sheer will is nothing but tragic farce. Braving the gale, Oleg trudged unevenly across the snowfield between the two vehicles. Ice crystals clung to his eyebrows and beard as he tilted his head up, locking his gaze upon the tyrant's pitch-black one-way bulletproof glass. I am Oleg, the guild master of the Winter Watchers. He bellowed, his voice thin and brittle against the howling wind. Friend, whoever you are, lend us your tracked vehicle as a tow rig. Pull us out of this snow-choked gorge. I'll pay you 500 units of high-grade biomass and 3 tier IA beast cores. This sum alone would seem unimaginable wealth to ordinary players. Inside the coach, Suli stood behind Lu Yuan. Hearing the offer, she let out a cold, mirthless laugh. 500 biomass. That wouldn't even cover an hour's fuel consumption at full throttle. He still thinks he's bargaining in a beginner's village. Lu Yuan said nothing. His finger pressed the external loudspeaker's transmission key. A calm, emotionless voice echoed across the snow valley. Oleg, withdraw that beggar's bid. Your convoy comprises 15 vehicles, all immobilized, their undercarriages frozen fast into the snowpack. Towing you will consume vast quantities of fuel and inflict severe track wear. I'm not here to dispense charity. I've just observed your rooftop modification kits. I claim the uninstalled blue rare heavy-duty sonic icebreaker. Additionally, I require your guild's most prized purple tire schematic. At these words, Oleg's face turned ashen. Not only he, but several guild elders peering out from the bus windows erupted in furious curses. Fuck. You're robbing us while we're down. That icebreaker cost our entire guild's accumulated resources. Boss, don't waste breath. Blast his tracks with an RPG and seize the vehicle. He's alone, we have dozens of men. A Frostmadden guild member thrust himself through the sunroof of a SUV, hoisting a single-shot rocket launcher squarely onto the Abyssal Tyrant. Lu Yuan watched the dark muzzle without a flicker of reaction in his eyes, not even reaching for the weapon activation console. Calmly he spoke. You may pull the trigger if you dare. But consider carefully whether your rocket can sever my high molecular ice silkworm tracks remains uncertain. Yet my turret-mounted cannon will reduce your bus and everyone inside to shredded fragments in a single second. Outside lies -65 degrees Celsius. Without the cabin's shelter you won't last 3 minutes. Silence. Only the shriek of wind and snow filled the valley, a deathly absolute hush. The player gripping the rocket launcher stood rigid, finger frozen over the trigger. His gaze drifted to the tyrant's armor, its flowing black and gold luster shimmering faintly, then a profound sense of helplessness welled up within him. The stranger was right. In this frozen hell, disrupting vehicular balance meant mutual annihilation, and the stranger clearly possessed the resilience to outlast them all. Lower your weapons. Oleg roared through clenched teeth, halting his men's recklessness. Defeated, he dropped his arms and drew a sharp icy breath before fixing his gaze once more upon the steel fortress before him. We no longer possess any purple tire schematics. We traded them all for a few heat furnaces. But I hold an exceptionally rare wasteland anomaly, the Crimson Eye. We excavated it yesterday from the frozen corpse of a colossal aberration, still biologically active, brimming with untapped potential. With the icebreaker, I'll trade you passage out of this gorge, plus 10 heat furnaces and 20 sets of cold-resistant hide armor. A biologically active anomaly. Lu Yuan's eyes gleamed sharply within the cabin. On this surreal endless highway, such flesh and distortion artifacts, alive pulsing with mutation, were the ultimate sustenance for his flesh-mechanical symbiosis system, far surpassing sterile blueprints. Deal. Lu Yuan accepted without hesitation. Minutes later, a narrow slit opened in the tyrant's side hatch. 10 low-power heat furnaces, hand-assembled by Suli from scrap, and 20 crude hide armors reeking of mutated beast musk were unceremoniously dumped into the snow by ghostly mechanical arms. Yet for the Winter Watchers, these rough-hewn devices fell like divine rain. Elite guild members, who normally held themselves aloof, lunged into the snow like rabid dogs, clawing frantically over the meager warmth. Oleg stood aside, humiliated, but still knelt to place the heavy-duty sonic icebreaker and a massive glass jar, still rotating, slowly radiating an uncanny crimson glow, into the mechanical claw. Hook your tow cables onto my rear hitch. Move swiftly, I have little patience. After verifying the cargo, Lu Yuan engaged the tyrant's low-speed traction mode. Dozens of SUVs, frozen immobile, were linked end-to-end with thick steel cables finally secured to the tyrant's tail. Roar! A tear-eye flesh furnace roared, shaking the earth. Black smoke belched from the exhaust. The tyrant's broad ice silkworm treads clawed violently into the snow, its crimson hull surging forward with brutal force. Scryitch! Crack! A teeth-grinding symphony of metal snapping and ice fracturing followed. This godlike machine, weighing dozens of tons, plowed a wide raw channel through 2-meter-deep snow, dragging its string of dead weight behind it, hauling the entire convoy out of the Death Valley by sheer unrelenting might. No sooner had they reached the flat expanse of the main highway than Lu Yuan acted without pause. Click! The rear towing hook detached automatically. Without a moment's hesitation, the tyrant's tread spun at full speed, like a wild stallion breaking free, vanishing instantly into the blizzard ahead. Only Oleg and his convoy remained behind, shivering in the wind, clutching the newly distributed heat furnaces. Boss, he's gone. We're out of the gorge, but our vehicles still won't start, stammered a trembling subordinate, hugging his hide armor. Oleg stared at the discarded steel cable on the ground and gave a bitter, hollow laugh, his eyes heavy with the crushing weight of post-apocalyptic jungle law. This is wasteland commerce. He promised to pull us from the gorge, he did. What happens next, that is our own burden to bear, inside the cabin. Lu Yuan tossed the newly acquired sonic icebreaker to Suli. Mount it beneath the front bumper. From now on, use high-frequency resonance to shatter frozen rock and obstacles. After issuing the order, he sank back into his massage chair, his gaze settling upon the glass jar. Within the jar, the crimson eye seemed to sense his stare, the pupil contracting with eerie, unnatural precision, radiating a palpable aura of savage, unsettling brutality. Item: anomalous relic, the Crimson Eye of the Aberrant. Description: a living organ harvested from a wasteland entity. Contains potent psychic contamination and infrared thermal penetration capabilities. A cruel, feverish smile curled Lu Yuan's lips. No technology, only flesh, only distortion. This is how the wasteland ought to be. He tapped the control console. Xiao Wu, open wide. Time to install an external radar. From beneath the console, several dark red flesh tendrils surged forth, eager writhing, and shattered the glass jar, swallowing the crimson glowing eye hole. Ding! Fusing anomalous relic. Congratulations! Vehicle radar system has undergone flesh-based mutation. New trait acquired: Crimson Gaze, penetrates all blizzards and physical obstructions, precisely marking hostile lifeforms within a 10-kilometer radius in vivid blood red. Lu Yuan studied the holographic radar display, now tenfold sharper, every hidden monster in the surrounding snowfields tagged in vivid crimson, and nodded, deeply satisfied. This kind of brutally illogical flesh mutation is infinitely more effective than any relic of the old world's technology. The blizzard raged on, no sunrise pierced the sky, only an unrelenting leaden-gray expanse. Inside the armored carriage, the climate control system hummed steadily at 24°C. Yuan reclined in the driver's seat, his gaze fixed upon the newly mutated holographic radar. After integrating the Crimson Eye, the once monotonous green scanning interface had transformed into an intricate three-dimensional topographic map rendered in deep crimson. Within a 10-kilometer radius, the blizzard's obscuring fury had become utterly meaningless. Every contour of the terrain, the undulating snowdrifts, the derelict vehicles buried beneath the frost, even the sinuous silhouettes of hibernating mutant beasts lurking within distant ice fissures, was precisely outlined in a faint ethereal blood-red glow. "Boss, good morning." The rear folding hatch slid open and Sully stepped out holding 2 freshly brewed cups of instant black coffee. Having ingested the preliminary gene enhancer, she had slept only 4 hours, yet beneath her eyes lay no trace of fatigue. Instead, a sharp, vibrant alertness shimmered in her gaze. "How's the track war rate?" Yuan accepted the coffee and took a slow sip. "The lubrication from the ice silk gland exceeds expectations. Last night's high-intensity off-road traversal lasted 3 hours, yet metal fatigue remained below 2%. So long as crushed ice was regularly cleared from the joints, this chassis would endure until the end of the frost cataclysm." Sully delivered her professional assessment. Yuan nodded, just as he prepared to issue today's survey route, when a low-resonance system chime echoed without warning inside every survivor's mind. This was no localized broadcast, it was a mandatory worldwide announcement. System notice calamity law correction. Detected froststorm phase 2 environment has grown excessively extreme. Current survival probability for standard players in this sector has fallen below 1%, violating the foundational divine trial logic of controlled cultivation through competition. Temporary survival patch deployed frost drop airdrop. Effective immediately at 0800 daily, the system will randomly deploy survival blind boxes beneath the snow along both sides of the highway. Each box contains a damaged cold-resistant military greatcoat, individual self-heating patches, basic firewood, high-calorie compressed biscuits, and with exceedingly low probability blueprints or beast cores. Go forth and seek them. This is your sole meager reprieve to survive. As the announcement ended, the world chat channel, long silent, erupted in frantic, feverish scrolling. Cold-resistant coats. There are coats in the airdrops. I won't freeze to death wrapped in car seat covers anymore. I saw it. A crimson glow just 200 meters ahead in the snow. That's mine, touch it and die. Form a squad. Coordinate segment 1455, we're 3 strong. We'll dig together. Anyone who tries to steal gets slaughtered. For a few tattered coats to fend off the wind and a mouthful of sustenance, players frozen overnight and teetering on despair unleashed a savagery more feral than any mutant beast. Inside the carriage, Sully watched the frenzy unfold across the public feed, her brow furrowing slightly. The system is deliberately inciting mutual slaughter among the lowest-tier survivors. Those blind boxes scattered across the snowfields are nothing but bait, drawing both monsters and players alike. If you leave them no breath of hope, who then will fund our future profits? Yuan set down his coffee cup and traced a light gesture across the radar screen. Under the crimson gaze's scrutiny, 7 or 8 faint golden points indeed glimmered across the snowfield within 10 kilometers. These were the unique signal signatures of the blind boxes. And surrounding each point, dense clusters of gray thermal signatures, players, and deep crimson ones, monsters, collided in chaotic violent convergence. Yuan locked onto the nearest golden point, less than 3 kilometers from the armored vehicle. Time to begin. Let's observe how efficiently our free miners perform. Yuan engaged the transmission. VRRR, CHHHH. The Abyss Tyrant growled a deep guttural roar. Its broad metallic treads shattered the ice crust. The heavy hull carved a long deep furrow through the snow, surging toward its target at 80 kilometers per hour. 3 kilometers of snowbound road were mere minutes for a tracked war machine. Ahead loomed the ruins of an abandoned gas station. Half its roof had collapsed, buried under a suffocating blanket of snow. At the center of the open lot, a wooden blind box, half a meter square, emitted a soft golden radiance. Around it, a brutal melee unfolded. 3 Tier 1 frostbound ghasts had cornered 4 gaunt, emaciated players. The players wielded rusted iron pipes and crude wooden clubs studded with fruit knives, their bodies draped in tattered automobile seat covers. One player's thigh had been torn open, blood freezing instantly into shocking dark red shards upon the snow. Hold the line. Kill these zombies. The coat and firewood in that box will keep us alive through today. The crew's leader, a short-haired youth, swung his pipe wildly, eyes burning with gambler's desperation. But he overestimated his frost-numbed limbs. A gas lunged, knocking him flat, its rotting maw snapping toward his throat. At that instant, Put! 2 suppressed gunshots cracked the air. The gas pinning the youth exploded, its skull bursting like a watermelon. Black ichor splattered across the youth's face, the warmth of the viscous fluid even thawed a sliver of sensation on his frozen cheeks. Before the remaining 2 ghasts could react, follow-up rounds struck with surgical precision, shattering their spines. They crumpled, twitching into the snow. The four near-death players froze in stunned silence. Trembling, they lifted their heads, following the trajectory of the bullets toward the source. Through the howling blizzard, a colossal dark red armored leviathan ground to a halt at the edge of the ruins. Its grotesquely wide treads, its black and gold armor radiating oppressive dominance, and the twin-barreled machine gun atop its turret, still trailing wisps of acrid smoke, spoke unequivocally of absolute battlefield supremacy. It's that anonymous merchant who sells frost-resistant furnaces. The short-haired youth chattered, teeth clattering, recognizing the tyrant's unmistakable hulking silhouette. They closed their eyes in despair. Against firepower of this magnitude, flight was impossible. The blind box was lost, and likely their lives with it. Yet the Abyss Tyrant did not fire. A seam split open along its flank and a thick ghostly mechanical arm extended, seizing the wooden blind box from the snow with effortless ease, lifting it into suspension. The claw tightened, crack, shattering the wooden lock. Its contents spilled neatly onto the arm's built-in tray. 2 thick oil-stained military-grade cold-resistant greatcoats. Several self-heating patches. 5 pieces of dry standardized firewood and 3 high-calorie compressed biscuits. Plus 1 blueprint glowing with azure light and a Tier 1 beast core. Inside the cabin, Sully glanced once. Boss, it's a blue rarity portable water purifier blueprint, practical everyday utility gear. Keep the blueprint and the core. The rest goes as wages. The mechanical arm retracted the blue schematic and the beast core into the cabin, then before the 4 players' dazed eyes rotated its wrist. Shoot! With a careless sweep, the greatcoats, heating patches, firewood rations, and even the 3 gassed corpses were dumped unceremoniously onto the snow before them. A toneless synthetic voice emanated from the external speaker. The coats and food are your wages for risking your lives to scout today. Wear them. Survive. Should you uncover blueprints or slay higher-tier beasts, tomorrow the trade channel remains open to you. Without pause, the Abyss Tyrant revved its treads, crunching through deep snow, and roared onward toward the next golden signal on the radar. The short-haired youth stared blankly at the greatcoats and rations lying in the snow. Then realization struck. He understood that towering magnate had no interest whatsoever in seizing their meager life-sustaining scraps. To a capitalist of such stature, ordinary players like them, desperate enough to fight for a coat, were merely free laborers, wild miners dispatched across the snowfields to unearth blueprints on his behalf. He treats us like free-range miners. One companion swallowed hard, then snatched up a greatcoat and wrapped it around himself. Who the hell cares what he calls us? The youth ripped open a self-heating patch and slapped it against his chest, biting fiercely into a biscuit, his eyes blazing anew with raw, desperate will to live. If it keeps me breathing, I'll mine for him gladly. Get dressed. Light a fire. Over the next 3 hours, the Abyss Tyrant became an implacable reaper across the white wasteland, its treads granting unmatched mobility, its crimson gaze granting omniscient vision across the entire snowscape. Yuan never annihilated entirely. He merely used long-range machine gun fire to eliminate monsters guarding blind boxes, then deployed the mechanical arm to extract only blueprints, beast cores, and rare metals. Everything else, the greatcoat, sleeping bags, substandard rations, was left behind for the barely breathing survivors still standing at the site. This quasi-contractual form of plunder enabled him within half a day to effortlessly amass 12 blueprints of varying rarities and dozens of low-tier beast cores. This is a healthy commercial loop. Yuan tossed another newly acquired blueprint onto his workbench, watching on the radar as gray thermal signatures, now clad in cold-resistant gear, flared back to vitality. A cold, calculating smile curved his lips. Sheep must graze to remain shorn. Onward, to the next cash dispenser. The sky over the frozen wastelands darkened with startling speed. By 4 in the afternoon, visibility on the highway had plummeted to less than 30 meters. The blizzard raged like a towering white wall, cleaving the world into countless desolate, isolated islands. The treads of the Abyss Tyrant rolled smoothly over the snow-buried roof of a sedan. The chassis suspension emitted a deep hydraulic groan as it effortlessly absorbed the impact. Yuan sat in the driver's cabin, surveying the storage compartment piled high with low-tier blueprints and rudimentary materials. For half a day he had moved with the patient diligence of a farmer, scanning the snowfields via radar, methodically inspecting over a dozen wooden mystery boxes. Ordinary players locked in brutal brawls over thermal suits and compressed rations inside those boxes had unwittingly cleared low-tier monsters from their perimeters and dutifully surrendered every high-value blueprint they found. Efficiency is indeed far superior to clearing monsters and opening boxes one by one. Yuan tapped his fingers lightly on the steering wheel, preparing to instruct Sully to categorize the newly acquired blueprints. Beep. 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 A sharp, urgent alarm shrieked from the holographic radar. On the originally crimson three-dimensional topographic map, a searing violet halo erupted violently 12 kilometers directly ahead of the armored vehicle. Its signal intensity surpassed that of the wooden mystery boxes by more than tenfold. Warning: high-energy spatial fluctuation detected. Rare tier violet airdrop supply crate deployed 12 kilometers ahead. Note high energy radiation has agitated all mutated beasts within a 5-kilometer radius. This zone is now designated as an extreme hazard area. A violet airdrop. Suli burst out of the rear folding compartment, her gaze locking fiercely onto the radar display. Boss, ordinary mystery boxes only draw level 1 corpse ghouls. A drop of this magnitude will certainly be guarded by no fewer than level 2 monsters, and may even feature level 3 boss entities traveling in pairs. It's not just the monsters. That conspicuous violet beam will lure every guild with functional radar, like sharks scenting blood. A flash of predatory acuity gleamed in Lu Yuan's eyes. He stomped down on the accelerator. The Abyss Tyrant's engine roared with a guttural thunder, its treads churned up blinding plumes of ice shards as it surged forward at full speed toward the violet light. A meat grinder of this caliber, we simply cannot afford to miss it. 12 kilometers away at the ruins of an abandoned toll station from the old era. The site had devolved into a grotesque grinding abattoir. Half of the massive concrete canopy had already collapsed under the weight of accumulated snow. At the heart of the rubble beneath the canopy rested a colossal metallic crate forged entirely from black alloy, its surface shimmering with an enigmatic violet luminescence embedded motionless in the frozen earth. Two factions waged a ferocious bloody battle around the violet airdrop. To the left stood 6 heavy-duty pickup trucks welded with jagged crash spikes and each mounting 3 heavy machine guns atop their roofs. Blood-red axes were painted boldly across their doors, the insignia of the Blood Axe Guild ranked among the top 10 in this region. To the right, the Aurora convoy relied on high-displacement snowmobiles and all-terrain off-road vehicles. Though fewer in number, every member wielded vintage military-grade automatic rifles. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. Bang. Boom. Gunfire and grenade explosions merged into a single unrelenting cacophony amid the gale. Bullets slammed into the toll station's crumbling support pillars, sending shards of stone and ice flying in all directions. As several peripheral Blood Axe members cautiously raised their heads, they were instantly perforated by the Aurora convoy's concentrated fire, blood staining the snow crimson in an instant. Yet a far more terrifying threat loomed nearby. Over 50 hulking level 2 snow wolves and a dozen bone-plated level 2 frost corpses drawn by the violet radiance surged in from all directions toward the toll station. Players had to contend not only with enemy snipers but also divert most of their firepower to suppress these relentless, fearless monsters. One by one, figures were dragged from cover by wolves, shrieking in agony before being torn limb from limb. Mutilated limbs littered the ground, the thick coppery stench of blood overwhelmed even the biting chill of the blizzard. Guild Master. There are too many monsters. The machine gun barrels are glowing red hot and our ammunition is nearly exhausted. A smoke-streaked gunner screamed in despair from the Blood Axe ranks. Those Aurora lunatics won't retreat, we'll be ground down to nothing here. Crouched behind a bulletproof pickup, the Blood Axe Guild Master, a bald, broad-shouldered man, clenched his jaw and glanced toward the violet crate at the center of the ruins, radiating lethal allure. A violet airdrop. Securing its contents will elevate our guild beyond redemption for these 60 days. No one retreats. Bring me our last 2 RPGs, blow up the Aurora convoy's vehicles first. Just as both sides braced for a final desperate clash and the monster horde prepared to breach their defensive lines. Rumble. A deep rhythmic metallic vibration alien to the battlefield resounded from the snow-draped slope above the toll station. It sounded like some colossal construction engine pulverizing bone. Both warring factions, and even the frenzied mutated beasts, instinctively froze, turning their gazes upward toward the ridge. The blizzard parted with brutal force. From the crest of a snow-laden slope over 10 meters high, a dark black and gold leviathan launched itself downward, not descending but plunging with savage, uncompromising momentum. Crunch, boom. The Abyss Tyrant, weighing dozens of tons, hurtled down the incline with terrifying kinetic energy and struck the toll station's already crumbling concrete canopy with surgical precision. An ear-splitting collapse followed. The thick steel-reinforced concrete canopy shattered completely, massive slabs crashing down like meteorites into the battlefield below. Several lead snow wolves didn't even have time to howl before being reduced to pulpy gore beneath the falling debris. Players from both the Blood Axe Guild and the Aurora convoy recoiled in visceral terror, throwing themselves flat into the snow to evade the hail of falling masonry. As dust and snow settled, the Abyss Tyrant stood motionless at the epicenter of the ruins, its massive frame positioned regally directly before the violet supply crate. Its wide eye silkworm thread treads still bore the mangled remains of crushed frost corpses. Upon its roof, a dual-barreled rotary cannon, glowing with eerie violet light, rose slowly on hydraulic pistons. Its twin obsidian black barrels swept across the battlefield before locking onto the surrounding packs of restless mutated beasts. SSSSSSSSS. Without warning, a 6,000 RPM metal storm erupted, crimson tracer rounds stitching a seamless, suffocating web of death across the sky. This was no suppression, it was unilateral slaughter. Those very level 2 snow wolves and frost corpses that had decimated both guilds fell like ragdolls, shredded en masse beneath the violet-forged cannon's barrage. Flesh and blood sprayed wildly, agonized cries filled the air. Within a minute the once crowded ruin had been scoured clean, a vast absolute vacuum of silence and devastation. All 50+ level 2 monsters lay annihilated. A tomb-like hush descended upon the battlefield, broken only by the mechanical whirring of the rotary cannon's cooling barrels. The Blood Axe Guild master lay prostrate in the snow staring up at the dread-inducing tracked war machine. Cold sweat drenched his thermal undersuit in an instant. He recognized it, the mysterious oligarch who monopolized the entire region's cold weather supplies on the trade channel. Friends inside the vehicle. Gathering his courage, the guild master shouted, voice strained with fear, we are the Blood Axe Guild and the Aurora convoy. We discovered this airdrop first and lost half our brothers clearing these monsters. Surely precedence matters. The vehicle's windows remained sealed, no reply came. A panel along the Abyss Tyrant's flank split open. A thick ghostly mechanical arm, resembling a crimson serpent, extended with uncanny precision toward the violet alloy crate. With a sharp crack, the mechanical claw violently shattered the crate's electronic lock. The massive lid sprang open, revealing its contents. 5 brand new level 2 special operations thermal suits. 3 large crates containing 100 individual servings of military-grade self-heating rations. 1 high-frequency resonance tactical dagger pulsing with azure light. And nestled deepest within, the 2 violet blueprints glowing with mesmerizing seductive radiance. Inside the cabin, Lu Yuan watched the feed transmitted from the probe, his lips curling into a cold, disdainful smile. Precedence. He activated the external speaker, a toneless synthetic voice boomed across the ruins. Under my rules, only those who survive earn the right to speak of rules. The suit's rations and weapons, you may keep them. They are your wages for clearing the lesser vermin. These 2 violet blueprints belong to me. Anyone who objects, feel free to open fire now. The mechanical arm retracted with fluid grace, coiling the 2 violet blueprints tightly before withdrawing them back into the cabin. Lu Yuan did not spare even a glance at the thermal suits and military rations, goods that would ignite feverish rivalry in both guilds. He already carried such items in abundance, storing them would only waste precious space. Offering these leftovers to appease the desperate, reckless survivors was the most cost-efficient means of maintaining stability. True to expectation, the Wise burned with resentment at the sight of the new thermal suits and abundant food strewn across the snow. Neither the Blood Axe Guild nor the Aurora convoy dared raise their weapons against the black and gold Leviathan. No matter how exceptional the blueprints, they were useless without life to wield them. Here and now, food and warmth were what kept them alive. We have no objection. Thank you, Senior, for leaving us a few scraps to survive on. The guild master gritted his teeth and bowed his head in bitter resignation. Roared, disregarding the survivors dividing spoils in the snow, the Abyss Tyrant revved its engine, its treads grinding over monster carcasses as it departed into the blizzard. Inside the cabin, the folding compartment door slid open. Suli stared at the 2 violet blueprints in Lu Yuan's hand, her breath quickening sharply. Boss. These blueprints from the violet crate, they're legendary grade. The Abyss Tyrant's treads carved a dead straight rut across the snowplain, leaving the toll station, turned into a meat-grinding ruin, far behind. Inside the vehicle's folding compartment, Suli spread 2 purple-glowing schematics across the workbench as the steady lamp haloed their intricate lines. Boss, the toll station run was worth every risk, Suli said, pointing at the first sheet, her voice brimming with restrained excitement. Purple rare electromagnetic hydraulic whale harpoon. This was no ordinary vehicle weapon. It came with ultra-high-strength alloy barbs and a 100-meter carbon nanotube towing cable. Once driven into a mutant's body, the barbs would snap open and lock onto bone. With the tyrant's power, they could drag large prey away or tear off their heavy armor. Lu Yuan nodded slightly. On the wasteland, this contraption was a godsend. A single bolt could nail a swift quarry, and for stranded fat targets it served as a heavy-duty winch. What about the second sheet? Lu Yuan asked. The second is the core component, Zygen-grade thermo-differential energy convergence engine. Suli drew a deep breath. It harnesses the 60C fury outside and the furnace-like heat within the hull to generate extreme thermoelectric effects, continuously converting them into pure electrical power. With it, the tank's radar life support and your holographic theater would achieve true energy autonomy. No longer would you need to consume high-tier biomass to generate power. A free perpetual engine. Lu Yuan gave his most precise commercial verdict. Work through the night and finish those 2 modules. After issuing the orders, Lu Yuan turned and opened the holographic world trading hall on the console, scanning the public channel. The system had airdropped survival blind boxes that morning. Countless low-tier players had grabbed tattered coats and self-heating patches, and the tenor of the world channel had already shifted. I scored a coat today. It's got a hole, but I can huddle in the vehicle and build a fire barely alive. The system has some conscience. No more begging that heartless anonymous heater merchant. Right. I'd rather starve than buy his overpriced goods. Let them rot in his hands. Watching these naive posts, Lu Yuan did not grow angry. A mocking smile tugged at his lips. A shabby quilt would indeed keep the poor from freezing to death for now, but the grassroots market had already been bled dry. Real purchasing power always concentrated in the hands of the great guilds.
Why did so many perish today? Shuefu Guild and the Jiguang fleet while fighting for the purple airdrop at the toll station.
Because the system's ragged coats could not stop the claws of second-tier snowwolves. Because ordinary car plating was like paper before third-tier monsters. To seize high-tier resources, one needed heavy fire armor and advanced life support systems capable of sustained combat in the extreme cold.
The market is nearing an inflection point.
Lu Yuan glanced at his storage. From the arms factory he had 320 military-grade stamped cold-proof furnaces and 75 sets of military-grade thickened heavy armor. With continued drops of survival blind boxes and the inevitable slow warming after the cold calamities peak, the value of these cold weather supplies would plummet off a cliff.
Time to clear the shelves. Lu Yuan's fingers flew.
Instead of listing only a few items like before, he dumped every last military-grade item from storage into the trading hall's top listings at once.
Seller anonymous.
Listings: military-grade stamped cold-proof furnace X320 clearance bundle, military-grade thickened heavy armor X75 clearance bundle. Trading rules: no retail.
Bulk bidding mode open only to guild-level buyers.
Accepted payment: rare metals, titanium, tungsten, uranium, second, third-tier blueprints, mutated organs of special beasts and plants, and high-tier beast cores. Message: the blind box rags only let you cling to life. Only in my armor are you fit to contest the purple crates.
The last tranche of military pedigree, once sold, gone forever.
The moment the post appeared, the world channel that had been reveling in the system's benevolence fell into an eerie silence. Immediately the senior guild chats exploded.
Over 300 units. More than 70 sets of heavy armor.
This madman has shown all his cards. Lin Zhan of Zhanshan Dian stared at his panel until his eyes reddened. He understood the worth of those military armors too well. With them bought, he could outfit a 100-man elite that would stride across the frozen wastes and sweep every high-tier airdrop from the plains.
Quick! Pull out the blueprints we can't yet manufacture.
Gather beast cores. We must secure at least 50 sets no matter what. Don't let those northern players get them first. Elsewhere, the president of Shuefu Guild, who had only just escaped the toll station with his life, watched the clearance sale on his screen with gut-wrenching regret. If he had had those armors earlier, that purple crate would have been theirs.
Sell everything. Put all the titanium alloy we pulled from the abandoned mine into the bid. Trade it for heavy armor.
While ordinary players cheered over a few planks, the oligarchs of the upper layers had already launched a frenzied arms race.
Lu Yuan's private message alerts chimed almost like an air raid siren.
He leaned back in the zero-gravity seat like a Wall Street shark, coldly filtering the offers. Messages from those trying to skimp with ordinary iron and shabby wood were ignored.
He only entertained trades for supplies stamped with top-tier suffixes. Ding. Transaction successful. Sold heavy armor X20. Received high-purity tungsten steel ingots X5 tons, second-tier beast cores X30. Ding. Transaction successful. Sold cold-proof furnace X100. Received blue blueprint vehicle-mounted exoskeletal load arm high-tier biomass X800. Ding. Transaction successful. Sold heavy armor X50. Received rare mutated plant snowmelt herb seeds X1 pouch deep-sea sunken silver X20 units.
In just half an hour, the 320 cold-proof furnaces and 75 sets of heavy armor were completely divided among several top guilds.
Lu Yuan's storage emptied in an instant, then was refilled to overflowing with strategic-grade metals, mountains of beast cores, and all manner of bizarre wasteland materials. These hard currencies would not depreciate even after 10 more calamities. This is how you pluck them, Lu Yuan murmured, closing the trading panel with satisfaction.
Cashed out at the top, he had perfectly transferred the depreciation risk of cold gear onto those big guilds. Holding vast advanced materials, the tank's path of evolution now had no worries.
Boss, the thermo differential engine is connected.
Su Li's slightly tired voice came from the rear. A faint hum ran through the hall and the Abyss Tyrant's interior lights brightened a few degrees. On the dashboard's power reserve, a blue icon denoting a perpetual cycle lit up. The deadly cold outside was at that moment wholly converted into surging power to drive the radar and life support systems. The whale harpoon is ready as well, mounted on the left rail of the rooftop gun tower. Ready for live fire testing. Su Li stepped out of the folding compartment and wiped oil from her hands.
Lu Yuan nodded and scanned the radar.
Under the 10-kilometer reach of the crimson gaze, a vast abyssal blood-dark blip was slowly moving beneath the ice field to the tank's front right. Its bulk was at least twice that of the earlier third-tier berserk bear. Just finished cashing out and a test target turns up, Lu Yuan said, flooring the throttle as the broad treads began to spin wildly.
Let's go test the might of this new harpoon. Howling wind and blinding snow swept across the tundra as the Abyssal Tyrant's thick ice silkworm tread crushed 2 deep furrows into the frozen plain. Seizing a brief lull in their journey, Lu Yuan leaned back in the driver's seat and summoned the long unseen vehicle attribute interface. After days of relentless resource accumulation and radical modification, this once rusted heavy-duty truck had undergone a complete metamorphosis. A faint cerulean holographic screen, visible only to him, unfolded before his eyes. Vehicle name: Abyss Tyrant. Current tier: Tier 2 Pinnacle Stage. Armor composition: aerospace-grade titanium alloy ultra-pure tungsten steel fully integrated at the living cell level, granting autonomous regeneration and exceptional physical resilience. Chassis propulsion: all-terrain ice silkworm hydraulic treads, maximum speed 80 km/h, impervious to deep snow and fractured ice. Energy core: Tier 2 living furnace, primary violet gold thermoelectric convergence engine, auxiliary perpetual power supply. Sensory array: golden tier radar, crimson gaze, penetrates all physical obstructions, detects thermal signatures and hostile intent within a 10-km radius. Weapon mounts: twin-barreled violet rotary machine gun, armor-piercing rounds for biological targets. Magma main cannon 800C thermal blast, area effect, devastation. Golden tier micro-hive missile launcher, precision-guided internal detonation warheads. Violet electromagnetic hydraulic harpoon, forcible immobilization and armor-penetrating drag. Support systems: spatial fold cargo bay 20 SQM, violet tier environmental simulator, miniature hydroponic farm, holographic cinema, zero-gravity damping seats. Tier 3 evolution requirement: living fortress, crimson nest. High tier biomass 1200500 units. Core catalyst 01 requires ingestion of a tier 3 pinnacle or quasi-tier 4 sovereign mutant core. Rare structural mutagen 03 requires exotic or high tier anomalous relic. Lu Yuan's gaze narrowed slightly as he scanned the evolution requisites at the bottom of the interface. 5,000 biomass units and 1 tier 3 pinnacle sovereign core plus 3 rare mutagens. His fingers tapped lightly against the steering wheel. Such cross-tier demands were astronomical. For ordinary players, even an entire guild working non-stop, without rest or sustenance, for a full year might still fail to gather enough materials for a single tier 3 vehicle. That was precisely why most players' vehicles never advanced beyond reinforced bulletproof class. But Lu Yuan was different. He had just plundered the treasuries of the server's top-tier guilds using hundreds of frost-resistance furnaces. His inventory now overflowed with rare metals and mutated flora. The 3 rare structural mutagens could be acquired instantly on the black market using his current stockpile. The sole remaining gaps were the colossal biomass requirement and that sovereign core, the essential engine upgrade catalyst. Beep beep. The crimson marker on the holographic radar began flashing with sudden urgency. Lu Yuan dismissed the interface and fixed his gaze ahead into the swirling blizzard. Through the crimson gaze's 10-km subsurface vision, a colossal, suffocating mass of black and crimson thermal energy had ceased all movement. It lay concealed beneath the highway, buried over 10 meters deep in permafrost and glacial ice, waiting in utter silence for its prey. Boss, the size doesn't match any known terrestrial lifeform. Suli set down her welding torch and stepped into the cockpit, staring at the elongated monstrous silhouette on the radar display. Her face paled. Over 30 meters in length, no land-dwelling creature should possess such proportions. And buried so deeply, our machine guns and missiles cannot penetrate the frozen earth. If it refuses to emerge, we'll lure it out. Lu Yuan's expression hardened. He gradually reduced the vehicle's speed to 20 kilometers per hour. The Abyssal Tyrant's massive treads ground heavily upon the ice-locked highway, emitting sharp, brittle creaks. In the vast, desolate expanse of snow, that sound echoed like a dinner bell ringing directly in the predator's skull. 500 meters. 300 meters. 100 meters. Rumble. Without warning, the highway's ice sheet directly ahead heaved violently upward. 2 meters of solid glacier, and the asphalt beneath shattered like brittle biscuits. Shards of ice and clods of earth erupted skyward, blotting out the headlights' glow. From the shattering ice burst a monstrous insectoid leviathan, 30 meters long, armored in jagged obsidian-black carapace. Its head bore no eyes, only concentric rings of whirring flesh-rending teeth. Deep within its maw, frigid blue breath roared forth, capable of flash-freezing steel into brittle shards. Alert! Regional elite entity detected. Tier 3 Pinnacle Frost Shatter Stone Dragon. Description: a subterranean apex predator dwelling eternally beneath glaciers. Possesses jaw strength capable of pulverizing bedrock and an exoskeleton of unparalleled impact resistance. Tier 3 Pinnacle. The core required for the vehicle's ascension has delivered itself. Faced with a beast powerful enough to crush an entire building, Lu Yuan showed no hesitation. With a sharp jerk, he slammed the control lever forward, locking chassis power output at maximum. The frost-shattered dragon twisted midair, jaws agape, a chasm lined with serrated blades, as it plummeted toward the Abyssal Tyrant with the crushing force of a mountain. Should that blow land squarely, even the aerospace titanium roof would buckle catastrophically under the sheer mass. Suli, brace yourself. Lu Yuan stomped the accelerator to the floor.
The Abyssal Tyrant's engine screamed a sonic rupture tearing through the frozen air.
Sparks exploded from the ice silkworm treads as they clawed at the shattered ice. The vehicle did not retreat, it lunged forward, instead accelerating at a terrifying near-limit velocity.
Thud. The dragon's colossal body crashed down less than half a meter behind the vehicle, gouging a crater over 10 meters deep into the snowfield.
A seismic shockwave lifted the Tyrant's rear end momentarily, but its rugged suspension system absorbed the tremor instantly.
Missing its target, the dragon raged. It coiled its massive frame and surged forward like a derailed black bullet train, skimming the ice at breakneck speed, closing in on the vehicle. Abandoned cars along its path crumpled into clouds of metallic dust at the slightest brush. Its carapace is too dense, the machine guns only chip away surface rock.
Sully stared intently at the surveillance feed, voice rapid and precise. Precisely why we need new toys.
Lu Yuan's eyes sharpened like drawn blades. His thumb settled firmly atop a newly installed violet button on the left side of the main console.
With a hydraulic hiss, the launch rail on the turret's left flank retracted.
A tunderlong heavy harpoon, forged from high-strength electromagnetic alloy tip glowing with cold violet light, extended and locked onto the pursuing dragon.
Taste the bait. Boom. A deafening pneumatic detonation echoed across the tundra. Within the electromagnetic rail, immense force propelled the harpoon forward, its kinetic energy exceeding supersonic velocity.
From its base extended a carbonanotube tether, finger-thick 100 meters long, streaking through the air like a phantom afterimage. The frost-shattered dragon had no time to evade.
Shrike. Violet light flashed.
The harpoon pierced flawlessly, not through armor but along the narrow seam between carapace plates, driving deep into the softer cervical joint. A crisp mechanical clack echoed as barbed anchors erupted from the harpoon's tip inside the beast, anchoring like iron hooks into its spinal vertebrae.
Ruawar.
Excruciating agony tore a shriek from the Tier 3 elite.
It convulsed wildly, thrashing to dislodge the metal spike embedded within.
Yet the carbonanotube tether possessed tensile strength far beyond its comprehension.
Hooked. Xiao Wu, reel in. Reverse traction. Lu Yuan gripped the wheel with both hands, slamming the transmission into forced low-gear torque mode. Wagyu.
The rooftop winch spun backward at furious speed. The violet gold thermoelectric engine flooded its motor with raw, unfiltered electrical power.
A primal, brutal contest of pure force erupted on the frozen highway. At one end, a 30-meter-long 100-ton ancient leviathan.
At the other, a black and gold war machine treads, biting deep into the ice engine, roaring at full throttle.
Scree, crack, crack, crack.
The 100-meter tether snapped taut, emitting a grating, teeth-clenching whine of absolute tension.
The Abyssal Tyrant's 4 broad treads spun wildly in place, carving 4 half-meter-deep trenches into the ice.
Black smoke billowed from its exhaust pipes, the entire cabin vibrated violently. Even this Tier 3 Titan, dragged by sheer industrial might, was forced backward, sliding half a meter toward the war machine.
Its claws gouged bloody furrows into the ice.
Boss, the winch motor's overheating. Tether tension has reached critical threshold.
Sully shouted, eyes locked on the dashboard's violently pulsing red indicators.
Hold. A fierce, almost feral resolve burned in Lu Yuan's gaze. He did not release the winch, instead he flipped open the central cover of the steering wheel, revealing the main cannon's firing controls.
Drag it within 50 meters. Since we've breached its shell, let's flood its stomach with 800-degree magma. Creak. Crack, crack, crack.
100-meter-long carbon nanotube cable stretched taut to its limit. The metal treads of the Abyss Tyrant bit deep into the ice while its violet gold thermal differential engine poured every joule of colossal electrical energy into the winch. In this raw contest of brute force, the 3-tier rock-shatter Earth Dragon, weighing 100 tons, was dragged across the frozen plain by the black and gold war machine, leaving behind a long, gory furrow.
50 meters.
Optimal main gun range achieved. Sully watched the radar readout, her fingers clenched white-knuckled around the armrests of her seat.
Ahead, the Earth Dragon, its cervical spine impaled by the harpoon, descended irrevocably into feral rage.
It abandoned all struggle. Instead, harnessing the winch's relentless pull, it lunged forward with terrifying momentum, its maw yawned impossibly wide, exhaling a thick, rancid gust laced with glacial frost aimed straight at the Tyrant's armored prow.
You wish to swallow me? Let us see whose appetite is greater. Lu Yuan's gaze turned glacial.
His right hand slammed down on the crimson main gun activation button embedded in the center of the steering wheel.
The Abyss Tyrant did not raise a cold metallic cannon barrel like ordinary war vehicles.
Instead, with a sickening scalp-crawling sound of rending flesh, the heavy black gold armor plating at the vehicle's bow split apart laterally like the jaws of some monstrous living beast. Beneath it pulsed a writhing mass of dark red muscular fibers. These coiled inward with violent speed, converging at the center to form a grotesque, enormous biological cavity reminiscent of a carnivorous flower.
Boom!
This was no artillery report, but the primordial roar erupting from the deepest chamber of a second-tier flesh-forge furnace. A torrent of viscous dark red molten matter radiating a searing 800-degree heat erupted from that nauseating orifice like a living exhalation. The Earth Dragon had charged too swiftly too closely and collided headlong with the incandescent magma column. SSSSSSSS. That unbearable heat flooded unimpeded into its gaping maw, surging down its gullet and deep into its vital organs. Within the monster's body, the collision of ice and fire triggered violent steam detonations. Its rock-crushing jaws blistered and sloughed away instantly, its frigid internal organs ruptured one after another under the onslaught of extreme heat. Ruawar. A shriek tore from its throat, alien, agonized, utterly unearthly. Its colossal frame convulsed and rolled violently across the ice-crushing abandoned vehicles into flattened sheets of twisted metal. Yet pinned fast by harpoon and manacable, it could not escape the lethal cauterization. Only after half a minute did the magma's residual heat finally begin to fade. The 30-meter-long sovereign of the deep freeze ceased its thrashing at last. Its forebody had been reduced to a hollow charcoal black husk, only its rear segment retained the rigid stony carapace. Amidst the howling blizzard, the acrid stench of burnt flesh hung thick in the air. Is it dead? Suli exhaled slowly, her back drenched in cold sweat. It is dead, but the tyrant is hungry. Yuan left the engine running, pushed open the door and stepped out into the storm. What followed shattered Suli's worldview again, even though she was among the world's foremost biomechanical engineers. Xiao Wu, feed. At Yuan's command, the Abyss Tyrant stirred like a beast answering the dinner bell. From the seams along its flanks and beneath its chassis, where thick armored plates met, the vehicle disgorged a churning tide of darker fleshy tendrils. These were no longer mere grasping appendages. They now exhibited the voracious predatory instincts of living hunters. Like countless starving pythons, they coiled rapidly around the Earth Dragon's massive half-consumed corpse. Tiny orifices bloomed at their tips, secreting potent biocorrosive acid that dissolved the dragon's stony hide on contact, then greedily sucked out the high-tier flesh and marrow within, rich with concentrated life energy. Glue-ulp. Glue-ulp. An unnerving wet swallowing echoed across the snow-lashed wastes. Before their eyes, the 30-meter corpse visibly withered, shriveling, collapsing, desiccating. Meanwhile, the tyrant's black and gold plating began to rise and fall rhythmically, like lungs breathing, as if the war machine itself had grown a living thorax. Minutes later, several of the thickest tendrils plunged deep into the dragon's cranial cavity and wrenched free a deep blue crystal the size of a washbasin, radiating bone-chilling cold. Reverently, they presented it before Yuan. Item acquired: Tier 3 Apex Core Rockshatter Earth Dragon. Yuan reached out and took the heavy humming core. The moment his fingers made contact, the familiar vehicle attribute interface flickered into existence before his eyes, visible only to him. This time, however, the prerequisite conditions having been fulfilled, the gray upgrade path denoting the technological branch shattered completely, revealing the war machine's true evolutionary chart: visceral, pulsing, alive. Warning: Tier 3 energy infusion detected. Tier 3 living transcendence path fully unlocked. Evolutionary form target: living fortress Crimson Hive. Form characteristics: complete abandonment of the purely mechanical chassis. The vehicle will evolve into a mobile terrestrial mother body possessing an autonomous biological circulatory system. Its armor will metamorphose into a self-regenerating exoskeletal keratin layer. Internally, it will cultivate a crimson incubation pool, capable of generating and commanding low-tier parasitic fleshlings. Current transcendence progress. High-tier biomass 5105,000 requirement fulfilled. The dragon's carcass provided abundant sustenance. Core catalyst Tier 3 Beast Core 1-1 requirement fulfilled. Rare structural mutagen 1-3 requires rare ore deposits or high-tier anomalous relics. Loaded anomalous relic, Scarlet Eyeball. Living Fortress. Crimson Hive. Yuan studied the new designation, steeped in dread and predatory hunger, and a fierce burning light ignited deep within his dark eyes. This was his war machine, a living god of the wasteland, capable of birthing offspring, consuming without end. As for those cold steel-plated land cruisers and static fortresses, let other guilds play with their tin cans. Yuan pocketed the Apex Core, cast one last glance at the dragon's skeleton, stripped bare to gleaming ivory, and strode back toward the cockpit. Boss, did that thing just chew bones? At the folding hatchway, Suli swallowed hard, watching the crimson tendrils retract smoothly back into the armored hull, her scalp prickling with unease. She had known the vehicle possessed flesh-like traits, but this feeding behavior was savagery incarnate. Don't worry. It doesn't eat employees, as long as you still hold value. Yuan tossed off the line, a textbook capitalist quip, as he settled back into the driver's seat. His gaze drifted to the periphery of the holographic radar. There, the golden coordinate marking the regional public transit hub remained locked in a dull ashen gray. Beside it pulsed a blood-red countdown. Time until hub barrier activation: end of glacial cataclysm, 54 days 11 hours. Note: upon activation the hub remains accessible for exactly 7 natural days.
Thereafter the death mist will fully consume the convergence point. All survivors must plan rest intervals accordingly and enter the next sector before expiration. 54 more days until we can trade inside the city.
Lu Yuan's fingers tapped lightly on the steering wheel, his expression growing profoundly inscrutable. The glacial cataclysm had barely begun its course. The snow-choked road stretched endlessly in every direction. During these remaining 54 days he would have to unearth the final 2 rare structural mutagens from the vast tundra, or extort them from rival guilds who'd drawn premium loot from anomaly crates. Only by entering that fleeting 7-day Chaos Hub in its complete Tier 3 Crimson Hive form could he deploy maximum brutality, draining every survivor's hidden reserves, then departing with unruffled composure for the next apocalyptic trial.
Su lead back to the workshop. Lu Yuan engaged forward gear once more.
The broad silkworm fiber treads ground fresh snow and ice beneath them. These long 54 days will remain perfect highway vampires.
Monitor the trade channel for blueprints. If you spot anything prefixed with anomalous or mutated, acquire it by any means necessary.
Understood, boss. So long as supplies flow, logistics and RD never sleep. Into the endless white void the Abyss Tyrant advanced, no longer a machine but a true crimson leviathan, its jagged ravenous fangs bared toward the deeper, darker reaches of the Forsaken Highway. Time appeared to be completely frozen in the pure white hell of -60 degrees. However, the blood-red countdown on the edge of the holographic radar cruelly recorded the scale of this natural disaster. Extreme Cold Disaster Phase 2, Day 25. The ice silkworm's tread of the abyssal tyrant crushed over a massive crack in the ice field. Outside the car window, the originally soft 2-meter-deep snow had transformed into an endless expanse of black frozen earth and glaciers as hard as iron after more than 20 days of repeated freezing and fierce winds. In these 25 days the endless roads faced an extremely brutal species cleansing. Billions of low-level players under the system's daily morning survival blind box charity at 8 o'clock tore at each other like wild dogs in the wilderness. Those who survived learned to use their companions' corpses to attract monsters and to dig holes in the ice like rats. They had completely devolved into consumables on this wasteland, risking their lives daily to open blind boxes, then obediently handing over the drawings and beast cores obtained to the perpetually lofty anonymous big shot in the trading channel in exchange for a pack of moldy compressed biscuits or a few pieces of wood for warmth. Meanwhile, large guilds that had seized military-grade heating furnaces and heavy armor reigned supreme on this ice field. They drove modified heavy-duty off-road vehicles to hunt high-level monsters and seize purple airdrops. Yet no matter how they developed, the largest scythe in the entire server remained firmly in Lu Yuan's hands. Boss, this is the supplies we obtained last night by trading 8 defective water purifiers with the Holy Knight Order from the European region.
The folding cabin door slid open and Suli placed a heavy metal box at Lu Yuan's feet.
The high-intensity research over the past 20 days had made Suli's demeanor increasingly cold and capable. She wore a close-fitting tactical suit made of second-tier snow wolf fur, and the tear mole at the corner of her eye glimmered with a hint of the unique focus of a mechanic under the blue light of the screen. Lu Yuan held the steering wheel with one hand and casually kicked open the metal box's lid. Inside it was packed full of over 100 first and second-tier beast cores as well as a dozen blue and purple glowing drawings. This wealth, enough to make a medium-sized guild green with envy, was merely a routine income for the abyssal tyrant in the driver's seat.
Well done.
Take the drawings, analyze the useful ones directly in the workshop, and throw the useless ones into the furnace as fuel.
Lu Yuan's voice was flat.
After more than half a month of harvesting, the high-level biomass in his storage had already surpassed 20,000.
Every wear and tear on the chassis armor and even the cannon of the war vehicle could be instantly healed with biomass.
What the abyssal tyrant lacked was not ordinary materials but rather a special mutation agent to unlock the third-tier Crimson Nest evolution. He opened the trading hall ready to post a batch of industrial waste just produced by Suli for fishing as usual. In the private message list, a familiar golden ID flashed wildly. War God Hall Lin Zhan Anonymous Big Shot.
Help! I have something extremely bizarre in my hands, you will definitely be interested.
As the guild that previously traded a large batch of heavy armor for spatial folding drawings, Lin Zhan had been thriving in the Huaxia region for the past half-month. Something that could make him call for help was certainly not an ordinary item.
Lu Yuan speak.
War God Hall Lin Zhan, yesterday our guild hunted a third-tier boss in an ice crack and dug out a lump of black sticky flesh from its belly. This thing is simply a plague. It not only fears the cold but also emits spores that corrode and melt all surrounding metal. War God Hall Lin Zhan, the armored vehicle we stored it in has already corroded through its chassis. 2 brothers who came into contact with it have developed red flesh tumors on their arms and are going insane in the vehicle. War God Hall Lin Zhan, I know you like collecting these strange items. I don't want money, I just need you to send me 2 antidotes immediately and 10 sets of heavy armor, and this thing is yours for free. Looking at the video Lin Zhan sent, In the video, a specially designed explosion-proof glass box contained a lump of black viscous flesh that pulsated like a heart, continuously secreting red threads. Those threads, when touching the steel body of the glass box, caused the steel to dissolve rapidly like ice meeting boiling water.
Item identification: extraordinary relic, bloodthirsty black tai sway.
Description: a mutated fungal complex born from the extreme cold wasteland Abyss.
It survives by consuming metal and carbon-based flesh. It possesses extremely strong parasitic and proliferative characteristics. Lu Yuan's breath momentarily halted for half a second, then his deep eyes burst forth with the glint of a famished wolf.
Parasitism, proliferation, and the consumption of blood and flesh as well as metal. This is simply the perfect breeding ground, tailor-made for the low-tier flesh subbody of the Crimson Nest. I was just worried about not finding a second mutation agent, and now someone is eager to deliver it to my door.
Lu Yuan smirked cruelly.
He casually took out 2 basic antibiotics from his storage, which were useless against extraordinary parasites and could only prolong life for a couple of days, along with 10 sets of second-hand heavy armor left over from the previous clearance sale, and initiated a forced trade.
Ding. Trade successful. You have lost expired antibiotics X2 second-hand heavy armor X10. Congratulations. You have obtained extraordinary relic, bloodthirsty black tai sway. With a flash of light, the explosion-proof glass box containing the black mass appeared directly on the passenger floor of the Abyssal Tyrant.
Boss, the biological activity of this thing is terrifying. Suli instinctively took a step back as she looked at the black tai sway that was wildly wriggling in the glass box, attempting to corrode the glass with red threads. It is trying to parasitize the war vehicle's life support system.
Parasitizing the Tyrant. Does it even qualify?
Lu Yuan sneered coldly.
Xiao Wu, it's time for a meal. Eat it and strip away its proliferative properties.
The Abyssal Tyrant seemed to sense the excellent nourishment, and the dark red flesh walls at the bottom of the cabin began to churn violently. A biological fissure covered in fine barbs opened up on the passenger floor, swallowing the black tai sway along with the explosion-proof glass box in one bite.
Crunch. Sizzle.
The sickening sounds of chewing and corrosion echoed at the bottom of the war vehicle. The black tai sway attempted to resist, but in the face of the 800 degrees of the second-tier flesh furnace and the even more domineering system assimilation rules, its proud parasitic spores were instantaneously obliterated, leaving only the purest proliferative genes slowly absorbed by the war vehicle.
Minutes later, the pale blue interface in front of Lu Yuan refreshed explosively. Ding. Absorption of the extraordinary relic successful.
The war vehicle gains a partial characteristic body proliferation, the self-healing speed after armor damage doubles, and when receiving a fatal attack it can actively shed part of its armor to form decoy flesh blocks.
Third tier transition progress updated, rare structural mutation agent 2-3. The second one is in hand. Lu Yuan tightened his grip on the steering wheel, feeling the increasingly majestic and vibrant pulsations coming from the war vehicle's chassis, and nodded in satisfaction. Now only the last mutation agent remained, and the Abyssal Tyrant could completely transform into that moving living nest.
Time continued to pass in a numb manner in this cruel frozen world.
Day 35. Day 42. Day 50.
As the countdown on the holographic radar reached the last 10 days, the environment on the endless road finally underwent an extremely subtle change.
Crack. Crack. The Abyssal Tyrant's treads rolled over the road. Lu Yuan keenly noticed that the previously hard as iron black frozen ground was seeping a very thin layer of moisture.
On the external temperature monitor inside the cabin, the red number that had been stuck for almost 2 months finally began to move extremely slowly.
58°C. 50°C. 45°C.
The temperature is rising. Suli paused her work, walked to the window, and looked at the less violent snowstorm outside. The peak of the extreme cold disaster has passed. The glaciers are starting to melt.
Don't celebrate too early.
Lu Yuan looked at the radar screen where the dense crimson high-energy responses reappeared due to the melting ice, and his expression turned completely cold. The rising temperature means that the real monsters hiding deep underground in hibernation are about to awaken. The last 10 days before the end of the extreme cold will be the craziest netting moment of this nurturing game.
Lu Yuan stepped on the gas.
A terrifying beast roar that shattered glaciers faintly echoed from the horizon ahead.
The drop of this last mutation agent had begun. Phase 2 of the cryogenic cataclysm, day 51. External temperature 30°C.
9 days remain until the system-enforced 60-day deep freeze concludes. Across the global channel, numerous survivors wrapped in tattered overcoats celebrated the apparent rise in temperature. A shift from 60°C to 30°C, though still freezing water on contact, meant that kindling a fire inside one's vehicle no longer guaranteed instant frostbite. They had no idea this so-called thaw was merely an anesthetic administered by the system before its final massacre, the last sedative for prey already marked for slaughter. The metal treads of the Abyss Tyrant advanced steadily along the highway. After more than 2 months of relentless gales and cryogenic compression, the original 2-meter deep snowpack had fused completely with the asphalt and underlying soil of the road surface. The entire endless highway had transformed into a rugged rock-hard composite permafrost belt. Creak. Crack. Hundreds of meters ahead, a modified off-road vehicle with a low chassis lost all traction on the glassy permafrost ice. Even with iron chains wound tightly around its tires, it spun helplessly in place, its exhaust pipe belching plumes of white vapor. The driver frantically stomped the accelerator, desperate to wrench the vehicle free from the icy trap. At that moment, a grating, teeth-rattling fracture echoed from beneath the frozen earth directly beneath the SUV. No ripple, no tremor, only pure brutal physical annihilation. Boom! The rigid permafrost layer erupted upward under unimaginable subterranean force. Shards of asphalt and jagged ice bricks exploded skyward. 2 colossal insects burst forth, forelimbs like industrial drill bits, armored carapaces of grayish-brown stone. Their barbed, whirring mandibles instantly sheared through the SUV's undercarriage. With shrieks of agony, they dragged both occupants and half the passenger compartment down into the yawning subterranean maw. Within 10 seconds, only a ragged obsidian black ice sinkhole remained, alongside several dark crimson pools already solidifying into brittle scarlet ice. Second-tier icebreaker burrowers. Sully stood behind the driver's seat, her gaze fixed on the surveillance feed, brow furrowed. No wonder we haven't seen first-tier wandering ghoul corpses on the highway lately. The true threat has been hiding underground all along. Just the system's final 9-day culling mechanism. Yuan steered with one hand, eyes locked on the radar display. The 60-day deadline is nearly upon us. The subterranean restraints are loosening. These creatures weren't awakened by rising temperatures, they were released to harvest. On this permafrost highway, the naked eye had become utterly useless for threat detection. Monsters lurked dozens of meters below ground, far beyond the reach of conventional radar. But Yuan possessed the crimson gaze. On the holographic 3-dimensional topographic map rendered in deep crimson, the earth beneath the highway lay fully exposed. Within a 10-kilometer radius, dense clusters of elongated scarlet thermal signatures slithered slowly beneath the asphalt, like parasitic vessels coursing through living tissue. They tracked surface vibrations, engine tremors, to silently lay their traps. Boss, there are too many burrowers underground. Should we detour? Sully glanced at the radar screen where crimson dots pulsed with unnerving density. Detour. Why detour? Yuan smirked coldly, not slowing but shifting up a gear. High-grade biomass consumption has been excessive these past few days. We're still short nearly 2,000 units for the War Chariot's Tier 3 upgrade. Since these worms crave noise, let's give them a symphony. The Abyss Tyrant surged forward like a black gold beast across the ice plains. Its broad silk ice treads studded with alloy anti-slip spikes bit deep into the frozen crust, deliberately generating immense thunderous vibrations along the highway. It was the wildest provocation imaginable on the open wasteland. Sure enough, less than 2 kilometers down the road, a dozen crimson blips on the radar abruptly altered course, racing with frenzied urgency toward the exact spot beneath the Abyss Tyrant's hull. Here they come. Brace yourself. Yuan's eyes sharpened. Rumble. A violent detonation tore open the frozen highway directly ahead. 3 icebreaker burrowers, each over 5 meters long, erupted upward, forelimbs spinning like industrial drills, hurling shards of stone and ice as they lunged straight for the War Chariot's prow. They sought to repeat their earlier tactic, shattering steel with mandibles capable of grinding reinforced alloys, but they had chosen the wrong adversary. Facing the airborne leviathans, Yuan didn't even activate the roof-mounted autocannon. Crush them. The Abyss Tyrant did not swerve. Its Tier 2 Fleshforge roared, a deafening primordial bellow. A multi-ton behemoth hurtled forward at 80 kilometers per hour, barreling headlong into the airborne monstrosities with savage, unyielding force. Crunch, snap. A sickening cacophony of chitinous fracture ripped through the blizzard. The black gold frontal armor, forged from aerospace-grade titanium alloy fused with Hei Taishui essence, exceeded even the creature's evolutionary comprehension of hardness. The lead burrower struck an immovable wall of despair, its skull and drill limbs collapsing inward in an instant, viscous green ichor and entrails spraying backward in a fan-shaped arc. Then the Abyss Tyrant's massive alloy treads rolled remorselessly onward. Splutch. Splutch. The remaining 2 monsters were sucked beneath the tread's anti-slip spikes, pierced their abdomens. Amid violent lurching, their bodies were flattened, pulverized under 40 tons of sheer mass into 2 grotesque frozen smears clinging to the permafrost. Ding. Defeated 3 Tier 2 icebreaker burrowers. Acquired 45 units of high-grade biomass. 3 Tier 2 earth element beast cores. Crimson tendrils extended from beneath the chassis, efficiently sweeping the frozen slurry and beast cores into the vehicle's hold. But the ambush was far from over. The crushing of their comrades did not deter the subterranean swarm. In fact, the thick coppery scent of blood spurred even more monsters hidden within the roadside strata. On the radar screen, crimson thermal signatures multiplied, swarming, converging, nearly encircling the Abyss Tyrant. Over 30 confirmed, and increasing. They intend to collapse the entire stretch of highway beneath us, trapping us in the rubble. Sully analyzed the battlefield at lightning speed. They want me buried alive. A glacial curve flickered at the corner of Lu Yuan's mouth. His thumb flipped upward, pressing the violet activation button on the weapons console. Shall we let them taste our new toy? Hydraulic rails hissed open on the left side of the turret. There emerged the violet electromagnetic hydraulic harpoon, 2 meters long, forged entirely from ultra-high-strength electromagnetic alloy, glowing with lethal violet radiance amid the storm. Lock onto the largest thermal signature at 10 meters depth. Fire! Krakum! Blinding violet light rent the blizzard asunder. The harpoon, trailing a 100-meter carbonanotube tether, did not soar into the sky, but plunged downward at supersonic velocity, skewering the hardened permafrost to the right of the war chariot with terrifying precision. Its penetrative power treated asphalt as mere mist, driving deep into the earth. With a guttural subterranean shriek, the harpoon's barbed tip explosively deployed 10 meters below ground, locking irrevocably onto the skeletal frame of a massive elite icebreaker burrower. Reverse winch, drag it up. Lu Yuan yanked the control lever hard. The treads dug in, anchoring the vehicle as the rooftop heavy-duty winch screamed into reverse. A brutal titanic tug-of-war between surface and subterranean realms erupted upon the frozen highway on day 51 of the cryogenic cataclysm. Creak, bang. The thick carbon nanotube tightened against the wind and snow, emitting a piercing shriek. The heavy winch on the roof of the Abyss Tyrant was spinning wildly in reverse, the purple-gold engine running at full overload, with the motor even giving off a burnt smell. The pull from underground is off. The winch's power is nearing the red line. Sully stared at the dashboard, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Even a peak second-tier burrower couldn't possibly stalemate with this heavy black gold war chariot weighing dozens of tons. It has anchored its forelimbs deep into the frozen Earth's rock layers. Lu Yuan gripped the steering wheel tightly, feeling the violent tremors of the vehicle. On the radar screen, the red dot locked by the Wailing Fork not only didn't get pulled out from the ground, but instead displayed an extremely rich dark red hue, with its size continuously expanding. Warning: target energy transition. Third-tier mutant heavy armored burrower elite. Note: a third-tier creature that evolved on sight by devouring a large number of its kind's corpses. Its shell is covered with high-density rock armor, incredibly strong and adept at underground strangulation. Third-tier elite. No wonder it has the confidence to tug of war with me. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened. A force suppression that crossed a significant tier made the 4 tracks of the Abyss Tyrant begin to slip madly on the icy surface, and instead of pulling the monster out, the war chariot was being dragged little by little towards the deep pit. Want to drag me down? Let's see if your shell is harder or my tracks are tougher. Lu Yuan chose not to cut the rope, instead slamming the brakes down hard while manually locking the hydraulic suspension system of the chassis. Sully cut off the power supply to the cabin's life support system and redirect all energy to the power shaft and winch. Let's go head-to-head with it. Understood. Sully's hands turned into a blur on the console. The lights inside the cabin instantly went out and the warm air ceased. All the energy was poured unreservedly into the combat module. Boom, rumble. The Abyss Tyrant roared like a furious beast, shattering the wind and snow. The alloy anti-slip spikes on the tracks completely shredded the surface ice shell, embedding deeply into the asphalt below. Instead of sliding forward, the war chariot began to reverse powerfully with the violent torque. Hiss. A piercing and muffled scream came from underground. Under the dual tearing of the dozens of tons heavy war chariot and the purple gold winch, the burrower's proud anchoring in the rock layers was violently torn apart. Boom. The frozen earth layer ahead collapsed over a large area as if it had been directionally blasted. A massive arthropod over 7 meters long, wrapped in thick gray-brown rock armor, was forcibly pulled out from 10 meters underground, crashing heavily onto the highway. The barbs of the Wailing Fork were firmly lodged in the gaps of its shell, dark green blood gushing from the wound, corroding the surrounding ice surface with a sizzling sound. Finally showing its head. Lu Yuan's gaze turned cold as he pressed the main cannon's firing button, preparing to take it out with a shot while it was still unsteady. However, the battle instinct of a third-tier creature exceeded expectations. This burrower didn't even attempt to break free from the Wailing Fork. At the moment it landed, its massive forelimbs, like heavy hydraulic shears, suddenly raised, decisively twisting back. Crack! Accompanied by the sickening sound of bones and flesh shattering, it actually severed the half of its back armor and flesh that was caught by the Wailing Fork. In the instant it broke free, the burrower's massive body erupted with terrifying speed that was highly disproportionate to its size, turning into a gray shadow as it rushed towards the front of the Abyss Tyrant. Too fast. The main cannon can't lock on. Sully shouted. Then let's take it with armor.
Lu Yuan jerked the steering wheel, bringing the heaviest front bumper of the war chariot into position. Boom! Sparks flew. The third-tier monster's full-speed charge, carrying enough terrifying energy to collapse a small building, slammed solidly against the front of the Abyss Tyrant. Even the black gold armor fused with titanium alloy groaned in pain before this cross-dire force. The armor at the front crumpled inward by several centimeters, and a few dark red biological muscle fibers were torn apart, spilling blood all over the ground. The war chariot, weighing dozens of tons, was violently pushed back 3 meters, the tracks scraping against the ice surface with an extremely piercing friction sound. Lu Yuan felt a surge of blood in his chest. If it weren't for the zero-gravity shock-absorbing seat that dissipated most of the impact, this blow would have been enough to break his ribs. Is this the hardness of a third-tier elite? Lu Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, his murderous intent boiling over completely. The lack of instant kill repression ignited the ferocity within him. With a successful strike, the burrower's massive mandibles opened again, spewing a torrent of mud mixed with gravel and strong acid directly onto the war chariot's windshield. Obscured vision. Activate the Wiper's machine gun turret, fire at will. Chichik. The dual-mounted rotary machine gun on the roof spat out a deadly tongue of flame half a meter long. The dense armor-piercing rounds poured down like a torrential rain on the burrower's rock armor. However, this purple machine gun, which could once shred second-tier monsters in an instant, only made large chunks of rock and shell powder fly off when it hit the armor of the third-tier monster, failing to inflict any lethal penetrating wounds in a short time. Boss, the armor-piercing rounds can only knock off its outer layer of rock armor. There's still an extremely cold biological membrane on its inner layer. Then let's chip away at its shell bit by bit. Lu Yuan did not flinch, but instead slammed the accelerator to the floor, the Abyss Tyrant roaring as it charged forward with its dented front end. Since long-range firepower can't secure an instant kill, let's engage in the most primal steel meat grinder battle. Bang! 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 The war chariot and the giant worm clashed wildly on the narrow frozen road. The burrower's forelimbs carved deep grooves into the Abyss Tyrant's side armor, the flesh proliferation attribute granted by the Black Ticeway, operating frantically, consuming stored biomass to allow the damaged armor to heal with difficulty. Meanwhile, the Abyss Tyrant charged like a raging rhinoceros, repeatedly utilizing the maneuverability of its tracks to slam against the giant worm's side. The machine gun turret on the roof continued to unleash firepower, firmly suppressing the monster's counterattack space. For a full 5 minutes of intense hand-to-hand combat, the wind and snow were torn apart by the flames of war, and the frozen ground was ground into mud. Under the baptism of thousands of bullets from the machine gun and the war chariot's continuous brutal charges, the burrower's left side rock armor finally could not withstand the metal fatigue, shattering loudly and exposing a large area of unprotected pale flesh. Now's the time. Lu Yuan's eyes shone brightly as the flaw he had waited 5 minutes for finally appeared. He yanked the control lever and the war chariot executed an extreme tailspin, perfectly aligning its front with the armor gap. Main cannon fire. The crack at the front of the war chariot opened instantly. A pillar of dark red lava compressed to the extreme, shot unimpeded into the burrower's unprotected pale flesh. Boom! The temperature of 800 degrees exploded entirely within the monster's abdomen. The burrower let out a final extremely piercing scream, its massive body convulsing violently a few times before collapsing with a crash, creating a large pit in the ice surface. Green bodily fluids mixed with charred entrails flowed everywhere. Inside the cabin, Lu Yuan was breathing heavily as he glanced at the dashboard. The overall armor of the war chariot was damaged by 15, consuming nearly 500 units of biomass to achieve preliminary self-recovery. The winch motor was overheated and the machine gun barrel had turned into a dangerous dark red. This cross-tire duel cost him a significant price. Huff. Finally dead. Suli collapsed in her seat, resetting the life support system's power. Boss, the third-tier monster was too tough. If we hadn't found its weakness, we wouldn't even have been able to pierce through it after exhausting our ammunition. This is level suppression. If we don't reach third tier, we won't survive these last few days of the clearing survival game. Lu Yuan pushed open the car door, the cold wind rushing and slightly waking his heated brain. The blood and flesh tendrils underneath began greedily consuming the burrower's corpse. Ding! Cross-tire kill of the third-tier mutated burrower. Acquired high-tier biomass X300. Third-tier Earth Beast Core X1. With these 300 units, the war chariot was still short of less than 1,000 units needed for the upgrade to third-tier biomass. Lu Yuan stored away the beast core, his gaze shifting towards the distance on the radar. Time is running out. Let's rest for today and repair the damaged armor. He returned to the driver's seat, a hint of seriousness flashing in the depths of his eyes. This was merely a third-tier initial elite monster, and it had already been such a difficult fight. If he really encountered the last mutated material-carrying pseudo-4th-tier or peak 3rd-tier dominator that the radar couldn't scan, the current peak 2nd-tier war chariot, even with full firepower, would have extremely low odds of winning. Extreme Cold Catastrophe Phase 2 Day 52. 8 days left until the catastrophe ends.
Just as Yuan was preparing to find a safe point to repair the battle damage. On the holographic workbench, the public screen of the World Trading Hall was suddenly forcefully flooded with a glaring red rescue coordinate.
Regional broadcast coordinates Glacier Rift 774-120. The top 4 guilds, including Winter Watcher in North America and War God Temple in China, encountered a 4th-tier mutated entity blockade. Casualties over half. The monster's abdomen carries an extremely strong purple mutation light source, requesting support from any players with heavy firepower. As long as you can save people, the guild treasury is up for grabs. Looking at this broadcast, Yuan's fingers tapping on the steering wheel paused slightly. Purple mutation light source. The top 4 guilds' joint assault failed. A cold, cruel smile gradually appeared at the corner of Yuan's mouth as he turned to look at Su Li. Su Li, no need to find a safe point.
Bring out all the spare armor-piercing rounds and replace the main cannon with the overload cooling tube. We're going to snatch the leftovers of those guilds.
This 4th-tier monster is our last ticket to ascend to 3rd tier. Phase 2 of the Polar Cataclysm, Day 52. External temperature 28°C. The terrain of the Endless Highway underwent violent collapse along this stretch.
The once flat permafrost belt fractured into a glacial chasm hundreds of meters wide and fathomless in depth. The engine of the Abyss Tyrant rumbled low as its broad treads pressed against the hardened ice at the chasm's edge, bringing the vehicle to a halt atop a high cliff. Amidst howling blizzards, acrid gunpowder and sharp metallic blood scoured upward from the abyss below on the gale. Yuan pushed open the armored door and stood upon the boarding step, raising a high-magnification military-grade telescope to survey the depths. At the chasm's bottom lay a slaughterhouse beyond reckoning. For elite guilds, North America's Frostwatchers, China's War God Temple, and 2 others ranked among the continent's finest had assembled a joint expedition force nearing 200 strong. They arrived with over 30 heavily modified armored vehicles intending to purge high-tier monsters for resources during the waning days of the polar freeze.
Now they were the ones being purged.
More than half of those 30 vehicles had been reduced to burning wrecks or flattened beyond recognition.
Shattered corpses and splattered blood stained the ice in grotesque profusion.
At the heart of the encirclement coiled a leviathan that inspired utter despair in every soul who beheld it. Warning: high-energy lifeform locked on. Tier 3 late-stage frostbone centipede dragon.
Description: an ancient aberration slumbering deep within glacial ice.
Over 40 meters in length, its back armored with cryo-resilient bone plates rivaling composite armor. Capable of devastating physical constriction and absolute zero breath. This creature moved like an uncontrolled heavy armored train.
Dozens of razor-sharp segmented limbs lashed out, each strike cleaving through bulletproof plating as if it were parchment.
And nestled within its barbed cavernous maw pulsed a deep violet luminescence, the final extraordinary relic Yuan had sought across lifetimes.
Boom!
Below, Lin Zhan, the War God Temple's guildmaster, shouldered a man-portable rocket launcher, eyes bloodshot, and fired. The high explosive round streaked across the gale and struck the frostbone centipede dragon squarely on its lateral carapace. Fire blossomed, but when the smoke cleared, only a charred patch marred the thick white bone. Not a single fissure had cracked its surface.
It's impervious. Physical strikes and conventional explosives are utterly ineffective against its carapace.
Oleg, drenched in blood nearby, clutched a heavy machine gun and emptied its magazine in frantic bursts, yet every round ricocheted harmlessly off the beast's hide.
Fall back. Abandon the assault, retreat toward the canyon mouth. But the centipede dragon granted no retreat.
Its colossal body coiled violently, then reared its head high into the storm. Its maw gaped wide, a visible torrent of white frost erupted forth like a pressurized jet.
Evade its breath.
Several stragglers were swept clean by the blast. They emitted no cry, not even a gasp. Within a single heartbeat, their combat suits, internal organs, and blood alike froze solid into sapphire blue statues. Then its limbs swept forward like scythes wielded by Death himself, shattering the ice statues into glittering shards. This was annihilation without mercy. Without armored suppression, carbon-based life was as fragile as insects before a Tier 3 latest elite. Above, inside the Abyss Tyrant's armored carriage, Su Li watched gray player icons vanish one by one on the radar screen, her face drained of color. Boss, shall we intervene?
If we wait any longer, everyone down there will be wiped out. And if this pseudo-Tier 4 monster turns its gaze upon us without sacrificial decoys, we'll be at a severe disadvantage.
Yuan returned to the driver's seat, sealed the door shut, cutting off the screams and the shriek of wind and snow. From a storage compartment he withdrew a metal cigar tube, lit it, and inhaled deeply, exhaling thick pungent smoke.
No rush. Cornered dogs bite hardest in their final moments.
His gaze remained fixed on Lin Zhan and Oleg displayed on the monitor. These grand guilds have survived the polar freeze thus far, they must possess hidden trump cards in reserve. They haven't yet fallen because they're unwilling to spend them.
Let them shatter the beast's carapace first, then we descend to collect our due. As expected.
Faced with imminent annihilation, the four great guilds finally unleashed their true last resort.
Oleg. Crank your sonic resonance array to maximum output. I'll pierce its hide with my electromagnetic armor-piercing spear.
Lin Zhan's eyes burned crimson as he dragged from his armored vehicle's trunk a tunter-long archaic military device of staggering design.
A disposable large-scale infantry electromagnetic weapon.
Gritting his teeth, Oleg slewed a truck bearing the heavy sonic array directly into the centipede dragon's path.
Engage highest frequency band. A deafening infrasonic wave detonated across the chasm floor. Even aboard the Abyss Tyrant atop the cliff, the vehicle's windows vibrated violently. Such frequencies inflicted catastrophic damage upon soft tissue, but more lethally they induced high-frequency metal fatigue in rigid structures. Under sustained sonic assault, fine fissures spiderwebbed across the dragon's icy mantle and bony plating. That's our opening. Die, monster.
Lin Zhan hoisted the electromagnetic spear, blood streaming from his nostrils and ears under the sonic pressure, and slammed the firing trigger. A blinding arc of cobalt lightning tore through the night sky, carrying irresistible kinetic force, and plunged straight into the center of the cracked carapace on the dragon's back.
Crack, boom. Electromagnetic detonation. This time the invincible plating could no longer withstand structural collapse from within.
A 3-meter slab of bone exploded outward, revealing pulsing unprotected indigo flesh beneath.
Roar.
Mortally wounded, the frostbone centipede dragon unleashed a roar that shook the entire chasm to its foundations.
Agony obliterated all reason.
It abandoned its breath attack, instead charging headlong through the wreckage like a monstrous road roller.
The sonic array truck was split cleanly in two by its tail. Oleg was hurled airborne by the shockwave and slammed unconscious into the ice wall.
Lin Zhan, grazed by a limb, lost a chunk of shoulder muscle and collapsed into a pool of blood, gazing up helplessly as the dragon's abyssal maw descended toward him.
Their last gambit spent, the four guilds shattered utterly. Above on the cliff,
Yuan crushed out his cigar and pressed his thumb onto the purple button mounted on the steering wheel.
Shell breached.
Time for the mantis to yield to the oriole.
Suli, full power to drive shafts.
The Abyss Tyrant roared, a guttural metallic bellow, as its treads ground fiercely at the cliff's edge. With no deceleration, the black and gold war machine, weighing dozens of tons, plunged from the 30-meter precipice, hurtling downward with unstoppable berserk momentum.
Crunch.
The armored hull slammed onto the chasm floor's ice.
Its hydraulic suspension shrieked at its operational limit, absorbing the colossal impact with brutal efficiency.
A vast web of fractures radiated from the impact point across the ice sheet. Lin Zhan squeezed his eyes shut in despair, but the expected maw never closed upon him. Instead, he heard a thunderclap of displaced air.
Shryink.
A searing violet light erupted from the electromagnetic rail atop the vehicle. A heavy harpoon carved a black afterimage through the air, striking with surgical precision and lethal malice, driving deep into the newly exposed wound on the dragon's back, burrowing into its indigo flesh. Barbed anchors snapped open, locking fast around its spine. Roar. The dragon abandoned Lin Zhan, twisting its massive frame to fix its gaze, cold, ancient, furious, upon the black and gold war machine that had fallen from the heavens.
Winch locked tight.
Yuan gripped the wheel with both hands and stomped hard on the brakes.
Scree, crack. The carbonanotube cable snapped taut instantly. An overwhelming force surged from the far end of the line, pseudo-tier 4 raw strength dwarfing even the prior tier 3 elite insect by orders of magnitude.
The Abyss Tyrant's 4 broad treads spat sparks across the ice, yet instead of hauling the dragon forward, the war machine itself was dragged backward several meters, its chassis groaning under the strain.
Boss. Power differential is too extreme, winch mounting base reporting metal fatigue. Suli shouted, eyes locked on the diagnostics feed.
If we can't win the tug-of war, sever its leverage. Yuan showed no trace of panic, he floored the accelerator. Instead of retreating, he used the cable's pull to surge forward, transforming the Abyss Tyrant into a rampaging rhinoceros charging straight into the dragon. Turret-mounted machine guns, overload fire.
Sever every leg on that side. CH. Dual-linked cannons erupted at point-blank range.
Though armor-piercing rounds failed to breach the thick dorsal plating, they devastated the comparatively fragile joints of the dragon's lateral limbs. In rapid succession, a dozen of its left side limbs were shattered, green ichor geysering forth. Deprived of support on one flank, the colossal beast teetered wildly, then crashed sideways onto the ice with earth-shaking force.
Main cannon, stand by.
Yuan stared intently at the violet luminescence pulsing within the dragon's exposed mandible, his finger hovering over the crimson firing switch. Yet Tier 3 latest-stage vitality proved terrifyingly tenacious. Even as it lay wounded, the centipede dragon wrenched its head sideways, its twin battering ram mandibles swinging with hurricane force, slamming into the Abyss Tyrant's flank armor. 2. Sparks erupted. Armor buckled. There upon the frozen floor of the glacial chasm a visceral crossdire meat grinder battle erupted, flesh versus black gold.
Thud. It struck like a high-speed freight train slamming Hedon.
The colossal mandibles of the frostbone centipede, each rivaling a siege ram, crashed squarely into the right side armor of the abyssal tyrant. An ear-splitting shriek of tortured metal reverberated through the glacial chasm. The aerospace-grade titanium alloy hull buckled inward nearly 20 centimeters. Beneath the armor vast swaths of dark crimson biological muscle fibers tore apart violently. Scalding blood of the war vehicle gushed from the fissures onto the ice, instantly erupting into plumes of white vapor. Inside the cockpit every alarm light strobed frantically, a blinding pulsating scarlet.
Warning.
Right side armor integrity compromised by over 35.
Track drive shaft exhibiting minor deformation. Sully clung desperately to a handrail, shouting over the violent shuddering. Biological proliferation protocol activated, consuming biomass to force rapid regeneration. 500 units, 800 units. Yuan clenched his teeth, eyes locked on the high-tier biomass reserve gauge, its numbers plummeting like a waterfall.
The vengeful strike of a pseudo-fourth-tier monstrosity had nearly breached the vehicle's physical defense threshold. Had it not previously assimilated the black tie sway and gained proliferative self-repair, that impact alone would have shattered the right track beyond recovery.
You want to dismantle my vehicle? Then pay with your life. Yuan harbored no thought of retreat.
He shoved aside Sully's hand as she reached to disengage the winch. Do not release the winch. Hold it tight. Amidst the howling blizzard, the abyssal tyrant's right side armor writhed like living flesh. Severed muscle fibers saturated with biomass forcibly interwove and sealed themselves anew. Meanwhile, the violet gold winch atop the vehicle groaned under overload, its carbonanotube cable drawn taut despite smoking warning indicators. The centipede's left limbs had been fully shredded by machine gun fire. Unbalanced, it thrashed wildly across the ice. And the cord anchored deep in its dorsal wound had become its most lethal noose.
30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters.
Leveraging the winch's pull and the track's forward thrust, the abyssal tyrant bore through the monster's frenzied bites, closing the distance until they were face-to-face. Through the cracked windshield, Yuan could clearly see the centipede's layered razor-sharp mouthparts, and deep within its wound a throbbing source of deep violet luminescence.
Time to feast.
Yuan slammed his thumb hard onto the main cannon firing switch. The dented frontal armor split violently outward, and the dark red fleshy cavity reeking of sulfur and char slammed directly into the raw meaty wound torn open on the centipede's back by the guild's explosives.
Kaboom! Zero distance contact. 100% energy discharge.
A searing hyper-compressed column of dark red magma erupted unimpeded, driving straight through the wound and deep into the frostbone centipede's thoracic cavity.
Roar, SSSSSSS. The centipede unleashed the most agonized shriek in its ancient existence.
Its legendary frostbone plating could deflect rocket rounds from without, but offered no defense against 800-degree magma detonating from within.
Ice and fire clashed with cataclysmic fury inside its massive body.
Vast quantities of cryogenic bodily fluid flash vaporized, high-pressure steam trapped and unvented exploded outward, bursting limbs and viscera alike inch by inch.
5 seconds. 10 seconds.
The main cannon's overload coolant conduit ruptured outright, spewing thick white smoke.
Only then did Yuan release the firing button. Before him the 40-meter-long primordial beast lay utterly still, its convulsions ceased forever. Its forebody had been incinerated from within into a hollow blackened husk. Only the rigid smoldering remains of its hindquarters lingered, exhaling faint wisps of acrid black smoke. Pseudo-fourth tier, terminated. Below in the chasm, Lin Jean Oleg and the few survivors of their guild expedition stared dumbfounded.
That heavy war vehicle, smoking its side armor grotesquely caved in, stood like a newly victorious demon god, radiating an aura of suffocating primal savagery.
Cough, cough.
Yuan spat out a mouthful of bruised blood, wiping his lips with the back of his hand. This crossdire battle had exacted a brutal toll, not only on the vehicle but on his own internal organs.
Yet it was all worth it.
Fleshy tendrils surged eagerly from beneath the chassis, tearing open the centipede's charred corpse, and retrieving two objects. One, a massive multifaceted crystal core radiating extreme cryogenic energy.
Two, a pulsating purple organ heart-like in rhythm encased in translucent membrane.
Item acquired third-tier advanced core frostbone centipede. Item acquired exotic relic violet abyssal primordial blood. Description: an organ embodying the fundamental laws of life generation and psychic subjugation.
The moment both artifacts entered the cabin, a pale blue system interface detonated before Yuan's eyes. Ding! All third-tier transcension materials confirmed collected. Rare structural mutagen 3-3.
Crimson eye black tie sway violet abyssal primordial blood. Core catalyst third-tier advanced core 1-1. High-tier biomass deducted 5000 units.
Evolution protocol activated, living fortress crimson nest commencing reconstruction. Vroom.
The Abyssal Tyrant's engine emitted an unprecedented resonant tremor, as if the first heartbeat of some colossal slumbering lifeform awakening.
Sully witnessed a phenomenon defying physics itself.
Inside the vehicle, cold metallic control panels and mechanical bearings softened, melting like wax. Dark red muscle fibers pierced through steel plates, entirely transforming the entire cabin into a neuralaced organic chamber. Externally, the right side armor, previously dented by the centipede, was smoothed flat within seconds by surging new flesh. Titanium and tungsten steel reconfigured themselves, forming overlapping black to crimson gradient plates resembling the inverted scales of a dragon, the living exoskeletal keratin layer.
The vehicle swelled once more, its chassis widened, evolving irrevocably into a hulking terrestrial matriarch exuding the predatory aura of an apex hunter.
The most profound metamorphosis occurred in a secluded rear compartment, hermetically isolated from the rest. There, amid sounds of rending bone and flesh, a 2-meter diameter hatching pool slowly coalesced, filled to the brim with viscous dark red fluid.
At its center pulsed a fleshy organ, heart-like in rhythm, veined with intricate black filaments. Ding! Third tier transcension complete. Vehicle renamed Crimson Nest, living fortress form. Core ability unlocked, Tyrant enslavement brand.
Ability description: the hatching pool may synthesize specialized parasitic organs, the Tyrant enslavement brand. When implanted into any unclaimed machine or low-tier mutated beast, it forcibly converts the host into an absolute subordinate of the matriarch, granting shared vision and radar linkage.
Warning: the Tyrant enslavement brand is strictly limited in usage.
The matriarch's primordial essence is finite, only 3 brands may be simultaneously forged and sustained.
Caution: choose enslaved targets with utmost discernment. Do not waste this power on low-value expendables.
Yuan closed his eyes and drew a long deep breath. He sensed it clearly: the vehicle was no longer mere tool, it was an extension of his own body.
With a single thought, the Tyrant enslavement brand within the rear hatching pool could be implanted into any target, transforming it into his most loyal slave. Limited uses, huh? Then I'll only recruit elite laborers.
A satisfied icy smirk curled at the corner of Yuan's mouth. He turned, pushed open the driver's door, now half organic, and stood tall, looking down upon the surviving guild elites gathered at the chasm's base. Lin Zhan clutched his bleeding shoulder, Oleg dragged his broken leg.
Of their 200-strong joint expeditionary force, fewer than 30 remained alive.
Their ammunition exhausted, heating gear destroyed, they could only wait to freeze in the gale.
Gazing up at the Crimson Nest, its eerie transformation complete, its oppressive aura now magnified many-fold, they felt nothing but awe and terror. Gentlemen, we meet again.
Yuan's voice echoed across the chasm through the external loudspeaker, calm yet laced with glacial menace.
I've dealt with the monster for you. But my vehicle sustained damage.
As your savior, I'm quite reasonable. Each of you will surrender all high-tier blueprints, rare ores, and coordinates to half your guild's warehouse reserves. I'll extract you from this chasm. Those who refuse may remain here and keep the insect company in death.
The capitalist's blade always cuts deepest when the prey is weakest.
Blizzards howled above the glacial crevasse, yet failed to drown out the ragged, labored breathing rising from below.
Confronted with Yuan's icy, unyielding extortion, Lin Zhan and Oleg exchanged a glance, only bitter resignation and profound humiliation flickering in their eyes. Refuse.
This biomechanical war chariot, capable of pinning down pseudo-4th-tier monsters and obliterating them point blank, could crush them as effortlessly as stepping on an ant.
Comply. Then the 60 days of grueling sacrifice, the very foundation their guild had forged in the heart of the deep freeze, would instantly have in value. We'll pay.
Lin Zhan clenched his teeth so tightly that blood seeped from his frost-cracked lips, dripping onto the ice.
But I have one condition.
The severed flesh of this centipede dragon, you blew it apart, leave us several hundred gene. Our caravan's rations are exhausted. Without high-tier sustenance, the surviving brothers won't last until the transit hub opens. Trade scraps for leverage. Yuan sat in the driver's cabin, fingertips tapping idly on the steering wheel, a sardonic curl lifting the corner of his mouth.
Agreed.
Place all your color-prefixed blueprints, rare ores, and warehouse coordinates onto the mechanical arms tray. You may carve freely from the beast's carcass.
A sharp click echoed.
The armored flank of the Crimson Hive split open, and a thick, ghostly mechanical arm, resembling a crimson serpent, slithered down into the crevasse's depths, extending a massive metal tray before Lin Zhan and his comrades.
The humiliating surrender began. Of the 200-strong joint expeditionary force, only 24 senior guild members remained alive. Trembling, they withdrew from their personal storage spaces shimmering blue and vialfed blueprints along with precious slabs of deep-sea sunken silver and high-purity uranium ore.
When Lin Zhan tossed the final electronic key, a data chip inscribed with the coordinates of his guild's reserve warehouse, into the tray, he felt 60 days of relentless toil dissolve into hollow futility.
Boom! The mechanical arm retracted into the chassis.
Yuan glanced once at the overflowing spoils, uttered not a word, and engaged the Abyss Tyrant's low-speed traction gear. The purple gold winch atop the vehicle unfurled steel cables hauling the dozen or so battered half-wrecked off-road vehicles still intact at the crevasse floor up onto the cliff edge.
Transaction complete. Wishing you luck in these final 8 days. With those words, Lu Yuan turned away.
The Crimson Hive's broad-muscled hydraulic treads shattered the ice as the vehicle roared forward a violent thunderous surge and vanished into the blizzard as a solitary black silhouette. All that remained were the shattered remnants of the 4 great guilds crouched at the edge of the glacial crevasse scrambling like feral dogs over the charred residual flesh of the centipede dragon. Stage 2 of the cryogenic cataclysm, Day 60. The system's countdown had reached its final day. 60 long days of merciless cold had at last drawn their grim conclusion upon this endless highway, drenched in blood and buried beneath snow. Inside the folding chamber behind the main cabin, Sully gazed in awe at the dark red tumor pulsing rhythmically within the incubation pool, its steady throb eerily reminiscent of a mechanical heart.
This is the Tyrant enslavement brand. Lu Yuan stood beside the pool, sensing the overwhelming neural subjugation power coiled within the brand. It had consumed nearly half the biomass accumulated from roadside hunts over the past few days, yet even then the war chariot could barely birth this first brand. It functioned like a master-level backdoor virus implanted into an unclaimed machine, or the spine of a monster too weakened to resist, and it would instantly rewrite its foundational logic, transforming it into a puppet bound solely to Lu Yuan's command. Only 3 slots exist. Now that the first brand has been forged, it demands a host worthy of its power. Lu Yuan sealed the living, throbbing Tyrant enslavement brand inside a thermostatic chamber and strode toward the cockpit. Hum. At that instant, a resonant ancient bell toll echoed simultaneously across the minds of every survivor. On the holographic radar, the golden coordinate point, locked for 2 months, exploded outward in a visible ripple of golden energy. System announcement: the first major cataclysm, cryogenic blizzard, has concluded. Regional public transit hub Tundra Black Market is now officially open. Duration 168 hours 7 natural days. Warning: large-scale thermal weaponry is strictly prohibited within the Black Market. 7 days hence the death mist will advance beyond this coordinate and utterly consume the region. All survivors are urged to trade rest and prepare without delay. The leaden gray clouds overhead began to part. The blizzard ceased. Though temperatures remained near -20 degrees Celsius to those who had endured -60, it felt like spring itself. The Abyss Tyrant ascended a high ridge. Through the windshield, Lu Yuan at last beheld the full scale of the so-called transit hub. It was an immense basin. Around its rim rose several towering ancient energy pylons, hundreds of meters tall, glowing with a soft golden luminescence and supporting a vast semi-transparent windshield dome. Beneath the dome, countless dilapidated, heavily modified vehicles were parked in dense clusters. Tense shipping containers and makeshift shops welded from scrap iron sprawled labyrinthine across the basin floor. Hundreds of thousands of survivors swarmed through this colossal black market like ants, shouting, bartering, haggling. The air hung thick with the pungent melange of cheap motor oil, roasted meat, and human sweat. No laws. No order. Here violence and wealth converged in the ultimate den of ruinous indulgence. Let's go in. Lu Yuan pressed the accelerator. Roar. When the Crimson Hive, tens of meters long, resembling a living fortress clad in black and crimson scaled armor, appeared at the basin's entrance, the clamor along the black market's periphery froze mid-breath. Countless gazes converged upon the war chariot, stunned, covetous, and trembling with visceral dread. Its absurdly wide muscular hydraulic treads, the dark red biological tissue rippling slowly across its hull, the rotating turret gun atop the roof pulsing with lethal violet light, and the still smoldering muzzle of its recently discharged main cannon, all screamed one truth to the hundreds of thousands watching. This was no vehicle. It was a mobile god of war. A heavy armored vehicle bearing the emblem of the War God Temple was preparing to exit the black market when it met the Abyss Tyrant Hedon. Its driver panicked, wrenching the steering wheel violently, sending the vehicle careening sideways into a roadside snowdrift, clearing a wide unobstructed path for Lu Yuan. That's the anonymous expert who sold frost-resistant furnaces over calms. This has to be a third-tier war chariot. Our vehicles don't even have reinforced glass, and his has muscle growing on it. Shut up. Don't stare. Do you want to die? Amid the awestruck silence of the crowds lining both sides, the Crimson Hive advanced with arrogant majesty down the black market's central artery, its treads hurling plumes of snow and ice that slammed against the corrugated iron walls of nearby stalls with shrill metallic clangs. Lu Yuan paid no heed to these rank-and-file survivors. His objective was singular. Scanning the holographic radar, he steered directly toward the central trading zone, the core district jointly secured by several major guilds. Sully, package all the junk blueprints and low-tier materials we've scavenged over these 60 days. Lu Yuan swung open the door, his black tactical long coat billowed fiercely in the frigid wind. His deep penetrating gaze swept across the mountains of goods stacked in the core trading zone as if surveying his own private garden. First day in the city, we go shopping. by every piece of mechanical wreckage prefixed with unusual or eerie. He tapped the thermostatic chamber containing the Tyrant enslavement brand. Let's find a fine new body for our newest employee. In the black market of the ice plains in the core trading area, the ground had been cleared by large guilds using flamethrowers, revealing the original black asphalt surface. Around the area, a windbreak wall was constructed from abandoned shipping containers. Only the top-tier caravans and guilds who had endured 60 days of extreme cold with large amounts of hard currency in hand could set up stalls here. However, at this moment, this usually noisy area was eerily quiet with only the sound of creak. Boom! As the massive body of the dark red nest crushed the ground and parked unceremoniously in the center of the trading zone. The 80-centimeter-wide hydraulic treads left deep imprints on the ground. The surface of the vehicle with a black and red gradient of living keratin undulated slowly as if breathing, emanating a strong scent of sulfur and blood. It exuded a pure high-level biological pressure mixed with the violent aesthetics of heavy industrial steel. Several guild merchants who had originally occupied prime positions in the center lacked the courage to protest. In a flurry, they rolled up their supplies, clearing a space as large as half a football field for this Tier 3 fortress. Boss, we've secured the position. Inside the carriage, Sully quickly tapped on the control panel. The armor on the side of the vehicle slid open and a large holographic projector rose. With a hum, a blue light curtain over 10 meters tall was directly projected into the air above the black market, ensuring that the hundreds of thousands of survivors in the basin could see it clearly just by looking up. The text on the light curtain was simple and blunt, exuding the arrogance of oligopoly, high-priced acquisition, special items with prefixes of extraordinary, distorted, ancient, and remnants of heavy machinery from the old era. Payment methods: Tier 2 thermal clothing, high-calorie self-heating rations, antibiotics, pure water, and basic metal ingots. Note: do not waste time with scrap metal. Transactions limited to today. This is the most efficient way to hoard goods. Yuan took a chilled soda from the temperature-controlled cabinet, opened it, and took a sip. In the eyes of the hundreds of thousands of refugees outside who would stab someone over a moldy piece of bread, food and medicine were akin to life. Meanwhile, in Yuan's storage compartment, these basic supplies, which he regarded as change, piled up like a mountain. Using the cheapest survival necessities to harvest rare blind box products that exploded from the entire district was the absolute profit brought by information and strength disparities. Less than 5 minutes after the light curtain was projected, the area around the Abyss Tyrant was surrounded by a surging crowd. Big shot. I have a green blueprint. Can I exchange it for 2 packs of self-heating rations? Get lost. Can't you see the big shot only wants special items? I have a piece of glowing bone dug out from beneath the glacier. Take a look, big shot. Yuan leaned back in his seat, not needing to get out of the vehicle. A ghostly mechanical arm extended outside the vehicle and a precision scanner popped out. As soon as someone approached with something, the scanner would pass over it and the system panel would directly provide a value evaluation. Damaged mechanical pocket watch, garbage rejected. First tier snow wolf's mutated fangs, low-grade material, throw down 2 pieces of wood to send them away. Extraordinary relic, coagulated blood ice crystal, a nice little gadget. The mechanical arm directly rolled it away, tossing down a piece of Tier 2 thermal clothing and 3 packs of rations. The trading proceeded in a cold and efficient assembly line manner. Half an hour passed. Although several items with special attributes were received, Yuan still had not found a host that would catch his eye. Just as he was becoming impatient and preparing to have Sully raise the purchasing standards further, a commotion suddenly erupted at the edge of the crowd. Several shabby players in tattered leather coats were roughly pushed aside. A man close to 2 meters tall, wrapped in heavy bulletproof rags, dragged a heavy homemade sled, forcing his way into the innermost part of the trading circle. The man gasped for air and half his face exposed was covered in severe frostbite and scars. Behind him, the sled was covered with a large oil-stained waterproof cloth. Bang! The man untied the rope and pulled off the waterproof cloth. On the sled lay a 4-meter-tall dark lead-colored wreck of a heavy bipedal mech. The surface of the mech was covered in rust and gashes torn by claws. It had no head, and the armor at the chest cavity was violently pried open, revealing the intricate but completely burned nerve sensory circuits inside. Most critically, where the power furnace should have been on its back was now just an empty hole. Upon seeing the pile of scrap metal, the surrounding players immediately burst into laughter. I thought it was some treasure, just a heap of dead metal without a power furnace. This kind of old-era wreckage is abundant on the other side of the canyon, and the system won't even consider it a blueprint. Tearing it down would be a waste of fire. The man dragging the sled ignored the surrounding ridicule, his eyes fixed on the bulletproof glass of the dark red nest as he hoarsely shouted, "Old-era executioner mech wreckage." The frame is made of high-density decaying alloy weighing over 8 tons. Although it lacks an energy core, all the mechanical drive shafts and hydraulic joints are intact. I don't want a blueprint, I want 50 pounds of clean mutated beast meat plus 20 doses of antibiotics. Someone in my caravan has contracted pulmonary edema and needs medicine.
Inside the carriage, Sully quickly retrieved the data model from the scanner.
Boss, this person is not lying. The alloy density of the frame is extremely high, stronger than the military tungsten steel we used before.
Sully shook her head, providing a mechanic's perspective conclusion, but this is just an extremely heavy iron coffin.
Without the old era nerve direct connection technology and a matching power furnace, it simply cannot move. It would be useless for us to take it, we can only remanufacture it.
If you look at it purely from a mechanical perspective, it is indeed scrap metal.
Lu Yuan stared at the formidable headless mech, but deep in his eyes an uncontrollable excitement burned. No power furnace. It doesn't matter, he has the flesh and blood smelter to provide biological electrical energy. No nerve transmission lines.
Even less of a concern, his tyrant's enslavement seal is the most domineering neural hub. This 8-ton indestructible alloy frame is simply a perfect host tailored for bearing flesh and blood mutations.
Xiao Wu, unload the cargo. Lu Yuan pressed the intercom, his voice overpowering the surrounding noise.
Deal. The mechanical arm extended, crashing 2 heavy sealed boxes down at the man's feet. The boxes popped open, revealing 50 pounds of neatly cut Tier 3 bear meat steaks and a full 20 doses of high-grade antibiotics sealed in glass tubes.
The entire place fell silent.
The players who had just mocked the man now looked as if their eyes were about to pop out. 50 pounds of high-tier meat and 20 doses of antibiotics were enough to hire a 100-man team to work in the black market.
Just for a pile of immobile dead metal.
The man himself was stunned. He had thought he would be heavily undercut and had even prepared to exchange for just a few doses of medicine. He trembled as he closed the boxes, deeply bowing to the battle vehicle before pulling the sled and squeezing out of the crowd without looking back. He knew that wealth should not be flaunted, staying any longer would result in being torn apart by envious gazes.
Clear the area. Halt trading. Lu Yuan couldn't be bothered with the jealous ants outside.
The armor at the base of the dark red nest opened and dozens of thick dark red flesh tendrils surged out like a tide, wrapping tightly around the formidable executioner mech wreck, violently dragging it into the isolation chamber expanded behind the vehicle. The heavy isolation door locked shut. Lu Yuan stood up from the driver's seat and walked to the incubation pool. He donned specially made tactical gloves and reached into the viscous dark red liquid.
Thud. Thud. As he moved, a fist-sized tyrant's enslavement seal covered in black veins was fished out. It beat powerfully in Lu Yuan's palm like a real heart, emanating a chilling parasitic desire. Lu Yuan approached the mech wreck, gazing into the empty cavity of its chest. Let's make you the first executioner under the tyrant.
With a swift motion, he decisively pressed the living seal deep into the burned nerve circuits of the mech wreck. A sickening wet thunk echoed, the tyrant enslavement brand pulsing like a living heart was brutally slammed by Lu Yuan into the hollow chest cavity of the headless mecha.
1 second. 2 seconds.
Inside the silent isolation chamber, only the low rumbling idle of the armored vehicle's engine broke the stillness.
Then, abruptly, the massive metallic skeleton, dormant for many centuries, convulsed violently. Click, clack, click. An intense granular grinding of bone and flesh erupted from within the mecha. Sully stood behind bulletproof glass, witnessing firsthand a grotesque biological metamorphosis that defied all modern industrial logic.
From the tyrant enslavement brand at its core, countless dense dark red muscular fibers and neural bundles surged forth like a breached flood, bursting outward from the chest cavity. They raced along the mecha's scorched internal conduit pathways, aggressively coiling around its heavy, high-density, decayed alloy skeletal frame. Rusted gears were scoured clean by corrosive biomucus, hydraulic pistons were seamlessly replaced by thick, sinewy organic tendons. This 8-ton frigid iron coffin was greedily growing flesh. VVVVRRR. A deep resonant hum filled the air as the brand fully rooted itself within the chest cavity, transforming into a miniature biomechanical power core radiating an ominous crimson glow. Though the mecha had no head, a grotesque bulbous mass swelled from the jagged stump of its neck, encased in thick chitinous keratin. A fissure split open across its center, revealing 3 eerie glowing red monocular surveillance crystals, directly synced to Lu Yuan's visual cortex, serving as its sensory nexus. Boom! The formidable steel colossus slowly rose upright inside the cramped isolation chamber. Its massive metal feet struck the armored floor with a thunderous, gut-shaking impact. Dark red muscles breathing rhythmically filled every gash and groove torn into its armor by claws. A savage miasma, part machine oil, part raw blood, washed over the chamber. A translucent cerulean system interface flickered instantly before Lu Yuan's eyes. Ding! Tyrant enslavement brand successfully implanted. Target forcibly reformatted and completed biological assimilation. Designation Flesh Executioner Unit 1. Status Absolute Obedience Neural Synchronization 100. Armor Legacy Decay Alloy Skeleton Living Keratinous Growth Immune to Standard Thermal Penetration Extreme Physical Resilience. Power Core Miniature Abyssal Blood Reactor requires no external charging, fueled by host biomass or consumption of fresh flesh.
Armament's heavy hydraulic crush arm bio-high-frequency cutting blade formed through adaptive arm armor metamorphosis. Traits: no pain perception, absolute loyalty, full sensory sharing with the sovereign, the Crimson Hive. Perfect. Lu Yuan watched the formidable biomechanical berserker, then gave his neck a slow satisfied twist. He didn't even need to issue a verbal command. At the instant their minds linked, the executioner dropped to one knee, its massive metal cranium bowed deeply toward Lu Yuan, offering absolute fealty to its creator. No AI bargaining. No mercenary hesitation. With but a single thought from Lu Yuan, this 8-ton war engine would execute any suicide mission without hesitation. Boss, this thing's pressure, it's stronger than that pseudo-4th-tier abomination we just saw. Suli swallowed hard, staring at the readouts on her panel. Its alloy frame fused with organic musculature gives each arm a striking force exceeding 15 tons. Let loose a single punch and it'd flatten those reinforced armored vehicles into scrap metal pancakes. Fine steel belongs on the edge of the blade. This is my inaugural operative, bought with one of my most precious brand allocations. Lu Yuan sneered coldly. He glanced toward the external monitor screen. Thanks to his audacious transaction moments earlier, more and more desperate outlaws and guild scouts now circled the Abyssal Tyrant, eyes blazing with greed. Outside, beneath the bulletproof dome shielding them from blizzard winds, refugees stared hungrily at the massive crimson armored vehicle, their encircling crowd tightening deliberately or not. In black markets where law held no sway, flaunting wealth without showing strength was tantamount to offering your throat. Suli canceled the holographic procurement list displayed outside. Lu Yuan retrieved another chilled bottle of water from the climate-controlled cabinet and settled back into his wide leather seat. We've gathered enough expendable cannon fodder and scrap metal. Now, it's time to negotiate real high-end business with the guildmasters. Understood. But what about those persistent flies buzzing outside? Suli frowned, watching scattered players on the feed, twitchy hands already gripping incendiary bottles. Flies. Lu Yuan's gaze turned glacial. Then swat a few, to amuse our distinguished clients. Hiss, clang. The heavy armored tailgate of the Crimson Hive descended with a grating hydraulic groan, unfolding into a metallic ramp leading down to the ground. At the center of the black market trading zone, the boisterous crowd fell into stunned silence, every eye locked onto that yawning pitch-black hatch, wondering what astonishing cargo this enigmatic magnate would unveil next. Yet emerging from the darkness were no crates of food. Two. Each footfall shook the black market pavement so profoundly the very ground trembled. Beneath the dim, flickering light of the snow and wind dome, a formidable mechanical titan strode forth, its body a grim leaden gray, dark red biomuscles oozing from every armored seam, descending heavily onto the asphalt with a final earth-shaking crunch. Crimson light pulsed erratically from its chest cavity like hellfire, while three emotionless scarlet monocular sensors atop its neck swept dispassionately across the packed silent crowd. Gulp. Someone swallowed, despair thick in the sound. That scrap dealer had sworn this was a corpse, no power core, no life. Yet now this pile of rusted junk stood and exuded a nauseating fusion of flesh and machine so terrifying it dwarfed even the most vicious mutated beasts of the wastelands. Fall back. Now. A few front-row desperados, still scheming for profit, scrambled backward in blind panic, dropping their rusted iron pipes onto the ground. But the flesh executioner had received no halt order from Lu Yuan. Its colossal right arm, forged from decayed alloy, lifted abruptly. With a visceral rip, armor plates peeled away from its forearm and a tundra-long bio-high-frequency cutting blade, forged from hyperdense bone and alloy, snapped forth with lethal precision. VVVRRR, Shiik. It moved too fast to track, a blur of motion. The ultrasonic blade sliced air with liquid grace, cleaving the nearest abandoned SUV and the two scheming freelancers hiding behind it as cleanly as a knife through tofu, bisecting both horizontally down the middle. Blood erupted like a fountain across the black market pavement, entrails spilled across the asphalt. Even the steel edges of the severed vehicle glowed cherry red from the blade's frictional heat. Absolute annihilation. Absolute brutality. Ahawk. Panic exploded into shrieks. Within 10 seconds the once crowded perimeter dissolved like receding tide, leaving a 50-meter-wide death radius around the armored vehicle, barren and utterly silent. No one dared step forward again. The flesh executioner retracted its bone blade and stood motionless before the Crimson Hive's entrance, silent, immovable, unwavering in its execution of the tyrant's will. It stood like a wall of size, unbreachable, unyielding. Inside the vehicle, Lu Yuan's synthesized voice, amplified and unhurried, echoed across the frozen silence of the trading zone. Clearance complete. I now possess ample military-grade armor, high-tier antifreeze, pharmaceuticals, and the decisive trump card to ensure your survival through the next cataclysm. Guild masters, if you hold genuine high-tier blueprints or rare relics, come knock on my door. The air in the heart of the black market seemed to freeze solid. A rugged SUV lay severed cleanly in two across the asphalt, its steel edges emitting acrid white smoke.
The two pools of blood on the ground had not yet spread before freezing into dark crimson shards at -20 degrees Celsius. The crowd had retreated 50 meters away, breathing so softly it was nearly imperceptible. Every pair of eyes was locked unblinking on the 4-meter-tall flesh executioner standing before the vehicle's door. A rhythmic crimson glow pulsed from within its chest cavity while bone blades slick with gore retracted slowly into armored slits along its right arm, grinding with a grating visceral mechanical whine.
This silence was more commanding than any machine gun barrage.
For a full 10 minutes nothing stirred until at last a heavy engine rumbled from behind the windbreak wall 50 meters away. A heavily armored off-road vehicle emerged slowly, its chassis dented in multiple places, crunching over snow and ice as it halted precisely at the invisible 50-meter boundary line. The door swung open and a broad-shouldered man stepped down, Lin Zhan of the War God Temple. His left shoulder remained wrapped in a blood-stained bandage, the wound inflicted by a centipede dragon in the glacier rift.
Gone was the arrogant aura of the guildmaster he once was.
Empty-handed and unarmored, Lin Zhan advanced steadily beneath the complex, wary gazes of scattered independent players. As he passed beside the flesh executioner, Lin Zhan's stride faltered visibly. He drew too close, so close that he could hear the wet squelching undulation of dark red muscle fibers beneath its lead-gray carapace shifting against hydraulic pistons.
3 cold solitary crimson optical sensors tracked him without blinking, as if calculating the optimal incision point.
Suppressing the prickling dread crawling up his scalp, Lin Zhan forced himself forward, ascending the metal ramp lowered from the rear of the war vehicle and stopping at the half-open folding hatch.
"Enter." A calm, level voice issued from within.
Lin Zhan drew a deep breath and stepped across the threshold. The instant he took in the interior, his pupils contracted sharply. This was no mechanical cabin. Walls were sheathed in a keratinous layer shifting from black to deep crimson. Thick binaural bundles hung from the ceiling like high-tension cables linking seamlessly to arrays of cutting-edge instrumentation. A faint mingled scent of iron-rich blood and lubricating oil permeated the space. Leaning back in a wide leather chair sat the man known only as Anonymous, idly flipping a lighter between his fingers. Beside him stood a woman clad in tactical gear, her expression icy and focused as she meticulously cleaned a high-frequency vibration dagger.
"Mr. Lu."
Lin Zhan swallowed hard, deliberately lowering his posture.
"Down in the rift, you showed restraint.
You spared the War God Temple from total annihilation.
No pleasantries. You didn't come here to thank me." Lu Yuan tossed the lighter onto the table. "Speak plainly, what do you want?"
"I don't trade in scrap, you know that well enough." Lin Zhan clenched his jaw and cut straight to the point. "Though the frost cataclysm has ended, my main strike force was shattered in the rift.
Now that the black market has reopened, every major guild is scrambling for resource nodes across the basin. I need overwhelming firepower, one capable of deterring rival guilds outright." "You aim high." Lu Yuan didn't even glance at him. "That twin-barrel mounted gun on my roof is my primary weapon. It's not for sale. I'll pay more."
Lin Zhan strode briskly to the workbench and withdrew from an inner pocket a palm-sized black metal disc, its surface etched with intricate arcane patterns, and slammed it onto the table.
"Mr.
Lu, you've already stripped our vaults bare. You know we have nothing left but raw, or no viable blueprints remain." Lin Zhan held Lu Yuan's gaze, voice dropping low. "But this is mine alone, a personal relic. On day 30 I sacrificed half my entire raid group to breach a unique ruin and retrieve this." Suli stepped forward, scanning the disc with her device. Its normally placid interface erupted instantly with flashing crimson warnings. Item identification: calamity for warning beacon, one-time use, N rank extraordinary rule class. In description: igniting this beacon forcibly accesses core system data revealing the environmental theme and dominant calamity type for the next 50 chapter segments of the highway.
Suli inhaled sharply and turned to Lu Yuan. "Boss. This is weather forecasting, absolute irrefutable accuracy." Lu Yuan's eyes finally shifted, sharpened, recalibrating.
He sat upright, his gaze riveted on the obsidian disk. On the endless highway, what held the highest value?
Not high-tier schematics, not even overlord cores, but information asymmetry.
To know in advance the nature of the next extreme environment would allow him during these 7 days of black market chaos to deploy his vast stockpiles with surgical precision, cornering markets, executing targeted arbitrage, and achieving total capital dominance before the calamity struck. This artifact carries true weight.
Lu Yuan tapped lightly on the tabletop.
"But it still won't buy my rotary cannon."
Lin Zhan's voice tightened. "This is a divine tool, it lets you prepare before the next calamity strikes."
"I said not for sale."
Lu Yuan cut him off. "But I'll offer an alternative."
He gave Suli a subtle hand signal. She turned and hauled 2 heavy olive-green weapon cases from a rear storage locker, kicking them hard across the floor until they skidded to a halt at Lin Zhan's feet.
Unlocked, their lids sprang open.
Inside rested 2 brutally engineered rifles, their barrels thick as artillery shells.
Tier 2 Gauss electromagnetic burst rifle.
Includes 200 depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds. Lu Yuan leaned back into his chair, tone as flat and transactional as a grocer hawking cabbages. These won't pierce tier 3 elite monsters, but in the black market. One shot, one gaping wound through any guild's bulletproof SUV. 2 rifles. 200 rounds. In exchange for your beacon. No negotiation. Lin Zhan stared into the case, his throat bobbing once slowly. Logic screamed that trading a calamity-predicting artifact for 2 tier 2 firearms was a catastrophic loss. Yet he had no choice. Without overwhelming firepower to assert dominance, the War God Temple would be devoured whole by rival guilds before nightfall, even knowing the next calamity's nature would mean nothing if he didn't survive to face it. Agreed. Jaw-clenched, Lin Zhan slammed the cases shut and strode out like a gambler who just lost everything, desperate to escape this place where men vanished without a trace. Watching Lin Zhan's retreating figure, Lu Yuan lifted the calamity forewarning beacon from the table. Boss, shall we activate it now? Su Li approached, eyes alight with barely concealed anticipation. Of course. Market prices here are about to reset entirely. Lu Yuan pressed his thumb firmly onto the central activation node of the metal disc. Click. The intricate engravings flared with blinding crimson light, then dissolved into a torrent of data surging directly into the war vehicle's holographic main console. The screen, previously displaying the black market map, warped violently, cascading with streams of scrolling code. Within seconds, blood red system alerts detonated simultaneously inside both Lu Yuan's and Su Li's minds. Calamity forewarning beacon activated. And reading core environmental parameters. Read successful. And warning. Upon expiration of the public transit hub protection period, mandatory transition to next segment commences immediately. Next segment theme: scorching desert, endless Gobi highway. Environmental forecast: surface temperature will exceed 80 C. Water sources will vanish entirely. Sandstorms will rage unchecked. Ancient arthropod mutants buried beneath dunes will emerge as primary threats. The alert faded. Silence descended, thick, absolute, suffocating. From 60 C glacial abyss to 80 C waterless desert, this abrupt, merciless thermal inversion wasn't designed for human survival. Yet Lu Yuan smiled, a predator's grin, cold and calculating like a Wall Street titan poised to short a collapsing market. 80 degrees. Total desiccation. He rose and walked toward the long rows of cargo crates filled with spoils gathered during the frost cataclysm. What was most abundant in the deep freeze? Ice. Water. To prevent engine rupture, they'd stockpiled massive quantities of antifreeze, and ubiquitous snow had rendered drinking water storage obsolete for most players. Everyone assumed that surviving the cold meant the worst was over. Su Li, Lu Yuan's synthesized voice carried a chilling, feverish intensity. Halt all weapons RD immediately. Maximize furnace output, produce ice blocks, large capacity water tanks, and purified drinking water non-stop for 24 hours. Also list items on the trade channel. Exchange Arsunto depreciate frost-resistant thermal suits and cold-resistance elixirs for their idle heat shielding materials, refrigeration compressors, and solar reflective panels, whatever they foolishly hoard. Day 2 Regional Public Transit Hub. Outside the windbreak dome, the temperature remains steadily at 20 C. Refugees in the black market huddle in tattered cotton-padded coats, brawling fiercely for the privilege of igniting a fire in a discarded metal drum. In their minds, even if the extreme cold cataclysm subsides, the world beyond remains a frozen wasteland. Thermal supplies remain the most coveted currency. Inside the Crimson Hive's armored carriage, however, rages an entirely opposite fervor. A sharp hiss pierces the air as high-pressure steam erupts from the exhaust valve. The third-tier Flesh-and-Blood furnace roars at maximum output. Su Li manipulates a mechanical arm to feed tons of arcane ice, mined from the glacial plains beyond, into the furnace's auxiliary chamber non-stop. Intense heat melts and vaporizes the ice. After passing through multiple composite filtration systems, it condenses into pristine distilled water, cascading like a waterfall into the colossal water storage tank housed within the spatial fold compartment. Lu Yuan sits before the main control console, its screen flickering with a live feed of the trading hall's torrential commodity flow. Boss, the water tanks are nearly full. 50 tons of purified water, 30 tons of industrial-grade condensed ice blocks. But our collected refrigeration equipment is insufficient. Su Li wipes a fine sheen of sweat from her brow. To install a full vehicle cooling circulation system capable of withstanding 80 degrees Celsius on this heavy Fortress-class vehicle, we still lack at least 4 high-power industrial compressors and vast quantities of thermal insulation coating. Go take them from outside. Lu Yuan strikes the enter key on the holographic keyboard. Along the vehicle's flank, a towering blue holographic curtain rises once more, projecting directly onto the sky above the black market central district. This time, however, the message displayed on the curtain sends shockwaves across the entire black market, many players convinced Lu Yuan has lost his mind. Seller anonymous Crimson Hive vehicle owner liquidation sale military grade reinforced cold weather coats 200 high calorie frost resistant rations 500 portable frost shelter stoves 50. Exchange only urgently seeking high power refrigeration compressors Freon refrigerants solar thermal insulation panels and any blueprints or extraordinary materials bearing cooling or heat resistance properties. Exchange ratio 1 fully functional compressor for 5 military cold weather coats or 1 frost shelter stove.
No bargaining accepted. The moment the hologram appears, the crowd below erupts in chaos.
Has this boss's head been frozen solid?
It's -20 outside, he's collecting air conditioning compressors.
Who cares what he wants? He's trading elite cold weather gear for scrap. I just pulled a busted AC outdoor unit from my loot box, I was about to melt it down for iron.
Hurry, let's go trade. Is he running charity?
Everyone rush in before this fool comes to his senses. Beneath the crushing asymmetry of information, their mockery rings hollow and tragically naive. To them, those heavy, seemingly useless refrigeration units are mere junk, while the cold weather coats in Lu Yuan's possession are priceless treasures guaranteeing survival in this frozen world. Within 10 minutes, a long queue snakes around the Crimson Hive. Enforcing order stands the 4-meter-tall flesh-and-blood executioner. It looms like a steel colossus amid the blizzard, its single optical sensor pulsing with icy red light. Its right arm, a high-frequency bone blade caked in dried blood, remains embedded upright in the asphalt beside it. Even desperate freelancers and mid-sized guild envoys instinctively shiver upon approaching within 10 meters of the war vehicle and fall obediently into line, uttering not a word. Phantom mechanical arms whirl with precision. One by one, dusty air conditioning compressors, crates of aerospace-grade thermal insulation, even refrigeration modules stripped from decommissioned freezer trucks, all stream ceaselessly into the vehicle's isolation chamber.
Meanwhile, the cold weather coats, destined to become worthless husks on the upcoming desert route, are dispensed like leaflets.
Boss, the intake speed is overwhelming.
Suli gazes at the mountain of refrigeration gear piling up isolite.
Several guilds across the China region have emptied their warehouses of thermal shielding materials for us. They even threw in over a dozen drums of vintage Freon. They believe they've struck gold, and fear I'll rescind the offer.
Lu Yuan watches coldly as guild envoys clutch their newly acquired cold weather coats, jubilant on the surveillance feed.
5 days hence, when the black market dome retracts and ambient temperatures surge from -20 to +80 degrees Celsius in a single day, those same men will suffocate inside their own vehicles swaddled in thick military-grade coats. Then a single drop of water will command the entirety of their worldly possessions.
Materials sufficient. Begin chassis retrofitting.
Lu Yuan cuts power to the holographic curtain, leaving frustrated players outside pounding fists and stamping feet in despair. Inside the isolation chamber, Suli projects a glowing blueprint, blue rare liquid cooling circulatory network acquired moments earlier from a freelancer in exchange for 2 ration packs. Boss, the design calls for metal piping routed between chassis and armor interlayers. Suli lifts her welding torch.
But we're operating a living fortress. Rigid metal conduits would impede muscular peristalsis. No metal required.
Let the vehicle grow its own veins. Lu Yuan strides toward the heap of refrigeration hardware and issues a direct maternal command.
Consume them. Extract the logic of refrigeration.
A deep resonant hum reverberates, walls within the Crimson Hive convulse violently. Dozens of thick crimson tendrils surge from the hatchery walls, coiling instantly around industrial compressors and thermal insulation panels.
Corrosive secretions erupt, steel dissolves rapidly.
Yet the vehicle does not digest the metals.
Instead, it forcibly fuses the compressor's core refrigeration components with its own biological tissue. An eerie surgical transformation begins.
Beneath the thick keratinous layer of the vehicle's undercarriage, an intricate vein-like network of luminous blue tubing emerges, fine as capillaries, dense as nervous filaments.
These vessels thread seamlessly through armor interlayers, hydraulic actuators in the treads, even penetrating the inner wall of the holographic cinema.
A fraction of the 50 tons of purified water is drawn off, mixed with Freon refrigerant, and injected into this blue circulatory system. A sharp hiss echoes, temperature plummets throughout the cabin. Air previously thick and humid from the furnace's full output chills instantly, crisp as late autumn. Frost crystallizes in a delicate sheen across the vehicle's black and crimson armored hull. At that precise moment, disturbance stirs outside.
The crimson glow within the flesh-and-blood executioner's thorax flares violently.
It wrenches its bone blade from the ground and takes a single decisive step forward. On the surveillance screen, a column of 5 heavy armored vehicles forcefully disperses the surrounding refugees and halts directly before the Crimson Hive. Their doors bear the emblem of a soaring white eagle, the sacred White Eagle Guild, ranked among North America's top 3 major guilds. A burly white man, cigar clenched between thick lips, steps out of the lead vehicle, flanked by a dozen elite troopers armed with Gauss rifles.
Friend Anonymous.
He tilts his head upward, staring up at the colossal flesh-and-blood fortress, and shouts in heavily accented Mandarin, "I am Vice President of the Sacred White Eagle Guild.
You possess abundant water and cold weather gear, name your price. We'll purchase it all.
In return, our guild pledges armed escort through the upcoming sectors. The words sound courteous, but in the black market, arriving with a dozen Gauss rifles to discuss protection is nothing short of naked extortion and provocation.
They'd noticed Lu Yuan's frantic water stockpiling. Though unaware of his purpose, the guild's instincts, honed by scale and experience, impelled them to intervene. Lu Yuan remains seated at the main console, without rising, without turning. Through neural linkage, he transmits a single stark directive to the executioner outside. Slaughter a chicken. Amid the howling blizzard, the executioner's massive metallic frame moves, without warning, without preamble. A deafening shriek tears the air, its high-frequency cutting blade cleaves the atmosphere. Before the white man can exhale smoke from his cigar, the 6-ton armored riot vehicle behind him splits cleanly in two, from roofline to engine hood. Its steel seam melts like butter, spewing blinding sparks and pressurized antifreeze. A rifleman crouching behind the vehicle is bisected along with his Gauss rifle, the snow beneath him instantly stained crimson. Every member of the sacred White Eagle freezes in place. Fingers locked on triggers tremble uncontrollably, unable to depress them. Armed escort. A flat, emotionless electronic voice emanates from the vehicle's external speaker. Take your scrap metal and vanish from my sight. Linger any longer and you won't even earn the chance to be recycled. Day 7, Central Regional Transit Hub.
Above the windproof dome, the holographic countdown flickered to its final reading 001500. The ice-field black market erupted into its final frenzy. The entire basin resembled a seething landfill, hundreds of thousands of survivors scrambled in frantic preparation for departure. The air hung thick with the acrid stench of low-grade tobacco, rancid engine oil, ozone from arc welding, and the sour tang of unwashed bodies.
Antifreeze. High-concentration antifreeze. 2 loaves of bread for 1 drum.
Don't blame me when your rig freezes solid on the next stretch. A merchant face streaked with soot stood atop a battered pickup truck, bellowing hoarsely. A crowd surged around his stall. Several lone players drew knives, circling each other like wolves over the last drum of antifreeze. Nearby, in a shadowed corner, a solitary player known only as Old Lame trembled as he handed a precious Tumenhold schematic, hand-cranked generator to a procurement officer from a guild. In exchange, he received a military-grade cold weather coat patched twice at the elbows. Old Lame hastily wrapped the heavy garment around himself, and a dry hollow chuckle cracked across his frost-ravaged face. With this I'll endure even 70°C, the next cataclysm won't freeze me out. At the far end of the black market, a 3-vehicle squad of solo operators performed final modifications on their heavy off-roaders. Their leader Bernd wielded a welding torch, sparks exploding like angry stars as he fused a massive icebreaker blade directly onto the front bumper. Chief, we dumped all our water tanks to load gasoline. What if we get thirsty en route?
A gaunt man swallowed hard. Fool.
The leader smacked him sharply across the skull. Snow's everywhere, grab a handful, melt it in your mouth.
Why waste space on empty tanks? More fuel means we plow straight through snowwolf packs. Hundreds of thousands of people.
Tens of thousands of vehicles.
All reinforcing armor, stockpiling thermal gear, swapping tires for snow treads, filling reservoirs with antifreeze.
For deep in their subconscious, the so-called endless highway was merely another frozen arena where survival meant enduring the cold a little longer.
At the heart of the black market, upon a vast open expanse of asphalt,
Crimson Lair crouched in eerie stillness.
The formidable tall flesh executioner had been retracted into its isolated containment chamber within the vehicle.
This fortress-like behemoth, its carapace a gradient of obsidian black and arterial red, stood starkly alien amid the surrounding chaos.
Even more unsettling, though ambient temperatures hovered at 20°C, droplets steadily fell from Crimson Lair's undercarriage, pooling into a small glistening patch of ice on the pavement. Condensation excreted by the vehicle's ultra-powerful blue vein cryogenic system.
A guild scout collar pulled tight against the chill glanced at the black and gold war machine and sneered.
Bought a dozen junk AC units, now it's leaking from the chassis.
Thinks money alone lets you stride across the wasteland like a god.
Inside the cabin,
Lu Yuan reclined in his zero-gravity seat, observing the frenzied masses beyond the one-way bulletproof glass, his gaze detached, glacial. The interior temperature remained precisely calibrated at 20°C. 2 glasses of freshly squeezed watermelon juice, each frosted with delicate beads of condensation, rested on the workbench.
Boss 50 tons of purified water, all sealed and secured. Full cabin cryo-hydraulic circulation is nominal.
Suli, clad in a slim black racerback tank top, wiped her hands dry with a towel. Following Lu Yuan's gaze outward, she watched players sweltering in thick parkas drenched in sweat as they wound iron chains around their tires, and shook her head.
Once the dome shatters, those coats and antifreeze won't protect them. They'll become death warrants. That is the price of information asymmetry.
Lu Yuan lifted his glass and drank deeply, the icy liquid sliding cool and sharp down his throat.
The harvest hasn't even begun.
When thirst parches them to the point they can no longer urinate, every drop of our 50 tons will extract the marrow from their bones.
Vroom. A deep resonant chime detonated inside every mind. Warning: protection period terminated. Central Regional Transit Hub deactivation initiated.
The golden energy pillars suspended in the sky dimmed simultaneously, then winked out entirely. The semi-transparent windproof dome which had sheltered the basin for 7 days fractured like shattered crystal, dissolving into a shimmering rain of light before vanishing into thin air.
Rumble.
Behind the black market, the abyssal death mist, a roiling obsidian wall hundreds of meters high, surged forward with the deafening roar of a tsunami devouring the horizon without mercy.
It drove every survivor onto the next highway. Go. Start your engines, the mist is coming. Move. Don't let it swallow you. Chaos erupted. Roaring engines, screeching metal, colliding chassis, and panicked screams tangled into a cacophony.
Tens of thousands of modified vehicles stampeded toward the basin's exit, racing blindly onto the unknown road ahead.
Yuan did not rush. Calmly, deliberately, he pressed the accelerator.
Crimson Lair glided forth, not as prey but as a predator strolling through the herd, exiting the basin with unhurried grace. The moment the first vehicle crossed the basin's threshold, the world transformed.
No blizzard. No leaden ash-choked clouds.
A monstrous blinding white sun, vast beyond reason, hung motionless at the zenith. Not a wisp of cloud marred the sky, its blue deepened into an almost black void. The road beneath was no longer frozen earth but a black asphalt ribbon warped and trembling under the sun's merciless glare. On either side stretched an endless expanse of yellow desert and scorched gravel plains shimmering with heat haze. External thermometers spiked wildly: 20°C,
10°C, 35°C, 60°C, 80°C. Within 5 minutes, surface temperatures soared past 80°C. Every molecule of moisture vanished instantly, each breath drawn felt like inhaling boiling water. Hot, burning. What's happening?
Moments earlier, Old Lame had gloated inside his military-grade cold weather coat. Now trapped in his rust bucket with no air conditioning, he writhed like a man boiled alive. He clawed desperately at the coat, but sweat had glued it to his skin and the zipper, warped by the heat, seized solid. Within minutes, severe heatstroke gripped him, eyes rolling back, body convulsing violently in the driver's seat. Ahead, the solo squad that had emptied their water tanks to fill them with gasoline met utter annihilation.
Boom. A thunderous detonation.
Their high-concentration antifreeze superheated to 80°C, boiled violently inside the engine block. The radiator exploded in a violent burst of steam, scalding fluid and oil spraying across the windshield.
Their vehicle died instantly on the asphalt. Water. Give me water, I'm dying.
The squad leader flung open his door and collapsed onto the blistering road, knees buckling beneath him.
Within seconds, his kneecaps blistered in split open flesh, sizzling with a sickening char. He looked up: no snow, no ice, no mercy, only an infinite suffocating sea of yellow sand. Ordinary rubber tires softened, melted, and adhered to the asphalt. Countless low-slung vehicles fused to the road, some bursting into spontaneous flame.
Wails, explosions, desperate cries for water, the endless desert highway became a symphony of human torment.
And amidst that chorus of despair, kerchunk! Kerchunk!
A slow, deliberate grinding echoed from behind, a sound of implacable momentum.
Crimson Lair's colossal black and gold hull rolled past blazing wrecks unimpeded.
Its hydraulic muscle treads scorned the molten asphalt beneath its chassis. The mutated compressor system, the blue vein, repelled the furnace heat with absolute chilling authority. Inside the cabin, Yuan steered with one hand, the other holding his chilled watermelon juice. He watched players collapse beside the road, limbs splayed like roasted frogs, faces twisted in mute supplication, arms outstretched toward him begging for a single sip. His eyes held no pity, only the cold, polished stillness of a glacier.
Welcome to drought hell. Yuan drained the glass in one smooth, unhurried motion.
What does an 80°C temperature mean? In the saunas of the old world, 70 degrees was enough to drench a person in sweat. Now this 80 degrees is pure unshielded solar radiation, blazing directly onto the exposed earth. Just half an hour after exiting the windproof dome, the black asphalt of the endless highway had fully softened. Stepping on it felt like sinking into a viscous tar-like swamp. A heavy-duty truck, its windows welded shut for winter insulation, lay stranded in the center of the road. Its antifreeze had long since exploded from the radiator and thick plumes of smoke billowed from beneath the hood. Inside the cargo compartment, thermal insulation cotton trapped heat so effectively that temperatures soared past 90°C. Desperately, someone kicked the door open from within. A corpulent man tumbled headlong onto the scorching pavement. He still wore a second-tier snowwolf pelt greatcoat purchased at great expense from the black market, yet his entire body glistened as if dragged from water and his exposed skin flushed an unnatural livid purplered. Heat, water.
He parted his cracked peeling lips, straining to shrug off the heavy coat, but searing heat had fused leather to sweat-slicked skin. With one violent tug he ripped away a large patch of cooked epidermis. Before he could scream, the rubber soles of his shoddy military boots melted outright, gluing his feet to the blistering asphalt. He staggered and collapsed. Instinctively he braced himself with both hands against the ground. A sharp sizzling hiss erupted the moment bare flesh met 80-degree asphalt. A pungent meaty stench of charring filled the air. The man convulsed in agony. Within 2 minutes under the relentless sun he lapsed into full cardiac arrest, his organs failing one by one. This was but a single vignette along the entire highway. Vehicles littered the roadside, melted, immobilized, abandoned. And beside them lay players who had been slowly baked alive, suffocated inside their own metal tombs. Yet heat was never the wasteland's sole executioner. Shoo, shh. Beneath the undulating heat-hazed dunes flanking the highway, a dense, delicate rustling rose, a sound of countless tiny abrasions. Those native desert dwellers, dormant for 2 months beneath the polar freeze, had caught the scent of roasting flesh drifting down the road. Boom! Yellow sand erupted violently beside a low-slung sedan, its chassis fused flush with the asphalt. A 3-meter-long second-tier white-boned sandworm burst forth, its exoskeleton bleached bone-white, its segmented carapace gleaming under the merciless sun. Blinded opened its mouth like a grotesque flower, lined with backward-curving barbs, and seized a still-breathing human beside the sedan, dragging him screaming into the churning, boiling depths of the sand sea. The scream died midair. Only a funnel-shaped vortex remained on the dune's surface, swiftly collapsing, then erased by the shifting sands. Across the global channel, frantic pleas for help scrolled too fast to read, only to be drowned seconds later by fresh waves of despair. Help! My tires have melted. There are sandworms everywhere outside. Water. Just one sip. I'll trade a blue-tier weapon schematic for a single bottle of water. Just one sip is all I need. Boss Lou. Anonymous Grandmaster. You've stockpiled water, I know you have. Please sell us even a little. My guild brothers are dying by the dozen. The Abyss Tyrant rolled forward smoothly, its treads crushing the softened asphalt without resistance. Inside the armored cabin the temperature held steady at 20 degrees Celsius. That azure veins, a cryogenic circulation network embedded within the undercarriage, operated at full capacity. 50 tons of purified water mixed with high-efficiency refrigerant surged through the conduits, forming an impenetrable thermal barrier between the vehicle and the apocalyptic heat below, hot enough to melt steel on contact. Yuan reclined in his supple leather seat, watching the torrent of desperate flashing distress messages flicker across his screen. A cold razor-thin smile curved at the corner of his mouth. Boss, intense thermal signatures are surging beneath both sides of the highway, entire swarms of second and third-tier sandworms. Sully stared intently at the holographic radar, her finger tracing the dense clusters of crimson dots. They're hunting stranded players. Shall we clear them out? Clear them. They're doing our work, culling the financially insolvent. Yuan scooped a full bucket of glistening crystalline ice from the industrial freezer and set it upon the workbench. The dead don't need water. We wait until the survivors exhaust every last resource they possess, then we step in to acquire it all. The war vehicle advanced another 10 kilometers. Ahead 7 or 8 heavy off-road vehicles lay scattered haphazardly across the road, tires liquefied while rims fused deep into the asphalt. Their hulls bore the emblem of the Winter Watchers, a major North American guild previously extorted by Yuan in the Glacier Rift. Now they faced true annihilation. Dozens of fully armed guild members crouched in the meager shade of the vehicles, unleashing torrents of gunfire at sandworms erupting from the dunes. Barrels glowed cherry red, but far deadlier was their thirst. Several had already collapsed from severe dehydration, lips desiccated like brittle bark, limbs too weak even to lift their rifles. Deputy Leader. We can't hold on. Our brothers are slipping into shock. A marksman's voice shredded into hoarse, ragged gasps, his shots now wildly inaccurate. The deputy leader, goggles shielding his eyes from the glare, clenched his jaw and stared toward the horizon, where only shimmering, distorted heat waves rippled across the void. All their water had been dumped into the overheated radiator during the earlier explosion. Not a single drop remained, not even a trace of moisture could be wrung from the entire convoy. Just as hope bled away, a deep rhythmic clank of treads cut through the sandworm's shrieks. The familiar fortress-like behemoth, its armored plating gradated from obsidian black to arterial red, crowned with organic horn-like protrusions, rolled to a halt 30 meters ahead, crushing dozens of sandworm corpses beneath its treads. The Crimson Hive. The deputy leader's eyes flared, bright with the ferocity of a drowning man seizing his final lifeline. He scrambled from the vehicle's shadow, heedless of the asphalt searing his soul, smoke curling from his boots. Boss Lou. Save us. Sell us water, any price. The Abyss Tyrant's window remains sealed. From its flank a thick spectral mechanical arm extended, its tip cradling a polished metal tray.
Upon the tray rested no bottled water, only a single fist-sized cube of translucent ice radiating faint visible wisps of cold vapor. In this 80-degree inferno, that solitary ice cube refracted light more brilliantly than the most legendary diamond of the old world, 10,000 times more radiant. Every Winter Watcher's pupils dilated, eyes blazing crimson. Several dehydrated members emitted guttural bestial growls, lunging forward desperate to seize it. Boom! Armor plates beside the mechanical arm split open, revealing the gaping maw of a main cannon aimed squarely at the crowd. The frenzied survivors froze instantly, rooted to the spot. Lu Yuan's emotionless synthetic voice boomed across the scorching air via external speakers. You know the rules. I run no charity, only transactions. 1 ice cube. Minimum price 1 colored prefix schematic or 5 gene of high purity rare ore. No negotiation. 2 cubes per person maximum. This was sheer unmitigated robbery. During the ice cataclysm, a single colored schematic could buy 50 tons of timber and a full set of military-grade heavy armor. Now Lu Yuan offered only 1 pitiful cube, barely enough to moisten a parched throat. Worse still, it was visibly melting before their eyes at droplets already pooling on the tray. Boss Lu, this is extortion. 1 cube barely wets the lips, it won't save a life. The deputy leader stamped his foot in anguish, watching helplessly as the ice shrank, his heart constricting with each drip. Too expensive. Then die. Lu Yuan wasted no further words. The mechanical arm twisted sharply, poised to dump the ice onto the molten asphalt. No, wait. I'll buy it. I'll buy it. The deputy leader shattered. He tore a storage necklace from his throat, rummaged inside, and hurled a softly glowing blue schematic straight into the tray. Blue-grade refined desert off-road suspension schematic. Give me the ice. With surgical precision, the arm retrieved the schematic and retracted it into the cabin, then tossed the ice cube directly to the deputy leader. Cradling the cube in trembling hands, the deputy leader didn't even wipe the dust from its surface, he shoved it whole into his mouth. An electric bone-deep chill detonated across his cracked palate, dissolving into liquid relief that cascaded down his scorched throat. That instant of sublime icy salvation wrenched a distorted euphoric moan from his throat. Seeing him revive, the remaining dozens of guild members lost all restraint, spiraling into pure ravenous frenzy. I'll trade 2. 1/2 ton of deep-sea sunken silver. I have a violet-tier weapon fragment, I'll pay triple. Give me 3 cubes. No one bargained over value. No one glanced at the sandworms. In this 80-degree hell, even total ruin, every last asset surrendered, was worth it if it bought just 1 sip to keep the heart beating. Inside the cabin, Lu Yuan observed the vault space filling rapidly with rare metals and schematics, and then glanced at the towering mound of ice still stacked inside the freezer. A cruel, predatory smile curled his lips. Suli reduced the freezer's output. The faster the ice melts, the faster they bleed gold. The scorching white sun sank slowly beyond the desert's horizon. Within half a quarter, the world's hue shifted with startling speed, from searing blinding white to deep violet, then plummeting into an abyssal lightless black. The starless desert night pressed down suffocatingly, as if the entire world held its breath. Before the dim red nest control console, the temperature monitor's glaring crimson digits began plummeting rapidly. 80 C. 60 C. 50 C, finally stabilizing at 40 C. Along both sides of the highway, automobiles whose tires had melted under the sun and sunk deep into the asphalt now creaked open, their doors pushed outward at last. People tumbled out like drowning souls, collapsing onto the searing pavement and gasping greedily at the night wind, burns blistering their skin, forgotten in that instant. Alive, we're alive. A hoarse voice repeated the 3 words. Lu Yuan leaned against the console, his gaze sweeping across the holographic radar where gray specks surged anew, then faintly curved his lips. He tapped idly into the global communication channel. In the screen's upper right corner, a number flickered, making his pupils contract ever so slightly. Desert Sector Cross-Server Zone 014, Survivor Count 3142500. 3 million. Suli approached, holding a glass of iced water. Her brow furrowed deeper upon seeing the figure. This number is wrong. During the frost cataclysm, only tens of thousands survived. And yet today's heat purge claims so many lives. How did the count rise instead? Her voice trailed off. Lu Yuan offered no direct reply, only tapped lightly on the desk with his fingertips, sketching converging arrows in the air. Have you read the game's map design? His tone was casual, as if discussing weather. The endless highway has infinite width. During the frost phase, we fought only within one parallel zone. That 7-day transit hub, he paused, his eyes flashing with the cold predatory stillness of a top-tier hunter, was never a sanctuary. It was a funnel. Suli understood instantly. Her fingers unconsciously tightened around the rim of her glass. Pouring every survivor into the same crucible. Continue the cultivation of chaos.
Lu Yuan's smile deepened. For ordinary people this is despair. But for us, he turned toward the window watching crowds ecstatically reveling in the cool of 40C, his gaze alight with the feverish intensity of a merchant spotting a virgin market. It means nearly 3 million living assets, each carrying regional specialties in their pockets ripe for extraction. Before the sentence fully settled, a strange grating rustle rose from beneath the dunes outside the nest, hundreds of times denser than the sounds of day. The day's 80C inferno had driven subterranean predators deep into the sands. Now as temperatures dropped, it was as though Hell's Gate had swung wide open, releasing them back into the world. The channel's recently quieted cheers shattered instantly into piercing shrieks. Hundreds of meters left of the crimson nest, an abandoned coach erupted, pierced clean through by a black shadow surging up from the sand. Glossy oversized tailhooks dripping lethal venom tore bloody apertures through the vehicle's hull. Warning. High-energy biological cluster detected. Toxic scorpion swarm composition TRE 900 Tier 80 Tier 3 Sovereign 1 estimated total 981 entities threat level extreme. Lu Yuan's eyes swept the radar. The entire display shimmered with countless points, vastly dominated by deep blue specks. TRE scorpions scattered among them 80 orange points marked Tier eyes, and at the swarm's heart a massive pulsing crimson orb, the Tier 3 Sovereign. This was a fully structured toxic scorpion hierarchy. Boss, this is a mature swarm. Su Li's voice carried tension. Nearly 1,000 monsters, including a Tier 3 Sovereign. Treads may, irrelevant. Lu Yuan rose, tapping his finger toward the isolation chamber behind him. Our new employee has been cooped up too long, it's time to stretch its limbs. This opponent is perfect for live combat testing. The alloy hatch of the isolation chamber retracted upward. From the darkness, two solitary crimson optical sensors ignited, like the slow deliberate opening of an abyssal beast's eyes. The Flesh Executioner, a 4-meter-tall steel colossus, stepped heavily down the armored ramp and into the 40C desert. Its chest cavity glowed with the dusky red luminescence of the abyssal blood core, each rhythmic pulse resonating with a low sonorous hum. Against the ink-black night it loomed like death itself crawling forth from hell. Lu Yuan leaned against the vehicle door, voice calm and spare, clear the field. Just one word. The executioner obeyed instantly, its foot cratering the asphalt, its 8-ton frame surging forward like a leaden gale diving straight into the sea of sand. In that instant the entire desert awoke. 900 TRE scorpions converged from all directions, small in size yet overwhelming in number. Driven by primal instinct, they surged like a black tide seeking to drown the intruder through sheer brutal mass. The executioner neither evaded nor retreated. Its left arm, woven from sinew and hydraulic actuators, began lashing out with frenzied velocity. Each swing kicked up plumes of dust, each strike carved a trail of gore. The soft carapaces of TRE scorpions crumpled like parchment before it, shattering en masse, scattering in fragments. Within 10 seconds 500 TRE scorpions lay reduced to ruin on the ground. But the slaughter had only just begun. The armor plating of the executioner's right arm split open, revealing a tunderlong bio-cutting blade that slashed a blood-red arc across the night sky. A high-frequency whine pierced the eardrums. It began to dance through the swarm. One horizontal sweep bisected 20 scorpions cleanly at the midsection. Another sweep cleaved 30 more into shards, so swiftly, so violently that these lesser creatures never even uttered a cry before dissolving into the night. The remaining 400 TRE scorpions recoiled in panic, just as a tailhook 5 meters long and thick as a python stabbed forth from the swarm's depths. The Tirai eyes had finally moved. 80 of them formed ranks along the periphery, 3 times larger than Tiras, their colossal pincers gleaming with metallic coldness. They advanced with near military coordination, launching an organized siege against the executioner. Its movements grew suddenly heavier, more deliberate. No longer reckless as before, it now maneuvered with conscious precision, dodging, retreating, conserving. The Tirai tailhook struck with real force. Each impact left deep gouges in the nest's armored plating. One Tirai lunged from the flank pincers, snapping shut toward the executioner's left arm. It reacted instantly, the high-frequency blade tracing a lethal arc through the air aimed directly at the scorpion's head. The scorpion blocked with its hardened carapace, but the blow's sheer kinetic force drove its entire body 3 inches lower into the sand. Immediately after, 2 more Tirai attacked from either side. The executioner was locked in true combat. Every defensive maneuver drained tremendous energy. Though their coordination lacked the sophistication of higher intelligence, the Tirai's collective power bore down relentlessly, pressuring any lone entity to its limit. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. The battle raged on. The ground was now heaped with TRE remains. Tirai numbers dwindled, from 80 to 50, then 30, then 10. Yet the executioner's motions grew sluggish. Its armor bore fresh gashes, the abyssal blood cores glow dimmed steadily. Then, deep from the heart of the dunes, a deafening earth-shaking shriek tore through the air. The Tier 3 Sovereign had emerged. Its scale was monstrous, 10 meters long. Its twin pincers resembled industrial excavator buckets, its tailhook oozed violet venom. Each step sent tremors through the sand, each breath exhaled a stench thick with rotten iron. This was a sovereign predator, unquestioned, absolute. It launched no probe, no feint, only a full frontal charge. Boom! Its colossal pincers slammed into the executioner's armor, the shockwave hurling nearby tiares skyward. The executioner was driven backward over 5 meters, an unprecedented retreat. Yet it did not yield. The abyssal blood core blazed crimson, its musculature locking into rigid tension. The executioner halted and then countercharged. Its right arm sheathed in the high-frequency blade rose high and crashed downward, aimed unerringly at the sovereign's skull. The sovereign met the blow with its armored cranium. Even this Tier 3 monstrosity now felt genuine pressure. The duel between machine and monster unfolded across the desert, each collision unleashing seismic force, each strike carving scars into the earth. Time bled away. Remaining tiares and tiaris dwindled, some obliterated by collateral shockwaves, others crushed beneath the titanic clash of the two sovereigns. At last, as dawn's pale light bled into the eastern sky, silence fell over the battlefield. The executioner knelt, armor cracked, abyssal blood core flickering weakly. Before it lay the corpse of the Tier 3 sovereign, its skull impaled by the high-frequency blade, its viscous fluids long since drained onto the sand. The surrounding dunes were stained black-red. Not a single scorpion escaped. 981 entities, fully eradicated. The sky lightened to a pallid fish belly white, casting a grim ashen filter over the blood-soaked desert sands. The executioner knelt on one knee in the blackish-red mire of flesh and gore. Its skeletal frame, forged from decay-resistant alloy, was crisscrossed with stark white fissures. The dark red muscular fibers once packed into its armor joints now lay extensively ruptured, atrophied, and reeking of caustic corrosion. This 8-ton steel leviathan had slain an entire scorpion swarm, nearly 1,000 strong, for sheer brute force combat. Well done. Return for repairs. Inside the armored carriage, Yuan pressed the retrieval command on the control console. The executioner's dim single-eye monitor flickered faintly. It staggered upright, its mechanical hand, caked with shredded flesh, plunging deep into the skull of the Tier 3 Alpha Scorpion and wrenching out a massive violfid crystal core. Then, dragging its shattered form, it trudged toward the metallic ramp descending from the crimson nest, each step sinking deep into the scorched earth. At the very instant the Alpha Scorpion was confirmed dead. A translucent azure system interface erupted before Yuan's eyes, scrolling downward like a cascading waterfall. Ding! 900 Tier 1 Venom Scorpions eliminated. 10-drop rule and guaranteed minimum trigger activated. Acquired 900 Tier 1 Venom Beast Cores, 92 Tier 1 Gene Evolution Serums. Ding! 80 Tier 2 Elite Venom Scorpions eliminated. 10-drop rule triggered. Acquired 80 Tier 2 Venom Beast Cores, 9 Tier 2 Gene Evolution Serums. Ding! 1 Tier 3 Alpha Venom Scorpion eliminated. Initiating 10-drop probability check. Success. Hidden bonus multiplier applied for Alpha Tier targets. Acquired 1 Tier 3 Alpha Venom Beast Core, 1 Tier 3 Gene Evolution Serum. Yuan's taut jawline finally relaxed as he read the final line. This was the system's probability law. A 10% drop chance meant that killing 10 targets guaranteed 1 reward, a safety net for the chronically unlucky. Yet with sufficient luck, or sufficiently high-tier high-value prey, 1 kill could yield a gene serum outright. Having just slain 4 Tier 3 scorpions in the frost wastes, and this 5th, the cumulative odds had effectively risen to 50%. His fortune, it seemed, held steady. With heavy resonant footsteps, the executioner entered the rear isolation chamber and collapsed headlong into the hatching pool brimming with viscous crimson fluid. High-grade biomass reserves aboard the war vehicle surged and depleted, transforming into countless fleshy tendrils that swarmed over the executioner's fractured armor and severed hydraulic musculature, sealing wounds with grotesque vitality. On the isolation chamber's sterile tray rested the campaign's most vital spoils. Over 100 low-tier serums shimmered with pale and deep azure luminescence, while at their center sat a solitary violet's thick dark gold liquid pulsing with quiet lethal potency. Our stock of Tier 1 and Tier 2 serums has just increased by several hundred units. Sully glanced at the vials. Boss, these are hard currency on the global channel now. But for us they're no longer viable for self-enhancement, only for trading schematics. So they'll soon become our leverage. Yuan did not glance at the lower-tier vials. His gaze remained locked unblinking upon the dark gold tube. Gene serums imposed strict tolerance thresholds. Injecting 3 or 5 doses of the same tier would saturate the body's capacity, beyond which further doses became inert as plain water, and forced administration risked catastrophic genomic collapse under unsustainable strain. Only cross-tier serums could shatter that ceiling. Yuan seized the Tier 3 vial, uncorked it without hesitation, and drank it down in one swift, decisive motion. The viscous dark gold liquid slid silently down his throat, tasteless, neither cool nor warm. 3 seconds later his pupils contracted violently into needle-thin points. Ugh! A guttural suppressed groan escaped him as his hands clamped onto the reinforced steel workbench before him. With a grating shriek of tortured metal 2-inch thick plating buckled inward, 10 perfect finger holes punched clean through. Pain. An excruciating cellular annihilation, like being fed whole into a shredder then welded back together under searing heat. His bones crack like snapping beans, muscle fibers writhe beneath his skin like serpents in furious convulsion. Sweat thick and black and reeking of foul impurities drenched his tactical vest in an instant. This inhuman torment endured precisely 7 minutes. When Yuan slowly released his grip and rose to his full height, his entire presence underwent a profound, deeply restrained metamorphosis. No bulging musculature betrayed his transformation, his frame remained lean, balanced, elegant, yet the coiled power thrumming just beneath his skin struck Suli with the primal dread of standing before an apex predator. Yuan casually threw a punch into empty air. Crack! No wind-up, no preparation, pure kinetic force generated a miniature sonic boom. He willed his consciousness forward, summoning his newly evolved status panel. Post-exclusive panel name Yuan Gene Tier 3 Initial Tyrant Physique Base Parameters Strength 18 Single Hand Grip capable of effortlessly snapping the cervical vertebrae of Tier 2 mutated beasts. Agility 15 Neural reflex speed surpassing human physiological limits. Constitution 22 Muscle density rivaling aerospace-grade alloys. Immunity to temperatures above 80 C and below 60 C. Possesses mid-tier cellular regenerative capacity. Core talents: deep neural hijacking, central nervous system fully adapted. Enables flawless serolatency synchronization with the Crimson Nest and all subordinate units. Anomaly state: immunity. Standard wasteland toxins, anesthetics and corrosive gases hold no effect within the host's physiology. At last the hardware has caught up. Yuan rotated his neck and the chronic low-grade neural ache, born of prolonged vehicular neural linkage, vanished entirely. He turned, meeting Suli's stunned gaze still fixed on the glowing interface, and snatched 5 deep blue Tier 2 serums from the tray, tossing them toward her. Your Tier 2 tolerance threshold hasn't yet saturated. Inject these now. Suli fumbled the glass vials, pausing bewildered. Now. Now. Yuan gestured toward the windshield. Dawn is breaking. I require no logistics engineer collapsing from heatstroke in the hours ahead. Push your body to the absolute peak of Tier 2 capability. Suli drew a sharp breath, no hesitation, no protest, and deftly affixed each Tier 2 serum to her veins for rapid infusion. As the serums flooded her bloodstream, she clenched her teeth, bracing against the violent swelling of muscle fibers. After 5 injections, a greasy blackish sludge oozed from her pores. Though lacking Yuan's terrifying cross-tire pressure, her Tier 2 apex constitution granted her breaths of preternatural length and calm, even as external temperatures climbed steadily. Not a single bead of sweat glistened on her brow. Timing is perfect. Yuan checked the console's chronometer. Precisely 0600. On the horizon, a colossal blinding sun tore ruthlessly through the remnants of night. The desert dawn offered no gentle transition. External thermometers spiked like runaway stopwatches: 40 C. 50 C. 65 C. 80 C. In under 10 minutes, over 3 million fresh players, just funneled onto this highway by the system last night, faced the most desolate morning of their wasteland existence. Blinding sunlight streamed through the viewport, illuminating Yuan's impassive chiseled features. He settled back into the wide leather seat, fingertips gliding across a holographic keyboard to open the global trading hall interface. Millions of newcomers freshly emerged from the snowfields, clutching their last reserves. By now they're likely parched beyond reason. His voice carried the cold calculus of commerce. Suli, max out the ice generator. Time to cast the net. On the endless highway at the edge of the desert section, a wildly styled dune buggy tore through scorching sands at 120 kilometers per hour. Its body wore a special reflective heat insulating coating. The rear exhaust did not belch black smoke but belched a ghostly blue plasma flame. In the cockpit, a European woman with short golden hair and a skimpy combat vest steered with one hand while deftly chambering an armor-piercing round into the sniper rifle on the passenger seat with the other. Anya, formerly a top 10 lone wolf of the Europe 009 district, muttered to herself, 80 degrees. This damned system really doesn't treat people like humans. She glanced at the cars outside that had stalled and burst into flames from overheated engines, a proud smile tugging at her mouth. Lucky me, on the last day of the extreme cold I opened a blind box and pulled a purple epic thermal conversion engine. The hotter it grew outside, the stronger the vehicle became. It even conserved fuel. As a top player who had survived by skill and absurd luck, Anya's body was already saturated with second-stage gene serums. She was not afraid of the 80-degree heat. She planned to use it as an opportunity to hunt the rare sandworms that surfaced from the dunes to breathe in the heat. But water is truly a big problem. Anya licked her dry lips. During the extreme cold, everyone ate snow. No one had bothered to store large amounts of drinking water.
The few bottles of mineral water in her car would last at most 2 days. I'll find some shade and check the World Trading Hall. Those idiots who merged in from other districts must have leftover water they didn't finish during the extreme cold. I can trade any useless green blueprint for a few dozen liters. Confident Anya braked parked in the shadow of a massive weathered rock and opened the trading panel. At the same time, hundreds of kilometers away atop a dune inside the Onong nest, the temperature was held at a comfortable 20 degrees Celsius. Achoo! Lu Yuan, barefoot on the soft leather carpet, sneezed. He reached up and swung aside the vent above him that was blowing cold air directly at him. Suli toned down the cooling grid a bit. The cabin is almost frosting. It's 80 degrees out there and we are freezing inside. If word gets out, those millions of baked players will draw circles and curse us. Lu Yuan, half-joked, reached into the temperature-controlled cabinet and took out a perfectly red mutant tomato, biting into it with a crisp snap. Sweet icy juice burst in his mouth, washing away the fatigue left from last night's round-the-clock injections of third-stage serums. He knew full well that the system was a merciless incubator. Millions entered today. Tomorrow the weather would flip to another extreme. Plainly put, it forced humans to tear one another apart like insects and thus evolve. If one cannot escape the fate of being treated like a parasitic insect, then one must be the one crawling at the very top, and while at it drain the others dry. Lu Yuan reclined lazily on the sofa, watching the floating World Trading Hall interface before him. He was not a mindless killer. On the contrary, when life was no longer under immediate threat, the merchant's greed for wealth and appetite for control that lay in his bones swelled without restraint. He delighted in being above the rules, exploiting information asymmetry to toy with others in the palm of his hand. It was far more satisfying than mere slaughter. The chumps must be nearly dying of thirst. Lu Yuan swallowed the tomato and grew instantly focused and sharp. His long fingers danced across the virtual panel, spending 1,000 biomass to buy the server's top spot. Seller: anonymous owner of Onong Nest. Top listed item: 1 pure ice block 500G purified water 1L set. Top listed item: 2 first second stage gene evolution serums clearance due to resistance overflow by serums, receive ice water free. Trading rule: no junk accepted. The backend's intelligent recognition is enabled. Only colored prefix blueprints, extraordinary relics, or rare or minimum 10 genes will be auto-settled. Seller's note: on the first day in the desert, please have a cup of ice water to cool off. Limited stock, first come first served. Under the weathered rock, Anya had just opened the World Trading Hall and was about to search for water. Suddenly a gilded top banner seized her entire field of vision. When she read the words ice block purified water and second stage gene serums clearance, Anya's deep blue eyes went wide and her breath caught for a beat. What the FK? The sniper who prided herself on elegance unleashed a coarse expletive. She looked at the half-warm bottle of mineral water in her car, then at the banner offering ice blocks and high-tier serums as if giving them away in a clearance sale. She suddenly felt that her vaunted purple engine was nothing but a ridiculous toy in the presence of such staggering wealth. What god from what damned place has appeared? Second stage gene serums being labeled resistance overflow clearance. The largest guild in our 009 district only hoarded a dozen or so. Anya gritted her teeth as her pride was crushed. Yet her thirst and her greed for second stage serums kept her eyes glued to the listing. Without hesitation, she pulled a top-tier material she never used from storage, a purple relic Fingshi Banshee's vocal cord, and slammed the trait confirmation. Fine, I admit defeat. That ice better be sweet. At that moment, thousands upon thousands of lucky elites and guild lords across their districts did the same. No matter how mighty they were in their own territories, faced with 80-degree heat and Lu Yuan's absolute supply monopoly, they bowed and handed over their hoarded treasures with both hands merely to buy the right to survive. Inside the Onong nest, the system notification pealed like a jackpot slot machine, clear, rapid, and blood-quickening. Trade successful, acquired purple relic Fingshi Banshee's vocal cord. Trade successful, acquired region-limited blueprint Shahai floating array. Trade successful, acquired rare metal Yunqing Chentai X100 genes. Trade successful, acquired extraordinary component old era bionic mechanical eye. Lu Yuan watched the dazzling array of out-of-region rarities, things almost impossible to find, pour into his storage like a waterfall. A grin crept up his lips and he chuckled under his breath. Boss, you laugh like a slime merchant. Suli approached carrying 2 plates of freshly fried Newton chops, teasing at Lu Yuan's rare avaricious relaxation. This is called rational resource optimization. In high spirits, Lu Yuan sliced a sizzling cut of meat, stuffed it into his mouth and mumbled, those people outside traded junk they couldn't use for my ice water and think they profited. I took useless serums and emptied several districts of their top assets, am profiting too. Win-win. See. Suli glanced at the warped heat waves outside and at the mountain of purple relics and blueprints in storage, rolling her eyes in helpless amusement. Yes, win-win. You won twice. Lu Yuan swallowed the meat, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and his gaze landed on a special item that had just arrived. It was a metal core radiating an uncanny red glow special component, miniaturized energy concentration railgun remnant reparable. Now that we're fed and watered, it's time to add some heavy hardware to our living fortress.
Lu Yuan's eyes sharpened. The desert worms have thick hides. My number one is tired of constant brawling. Suli, prepare to mount this cannon onto the roof of the war rig.
At noon the desert surface had already climbed to a blistering 86 degrees Celsius, hot enough to soften metal. Yet inside the Anong Chaoshua the mood was as festive and buoyant as a New Year celebration. We're rich this time, we're really rich.
Lu Yuan sat cross-legged on a broad leather sofa.
His workbench was piled high with schematics, wreckage and strange artifacts that glowed purple, blue and gold.
He casually lifted a heavy piece of shin metal called Shinhai Chanin and flipped it between his fingers like a coin.
The crisp clink of metal struck his ear and the smile at his mouth was brighter than the sun outside.
Suli, I see it now.
We slog and bleed on the front lines and at best we scrape together some materials.
But real overnight fortunes come from this kind of legitimate cross-region heist.
He tossed the Shinhai Chanin into the materials crate with a sigh of contentment. He had only been using the low-grade potions those had grown immune to as test bait. Who would have thought the big shots streaming in from the snow mountains and ruins would be so obscenely well-stocked? In a single morning his online store took in 3 purple schematics, 5 extraordinary relics and over 2 tons of rare where he could never have mined under normal circumstances.
Boss, you didn't rob them, you basically tricked the guild elites out of their undergarments. Suli crouched by the workbench cradling a metallic cylinder that pulsed with an eerie red light.
Her eyes shone with fevered brightness. As a mechanic, seeing top-tier schematics and wreckage thrilled her more than the sight of any perfect Adonis. Special component miniaturized converging railgun remnant, Suli murmured, tracing the complex energy sigils with a fingertip.
This was collateral from Ojo District's Shangjian Kishichuan.
Its charge coils are burned through by about a third, but the focusing emission array is intact.
If we can fix it, its penetration would outmatch our roof cannon by twice.
Repair.
No need to fuss. Our rig isn't picky. Lu Yuan leapt from the sofa and flexed the explosive muscles of his third-tier tyrant body. He moved through the spoils and plucked out another prize, a purple relic labeled Fingxin Vio's vocal cord. It looked like a segment of translucent cartilage, faintly cold and trembling to the touch. Anya, the lone wolf female sniper, had traded it to them for a block of ice. A wrecked railgun and a mutated vocal cord that produces high-frequency waves. Imagine planting those two together, what kind of freak would grow out of that? Lu Yuan stroked his chin, a wild gleam of biopunk experimental hunger in his eyes. Suli went pale as the impossible image formed in her head, using a biological vocal cord to resonate a railgun barrel, producing a compound physical penetration. Boss, your imagination is inhumane, she said.
If it works, who cares if it's inhuman? Xiao Wu, dinner's ready.
Lu Yuan strode to the midsection of the vehicle and patted the dark red chitinous wall as if soothing a huge domesticated beast.
At his command, the armored plates on the vehicle's roof grated apart with a teeth-grinding friction and slowly opened. A heaving mass of dark red muscle surged from the interlayer. Lu Yuan shoved the 2-meter railgun remnant and the banshee vocal cord straight into that writhing flesh. The scene would unsettle many. Lu Yuan had long since grown accustomed. He even poured 500 units of high-grade biomass into it as nutrient solution. Visibly, the dark red nerve bundles burrowed like plant roots into the railgun's charred coils, aggressively seizing the power conduit. The translucent mutated vocal cord was dragged taut by granulation tissue and pressed firmly against the inner wall of the acceleration rails. The living weapon fused, 500 units of biomass consumed. Fusion complete. A new vehicle-mounted armament was born: Blood Whale Resonant Railgun. Its trait: every electromagnetic discharge will be accompanied by an exceedingly sharp high-frequency banshee sonic boom. It can shatter heavy armor and pulverize the soft tissues and organs inside a target. TSK tisk, a marriage of physics and sorcery. Now when we meet those hard-shelled sandworms, no. One little brother won't have to wrestle them by hand. Lu Yuan snapped his fingers in satisfaction. He was in an excellent mood. 20 degrees of cool air inside a freshly forged purple behemoth on the roof, and a cache of high-tier schematics waiting to be digested in the storage lockers. That secure feeling, ample food and a loaded gun, was the highest art of wasteland survival. At the same time, 30 kilometers away from the Anong Chaoshua, a wind-battered petrified stone forest was being baked until it radiated heat. One of the top 3 guilds in Yin District, Fan Tianshindian, was going through a near-death exhaustion. 5 heavy armored buses huddled in shadow, all engines shut down to cool. The cabins felt like 50 degrees, sweltering but marginally survivable compared with the 86 degrees outside that could bake a person dry. The guild master Amir, a bearded man reeking of sweat, cradled a plastic cup of partially melted ice water with trembling care. He could not bear to gulp it down with a cracked tongue. He merely licked the surface, savoring that rare precious coolness. President, for 10 liters of ice water and a few second-tier potions we sold the float-array schematic and the Boluo tree root we brought out of that ruin to an anonymous trader, a vice president said, voice dry and strained. He swallowed and winced. Those were prized trump cards purchased at the cost of dozens of brothers' lives.
Idiot. Schematics won't quench thirst.
If we die, will you leave the plans as funeral offerings to the sandworms? Amir glared and then drained the cup, exhaling a long hot breath. Never mind how that traitor bled us.
As long as we survive tonight and make it past this desert, Fantianshandian will remain a top guild.
Let the brothers rest here and we move when the sun sets. Before he could finish, the ground beneath them shuddered violently. This was not a mild quake, but something enormous moving at high speed beneath the sand, heading straight for the stone forest.
Enemy. Something below. Everyone aboard.
Amir's face drained of color as he scrambled toward the buses. Seconds later, the sand around the forest erupted like a volcanic plume. A terrifying abyssal mole ringed with rows of barbed teeth and 6 meters across burst from the earth and snapped the outermost armored bus clean in half.
Steel shredded like brittle pastry beneath those fangs.
Screams rose from the bus, then were quickly smothered by heavy grinding chewing. It was a 40-meter behemoth of a carnivorous worm, its body armored in sand-colored thick scales. It had no eyes, only a ringed maw that would haunt any who saw it. A warning crackled through the field. A third-tier apex roaming elite had been detected, the abyssal sand crocworm.
Third-tier apex. Damn it. How can the desert have a third-tier apex monster in broad daylight?
Amir stared at the creature that had swallowed a bus whole, his limbs chilled.
Drive. Forget that bus, run.
Back in the Anong Chashua, Lu Yuan was about to slice into a chilled mutated melon when the edge of the holographic radar burst into a blinding blood-red halo. The red glow was denser, more ominous than the scarlet signature left by that pseudo-fourth centipede in the bitter cold.
Boss, 30 kilometers out there's a high-energy reaction. A third-tier apex roaming boss is moving at high speed and it's vector.
It looks like it's heading for that survivor convoy, Suli said, bringing up an enlarged radar feed.
Lu Yuan set down his melon knife and arched an eyebrow.
In the past he would have hesitated at a third-tier apex, worrying about repair bills. Those things took punishment like nothing else. But now he glanced at the roof-mounted railgun newly sprouted with blood and nerves and ravenous for power, then flexed his own explosive third-tier tyrant frame. A thrill shot through him like a hunter who had just bought a peerless sword and watched an enemy carelessly offer up their neck. Lu Yuan swung open the driver's door, slid and slammed the purple-gold engine axle into place and let a hunter's smile pull at his lips. This is obviously the system's way of delivering a living test target to celebrate our firepower upgrade. Suli, brace yourself.
Let's see if the new barrel sings. The Anong Chashua roared like a beast, shattering the heat as its broad muscular treads crushed the asphalt.
Like a black gold mad dragon breaking loose, it tore off toward the third-tier apex sandcrocworm.
Absolute safety distance and cannon fodder assessment. Boom.
A crimson hive roared across the undulating dunes, its broad treads hurling vast plumes of scorching sand into the air. Yet Lu Yuan did not charge headlong into battle like some hot-headed novice. Exactly 5 kilometers from the petrified stone forest, he slammed the brakes with decisive finality. The armored vehicle came to a smooth halt in the deep shade of an immense dune, its vantage point offering panoramic visibility while lying safely beyond the aggro range of third-tier monsters.
Boss. Aren't we going in? Suli blinked in surprise as the engine cut abruptly. Moments earlier, Lu Yuan's palpable excitement had led her to believe he intended to ram the third-tier monstrosity head-in. Go in. Without even scanning its attribute panel, I'd be throwing my head at it.
Lu Yuan rolled his eyes, sinking comfortably back into the zero-gravity seat, then cranked the holographic radar's detection power to maximum and locked the optical periscope onto the petrified stone forest 5 kilometers away. This is called securing front-row seats for the show. That's a true third-tier apex wandering elite, not some half-frozen latest-stage third-tier beast from the ice plains. Let those Indian comrades first probe the creature's attack patterns and armor limits. If we drove straight in, our vehicle would merely serve as a delivery meal extra course for that thing. That was Lu Yuan, never gambling his life or this living fortress forged through countless trials without absolute certainty or full knowledge of his opponent's hand. On the optical display, the carnage 5 kilometers away unfolded with chilling clarity. It was a monstrous beast over 40 meters long. It had no eyes, its entire head resembled a grotesque flower of layered razor-sharp barbs. Its thick sandy yellow scales shimmered with a cold metallic luster beneath the 80-degree heat. 5 heavy armored buses belonging to the Indian faction Brahma Temple crumpled before it like brittle biscuits. The outermost bus had already been snapped cleanly in two, no survivors within. Hundreds of elite guild members under the command of Guild Master Amir now fired wildly, wielding Gauss rifles, energy weapons, and even deploying several heavy mortars against the colossal insectoid.
Boom. Boom. Crack.
A torrent of artillery shells and armor-piercing rounds rained upon the abyssal sand crocodile worm. Then came a scene of utter despair. Armor-piercing rounds, capable of shredding second-tier plating, struck its sandy yellow scales only to ricochet off without leaving so much as a white mark. Even direct mortar impacts merely dislodged flecks of sand clinging to its armored hide. Beep. As the Brahma Temple's barrage continued, Lu Yuan's holographic radar finally gathered sufficient data revealing the monster's complete attribute panel. Warning. Third-tier Apex Wandering Elite locked. Name Abyssal Sand Crocodile Worm. Status Extreme Hunger fully intact. Physical defense extremely high, surface coated in ultra-dense silicified plating, immune to all kinetic weaponry below Tier 3. Energetic defense moderate, immune to high heat but vulnerable to extreme cold and internal high-frequency resonance. Attack patterns subterranean ambush consumption high-pressure acid spew. TCH. This physical defense is absurd. No wonder they can't pierce it. Sully sucked in a sharp breath, staring at the data on screen. Had they charged forward in their vehicle just moments ago, the executioner's 15-ton impact would barely have scratched its hide, like trying to shave granite with a feather. Lu Yuan stroked his chin, a glint flashing in his eyes. These Indian brothers truly are saints, not only delivering rare blueprints but now sacrificing themselves to map out the beast's weaknesses. See that line? Vulnerable to internal high-frequency resonance. He glanced upward at the roof-mounted Bloodhowl resonance railgun, freshly integrated, never yet fired. Its chamber housed the vocal cords of a Zephyr siren engineered specifically for dual-penetration high-frequency sonic disruption coupled with electromagnetic kinetic force. This fourth-tier desert worm was quite literally a living target tailor-made for the new weapon. Boss, the Brahma Temple won't last much longer. On the optical screen, the sand crocodile worm reared its massive body skyward even as hundreds of projectiles struck its hide. PSHH. A torrent of viscous emerald green acid erupted from its abyssal maw, falling like a lethal rainstorm over two more buses. SSSSS. Thick ballistic plating hissed violently as the acid corroded it. Within 5 seconds, gaping holes melted clean through. Those sheltering behind the vehicles didn't even cry out, reduced instantly to steaming pools of greenish blood. Amir was utterly broken. Drenched in blood, he crouched behind a weathered boulder, gripping his comms device with trembling hands, broadcasting a desperate, ragged plea across both world and nearby channels. Help! Coordinates Desert Stone Forest 11455. Any guild or powerhouse with heavy ordnance, save us Brahma Temple. We hold half a ruin's coordinates and 10 tons of rare ore. Just buy us 3 minutes to retreat and it's all yours. 5 kilometers away. Inside the Crimson Hive, cool 20-degree air flowed silently. Lu Yuan sipped chilled watermelon juice, listening to Amir's distorted wailing cries over the channel, then shook his head like a ruthlessly detached investor. Half a ruin's coordinates. 10 tons of ore. Guildmaster Amir, you're worth far more than that. Lu Yuan swallowed the icy juice, then tapped open the regional broadcast interface, projecting his synthesized voice across the battlefield 5 kilometers distant. Amir. To live, you will surrender your guild's core establishment edict and every gene enhancement serum in your possession to me via unconditional system trade. That cold-level yet utterly commanding voice detonated across the stone forest. Amir jolted violently behind his boulder. He recognized that voice. This was the Blackheart merchant who had already swindled them of every legendary asset. The establishment edict. You're insane. That's the very foundation of Brahma Temple. You're holding us hostage at our most vulnerable moment. Amir screamed skyward, veins bulging, eyes bloodshot. Oh, then enjoy your conversation inside the sandworm's belly. Lu Yuan severed the broadcast without hesitation, not a syllable wasted. In commerce, when the seller stands at death's door, leverage always rests with the buyer. Crunch. The sand crocodile worm slammed down again, crushing the third bus along with its dozens of occupants into a flattened sheet of twisted metal. Its fanged abyssal maw swung toward Amir's hiding place, the stench of acrid decay already burning his nostrils. I agree. I agree. At the precipice of death, guild foundations and honor dissolved into meaningless ash. Amir shrieked in abject collapse, fingers shaking as he frantically opened the system trading interface, sliding a dark gold and softly glowing edict alongside 50-odd low-tier serums, the last reserves of his entire guild, into Lu Yuan's private trade window. Ding. Transaction confirmed. At that celestial chime, Lu Yuan smiled. He sat upright, gripped the primary weapon control lever, and his gaze sharp and fierce and unblinking as a hunting falcon's. Deposit received. Xiao Wu, prepare for operation. Bloodhowl resonance railgun lock onto the creature's head, 3 inches beneath the jawline. Target vocal organ weak point. VVVVRRRR. Upon the Crimson Hive's roof, the eerie railgun, wrapped in pulsating crimson flesh, began voraciously draining the vehicle's bioelectric energy. Blinding violet light flared along its acceleration rails, while the embedded Zephyr Siren's vocal cords emitted a piercing ear-shattering high-frequency oscillation.
No need to close in and fight it hand-to-hand. Lu Yuan's thumb slammed down on the crimson firing button.
3 kilometers of absolute safety distance, that's more than enough to teach this overgrown insect a lesson.
Fire. Vroom.
Atop the Crimson Lair's armored hull, the pulsating mass of dark red flesh encasing the railgun convulsed violently.
No deafening gunpowder detonation followed.
The blood scream resonance railgun fired. A searing violet lance tore through air warped by 50-degree heat spanning 5 kilometers in an instant. Within the petrified stone forest, Amir had just traded away his guild's entire reserve and hadn't even caught his breath when a violet flash streaked across the sky above him. The 3-tier abyssal sand crocodile worm, jaws wide to swallow him whole, froze mid-lunge. The violet electromagnetic round struck with surgical precision, hitting the vulnerable vocal membrane beneath its jaw unshielded by thick scales. But the true lethality lay not in the projectile's physical penetration but in the banshee larynx resonance wave clinging to it. Plop. A muffled grotesque sound erupted from deep within the worm's body, the high-frequency sonic pulse ricocheting relentlessly inside its sealed musculocavitary chambers, triggering catastrophic visceral resonance fracture. A shriek, raw, ragged, and utterly inhuman, tore from its throat. Thick torrents of viridian acid laced with pulverized internal organs gushed like waterfalls from its maw and chitinous fissures, corroding the surrounding sands into steaming craters.
Its 40-meter-long body, seized by unbearable agony, lost all control, thrashing wildly like a berserk whip.
Several 10-meter-tall petrified stone pillars shattered under the impact and collapsed with thunderous finality.
It hit. That anonymous master hit it. Its innards are ruptured.
Amir lay flat in the dunes, tears welling as he watched the 4-tier apex predator writhe helplessly on the ground. That guild charter and dozens of rare elixirs had been worth every drop. One more shot and the Brahma Divine Temple would snatch salvation from the jaws of annihilation. Yet 5 kilometers away atop a sun-baked dune, Lu Yuan sat motionless in the cockpit, his faint smirk gradually fading as he studied the holographic radar display. On-screen, the pulsing crimson blot representing the sand crocodile worm did not dim from grievous injury, in fact it swelled with frenzied violent intensity.
Warning. Target vital signs down 20, triple-tier frenzy protocol activated. Cellular activity surging.
Armor density temporarily enhanced. In the optical feed, the thrashing leviathan abruptly stilled. Then with terrifying deliberation it wrenched its head around, the abyssal maw lined with serrated fangs locking onto the dune where the crimson lair stood 5 kilometers distant. Even through the screen Lu Yuan felt the killing intent, palpable, cold and absolute. Boom. The worm no longer spared Amir or his companions a glance.
Its colossal form plunged headfirst into the golden sands.
On radar, the crimson blip surged forward at over 120 kilometers per hour, boring straight underground toward the war machine's position.
Boss, it's burrowing straight for us. Speed extreme impact in 2 minutes 30 seconds.
Suli stared at the radar, her face paling.
The blood screen railgun's binaural conduit just overloaded. A second shot would incinerate the banshee vocal cord outright, unable to withstand electromagnetic thermal stress. And it's frenzied now, even another shot may not guarantee instant termination.
Lu Yuan fixed his gaze on the rapidly approaching red dot, fingers drumming twice against the steering yoke.
He was calculating.
Second shot sacrifice, 1 purple tire relic. Close quarters engagement, even with his tier 3 tyrant physique and the 4-meter flesh executioner grinding down a frenzied tier 3 apex subterranean sovereign, would require extensive armor refurbishment and deplete all high-tier biomass reserves. Worse, a single spurt of corrosive acid might melt through the treads, leaving both sides crippled. Was he truly willing to die for a handful of strangers from Bharat? This deal carries far too steep a premium. His eyes hardened. With decisive force he slammed the shift lever of the violet gold engine into gear. Suli, brace yourself.
Ru-o-or.
The crimson lair roared to life with earth-shaking fury. It did not charge forward, but reversed its treads, executing a seamless pivot atop the dune before flooring the accelerator, hurtling full throttle away from the petrified stone forest. Suli blinked, then buckled her seatbelt, lips twitching.
Boss, we're just leaving. We've already taken payment. Precisely. In business, entanglement is the gravest sin. The guild charter is secured, the profit is locked in.
Lu Yuan steered one-handed the war machine, gliding effortlessly across the sea of sand. Besides, Amir's exact words were, "Hold this monster off for 3 minutes so we can retreat." My shot interrupted its casting sequence for 2 full minutes, and successfully drew its aggro.
That service delivered beyond scope, I should charge extra, not apologize.
Such shameless yet impeccably logical self-justification left Suli utterly speechless.
She glanced into the rearview mirror.
The frenzied sand crocodile worm pursued underground for nearly 10 kilometers, then realizing it could never overtake the mobile fortress powered by the violet gold engine, abandoned the chase. On radar, the crimson blip circled once, then turned, reversing course back toward the petrified stone forest and Amir's dwindling band. It needed to feed to regenerate its ravaged viscera. Meanwhile, within the petrified stone forest, Amir and the 100-odd survivors staggered from the ruins, supporting each other. They stared desperately toward the dune 5 kilometers away. Guild Master, why hasn't that master fired again? A subordinate swallowed hard. Likely recharging. 3-tier apex beasts have impenetrable hides, the cooldown on such weaponry must be substantial. Amir wiped blood from his face, feigning calm. And the beast fled, we must use this window to rumble. Once more the familiar soul-crushing tremor shuddered up from the sands beneath their feet. Amir's expression froze, utterly irrevocably. He turned and watched helpless as yellow sand erupted like a geyser hundreds of meters away. There it was again, the 3-tier apex sand crocodile worm, now smeared with viridian gore, more enraged than ever, returning with apocalyptic fury. And atop that distant dune, empty. Not even a wisp of exhaust smoke remained where the crimson war machine had stood. It had fled. That anonymous master, who'd accepted their guild's very lifeline, had simply vanished without trace. In his final seconds, the Burrity Guild Lord raised no weapon at the monster, only hurled his most vicious, most despairing curse into the barren desert wind. All that answered him was the sickening crunch of bone and gristle as the abyssal maw snapped shut. System alert: Major Burrity Guild Brahma Divine Temple has been eradicated. At dusk aboard the Crimson Lair, now over 100 kilometers from the battlefield, Yuan reclined comfortably in his seat, idly turning a slab of extraordinary metal in his palm. Its surface shimmered with a dusky gold radiance. Guild Keystone, Guild Charter, unbound description, an exceedingly rare rulebound artifact of the Endless Highway. Grants the holder authority to establish an officially sanctioned guild in any major zone, unlocking guild-exclusive tech trees and shared vaults. Listen, how beautifully the wind carries the lamentations of those freshly harvested. Yuan smiled faintly at the system's extinction chime, then tossed the charter casually into the storage compartment. In this man-eating hellscape orchestrated by the unseen puppeteers of the highway, compassion is the cheapest trash, and caution coupled with ruthless self-interest remains the sole passport to survival. Night fell once more and the temperature in the desert dropped to 40 C. For the millions of survivors who had just endured their first day in the inferno of 80 degrees, this night held no romance whatsoever. The highway was littered with the charred remains of cars exuding a putrid stench alongside the twisted corpses of those who had succumbed to severe dehydration. Inside the dark red nest the air conditioning hummed quietly. Yuan leaned against the workbench, his fingertips pinching the dark golden guild token he had begged from the guild in the printing district. The metal plate was neither gold nor jade, but it shimmered faintly with a layer of data aura. Boss, how do you plan to use this thing? Suli approached, carrying a plate of freshly roasted Newton sand camel meat. Her curiosity piqued. She knew that deep down Yuan was an extreme lone wolf, absolutely incapable of recruiting hundreds of brothers and then playing the role of a caretaker, leading a group to hunt monsters and distribute resources. Of course it's about making the most of resources. Yuan slapped the guild token down on the control panel and casually opened the system's activation panel. Detected Guild Foundation Guild Token. Do you wish to activate and establish an official guild? Notice after establishing the guild you can unlock the cross-space guild warehouse, guild-specific technology tree, and system-level compulsory tax collection function. Yuan's gaze lingered on the line about the compulsory tax collection function for 2 seconds, a delightfully broad smile forming on his lips. This system is simply tailor-made for capitalists. Without hesitation, Yuan pressed the activation key. Please name your guild. Dark Red Consortium. As a golden beam of light shot up through the roof of the war vehicle, piercing the desert night sky. Millions of survivors in the merged channel 014 simultaneously heard the highest level system announcement echo in their minds. Server announcement: congratulations to Survivor Anonymous for successfully establishing the first officially certified guild in this region, the Dark Red Consortium. Guild recruitment panel is now fully open. The guild technology tree has been activated. As soon as this announcement was made, the world channel erupted as if a nuclear bomb had been dropped. Dark Red Consortium. The anonymous big shot has formed a guild. Is this the same guy selling ice cubes for sky-high prices, the living demon of death? He actually has a guild token. This thing hasn't dropped a single piece in the entire region in 60 days of extreme cold. Quick apply. The big shot has so much water and potions, if we can join the guild as core members we can definitely dominate this desert for 30 days. In an instant thousands of membership applications flooded Yuan's holographic screen like snowflakes. Those who had been nearly cooked alive by the sun during the day and were still worrying about their next sip of water at night regarded the Dark Red Consortium as their final Noah's Ark. However, when they opened the recruitment panel and saw the membership contract on it, everyone inhaled sharply. Dark Red Consortium Outer Member Membership Contract compulsory tax all members every day through killing monsters or opening blind boxes to obtain basic resources. Wood iron or low-tier beast cores will have 20 automatically deducted as guild tax directly deposited into the guild's total warehouse. Disclaimer: this consortium does not provide any form of team leveling, firepower rescue, or personnel mediation services.
The life or death of members is unrelated to the consortium. Consortium benefits: all formal members enjoy the passive gain of guild technology tree basic heat resistance 5C surface temperature. Members also have access to the Dark Red in-app purchase mall where they can buy purified water and ice at prices 10 lower than the world channel. Expulsion mechanism: anyone unable to pay sufficient taxes for 3 consecutive days will be automatically removed by the system. Is this recruiting brothers or hiring laborers for a coal mine? 20% tax. And no rescue included.
Why doesn't this anonymous guy just rob us? The world channel was filled with curses and vicious insults. Yuan sat in the cooled room watching the insults flash by, leisurely slicing the roasted camel meat, barely raising an eyelid. Boss, these contract terms are indeed a bit too harsh. Those proud lone wolves and teams probably won't swallow this. Suli looked at the back end where only a handful of desperate low-level players had clicked agree, a hint of worry crossing her face. Don't worry, let the bullets fly for a while. Yuan stuffed a piece of meat into his mouth. They are cursing joyfully now because the temperature outside hasn't risen yet. By tomorrow morning when the sun comes up, those who have experienced the despair of 80 degrees will be begging me to take them in as laborers. Besides, take a good look at that benefit. Suli, upon hearing this, re-examined the benefit clause. Basic heat resistance increases by 5 degrees. In-app purchase mall at a 10 discount. Suli suddenly realized, her eyes widening. You never intended to recruit core members. You're building a monopoly platform. Smart. Yuan raised his cup and rinsed his mouth. The traditional guild model is too outdated. Not only does it require feeding people, but it also needs to guard against betrayal. What I'm creating is a wasteland Web 3.0 platform economy. I provide heat resistance buffs and lifelines water, and they pay a platform usage fee with 20 of their profits. All transactions are enforced by the system's underlying logic, so I don't need to chase payments at all. As long as they still want to survive in this desert, they must become workers on my assembly line. Meanwhile, in the depths of the desert, Anya was hiding in the shadow of a weathered rock. Before her lay the corpses of 3 second-tier sandworms. She gasped for breath, her golden short hair glued to her cheeks with sweat. Although her vehicle had a purple tire engine, the high-intensity hunting outside had still caused her to lose a substantial amount of water. She opened the system channel, looked at the Dark Red Consortium recruitment contract, and raised her middle finger in frustration. This bastard is even more ruthless than mutated rats in the sewer. Earlier she had just been scammed by this anonymous swindler out of a purple relic, and now seeing this 20 tax clause made her want to shoot him through the internet. But she glanced at her nearly empty water jug and then at the high temperature warning she would face tomorrow. Hunting alone might mean all the profits go to her, but buying water outside would cost her even more. If she joined this broken consortium, not only would she enjoy a 10 discount on water, but the key point was that the heat resistance 5C system buff would allow her to last half an hour longer during tomorrow's hunt. The gains from that half hour would definitely outweigh the 20 tax. This was a deal that made sense in every regard, even if it felt as disgusting as swallowing a fly. FK. You win this round. Anya cursed, fiercely humiliated as she pressed the agree to sign button. Ding. You have joined the Dark Red Consortium. Guild technology tree benefits have been activated. Surface heat resistance 5C. That night, just like Anya, many elite lone wolves and medium-sized teams recognized the reality and compromised for survival. The curses continued to flood the channel, but the number of guild members on the Dark Red Nest's control panel surged at an astonishing rate. 10 people. 500 people. 3,000 people. 15,000 people. Yuan watched the cross-space guild warehouse automatically circulating in the guild backend. Those guild members situated hundreds or even thousands of kilometers away would have 20 of their shares instantly transmitted to this warehouse the moment they mined an iron ore or killed a low-level monster. Would scrap iron plastic first-tier beast cores. Yuan didn't even need to step outside. These basic resources flowed into his pockets like tap water, continuously and silently. Beep beep. Listening to the crisp sound of resources piling up in the warehouse, Yuan comfortably stretched. He glanced at the profound desert night sky outside the vehicle and at the blood-meat executioner lying in the shadow beneath it. The roots of the chives have already been planted. Next, when they venture out to fight for their lives tomorrow, we should also look for those truly valuable high-tier blind boxes in this desert. Yuan turned off the panel. Time for sleep. We have debts to collect tomorrow. On the second day in the desert, the toxic sun rose as usual. The 80-degree heat once again ruled over this endless expanse of yellow sand. However, unlike the pure howls and despair of yesterday, today the highway was filled with an extremely strange sense of life. This was 30 kilometers away from the highway in a dune area. Anya lay on a massive wind-eroded rock, her heavy sniper rifle wrapped tightly in a damp thermal cloth. Her short golden hair was matted with sweat, yet her breathing remained remarkably steady. Bang! A burst of blue plasma sparks erupted from the muzzle. 200 meters away, a second-tier sand lizard, just peeking its head out of the sand and preparing to ambush its prey, had its head explode like a watermelon, green blood splattering everywhere. Anya swiftly slid down from the rock and ran to the corpse. The system prompt chimed in on time. Kill a second-tier sand camouflage lizard. Gain second-tier Earth Beast Core 1 sand crystal or 50 mutated lizard meat 20 gene. Just as Anya was about to store her spoils in her storage space, a dark red glimmer flashed across her retina. Damn! These avaricious capitalists don't even spare a few gene of meat. She expertly flipped the bird at the sky. But despite the curses, Anya casually opened the system panel's dark red in-app shop. Seeing the price-tagged pure ice water at a 10% discount, she hesitated not at all, directly swiping a useless blueprint to buy 500 milliliters of ice cubes, shoving them into her mouth to chew. The icy stimulation coursed down her throat, spreading throughout her body. Anya glanced at her exposed arm, which was reddened but not blistered. This was the passive benefit of the guild's technology tree: surface heat resistance 5 in effect. Without this 5-degree buffer, it would have been impossible for her to lie in the unshielded sand for a full hour. Damn profiteers. But this deal is still fair. Anya wiped the ice water from her mouth, raised her sniper rifle again, her gaze becoming intensely focused as she continued to search for her next prey. There were tens of thousands of workers like Anya, cursing while enjoying the guild's benefits and desperately working under the heat throughout the entire desert highway. At the same time, inside the dark red nest, the cooling system emitted a barely perceptible hum. Yuan sat at the dining table holding a knife and fork, cutting a thick omelette made from second-tier mutated sand ostrich eggs. The golden egg liquid flowed on the plate, exuding an enticing aroma. Boss, the guild's warehouse is about to burst. Suli stood in front of a massive holographic projection wall, watching the chaotic influx records refreshing like a waterfall, her tone revealing a magical numbness. Inflow wood 500 sand crystal or 121st tier beast core 45. Inflow scrap iron plates 300 mutated beast meat 80 gene. All in just the time it took to have breakfast. There was no need for Yuan to get out of the vehicle or fire a shot. The tens of thousands of peripheral workers scattered across the corners of the desert had already supplied him with enough basic materials to build a small camp through the system's automatic tax deduction mechanism. As expected, Yuan swallowed the omelet in his mouth, took a sip of coffee, his expression relaxed. They have to fight monsters and look for blind boxes to survive. The harder they fight, the more I earn from my cut. That's true idle winning. But boss, with so many low-tier ores and wood, our folding storage cabin simply can't hold it. This vehicle runs on high-tier biomass and rare metals. Low-tier materials are useless for upgrading the living fortress. Suli pointed out a practical problem. Who says they're useless? Low-tier materials can crush someone to death at the right moment. Yuan put down his knife and fork, took out a tissue to wipe his hands, and stood up to walk toward the main control console. Directly smelt the excess iron plates and sand crystal ore into high-density solid armor-piercing rounds and load them into the rooftop rotary machine gun's ammo drum. Use the remaining wood to expand the internal breeding ecological cabin. Just as Yuan finished giving orders, the holographic radar suddenly emitted a sharp beep sound. A golden halo representing a high-value target lit up in the upper right corner of the radar screen, its brilliance intensifying, even overshadowing the glow of the surrounding ordinary monster red dots. There's big loot. Suli immediately zoomed in on the optical detector's focus. The screen rapidly magnified, piercing through the layers of distorted heat waves. Approximately 50 kilometers deep in the desert, an ancient ruin half buried in swirling yellow sand appeared. It was no mirage but a real tangible architectural complex. Amidst several collapsed stone pillars, a tempting purple beam of light faintly radiated. This was the unique sign of an epic blind box or relic treasure vault. However, what truly caught Yuan's attention was not that purple light. Rather, two convoys had already made it there first, surrounding the ruins. The doors of one convoy were sprayed with cross swords, European region holy sword knights. Across from them, several uniquely designed tracked vehicles displayed a Black Mamba flag, non-region Black Mamba team. Both of these were remnants of top-tier guilds that had just merged into the new district yesterday, possessing deep roots. At this moment, nearly 300 elite members combined were occupying a corner of the ruins, their guns trained firmly on each other. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder, and a shootout was imminent over the coveted purple light relic. Yet in the very center of the ruins, at the source of that purple light, loomed a massive creature covered in petrified bone spikes, eyeing the group of humans with predatory intent. Interesting.
A relic blind box top guilds fighting for a spot and a guardian beast. The laziness in Lu Yuan's eyes vanished, replaced by the sharpness of a predator spotting its prey. He pushed open the door of the driver's seat and sat inside. While the platform's tax collection is stable, the true core assets in this desert still need to be claimed by us. Boom, vroom. The purple gold engine let out a deep roar as the muscle tracks at the bottom of the dark red nest suddenly contracted and powered up. This black gold beast, exuding an aura of danger, directly abandoned the safe highway and plunged into the scalding yellow sand, racing towards the ruins 50 kilometers away. Sully charged the new cannon barrel. Lu Yuan held the steering wheel with one hand, a cold smile of mischief creeping onto his lips. Since those two are at a standstill, let's go give them a show. 50 kilometers, nearly a half-hour drive for the Dark Crimson Hive's formidable off-road mobility. When the war vehicle's massive black and gold chassis halted behind a dune at the ruins' periphery, the battle ahead had already reached a fever pitch. Lu Yuan remained inside, observing the ancient architectural complex half buried beneath golden sands. Through an optical periscope, his gaze cold and unblinking. At the ruin's central altar floated an epic tier mystery box radiating a dense violet luminescence. Beneath it coiled a colossal monstrosity nearly 30 meters long, armored in grayish-brown stone plating, the Tier 3 Apex Sandstorm Petrification Lizard. Europe's Holy Sword Knights and the non-regional Black Mamba Convoy, two grand guilds newly integrated into the frontier zone, were now forced into uneasy alliance, unleashing torrents of heavy machine gun fire and rocket barrages upon the beast. HSSSS. The lizard whipped its thick bony tail with explosive force, sending a gust of wind roaring through the air, and shattered an approaching off-road vehicle into a storm of flying debris. Then it wrenched open its blood-drenched maw and expelled a torrent of yellowish-gray petrification venom. Several players who failed to evade were instantly coated in the mist. Their combat suits and flesh beneath began visibly calcifying into brittle ashenstone, then fractured into dust under scorching heat. Damn it! Its physical defense is impenetrable. Our armor-piercing rounds don't even leave a scratch. A fiery blonde woman in silver heat-resistant light armor shouted from behind a ruined pillar. She was Sophia, deputy captain of the Holy Sword Knights, her eyes hollow with despair. Far away atop the dune within the climate-controlled war vehicle's chill interior, a voice spoke calmly, "Boss, it's Tier 3 Apex again." Sully studied the radar data, her brow furrowed tightly. Extreme physical resilience plus petrification venom. Shall we withdraw? Like last time against the sand crocworms. We withdrew last time because there was no visible profit, hardly worth dying over a few rogue Tier 3 berserkers. Lu Yuan leaned against the main console, his gaze locked unflinchingly on the violet glowing mystery box, his eyes blazing with the ruthless, desperate hunger of a gambler betting everything. But this time is different. That is a purple tire epic mystery box. And these two guilds have already expended lives to wear down the lizard, reducing its stamina and armor thickness by at least 1/3. This venture's return on investment justifies a full-scale operation. This was the fundamental logic of a cutthroat capitalist. Without 100% profit, he fled faster than anyone. With 300%, he would sell the hangman's noose to death himself. Xiao Wu charged the Bloodhowl railgun. Target locked the armor seam at the lizard's neck. Lu Yuan gripped the control levers and slowly edged the Dark Crimson Hive's prow over the dune's crest. VVVVRRRR. Above the vehicle, the dark red fleshy mass encasing the railgun tensed violently. A searing violet beam, accompanied by a shrieking banshee-like wail, leapt across kilometers in an instant. Put! The violet electromagnetic round struck the minuscule gap in the lizard's neck armor with surgical precision. High-frequency sonic waves detonated deep within its body. Ru-o-o-r-r. The vitality of a Tier 3 Apex elite manifested in full fury. It did not fall dead as Lu Yuan had anticipated. A gout of foul crimson mist erupted from the lizard's neck. Its internal soft tissues were liquefied by the sonic blast, but its monstrous fourth-tier skeletal structure arrested the round's kinetic energy entirely. Alert! Target critically wounded. Vital signs down by 35. Tier 3 frenzy protocol triggered. Petrification venom concentration increased by 200. The frenzied lizard instantly abandoned the scattered remnants of both guilds. Its bloodshot vertical pupils locked onto the source of the ambush, the Dark Crimson Hive atop the dune. Boom! Its 30-meter frame surged forward like a bulldozer, shattering fossilized pillars in its path, trailing a choking cloud of venom as it charged headlong toward the dune. As expected, Tier 3 Apex isn't so easily slain. Lu Yuan scoffed coldly, utterly unruffled. With one swift motion, he slammed down the heavy bulkhead lever on the console. Executioner, deploy. Sully, take over main cannon, suppress its head relentlessly. Clack. The armored rear hatch crashed open. 4 meters tall, its body rippling with pulsating dark red muscle, the flesh executioner strode forth from the war vehicle with earth-shaking steps. Its thoracic power core roared at maximum output, blazing with incandescent red light as it charged, not away but toward the 30-meter behemoth, fearless and unyielding. Clang. A deafening crash of metal striking stone echoed across the desert. The executioner's 15-ton fist, capable of crushing bulletproof vehicles, slammed into the lizard's skull. Yet the sheer kinetic force of the Tier 3 apex hurled the 8-ton biomechanical titan backward, skidding over the sand, carving twin furrows deep into the earth. The decay alloy frame of its left arm groaned with a grating, nauseating twist, pure overwhelming dominance of raw power. HSSSS. The lizard sank its petrifying fangs deep into the executioner's left shoulder, piercing high-strength alloy plating as if it were parchment, flooding the chassis with corrosive acid and venom. Had the executioner been flesh and blood, that bite alone would have ended it. But it felt no pain, only absolute obedience. VVVRRRT. Its right arm snapped out, revealing a high-frequency biological cutting blade which plunged without hesitation straight into the lizard's wounded eye. Emerald blood geysered outward. In agony, the lizard thrashed its head wildly, slamming the executioner against a boulder, tearing vast swaths of biomuscle from its chest. Its armor's too thick, the executioner won't hold much longer. Sully shouted from the command station, fingers locked on the heavy machine gun's trigger, flames roaring from the barrel. Hold, or die trying. Lu Yuan's gaze turned glacial. He stomped the accelerator to the floor. If one shot won't kill it, crush it with mass. Air. The dark crimson hive, its obsidian black hull streaked with crimson keratin weighing dozens of tons, plunged down the dune like a meteor. Its violet gold engine screamed at redline, its reinforced prow, shaped like a black war axe, harnessed the terrifying momentum of descent and slammed squarely into the lizard's thick whipping tail. Crack! Bone splintered audibly, the tail snapped clean in two. But the recoil violently dented the hive's front armor, jolting the cabin with savage force and triggering a cacophony of alarms. Lock onto its old wound. Through neural linkage, Lu Yuan issued the executioner's final absolute command. A pulse of crimson light flared deep within the executioner's chest. It braced itself on one hand, then, seizing the split second when the lizard's balance faltered from the impact, launched itself skyward with explosive force. It channeled all 8 tons of its mass, and every joule remaining in its power core, into its right arm's cutting blade, driving it with brutal, unrelenting force into the cervical wound carved earlier by the railgun. Schlorp. The 2-meter bone blade vanished entirely into the vertebrae. High-frequency oscillation severed the lizard's neural core instantly. The 30-meter colossus convulsed violently, then collapsed like a fallen mountain, crashing onto the sands in a thunderous cloud of dust. Ding! Defeated Tier 3 Elite Sandstorm Petrification Lizard. Cross-dire hunt successful. Vehicle damage 18. Flesh executioner damage 65, requires substantial biomass for repair. Acquired Tier 3 Apex Earth Attribute Beast Core 1. High-grade active biomass 2000. Huff. Lu Yuan slumped back into his seat, wiping cold sweat from his brow, his chest heaving. To fell this Tier 3 Apex Elite, the war vehicle was dented beyond aesthetics, his premier enforcer nearly destroyed, and high-grade biomass would now flow like water. Indeed, the true value of an elite monster was never a mere boast. The 2 guilds entrenched within the ruins stood paralyzed, minds blanked by the cataclysmic close-quarters carnage. Deputy Captain Sophia stared dumbfounded at the lifeless giant and at the dented, blood-scented war vehicle, her grip trembling uncontrollably around her rifle. Creak, creak. The driver's hatch swung open. Lu Yuan stepped out, clad in a stark black tactical coat, face impassive. Scorching desert winds billowed his coat. The aura of a Tier 3 tyrant, fresh from slaughter, silenced hundreds of elite foreign zone warriors who dared not even draw breath. Sophia drew a slow, steadying breath, suppressing her fear. A seasoned judge of character, she knew precisely what was required now to demonstrate irreplaceable value. She deliberately unzipped her heat-resistant armor slightly, revealing a sliver of pale skin, and approached him with feline grace, her smile radiant with calculated charm and gratitude. "Mighty sir, I am Sophia, Deputy Captain of the Holy Sword Knights. Thank you for your timely salvation. Without you, step aside." Lu Yuan's deep, unfathomable eyes held no warmth, no glance, no acknowledgement. He walked past her without pause, striding directly toward the violet mystery box upon the altar. Sophia's smile froze mid-expression, her seductive poise suddenly absurd, grotesque. Lu Yuan seized the violet glowing epic mystery box in one hand and stowed it into his storage space. Then he turned, towering over the terrified remnants of both guilds, his posture commanding, his silence absolute. "I killed the monster. The box is mine." His synthesized voice echoed across the ruins, cold, precise, dripping with the chilling rationality of an exploiter. "To rescue you, my vehicle and mecha sustained severe damage. Repair costs will be borne by you. 10 seconds. Surrender all water reserves, rare blueprints and relics in your possession. Miss even one, and the sand pit beside that lizard becomes your grave." The air within the ruins hung motionless and thick. A scorching 80-degree heat mingled with the pungent coppery stench of a dead 4th-tier giant lizard, burning the eyes and stifling breath.
Hundreds of elite operatives from the outer zones locked their gazes onto the man in the black tactical coat, knuckles white around their rifles, eyes blazing with the desperate cornered fury of those with nothing left to lose.
Surrender everything. Without water or weapons we won't last 10 kilometers in this desert.
A bald burly man from the Black Mamba convoy ground his teeth, jerking his rifle upward as crimson rage flooded his eyes.
We're doomed either way, brothers, let's take him down with us.
Better to tear a piece of flesh from him before we die. A thunderous crack split the air, and before the words had fully left his mouth his skull exploded like a rotten tomato. Yuan held a Gauss rifle snatched moments earlier from the sand, its barrel still exhaling faint blue smoke. Glowing casings hissed softly as they struck the scorched dunes. A wave of panic surged through the crowd, dozens of rifles snapped into alignment, all aimed at Yuan, the tension coiling tighter than a drawn bowstring poised on the knife edge of detonation.
Willing to fight to the death. Very well. Facing hundreds of black gaping muzzles, Yuan did not so much as blink.
His voice, calm, synthetic yet unervingly perceptive, resonated across the shattered ruins. My vehicle and mecha are indeed damaged.
All 300 of you charging at once might leave a mark upon me.
But the result would be absolute annihilation in 10 seconds. My main cannon and rotary machine gun would shred every one of you into unrecognizable fragments, not a single whole corpse would remain.
I do not demand your water.
Nor your standard issue firearms. What I require is your spatial backpacks, rare blueprints, high-tier beast cores and relics. His gaze swept over them, cold and unblinking.
Keep your canteens. Keep your life-saving gear.
The main highway lies only 50 kilometers away. Your stamina and that water will carry you home alive. Will you trade your priceless intangible treasures for a chance to live, or will you become nothing more than a stain of blood upon these dunes? Choose for yourselves. This was true psychological annihilation, striking not at the body but at the soul. Had he demanded total surrender, they would have fought to the last breath? Instead, he pierced their deepest vulnerability with surgical precision, preserving their bare essentials for survival while taking only what lay beyond necessity, the external irreplaceable valuables. And indeed, the moment they heard water need not be surrendered, the volatile surge of suicidal resolve deflated like a punctured balloon. Faced with absolute mortality and the intoxicating promise of survival, human nature inevitably bent toward compromise.
I yield. Sophia, the golden-haired deputy captain, stood pale-faced and trembling.
She understood the wisdom of preserving one's foundation. Without hesitation, she unbuckled 2 tactical storage packs from her belt and hurled them hard onto the sand at Yuan's feet. Yet her fingers remained clenched tightly around her canteen and assault rifle.
Once the first broke, the remaining 200 collapsed like a breached dam.
Who after all would choose certain death against a madman who could slay a 4th-tier sovereign alone? Blueprints shimmering with arcane luminescence, rare or spatial backpacks, they rained down onto the open ground, piling into a glittering chaotic mound.
Yuan stepped forward, nudging open one backpack with his toe and glancing inside 3 azure blue schematics, several kilograms of high-purity sand crystal.
With a single gesture, he swept the entire mountain of elite-grade spoils into his vehicle's cross-dimensional cargo hold. Not a word wasted, he turned and strode back across the wreckage toward the dark crimson war machine, its front hull dented and scarred.
Clang!
The heavy armored door slammed shut.
The violet gold engine roared back to life, a deep guttural growl.
Dragging its damaged treads, the war machine crushed through rubble and vanished into the haze, leaving only dust and silence in its wake. Behind it remained hundreds of survivors, alive, water intact yet stripped of every core asset they possessed, staring blankly at one another amid the ruins.
Inside the cabin, cool air dispelled the oppressive heat clinging to Yuan's skin.
He shrugged off his windbreaker, stained with a few droplets of blood, and tossed it carelessly into the autocleaner. Boss, that famed tan grab maneuver was flawless, securing the highest value loot while avoiding the catastrophic attrition of a cornered beast brawl. Sully sat in the co-pilot seat, pressing an ice pack to her bruised shoulder from the earlier impact. Still, damage assessment is complete. Frontal armor dented, left hydraulic suspension severed. The petrification venom of the 4th-tier lizard corroded nearly half of Executioner's biomusculature. Of the 2,000 units of high-tier biomass just credited by the system, over 1,800 will be consumed solely for repair. Losses solvable with resources aren't losses at all.
Yuan seated himself at the workbench and flipped his wrist, revealing the epic tier blind box radiating dense violet light, now resting silently upon the polished steel surface. Beside it lay a fist-sized grayish-brown 4th-tier earth element beast core.
The 30-meter-long lizard carcass had already been reeled into the rear folding isolation chamber by thick fleshy tendrils extending from the chassis, now rapidly dissolving under torrents of caustic enzymes. Yuan drew a slow, deliberate breath and pressed his thumb firmly onto the blind box's activation latch. Click! Blinding violet light erupted, flooding the entire cabin.
When the radiance subsided, the workbench held only 2 objects: a deep purple schematic gleaming with metallic luster and a bizarre heart-like mechanical device. Ding! Epic purple blind box successfully opened. Acquired Violet Tier Vehicle Module, Living Organ Grafting Surgical Platform. Description: a biopunk exclusive facility designed for installation within a vehicle's isolation chamber. Enables flawless dissection of high-tier monster corpses, extraction of vital organs, including venom glands, specialized armor plating and energy sacs, and seamless immunologically compatible grafting onto the host vehicle or enslaved subordinates. Sully stared at the interface, forgetting her shoulder pain entirely. You're implanting monster organs directly into the vehicle. That means the entire war machine can be assembled piece by piece into a living abomination. Not just the vehicle, also Unit 1. Lu Yuan's eyes blazed with fierce intelligence as he studied the schematic. The Tyrant enslavement brand was exquisitely rare. He could never raise legions of mechanical undead at will. If strength lay in quality not quantity, then every subordinate under his command must become the ultimate instrument of war. The Flesh Executioner possessed terrifying physical power, but its defenses had always been its fatal flaw, torn apart with ease by fourth-tier assaults. Sully, install the grafting platform in the isolation chamber immediately. The lizard's corpse hasn't finished digestion yet. Extract its petrification venom gland and dorsal silicified carapace intact now. Within the isolation chamber, a brutal hyper-precise biological surgery commenced. Under Sully's control, the platform's high-frequency laser probes sliced cleanly through the lizard's remains. A 3-meter-long primary silicified dorsal plate, so dense that even armor-piercing rounds shattered upon impact, was wrenched free. Alongside it emerged a deep green venom gland pulsing rhythmically and reeking of acrid decay. The Flesh Executioner, submerged in its regeneration pool, was lifted slowly by hydraulic arms. Hundreds of microscopic neural sutures descended in unison, forcibly riveting the 3-meter fourth-tier silicified carapace over the mecha's damaged chest and left arm, where decaying alloy had cracked and frayed. Dark red biomuscle surged outward, wrapping the plate in a living symbiotic embrace, fusing bone and metal into seamless unity. Within minutes, the Executioner rose again, larger, denser, radiating raw augmented might. Its original lead gray alloy armor was now overlaid with a thick grayish-brown rock carapace. Unleashing monstrous physical force, now fortified by the absolute defense of a fourth-tier sovereign, the killing machine had finally completed its final evolution. Meanwhile, at the vehicle's rear, the deep green venom gland was violently embedded into the fleshy interlayer behind the intake grill. Living Fortress gains active defense ability. Petrification mist barrier consumes biomass to emit high-concentration petrifying acid mist within a 30-meter radius, forcibly solidifying and corroding enemy armor. This purple blind box was worth every ounce of risk. Lu Yuan leaned back into his seat, listening to the engine's newly stabilized resonant hum and feeling deep within the layered armor the profound, unshakable weight of reinforced power. Let's go back to the main highway. He lifted a chilled cup of black coffee from the console and drained it in one smooth motion. We've secured the high-tier blind boxes from this sector. Time to collect today's dues from the tens of thousands of peripheral laborers who just paid their taxes to our platform. The dark crimson nest pivoted sharply, its black and gold chassis cutting through the swirling ochre sands as it advanced once more into the infinite expanse of the highway, now upgraded, reborn, and utterly relentless. Dusk arrived as scheduled. The blazing sun, poised to ignite the earth itself, finally sank with despairing warmth into the distant edge of the sea of sand. The external temperature plummeted from an extreme of 86 C down to a mere 40 C. For the millions of survivors scattered along this endless highway, that 40-degree coolness felt like a luxury reserved for paradise. At the edge of the arterial highway, Anya dragged her utterly exhausted body forward and slammed the corpse of a second-tier sand lizard, its head obliterated by a Gauss sniper rifle, onto the hood of her off-road vehicle. Her golden short hair was matted into stiff clumps by sweat and dust beneath her windproof goggles. Her blue eyes were webbed with blood vessels. Huff. We made it. Anya gasped deeply, then deftly extracted the ochre-colored beast core from the lizard's skull with her combat knife. She opened her system interface to tally the day's hard-won spoils. Yet the moment her fingertip brushed the screen, a crimson-red system notification appeared, punctual, unyielding. Ding. Crimson Consortium mandatory tax levied. And deducted 20 of today's total earnings. 2 Tier 2 Earth Element Beast Cores, 80 gene of high-purity sand crystals and 15 gene of mutated beast meat. Automatically deposited into the Guild's central vault. And Anya's heart bled as she watched her inventory shrink, her most valuable trophies vanishing in an instant. Those 2 Tier 2 beast cores had taken her 3 hours of motionless endurance in scorching 80-degree heat, lying camouflaged in the dunes, to land those perfect shots. And that soulless, bone-gnawing vampire. She hissed through clenched teeth. Yet curses aside, she immediately tapped open the consortium's internal marketplace. Gazing at her life bar, diminished by dehydration and mild thermal radiation, Anya sighed and exchanged her remaining 3 Tier 2 beast cores for 2 large bottles of ice-chilled purified water and a vial of premium burn ointment. The moment the icy water touched her throat, every ounce of humiliation and fury was forcibly suppressed, drowned beneath a wave of soul-deep relief.
She knew better than anyone without the guild's 5C surface heat resistance buff and without access to life-sustaining water discounted 10% in the internal marketplace, she would never have lasted until sunset. They take my profits then sell me the very water I need to survive at a markup. This flawless self-reinforcing cycle of extraction would rank among the most elite capital oligarchs even on Wall Street in the old world. Anya swallowed the last sip, leaned back against the cool car door and felt a profoundly complex awe rise within her, not for any visible leader but for the faceless anonymous guild master she had never met. In this lawless wasteland one fears not the cold-blooded madman but the absolute autocrat who understands rules, enforces them and most terrifyingly writes them. Meanwhile dozens of kilometers away the Crimson Nest rested silently beneath a colossal wind-carved stone bridge. Inside its carriage climate control held steady at a perfectly comfortable 20°C. Yuan sat deep in a wide leather sofa while a holographic data wall cascaded before him, numbers flashing like a waterfall. It was day 1 of the Crimson Consortium's official settlement. N. Current Central Vault inventory taxes collected from peripheral members and basic timber A50000 units and basic scrap iron plastic 1200000 units and Tier 1 beast cores 6A500 and Tier 2 beast cores 4200 and various low-tier mutated beast meats 300 metric tons. And boss, this data is unreal. Suli stood beside him, breath frozen as she stared at the astronomical figures. Before this they'd fought tooth and nail on the front lines, lucky to harvest a few hundred beast cores in an entire day. Now merely sitting inside a climate-controlled vehicle, 300,000 elite laborers, desperate for survival, had generated wealth in a single day that would take ordinary people lifetimes to accumulate. That is the allure of platform economics. They trade labor, I supply the threshold of survival. Yuan lifted a freshly ground cup of coffee and gently blew across its steam. However, low-tier materials are just numbers gathering dust in storage. Suli, feed all 1.2 million units of scrap iron and plastic into the Warcar's flesh forge furnace. A flicker passed through Yuan's gaze as he issued the order. Reinforce the Warcar's defensive architecture comprehensively. Simultaneously refine 10,000 rounds of high-density tungsten steel armor-piercing ammunition and fully reload all rotary machine gun drum magazines. Understood. Suli strode toward the main console, fingers flying across the interface. Deep within the Warcar, crimson-hued muscular tissue began to pulse with a low visceral thrum. Vast quantities of scrap metal poured into the furnace, transformed under searing heat and caustic acid into layers of obsidian black ultra-dense plating, scales of armor locking seamlessly beneath the Crimson Nest's original biochitinous hide. This war machine was arming itself, to the teeth, with the sweat and blood of tens of thousands. And then the holographic radar shrieked a piercing urgent alarm. N. Regional catastrophe alert. N. High-density subterranean thermal signature detected. Massive migration of Tier 2 and Tier 3 sand domain mutated entities converging upon the arterial highway. N. Estimated night beast tide outbreak in 3 minutes. N. Beep beep beep, and the previously silent guild channel erupted, overwhelmed by panicked cries for help. Help! Something's burrowing under my vehicle, swarms of Tier 2 man-eating ants, and I can't hold out. This isn't normal night spawn, it's a full tide. Is any high-level player nearby? Please assist. N. Where are the consortium leaders? Anonymous Master. We've paid so much tax, won't you even provide minimal fire support? Faced with such furious, desperate accusations flooding the channel, Yuan set down his coffee cup, his expression utterly unruffled. He had anticipated precisely this. When confronted with mortal peril, peripheral members would instinctively wield their tax payments as moral leverage. Yet he was no naive idealist, he was a ruthless proprietor who had embedded disclaimers directly into the membership covenant. With long deliberate fingers, Yuan tapped a few keys on the virtual keyboard and pinned a chilling new clause atop the guild channel. And Crimson Consortium Nighttime Premium Services now live in Firepower, leasing official launch of Armed Mercenary Support Service. N. Service scope deployment of 1 top-tier killing automaton, the Flesh Executioner, equipped with Tier 4 defensive integrity and 15 tons of absolute kinetic force to clear all threats within a 500-meter radius. N. Fee structure: 500 units of rare metals per 10 minutes, or 5 blue rarity or higher schematics. Bulk discounts available. No credit extended. N. Note: paying for survival is only natural. Wishing you a pleasant evening. NA. As soon as the announcement appeared, the guild channel exploded with furious invective. You're still thinking about business at a time like this? You heartless monster! In 500 units of rare metals for 10 minutes. Why don't you just rob us outright? Yet curses faded as death drew near, there would always be compliant lambs willing to pay. 2 minutes later, an urgent transaction request flashed across the guild backend. N. Member Black Axe Taishan has paid a purple tire fragmented relic gravity deflection generator. Requesting executioner deployment. Coordinates highway arterial 09942. Only 3 kilometers from us. Yuan observed the coordinates on the radar, and a satisfied frost-edged smile curled his lips. Boss, the executioner has just been grafted with silicified osteoplating from a Tier 4 sand lizard, perfect timing for live field integration testing. Sully glanced toward the isolation chamber where a 4-meter-tall automaton, now visibly bulkier, armored in gray-brown petrified bone plates, stood motionless. For our first commission we must maximize advertising impact. Let these lambs witness firsthand what value for money truly means. Yuan lowered the heavy blast gate of the isolation chamber.
Executioner, deploy. Crush every insect at that coordinate into dust and boom.
And the rear ramp of the warcar crashed downward. A 4-meter-tall killing engine, wrapped in layered dark red musculature and reinforced with Tier 4 sand lizard osteo armor, strode forth, each footfall shaking the earth as it vanished into the night-shrouded sea of sand. Crimson light pulsed from its chest cavity like a hellish beacon. Armed with Tier 4 anti-armor systems, this slaughter machine would now unleash absolute violence upon the Night Beast Tide, firing the Crimson Consortium's first most brutal salvo in its newly launched Security Services Division. Beneath the night sky over Highway Section 099, gunfire and insect chittering merged into a single dissonant roar.
Bang! Bang bang!
Mount Tai leaned halfway out of the vehicle's roof hatch, his shotgun barrel glowing hot enough to scorch bare skin. Under the glare of the searchlight, the surrounding sands erupted. Over 100 tumtor-long sand-armored centipedes surged forward like a tidal wave, their dorsal spines gleaming with an eerie luminescence in the moonlight. The off-road vehicle's reinforced steel bumper net had been eaten away by corrosive acid, its shrieking metallic groan piercing deep into the marrow. Worse still, hunched at the periphery of the swarm were several 3-tier venomous sand spiders, each the size of a compact truck. His magazine was empty. Mount Tai hurled the shotgun aside and swallowed hard, despair tightening his throat.
He'd spent a single purple tire fragmented relic to secure this rescue contract on the conglomerate channel, the culmination of countless blind box purchases, his entire life savings. And now, gone. Not a soul in sight.
Damn it, Anonymous is a damn fraud. Before the curse left his lips, the ground shuddered, a low grating tremor that set teeth on edge. This was no insect skittering. It was the thunderous advance of something colossal, moving with brutal unwavering linearity, crushing boulders beneath its weight as it bore down upon them.
At the edge of the searchlight's beam, a colossus entered the frame, a 4-meter-tall bipedal mech. Its lead gray decay alloy skeleton was seamlessly clad in thick ash-brown stone plating. Dark red biomuscle pulsed rhythmically within the armor seams. Deep within its chest cavity glowed a sinister crimson luminescence, like the unblinking eye of a demon gazing into the abyss. What the hell is that? Mount Tai recoiled into the cabin.
The swarm reacted faster than he did.
Dozens of centipedes instantly reversed course, twisting mid-stride like living ropes, lunging toward the towering machine. The flesh executioner didn't break stride.
The lead 2nd-tier centipede snapped open its toxin-laced mandibles and slammed them into the executioner's calf.
Its fangs, capable of punching through bulletproof steel, shattered into dust upon contact with the ash-brown osteoplating.
This was the innate bone armor of a 4th-tier sovereign, the petrified sand lizard. Against such a relic, even 2nd-tier vermin were irrelevant, and armor-piercing rounds left nothing but faint white scars.
The executioner didn't even glance down.
With surgical precision, its left hand shot out, seized the centipede's head like a snack stick, and twisted.
A sickening crunch echoed as Viridian ichor burst between its fingers. Its right arm plating split open.
A tumor-long high-frequency bioblade snapped forth, carving a searing arc across the night. The one-sided slaughter had begun. Where the blade passed, those so-called hard-shelled 2nd-tier centipedes crumpled like paper, sliced cleanly in half, row after row. The 3rd-tier sand spiders at the perimeter spat webs of venom and streams of caustic acid, but the corrosive sizzled harmlessly against the executioner's 4th-tier osteoplating, yielding only faint wisps of white smoke, not even a scratch on the surface. The executioner launched itself skyward. 8 tons of mass amplified by gravity's pull came crashing down. One stomp pulverized a 3rd-tier sand spider into viscous pulp, sinking it deep into the sandpit.
Gulp!
From inside the cabin, Mount Tai's eyes bulged wide. That iron tyrant, cutting through the swarm with effortless godlike authority, had just become irrevocably his personal dad.
He felt no regret, only euphoric elation, nearly leaping to his feet. This wasn't some mercenary. This was divinity.
A single fragmented relic had bought him 10 minutes of battlefield clearance by a 4th-tier combat unit.
This deal. He'd struck gold. Mount Tai's eyes flicked sideways. He activated his wristband's recording function, aimed it squarely at the rampaging executioner, and streamed the feed live to the guild channel. Brothers, watch closely. This is the sheer depth of our guild master's power. 1/1 3rd-tier monster, armor doesn't even scratch. My purple relic was worth every damn second. From today onward, anyone who dares speak ill of Anonymous gets dealt with. By me. Within 10 seconds, the holographic battle clip detonated like artillery into the minds of tens of thousands of guild members, battered and bleeding in the midst of the beast tide.
The channel, once a cacophony of curses, fell utterly silent. Then it exploded. Holy shit, is that plating made from the hide of that 4th-tier lizard? 4th-tier combat capability. The guildmaster actually has something this powerful, and rents it out. I'll take it. 10 gene of deep-sea sunken gold, for 10 minutes. Coordinates highway 01288. 3 blueprints plus 1 purple fragment. Bring the mech here, I can't hold on any longer. The channel devolved into chaos, orders piled up like mountains. Inside the crimson-hued nest 3 kilometers away. Cool air hums softly. Yuan reclined on a leather sofa watching the guild backend flood with payment requests and the avalanche of collateral deposits piling up behind them. A slow smile curled his lips. Boss, the executioner's time is up, Suli murmured glancing at the countdown. Recall it. Yuan took a sip of coffee, voice flat as polished glass, collect the spoils. In business there are no exceptions. When the clock hit 0, even if one last centipede still writhed before Mount Tai, he wouldn't grant a single extra second. That was the logic of a military-industrial oligarch, ruthless, precise. On the battlefield the executioner's monocular sensor blinked. Countdown 0000. It ceased its slashing motion, froze utterly and without warning. A dozen wounded centipedes trembled, burrowing frantically into the sand. The executioner ignored them. Instead it stooped, sifted methodically through the wreckage, plucked out fallen beast cores in 2nd-tier alchemical vials, and strode away clutching its haul. Hey big mech brother. Why leave now? There are still bugs left. Mount Tai leaned out the hatch protesting. But the wasteland's law was merciless, contracts were measured in seconds. Within 5 minutes the executioner ascended a metal ramp into the isolation chamber, emptied its spoils onto the supply tray, then stood silently beside the repair pool. After 10 minutes of relentless combat its ash-brown osteoplating remained immaculate, not a single scratch marred its surface. The integration fidelity of the 4th-tier lizard's bone plating exceeds expectations. Suli approached for inspection, awe shimmering in her gaze. Against anything below 3rd tier it's pure dimensional suppression, no repairs needed. This is only the beginning. Yuan rose and strode toward the main control console. The rental order queue continued to flash violently on screen. His fingers tapped the desk, his eyes burning with cold incandescent ambition. Now that the security market has cracked open, relying solely on number 1 brother is inefficient. Too slow. He turned sharply toward the warehouse. Pull all timber, scrap metal and low-grade raw materials. Add in the armored vehicle's biomass reserves and activate the assembly line. Yuan's smile was glacial. I will manufacture affordable mass-produced cannon fodder. Those laborers who can't afford purple tire gear or top-tier blueprints, who trade only in raw iron ore, I'll offer them a budget-tier bodyguard service too. His gaze swept across the screen, casting a faint red glow across the obsidian-black control room. From this day forward, the desert's entire security market belongs to me. Exclusively. Desert mainline, leeward slope of due no. 073. Fierce winds whipped yellow sand into a mournful wail, not the howl of ghosts or wolves but the low hungry sigh of this land of death swallowing every life that dared enter. Hundreds of 2nd-tier sand-scale centipedes, eyes burning crimson, surged like a crimson tide toward a narrow fissure in the weathered rock, a passage narrow enough to trap any fleeing soul. Yet no cry for help pierced the wind. Right on time. A young man leaned against the cliff face, a wild razor-edged curve tugging at the corner of his eye. His voice was unervingly calm. I was just wondering where to test this thing. Zhao Yan, once a lone wolf skirting the fringes of the subregion. The irony was sharp. Most who joined the Crimson Syndicate did so not out of loyalty but under duress, bled dry by its 20 extraction tax. Zhao Yan was different. He trusted no organization, only the blade in his hand. He survived not by wit but by ruthlessness. This evening he dug up the gnarled root of a dead desert tree, and his foot suddenly plunged into empty air. Beneath the sand pit lay a box. A silvery white aura shimmered across its surface, searing the eyes. Platinum supply crate. Supply crates came in 7 tiers: scrap iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and stellar radiance. Zhao Yan had never even laid eyes on a silver crate, yet today he held platinum in his hands. Inside rested a silver polyhedral metal sphere, its edges sharp and unforgiving, cold as something excavated from the deepest hell. Platinum tier artifact thunderstorm matrix generator uses remaining 33. Description: upon activation generates a high-voltage plasma thunderstorm field within a 50-meter radius. Duration 5 minutes. Zhao Yan closed his fist around it, feeling its dense, solemn weight. Outside the centipede swarm thickened, its shrieks rising to a fever pitch threatening to shatter eardrums. Without hesitation he slammed his thumb onto the activation switch and hurled the sphere deep into the channel where the centipedes converged. Crack, boom. Blue lightning erupted in the darkness, a jagged rift torn across the heavens. the entire crevice became a hellscape of fire and lightning. Those supposedly indestructible second-tier carapaces shattered instantly beneath tens of thousands of volts, reduced to blackened charcoal in an instant. Their viridian bodily fluids never even splattered, vaporized before they could spill.
5 minutes.
In those 5 minutes the shrieking died. Zhao Yan stepped out over steaming charred corpses, deftly prying out beast cores with his dagger. At the bottom of the platinum crate he found something else, a sheet of parchment glowing with a faint crimson light.
Red blueprint magnetic levitation engine module.
His hand trembled, not with fear but with exhilaration. A flame ignited in his gaze, the fierce unyielding fire of ambition.
That crimson syndicate, that rank 1 leader on the leaderboard.
His voice was soft yet each word cut like a honed blade. With this engine I am a god in the desert. Sooner or later I will hurl you from that throne. The wind swept across the dunes. The desert offered no reply, but Zhao Yan had already vanished into the fever dream of the blessed. Meanwhile the world channel roared without pause. Those who'd clawed back from the brink of death now flaunted their fortune. Brothers, I cracked a gold crate in the ruins.
Incinerating flamethrower, one sweep clear a whole wave of second-tier sandworms.
This desert is survivable.
Gold. Put.
Our guild, 50 strong, cleared a minor ruin and snagged the heavy exoskeletal armor red blueprint.
Rolls out tomorrow, anyone still sweating at 80 degrees. Whoa, how is your luck this insane?
If gold and platinum exist, what lies beyond them? Beta testers say diamond crates are real. And only in the direst, most hopeless trials does the system spawn the stellar radiance supply crate.
Its contents. Mythic artifacts. One alone can rewrite the rules of existence.
The channel's clamor swelled like a gathering storm.
Crimson nest. The low hum of industrial coolers formed the ambient drone.
Yuan reclined in his chair, the screen's glow painting stark lines across his face. Watching the flood of boastful messages he didn't frown, instead a subtle knowing smile curled his lips like a seasoned farmer gazing upon fields growing richer year after year. Suli entered holding a cup of coffee, her tone taut with restrained urgency. Boss, the elite from the outer zones have begun surging.
Gold-tier artifacts and red blueprints have surfaced. And that lone wolf Zhao Yan, he's acquired the platinum-tier thunderstorm generator.
She paused, then made a blunt, unmistakable gesture. At this rate they'll soon need no protection from us, perhaps even. Yuan accepted the coffee and took a slow sip. His gaze drifted across the screen, lingering on the names of those blessed.
You mean, should we eliminate them?
His voice was placid, as if asking about the weather.
Yes. Yuan set down the cup and turned fully to Suli. His eyes held a disquieting depth, as if peering through veils others couldn't see.
Suli, the endless highway hosts millions.
Even a 1 in 10,000 chance yields hundreds of chosen ones. Platinum crates, golden blueprints, these are the system's own equilibrium mechanism.
His words were measured, deliberate, each one weighted with quiet certainty. Imagine, if only I grew stronger, how barren would this wasteland become?
He rose and walked to the window.
Beyond stretched the endless star-strewn desert night. One who hoards all prey will starve alone.
But when countless hunters chase, compete, and slaughter one another.
His fingers tapped lightly on the screen. Then this becomes the finest harvest ground imaginable. These lucky ones have indeed risen.
But their artifacts bear usage limits. Artifacts deplete. Blueprints demand mountains of rare materials to forge.
Once their premium gear runs thin, they'll return kneeling before my vehicle offering beast cores and blueprints. He stopped before the flesh workbench, scanning warehouse data.
Chosen ones. Merely well-fed scallions, ripe for the reaping.
There was no malice in his tone, only the detached precision of an accountant worrying about rebellion is wasted energy.
Better to convert surplus scrap into liquid capital, fast. Yuan's gaze swept across the warehouse. 2 million units of scrap iron and timber. A flash of manic inspiration lit his eyes.
System, retrieve the incomplete mechanical schematics and fuse them with base flesh parasite protocols. From his storage compartment he withdrew the lowest grade tier 1 beast core and dropped it into the furnace with chilling indifference. Low tier laborers facing a beast tide.
Then I'll build them a budget tier bodyguard using the very scrap they surrendered. A transaction that cannot lose.
The workbench whirred to life. Rusted iron plates warped, melted, and reformed under blistering heat, slowly coalescing into crude quadrupedal frames, grotesque as things dragged from a slaughterhouse floor. Crimson black flesh peeled from the nest wall like living grubs slithering over the iron lattices. At the center the tier 1 beast core was embedded, becoming the monster's pulsing beating heart. 20 minutes later 10 hounds clambered down from the bench, each the size of a full-grown hunting dog, assembled from corroded scrap and putrid crimson muscle. Their heads bore rotating rings of serrated metal cutting gears.
No eyes. No features.
Only the stench, a nauseating melange of hot oil and rotting meat.
Budget-built construct flesh mechanical hound consumable. Combat assessment Tier 1 peak. Production cost 50 units scrap iron 1 Tier 1 beast core trace biomass. Attributes pain immune absolute obedience.
Deactivates permanently upon energy depletion or core destruction. Yuan clapped his hands, pleased. Crude yes, but 3 together can annihilate a second-tier sandworm. Against low-tier players, more than sufficient. He turned and listed the batch of industrial refuse on the marketplace at 5 times the base price. Crimson Syndicate entry-level security solution now live.
Flesh mechanical hound your loyal guardian.
Price 200 units basic or timber, or 3 Tier 1 beast cores per unit.
No refunds. Damage incurred in combat is the buyer's responsibility.
The moment the listing appeared, orders flooded in. Desperate resource-starved players, those without gold artifacts or red blueprints, were drowning in beast-tide despair.
3 mechanical hounds for 1 life.
They would spend recklessly, without hesitation. At 6 in the morning, the night wind in the desert abruptly ceased. The blinding sun rose like a massive furnace mercilessly rolling over the horizon. The numbers on the external temperature monitor surged again in a maddening spike. In just a few minutes, the asphalt on the main road became soft and sticky, and the 80 heatwave distorted the distant scenery into abstract art.
It's here again. That damned sun.
A lone player hiding beneath an abandoned truck wiped the sticky sweat from his face, despairingly gazing at the smoke rising from the scorched sand outside. Yesterday he witnessed several companions being cooked alive, succumbing to the heat while on their way to dig for supply crates. If he wanted to go out today to hunt monsters for supplies, it would mean risking his life. If he stayed in, he wouldn't pay enough taxes to the guild and would be kicked out, losing the precious heat resistance 5 buff, and would be unable to buy life-saving water from the internal shop.
Both options led to death.
Just as tens of thousands of lower-tier members fell into a desperate cycle, the internal shop of the Crimson Corporation suddenly refreshed with a top-listed item. Item: Flesh-and-Blood Mechanical Dog Peak Tier 1 Combat Power. Price 200 units of basic ore wood or 3 Tier 1 beast cores each. Store managers note: afraid of heat?
Afraid of death? Then buy a dog to do the work for you. It's a machine without pain, unafraid of the 80-degree heat.
As soon as this item appeared, the guild channel fell into a brief silence. Immediately countless minds buzzed as if their meridians had been opened.
Holy crap! The mechanical dog isn't afraid of heat.
We can hide in the shade while remotely controlling it to bite those low-tier sandworms. This isn't buying a dog, it's clearly buying a slave that can work 247. The beast cores it brings back minus taxes will be pure profit for us.
Buy it. I'll go bankrupt to buy it. Get me too.
In almost an instant, the first batch of 1,000 flesh and blood mechanical dogs listed by Yuan was snapped up. Those lower-tier players who couldn't afford to rent the expensive flesh executioner scraped together basic materials, trading them for these cheap cannon fodder that emanated the smell of oil and rotting flesh. Inside the Crimson Nest, Yuan sat in front of the monitoring screen, watching the scenes unfolding on the road outside, a joyful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. On the screen, hundreds of flesh and blood mechanical dogs charged into the sandy sea, braving the 80-degree heat, frantically tearing into the sluggish Tier 1 and Tier 2 sandworms. Their owners meanwhile comfortably hid in the shadows of rocks and under trucks, sipping water as they watched the constantly fluctuating profits on the system panel.
Of course, 20 of the profits would be automatically and precisely allocated to Yuan's guild warehouse through the system's underlying protocol. Boss, this move is too ruthless.
Suli walked over holding 2 bowls of chilled fruit salad. Looking at the skyrocketing warehouse data, she couldn't help but exclaim, "You sold scrap metal as mechanical dogs to them, made your first fortune. They used the dogs to hunt monsters, and you collected 20 in taxes, making a second fortune. They used the remaining money to buy our water, and you made a third fortune.
This is called empowerment.
I provided them with production tools, greatly reducing their mortality rate. Charging a channel fee is quite reasonable, isn't it?" Yuan picked up a piece of chilled watermelon, his eyes clear and rational. Once the logic for the lower tier is activated, these tens of thousands of mechanical dogs are equivalent to my outsourced employees helping me gather resources in this desert.
Moreover, they bear all the battle losses themselves. This is class.
While others are still fighting for a drop of water and battling monsters, Yuan has already established an automated harvesting system from the ground up.
But the endless highway is vast, and among millions of people there will always be stubborn hardliners.
200 kilometers away from the main road, deep in the desert. Here the sand dunes exhibited a strange dark red hue with surface temperatures exceeding 85. In this extreme heat, where even the tracks of mechanical dogs would soften, a tall figure stood quietly at the top of a sand dune, wielding a long knife.
She was an exceptionally cold and beautiful Eastern woman.
Her name was Bai Ziyue, a top-tier swordswoman ranked in the top 3 in the Asia region. She wore no cumbersome heat-resistant suit, only a layer of form-fitting thin nano-armor that radiated a faint blue glow. This armor continuously emitted a chill, forcing the heat waves that could distort light to retreat half a meter away from her body. Product from the Red Blueprint Frost Vein Nano Armor permanent growth type features built-in micro-frost matrix.
Absolute insulation against high temperatures below 150.
Each time the wearer kills a monster, the armor automatically absorbs biological energy to repair wear and slightly enhance sharpness.
This was by Ziyu's confidence.
On the last day of her journey through the extreme cold, she single-handedly took down a Tier 3 aberration that guarded a golden box, not only obtaining this red tier permanent blueprint but also gathering materials to craft it. At this moment, Bai Ziyu's star-like eyes were fixed intently on the sand pit beneath her. SSSSS, the yellow sand violently churned and a 7-meter-long Tier 3 venomous sand python suddenly sprang out, opening its massive jaws to bite her.
Draw the sword. Bai Ziyu did not retreat a single step, her cool voice resonating in the heat.
With her right hand gripping the hilt, the long knife crafted from the leg bone of a Tier 2 mutated beast under the infusion of Frost Vein armor's energy instantly became enveloped in a layer of azure frostblade. Swish! Without any flashy movements. In that fleeting moment, Bai Ziyu's figure darted like lightning. The massive body of the sand python froze, Madeira smooth cut extending from its jaw to its abdomen. The gash didn't spew blood but was instantly frozen by the extreme cold. Boom! The Tier 3 sand python was cleaved in two, crashing onto the sand. Bai Ziyu deftly flicked the ice shards off her blade and sheathed her sword. She walked to the snake's head, dug out a Tier 3 poison beast core and casually picked up a Tier 2 gene potion that the system had dropped. She opened the system panel, her gaze landing on the top guild in the server, the Crimson Corporation, which was actively recruiting. Charging at 20 tax. Selling cheap mechanical dogs. Bai Ziyu looked at the name of the anonymous guild leader on the panel, a wild smirk appearing on her stunning face. The methods are indeed impressive. However, in this wasteland it ultimately depends on whether the blade in hand is sharp. Relying on the exploitation of the lower tier to establish a monopoly is nothing but a sandcastle when faced with true hardliners. Without hesitation, she closed the recruitment interface of the corporation. Holding the red permanent weapon, she had no need to buy those expensive ice blocks for survival. She intended to delve deep into the desert, hunting the highest tier monsters, seeking her own epic blind box. Anonymous. You better stay at that top spot and not fall off. Bai Ziyu looked towards the direction of the main road. Once I've fed this Frost Vein armor to Tier 4, I will personally come to meet you to see just how capable this hidden puppet master is. Inside the Crimson Nest. Achoo! Yuan rubbed his nose and glanced at the air conditioning vent. Isn't the air conditioning too strong? I feel like someone is cursing me from behind. Boss, you've offended hundreds of thousands of players in the server. Those who curse you could line up from the front of the truck to the back. Su Li rolled her eyes. Time is the cruelest sieve upon the highway. 15 full days have passed since the main road entered the desert phase. An unrelenting fortnight of ADC extreme heat has whittled down the 3 million players who survived the preceding frigid phase to fewer than 1.8 million. Yet those who endure are evolving with savage exponential speed. Midway along the desert highway, a wind-eroded stone canyon. Maximize shield output. Keep its venom off the armor. Inside the armored vehicle, Arthur, the leader of North America's Axe Brotherhood, roars, eyes bloodshot and blazing. His muscles bulge with raw power, a faint metallic sheen ripples across his skin. Just yesterday he exhausted his guild's entire reserve to ascend successfully to Tier 3 initial stage. Before their Tier 3 heavy magnetic levitation combat vehicle looms a 7-meter-long beast, the Tier 3 initial stage toxic flame sand crocodile, its body wreathed in emerald green venomous flames, jaws agape in a crimson maw. It disdains brute force combat entirely. With a guttural shriek, the crystal core embedded in its abdomen blazes with searing light, unleashing its signature ability, Venom Storm. A torrent of corrosive green droplets rains down like buckshot, slamming against the vehicle's cerulean Tier 3 deflection shield, sparking violent ripples as the shield's energy bar plummets at a terrifying visible rate. Charge main cannon, fire. VVVV, boom. From the turret erupts a blinding white beam of high-energy plasma, piercing straight through the crocodile's skull. Ha, finally killed it. Arthur, Tier 3 initial stage, wipes cold sweat from his brow as the shield flickers at a mere 15 remaining. His gaze lingers on the system, drop 1 Tier 3 beast core and a golden supply crate. A long, slow breath escapes him. Boss, even with our Tier 3 vehicle and your Tier 3 initial stage strength, fighting a monster of equal tier left us gasping. If we faced a Tier 3 mid-stage 1, our shield wouldn't last 10 seconds. A subordinate Tier 2 apex shudders with lingering dread. Nonsense. At Tier 3, every sub-tier leap multiplies the gap exponentially. Without countermeasures, equal tier combat is nothing but burning wealth and lives to fill the void. Arthur opens the global leaderboard. The top 10 names all read Tier 3 initial stage or Tier 3 midstage. A deep chilling wariness flickers in his eyes.
Yet his gaze locks unblinking onto the three names crowning each list. Combat Power Leaderboard 1 Anonymous Tier 3 Apex.
Vehicle Leaderboard 1 Crimson Hive Tier 3 Specialized Variant.
Tier 3 Apex.
How in hell did that living Reaper evolve?
Without relying on overwhelming numbers, how many monsters must one slaughter alone to reach such a pinnacle?
Arthur grits his teeth, despair pooling darkly in his eyes.
At that very moment,
hundreds of kilometers away, in the heart of the desert, the Crimson Hive rests silently in the shadow of a colossal dune. Over these past 2 weeks, Yuan has rolled the snowball of platform economics into something monstrous. Tens of thousands of flesh mechanical hounds laboring non-stop, amassing millions of units of scrap iron and sand crystal ore. Yuan leans against his workbench, savoring a portion of premium-grade chilled Wagyu steak freshly drawn from a silver supply crate.
At a time when others subsist on stale bread, this is the apex of post-apocalyptic luxury. Boss, all low-tier materials gathered over the past fortnight have been fully absorbed and digested by the chassis. Quantity has triggered qualitative transformation. Sully sits in the co-pilot seat, pulling up the vehicle interface. Armed vehicle interface. Vehicle name Crimson Hive.
Current tier Tier 3 Living Fortress Heavy Assault Variant.
Base armor value Physical Defense 3500-8500. Analysis Core logic follows quantity guarantees saturation. Compressed millions of scrap units yield armor so dense that even a full power strike from an ordinary Tier 3 Apex entity leaves only faint white scratches on its surface. Physical defense now rivals Tier 4 initial stage. Firepower module attack assessment Tier 3 Apex. Main cannon Blood Howl resonance railgun.
Secondary armament twin-mounted Tier 2 Gatling revolver machine guns ammunition reserve 200,000 rounds of armor-piercing solid slugs.
Defense has surged, but our offensive power remains bottlenecked at Tier 3 Apex. Relying on this main cannon to instantly obliterate a Tier 4 monster. That's pure fantasy. Yuan swallows the last bite of steak, assessing his combat capability with razor-sharp clarity. Beep. At that instant, a faint yet piercing violet blip flickers at the edge of the radar. Boss, deep scan results are in. Sully reports, fingers flying across the keyboard. 150 kilometers out, a half-buried ruin of an underground sand city. Core zone emits a platinum supply crate signal. But the creature guarding the crate. Sully renders the radar spectrum. The screen erupts with crimson warning boxes, each more harrowing than the last. Regional Sovereign identified Tier 4 initial stage abyssal earthsplitter worm. Signature ability I Gravitational Collapse generates a 5-fold gravity field within a 50-meter radius centered on itself, crushing all Tier 2 and below vehicles and carbon-based lifeforms. Signature ability 2 Corrosive Mire liquefies surrounding sands into acidic quicksand imbued with Tier 4 grade corrosives, immobilizing targets while relentlessly eating away at armor. Tier 4 monsters indeed wield domain-type abilities. 5-fold gravity plus corrosive mire, any standard vehicle entering would stall before even pressing the throttle, then melt away. Yuan rises, his eyes alight with fierce resolve and profound gravity. Boss, this is unequivocally Tier 4. Our main cannon lacks the punch for a one-shot kill. Shall we engage? Sully's palms slick with sweat. Yes. Right now the strongest players server-wide barely scrape Tier 3 midstage, no one dares touch Tier 4. This platinum crate belongs to us. Yuan slams the purple gold engine's power shaft forward, his voice cold and absolute. Its abilities are monstrous. Our firepower is insufficient for instant annihilation. So this battle will be fought on endurance, not speed. It's a brutal 50-50 meat grinder. We possess impenetrable armor 8500 points thick and a full hold of scrap iron for battlefield repairs. It cannot kill me. And I will grind its health bar down inch by inch with turret cannons and railgun fire. Roar. The Crimson Hive erupts in thunderous earth-shaking fury. This black and gold behemoth, its defenses maxed, surges toward the Sovereign's domain for the sake of that peerless platinum supply crate. 150 kilometer full throttle sprint. As the massive black gold chassis of the Crimson Hive roared down a colossal sandy slope into the subterranean ruins of the Sand City, the surrounding air seemed to freeze solid. Here there was no sunlight, only an eerie green bioluminescence emanating from the ruined walls. At the center of the vast plaza stood a radiant platinum supply chest hovering silently in midair. Yet beneath it coiled a mountain of flesh, a monstrous insect over 40 meters long, its body armored in thick dark gold chitin. It had no eyes, its head bore only a spiral array of crushing mandibles. At the instant the war vehicle's engine shattered the silence, the beast slowly raised its colossal form. Warning. Ultra-high energy biological field detected. Regional Sovereign Tier IV Initiate Abyssal Earthsplitter Monarch awakened. An unprecedented suffocating aura of terror struck the Crimson Hive like a physical blow, the sheer oppressive weight unlike anything ever experienced against even Tier 3 apex predators. This was the chasm between major cultivation realms. True Tier IV. Just its biomagnetic field alone could shatter the psyche of an ordinary Tier II survivor. Lu Yuan sat in the cockpit, his Tier 3 Apex Tyrant body straining to withstand the pressure. He drew a deep breath and gripped the weapon control levers with white-knuckled intensity. Su Li charged the main cannon to maximum. Strip it bare. VVVVRRR. Instantly the Bloodhowl resonance railgun atop the vehicle blazed with searing violet light. High-frequency banshee shrieks fused with solid electromagnetic projectiles striking the Monarch's dark gold carapace at hypersonic velocity. Boom! The deafening detonation echoed through the subterranean ruins. Against any Tier 3 Apex Predator, that single blast would have obliterated half its body. Yet this Tier IV initiate merely erupted in a geyser of viridian blood where struck, its dark gold armor shattered wide open, revealing writhing muscle beneath. Not even a kill, let alone a grievous wound. Scree! Enraged beyond measure, the Monarch flared its spiral mandibles wide and unleashed a piercing ear-splitting roar. In the next second the vehicle's radar screamed in alarm. Warning! Target activating signature ability gravitic collapse. With a thunderous crunch, the Crimson Hive's dozen-softenchibi chassis was suddenly crushed beneath an invisible mountain. Its hydraulic suspension shrieked in agony as the entire hull sank half a meter, plunging deep into the sand. Fivefold gravitational force slammed Su Li against her seat, forcing blood from her lips. Had Lu Yuan's constitution not reached 60 points, his internal organs would have ruptured instantly. It's not over yet. Boss, look underground. Su Li choked out, voice raw with strain. Around the Monarch the desert sands began boiling violently, dry yellow grains transmuted by its power into a churning dark green corrosive mire, the corrosive mire. The mire surged forward, swallowing the Crimson Hive's treads whole. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Acrid white smoke billowed upward in frantic plumes. Even the vehicle's hull armor, rated at 8,500 points, groaned under the acid's assault, dissolving with a sickening grating screech. You want to melt my ride? I'll weld you shut with iron. Lu Yuan's eyes burned crimson. With a savage yank he slammed down the emergency smelting lever on the console. Guild Central Vault open. Dump every last unit of scrap iron from storage into the furnace. For every inch melted I'll weld on too. Within the vehicle the Flesh-and-Blood forge roared beyond capacity. Mountains of scrap metal were forcibly refined into molten iron, then funneled via bioneural conduits directly onto the wounded hull. This was pure capital warfare, using iron or mined by hundreds of thousands of laborers to blunt a Tier IV sovereign's domain ability. Gatling cannons, fire. Empty the magazine into that railgun wound. Twin-mounted Tier IA Gatling rotary cannons opened up in furious barrage. BRRRRT, BRRRRT. 10,000 rounds per minute transformed into twin lashing whips of incandescent metal locked unerringly onto the fissure in the Monarch's carapace. 100,000 rounds, 150,000. Dense tungsten steel penetrators rained down like monsoon hail. Even the Monarch's Tier IV flesh could not endure such relentless cost, ignoring physical attrition. Green ichor sprayed across the chamber, pooling into rivers. They held fast for 20 minutes, armor corroded, repaired, corroded again in over a dozen brutal cycles, while the guild's scrap reserves plummeted before their very eyes. At last the corrosive mire sputtered out, its energy spent, and the crushing fivefold gravity dissolved into thin air. It's exhausted. Lu Yuan stared at the radar, where the Monarch's life signature flickered wildly, and a flash of ruthless resolve ignited in his gaze. Executioner, go draw its final blood. Clang. The isolation hatch dropped. For meters tall, clad in Tier 3 Apex lizard bone plating, the Crimson Hive's top enforcer, the Flesh Executioner, charged forth across the mire. As Lu Yuan's symbiotic offspring, the Executioner also stood at Tier 3 Apex, but now facing a winded, grievously wounded Tier IV sovereign, its primal deathless slaughter instinct surged to perfect expression. The Executioner launched skyward, then drove its high-frequency bio-bone blade deep into the Monarch's skull, straight through the gaping railgun wound. Schluck! A geyser of viridian pulp erupted skyward. The Sovereign's titanic frame convulsed violently, then collapsed with a thunderous crash, raising a storm of dust. At the exact moment the Monarch exhaled its final breath, a blinding dark gold system announcement detonated across the retinas of all 1.8 million survivors in Region Merge Server 014. Server-wide broadcast. Supreme honor. Congratulations to Survivor Anonymous for achieving the first cross-tire slaying of a Tier IV sovereign, the Abyssal Earthsplitter Monarch. This is a magnificent triumph of carbon-based life over the Abyssal Order. Triggering the server's unique first kill reward, Diamond Supply Chest 1. First kill exclusive title, Godslayer 10, increased damage against higher tier monsters. Silence. For 30 seconds the entire world channel fell into absolute stunned stillness. Then, chaos erupted. Millions exploded across the channel. Tier IV. Holy hell, we're still being hunted by tier 3 beasts and he soloed a tier IV sovereign.
They just gave him a diamond chest for the first kill.
And that damage boost title, how are we supposed to compete? Respect to Anani Musenpai. Lord of the Crimson Tribunal reigns supreme, this is the true worth of the Crimson Syndicate's patriarch.
Meanwhile, deep within the Sand City ruins, Lu Yuan slumped in the driver's seat, gasping, raggedly drenched in sweat. The battle had been brutal.
Without those millions of scrap units to reinforce the hull in real time, this tier 3 war machine would have melted into slag under the Sovereign's domain ability. He pushed open the hatch and stepped down, treading over acid pools and spent casings, heedless of the world channel's frenzied worship. His gaze locked unwavering on the plaza's center.
There, floating as before, was the original platinum supply chest, and beside the colossal corpse of the tier IV sovereign gleaming with celestial brilliance rested the system's first kill reward, the diamond supply chest.
Dual chests simultaneously opened.
In the underground Sand City, a pungent mix of gunpowder and a strong acidic stench assaulted the senses, causing one's eyes to ache. The 40-meter-long Stage 4 initial abyssal Earth Splitter Bug King had now turned into a puddle of minced flesh. Green acidic blood pooled in the low area of the hull, continuously emitting pale white toxic smoke. To bring down this Stage 4 overlord, Lu Yuan had nearly exhausted the ammunition in his war vehicle, with more than half of the 2 million units of scrap metal in the total warehouse evaporated. If calculated in terms of resources, this would bankrupt a 1,000-person guild in an instant. But looking at the 2 resource boxes radiating an enchanting glow on the altar, Lu Yuan knew this was a bloody profit. He stepped onto the remains of the Bug King, his gaze first landing on the platinum resource box that originally belonged here. In the rules of the Endless Highway, the drop barriers for resource boxes were extremely strict. Similar to golden boxes, even if you opened them with flair, the best you could get was a single purple item. There were no options for red tier items in their drop pool. However, the platinum box was different. Its permanent drop pool had a fixed probability of 30 to yield extraordinarily precious red tier blueprints or items. A 1/3 probability was worth the gamble for Lu Yuan, who had just crossed a tier and achieved his first kill with luck on his side.
Click. Lu Yuan casually flicked open the lock. The moment the box lid popped open, instead of the usual purple glow, an extremely pure deep red beam of light shot up, illuminating the dark underground ruins. He had entered the 30 red tier pool.
Lu Yuan's lips curled into a smirk as he reached in to retrieve what was inside. It was a metal blueprint that felt extremely hot to the touch.
Acquired red tier blueprint, abyssal blood thermal conversion furnace.
Description: a specialized auxiliary module for biopunk.
When installed on a vehicle, it could forcibly absorb extreme environmental heat from the outside and convert it into 100 bioenergy for the war vehicle.
The higher the external temperature, the faster the vehicle's energy recovery.
Good stuff.
For the next half-month, this desert over 80 degrees will be my free supercharging station.
Lu Yuan happily stored the red blueprint.
He then turned his attention to the diamond resource box, which attracted everyone's attention and symbolized the supreme glory of a tier-crossing first kill.
The value of this item went without saying.
Similar to platinum boxes, the diamond box had a permanent 30 chance to drop gold tier items.
As long as he hit this interval, it would be equivalent to directly touching the technological ceiling at this stage. Lu Yuan took a deep breath and pressed the lock open. Boom! Without any suspense, a liquid gold-like glow erupted instantly, causing Lu Yuan to squint slightly.
Hitting the high tier drop area of 30 for the second time, Lu Yuan's luck today was remarkably good.
Ding! Unlock successful. Acquired gold blueprint superconducting antimatter energy matrix. Acquired gold tier oddity dragon blood red nanfruit. 2 items radiating brilliant golden light hovered silently in the air. Lu Yuan grasped the golden blueprint, and the moment he saw its attributes, an intense fervor erupted in his eyes.
Golden blueprint superconducting antimatter energy matrix category vehicle core shield power module description: completely eliminates low-level deflection shields. Once activated, it would form a layer of absolute force field on the surface of the war vehicle. Any physical or energy attack below stage 5 would be absorbed upon contact. The shield's capacity is limited by the vehicle's tier and core energy. A perfect energy shield. Lu Yuan tightly clutched the blueprint. The physical defense of the vehicle has already been piled up to 8,500 points with several million units of scrap metal, and now with the energy defense added, this stage 3 living fortress has finally closed the last gap. Storing the blueprint, Lu Yuan looked at the fruit that pulsed faintly like red agate. Gold tier oddity dragon blood red nanfruit description: a mutated oddity containing extreme vitality. Consuming it will significantly reshape the bone density and muscle fibers of carbon-based lifeforms, along with advanced limb regeneration. The blueprint armed the war vehicle and the oddity strengthened oneself. The first kill reward was truly worthy of its name. After all, this was a perilous wasteland not suitable for directly consuming oddities to break through. Lu Yuan immediately ordered through the mental link, "Suli, bring out the organ docking station." Carefully extract the Stage 4 Earth-type beast core from this bug king and prepare to transfuse it into the war vehicle.
Half an hour later.
A gray-brown heavy with energy fluctuations Stage 4 initial beast core was sent into the isolation chamber of the dark red nest.
Inject all the premium ore left in the guild's total warehouse and fuse it with the golden blueprint. Use this Stage 4 beast core as the shield's focal point. And also weld that red tier furnace to the chassis.
Lu Yuan returned to the cockpit and decisively smashed down all his belongings.
V-room, boom. The dark red nest emitted a muffled roar. The golden blueprint transformed into countless streams of light, embedding itself firmly into every corner of the armor along the biological neural pathways of the war vehicle.
Ding! Vehicle core module fusion complete. Golden shield absolute superconducting force field activated. Shield capacity 50,000,50,000 points. Damage mechanism absorbing attacks will deduct corresponding shield values. A shield reaching 0 indicates it is broken. Charging mechanism due to the installation of the red tier thermal conversion furnace when the war vehicle is in an environment above 80°C, the shield can automatically restore 500 energy points per minute. In battle it can also consume scrap metal for forced charging. Looking at the golden shield icon on the dashboard representing absolute defense, Lu Yuan felt utterly at ease. With a physical armor of 8,500 points plus a golden shield that could automatically regenerate from the high temperature of the desert or through spending resources, he was now confident that even if faced with a Stage 4 mid-level overlord he could stop and engage in a heathen clash. Meanwhile, the blinding first kill announcement was like dropping a nuclear bomb in this silent desert. In the North America region, the temporary camp of the Battle Axe Brotherhood. President Arthur Stage 3 initial stared intensely at the golden letters in the sky that lingered for a long time, the Gauss sniper rifle in his hand creaking under pressure. Stage 4 initial. And it had domain skills, was just killed in its first kill. The nearby lackey looked utterly despondent, swallowing hard. Boss, our Stage 3 initial war vehicle takes forever to grind down monsters of the same tier, and a slight misstep can cause the shield to shatter. What on earth did that anonymous big shot use to kill the Stage 4 monster? What else could it be? Throwing money at it. Arthur's eyes flickered with a complex glint as he gritted his teeth and growled, "Do you think he relied on normal attacks to take it down? Don't be ridiculous." He built a consortium, monopolized water resources, and siphoned off the taxes of tens of thousands of people every day. He must have burned through millions of scrap metals to forcefully repair the war vehicle, wearing down that Stage 4 monster with an endless supply of resources. Listen up. Arthur suddenly turned around, looking at the hundreds of elite members in the camp, his tone severe. Without the logistics support of tens of thousands of people, attempting a 1v1 against a Stage 4 monster is just a death wish. But if we can't defeat Stage 4, can't we still find platinum boxes? Arthur's eyes ignited with madness. In the drop pool of platinum boxes there is a 30% chance of obtaining red tier top tier items. From today onwards, forget about those useless resources and send everyone in the guild out to explore the maps. There are still a full 15 days left in this desert. If we don't acquire a few high-tier blueprints to boost our war vehicle's defenses, we won't even qualify to see his taillights. Not just the Battle Axe Brotherhood. With the stimulation of the first kill announcement, the remnants of the Night Order in Europe, the Lone Wolf by ZUF from the Asia region, Zhao Yan. All the fated children and guild bigwigs ranked in the top 100 list fell into madness as if they had been injected with adrenaline. The display of the terrifying nature of Stage 4 also practically demonstrated to everyone the horrific rewards of high-tier resource boxes. The entire desert highway officially entered the ruthless age of great maritime exploration at noon on the 15th day. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan, the one who caused anxiety across the server, was comfortably reclining in a leather seat cooled to 20 degrees. Boss, you've stirred them up quite a bit. The channel is filled with frantic groups searching for high-tier boxes. It's good to hurry. People die for wealth and birds die for food. Lu Yuan picked up the dragon blood red nan fruit, biting down hard with a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. When they sweat and bleed to uncover good blueprints only to find themselves lacking core materials to craft them, or when they are gravely injured and on the brink of death. Our consortium's high-tier blueprint pawnshop and high-interest rescue operations will officially launch. Crunch! The crisp sound of chewing echoed in the quiet cockpit. Lu Yuan swallowed the gold-tier rare item dragon blood red nan fruit, whole skin and all, in just a few bites. This was not the mild nutritional liquid he had consumed before. The moment the fruit flesh slid down his throat, it felt as though he had swallowed a torrent of raging magma. Boom! An extremely domineering ancient blood force erupted violently within him. Lu Yuan let out a muffled groan, his fists clenched tightly, the veins on the back of his hands bulging like small snakes, the originally dark red veins shimmering with a faint, extremely weak dark golden hue under the cleansing power of the gold-tier rare item. A series of teeth-grinding crack sounds of bones exploding resonated from within him. His muscle fibers were forcibly torn apart, then instantaneously reassembled under immense biological energy. The physical density already at the peak of the third stage was undergoing a frenzied concentration. After enduring for half an hour the excruciating pain that felt like it would burst his body finally receded like a tide. Soaked in sweat, Yuan leaned back against the chair, exhaling a long breath laced with the scent of blood. He brought up his personal interface for a quick glance. Host exclusive interface gene rank absolute peak of third stage tyrant body. The physical body has reached the current gene chains carrying limit of fourth stage. Breaking medium is required for further evolution. Basic parameters: strength 45 points surged to 55 points. Every strike now carries a powerful sonic boom with pure physical energy surpassing that of typical early fourth stage monsters.
Constitution 60 points surged to 75 points. Advanced limb rebirth evolved into blood drip vitality.
Even with major internal organ damage, as long as the heart remains intact, self-healing can occur in a very short time. The physical data has been maxed out. Yuan flexed his neck with satisfaction, producing crisp cracking sounds. Now even without wearing mecha he could tear a third stage peak mutated beast in half with his bare hands. The hardware had hit the ceiling. The next task was to seek breakthroughs into the fourth stage during this desert phase. Boss, you should take a look at the channel's data statistics. Sully brought over a cup of iced coffee, glancing at the information on the holographic projection wall, gasping, "These people have truly gone mad." On the holographic screen, the total number of survivors in Area Merge 014 was plummeting at an alarming rate.
1. 79 million. 1. 75 million. 1. 70 million.
In just 2 days the death toll had nearly approached 100,000. Stimulated by the first kill and the 30 drop rate for platinum boxes, those guilds and lone wolves have completely abandoned the safe zones. Sully pointed at the dense battle damage reports. They'd begun to flock into the extremely dangerous areas deep in the desert. When encountering peak third stage monsters, they no longer flee but throw their lives into the fray. Although they have dropped quite a few high-tier boxes, the casualty rate is absolutely horrifying. This is called spontaneous market regulation. Yuan took the iced coffee and took a cold sip. They don't have a few million scraps to fill the shields, nor do they have my artillery to clear the ground. To snatch high-tier blueprints, sacrificing lives for output is their only option. Yuan set down the cup, lightly tapping on the control panel, a glint of shrewd business light flashing in his eyes. However, the wool has been sufficiently harvested. While they are currently grasping the freshly dropped high-tier items but unable to afford potions and repair materials, Yuan interlocked his fingers, resting them under his chin. Sully broadcast to the entire server. Put our financial services online. At the same time, in a canyon filled with traces of strong acid corrosion deep in the desert. Cough, cough. Wow. The top lone wolf in the Asia zone, Yuan, late second stage, suddenly spat out a mouthful of dark toxic blood. He leaned against the wreckage of an off-road vehicle which had nearly half its roof sheared off, his right hand dangling weakly, half of his body displaying a horrific purplish-black hue. Just 10 minutes ago he had used the last opportunity of his platinum item thunderstorm generator, exhausting all his trump cards to drag a peak third stage Ghostface Poison Scorpion down with him. He won. He had successfully unlocked the platinum supply box guarded by the Poison Scorpion and hit that 30 rare drop rate. In Yuan's trembling left hand he tightly gripped a metal blueprint emitting a deep red glow. Red tier blueprint, high-frequency ion vibration blade, vehicle-mounted melee main weapon. As long as he could produce this thing, his battle vehicle would possess the terrifying lethality to easily cut through the armor of third-stage monsters, and he would certainly qualify to break into the top 20 of the combat power rankings. But right now he was on the verge of death. The dying counterattack of the peak third-stage Poison Scorpion had driven its death needle deep into his thigh. The constitution of a second-stage body simply could not withstand such toxicity, and his health was draining at a frantic rate of 2 per second. In his personal backpack there were only a few pitiful first-tier antidotes left, which would barely create a ripple if consumed. No. I got the red blueprint. I can't die here. Yuan looked up at the 85-degree toxic sun above, his vision growing increasingly blurry. With high temperatures combined with the potent poison, he could last at most 5 more minutes. Just as Yuan was despairing and preparing to close his eyes and await death. Ding ding. A blood-red urgent broadcast suddenly popped up on the system terminal on his wrist. Dark red Consortium Special Business Department announcement, business name Abyss Redemption, high-tier blueprint, collateral and emergency medical services. Description: got a rare blueprint but poisoned severely. Unlocked a god-level item vehicle but it's wrecked. Don't panic, the Consortium is your strongest backing. Service content: as long as you provide accurate coordinates, the Consortium will conduct a directed trade for you of third stage ultra antidote serum, high-tier limb rebirth potion and complete second stage vehicle repair kit. Fee standard: no materials required, no beast cores taken. Only accepts purple tire and above blueprints items as collateral. Contract terms: collateral period of 7 days. Within 7 days, returning an equal tier blueprint and 50 interest can redeem it. If overdue, the ownership of the collateral automatically belongs to the Dark Red Consortium. President's message: surviving is essential for output. The dead do not deserve to retain red blueprints. Looking at this announcement that seemed like a devil's contract, Zhao Yan's eyes were nearly bulging out. Damn the Dark Red Consortium, profiteering during a crisis, you heartless loan shark. Zhao Yan cursed Lu Yuan's ancestors in his heart while spitting out dark blood. But did he have a choice? No. Dying here would mean the red blueprint falling into someone else's hands signing the contract, although becoming a big fool at least would save his life. I sign. Give me the antidote. Coordinates 224-781. Zhao Yan trembled as he placed the red tier blueprint high-frequency ion vibration blade, which was still warm in his hand, into the system's collateral trading section without hesitation. Whoosh. The moment the transaction was completed, the blueprint vanished. In its place was a third-stage ultra-antidote serum emitting faint light and a box of high-tier vehicle repair kits that landed steadily beside him. Zhao Yan grabbed the serum and forcefully injected it into his neck. As the cool medicinal liquid flowed in, the purplish-black toxin was rapidly neutralized and the life that had nearly crossed the gates of death was forcefully pulled back. He leaned against the scorching sand, laughing bitterly at the sky. I survived, but the blueprint is gone. He knew very well that the so-called 7-day redemption period was nothing but a joke. In this desert where survival itself was a challenge, where could he find another red blueprint and 50 interest to redeem this thing? That blueprint would forever belong to Lu. Inside the dark red nest. Ding. Collateral received red tier blueprint high-frequency ion vibration blade. Ding. Collateral received purple tire blueprint optical camouflage generator. Ding. Collateral received red tier item fragment void engine bearing. On the workbench, as the first business transaction was completed, it was as if Pandora's box had been opened. Those top players who had fought to exhaustion in the desert and were on the brink of death and the mouths of monsters cried and signed this contract of servitude to save their lives. One after another, rare blueprints emitting purple and even red light flowed like water crossing space and steadily landing in Lu Yuan's tray. Boss, this is simply a profit within profit. Suli looked at the stack of extremely valuable blueprints on the table, her voice trembling. What we've given up is merely a few bottles of serum we extracted ourselves and some worthless repair parts, yet we've exchanged it for their lives' effort in obtaining red tier items. How can this be called exorbitant profit? Lu Yuan picked up the red tier ion vibration blade blueprint, casually flicking it, a devilish smile curling at the corner of his lips. We granted them a second chance at life when they were most desperate. This is called precise alleviation of poverty humanitarian aid. They scout for blueprints, slay monsters, and open boxes for me. I ensure their safety while collecting a trivial service fee. Lu Yuan stood up, watching the dots representing players still frantically moving on the holographic radar. The age of exploration. No, in this desert there is only one captain. All of them are merely my free laborers diving into the sea to fish for pearls. The Crimson Hive rested silently behind a windshield dune. Outside, the abyssal wasteland seethed at a lethal 85 C, yet within the armored vehicle temperature remained a crisp, unwavering 20 C. Moreover, the newly welded rarity abyssal blood thermal conversion furnace mounted beneath the chassis emitted a steady resonant hum. On the holographic interface, the shield capacity, representing absolute superconducting field strength, stood at 50,000 points, steadily recharging at 500 points per minute, freely and voraciously siphoning the surrounding lethal heat. Yet Lu Yuan's full attention was fixed upon the pile of collateral laid out across his workbench. In just half a day, the Abyssal Redemption Service had already received over a dozen pledge contracts. Those fortunate souls, driven to the brink by fourth-tier monsters or writhing in agony from virulent toxins, cursed the anonymous living Yama up and down the world channel even as they pressed the transaction key with grim, unflinching honesty. Boss, this is pure inventory acquisition. Suli unfurled a set of flawless blueprints across the table, her eyes alight with barely contained exhilaration. A purple tire miniature optical camouflage generator, a high-explosive incendiary ammunition module, and the crown jewel, Zhao Yan's Lone Wolf, pledged the rare-tier blueprint high-frequency ion oscillation blade. 7-day redemption window. These penniless wretches can't even gather enough materials to repair their own vehicles. What do they imagine they'll redeem it with? Lu Yuan's long, elegant fingers tapped lightly against the deep crimson blueprint, his gaze icy and unyielding. Once it's in my hands, it belongs to me. Suli, ignite the furnace. I will elevate this vehicle's offensive capability to the bare minimum standard of a fourth-tier war machine. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan issued the smelting command. From the guild's central vault, tens of thousands of units of high-purity sand crystals, deep-sea sunken silver, and precisely 500 second and third-tier beast cores tumbled into the biomechanical forge. VVVV, Krakum. A piercing shriek of metal tearing and reassembling tore through the air as the crimson blueprint dissolved into a cascade of radiant light and slammed violently into the front hull of the Crimson Hive. The vehicle's already formidable frontal armor split open along both sides and two colossal mechanical blades 8 meters long shaped like monstrous ship-slicing swords erupted forward on hydraulic bioactuators with thunderous force.
Along each blade's edge unstable cobalt blue ion arcs crackled and leapt violently, shredding the surrounding air. Ding! Primary Vehicular Weapon Module updated. Acquired onboard melee primary weapon rare tier high-frequency ion oscillation ship-slicing twin blades. Attack assessment early 4th tier. Trait analysis blades generate 100,000 oscillations per second coupled with plasma cutting capability. Upon activation they effortlessly cleave through the chitinous plating of any late 3rd tier monster and inflict catastrophic lacerating damage upon early 4th tier armor. Energy consumption extremely high, powered jointly by the thermal conversion furnace and the golden shield energy reservoir. Finally, no more scraping. Yuan gazed upon the twin ship-slicing blades glowing with lethal cerulean light and exhaled, utterly satisfied. Against that 4th tier insect sovereign he'd needed 200,000 rounds of autocannon fire to grind it down. Now armed with these rare tier blades, the Crimson Hive had undergone a qualitative leap, finally possessing the raw power to confront and rend apart 4th tier sovereigns Hedon. Next, Yuan casually affixed the purple tire blueprint optical camouflage generator onto the hull. So long as the ion blades and main cannon remained inactive, this black and gold behemoth, weighing dozens of tons, would seamlessly blend into the surrounding desert sands at the optical spectrum level, becoming the most terrifying ambush predator of the wasteland. Boss combat capability is now complete. But there's also an unexpected bonus. Sully held out a bizarre cracked bronze disc, an artifact of unmistakable antiquity, and placed it into Yuan's palm. This was pledged by the Grand Duke of a major European guild in exchange for 3 vials of limb regeneration serum, a purple tire fragmented relic sea sand astrolabe. Though devoid of combat attributes, its internal matrix stored an extraordinarily unique dynamic coordinate. Sully connected the astrolabe to the vehicle's holographic radar system. Instantly, a spectral image of a rapidly advancing crimson sandstorm materialized upon the holographic map. Special Calamity locked Crimson Sandstorm mobile high-tier resource field, threat level extreme lethality, hosts numerous 3rd and 4th tier mutants, core resource scan detected energy signature of 4th tier Ascension medium ancient tyrant marrow. Ascension medium. Yuan shot upright from his reclined posture, his deep-set eyes blazing with terrifying intensity. After consuming that golden tier dragon blood fruit, his current physical metrics, strength 55 constitution 75, had already reached the absolute ceiling of a 3rd tier tyrant body. Like a steel drum packed to bursting with gunpowder without the perfect fuse, the 4th tier Ascension medium, he could consume every celestial herb and rare treasure under heaven and still never breach the chasm separating life tiers. And now, this dynamic coordinate had delivered the key to 4th tier transcendence straight into his hands. Where is the storm's projected path? Yuan's voice was cold, resolute, unassailable. Approximately 400 kilometers from our current position, moving northwest toward the Gobi Basin. It should fully coalesce and stabilize in 3 days, Sully reported swiftly. But boss, this intelligence is certainly not exclusive. Though only one astrolabe surfaced, the Grand Duke's guild clearly wasn't alone in sighting this unmistakably visible storm. Other elite survivors must have witnessed it too. Not just us. Right now every guild master and desperate opportunist across the server, blinded by hunger for high-tier resources, is undoubtedly fixated on this calamity. 400 kilometers away will soon become a blood-soaked meat grinder. Meat grinder. Yuan sneered, a sharp, brutal sound, as he slammed the purple gold engine's power lever fully forward. Then let them witness who truly reigns as the greatest grinder upon this wasteland. Activate optical camouflage. Preheat high-frequency ship-slicing blades. VVVV. A ripple of iridescent light cascaded across the Crimson Hive's massive hull, and the war machine vanished ghost-like behind the scorching dunes. Only 2 impossibly deep tread marks carved into the sand bore silent witness to the emergence of this monstrosity, armed with 4th tier offensive might and an